I obviously have the divine power like the White Crane Boy, but I was mocked as a stinky actor, and even threw out 300 yuan on the spot, asking me to sing Farewell My Concubine, just because my awakened profession is the god of drama. In this world full of ghosts and monsters, a profession that even dogs don't look at. However, they don't know that I have also awakened the god replacement system, which not only allows the gods to possess and fight on my behalf, but also allows me to obtain the abilities or artifacts of that god. But as soon as I stepped down from the awakening platform, I was stopped by a girl. Wang Qing Yuan, let's break up. Hearing this, I raised my head in confusion. Zhang Rui, it seems like we've never been together before, right? Where does the breakup come from? Zhang Rui was stunned at these words, realizing that she might have confused her thoughts at night with reality, but she still looked at me confidently. Anyway, I don't care. You awakened such a trashy profession as an actor. You are not worthy of me at all. As she spoke, she grabbed the black bird next to her and said, Smith is my true dragon prince. He awakened as a wizard, with a promising future, much stronger than you. This actor. In fact, there was not much interaction between Zhang Rui and me. We just met temporarily in a courage test event. At that time, Zhang Rui was possessed by a lust demon while passing through a forest path and asked to play poker. As a senior purifier in the village, I had to maintain my purity, so I refused. Unexpectedly, this action was considered by Zhang Rui as a strategy, and she began to pester me incessantly. Now, upon hearing her words, I immediately said, I wish you happiness. After that, I turned and left, ready to test the abilities of the god of drama. Before long, I arrived at the entrance of the public dungeon that had just opened. The entrance was crowded with people, all shouting to form teams. I am a swift shadow assassin profession, looking for a tank that can take hits. Let's team up and fly. I am a handsome martial artist. Welcome all the well-built girls to team up with me. At the next moment, the fireworks that were originally swaying with the wind floated straight up into the sky. At this moment, my soul seemed to have an inseparable connection with a powerful existence. My eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils. A strong aura emanated from my pores. My arms revealed domineering tattoos, and faintly, a seemingly real and illusory giant Dharma body appeared behind me, reaching a height of 3 meters. And at this moment, the wild ghosts in the village had already surrounded us, making strange noises. As I took a step forward, energy surged under my feet, and the eerie creatures vanished in an instant upon contact. Watching this scene unfold, I couldn't help but feel a bit bored, and at the same time, my heart ached for the 300 spectators. Just as I was about to leave, a burst of singing suddenly rang out. When the man is happy, the woman is heartbroken. The mournful voice made people feel increasingly bored. Following the sound, I discovered a long-haired woman in a purple shroud opening her arms and gradually sinking to the bottom of the pool not far away. Seeing this, I shuddered, influenced by the instinct to kill ghosts from the White Crane Boy. A strong aura emanated, causing the beautiful woman who should have led people into the pool to abruptly stop singing the complete opera. Then I plunged into the water to escape. Seeing this, my eyes narrowed, and I followed suit with a plunge. Soon after, I grabbed a head of dark black hair and surfaced. Aunt May's eyes were hollow, her mouth full of blood as black as ink. At this moment, she couldn't say anything, and in the end, she only blurted out a few words, I'm innocent. However, before he could finish speaking, I punched him and scattered him. After all, Baihatanzi only kills without salvation. Let alone the beautiful aunt in the instance is just a remnant of consciousness, not the poor female ghost who has been bullied. As Aunt May's regrettable disappearance, a panel appeared in front of you. You have killed Aunt May, cleared the novice instance. Your level has increased to level 2, and you are being teleported to the outside world. Then the system's voice sounded, you have obtained the footwork of the White Crane Boy, the 7 stars of Tian Gang. Instantly, the footwork and knowledge about the Tian Gangbu were fully integrated into my mind, as if I had personally stepped through it countless times, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. So I immediately returned to the dormitory and demonstrated it. After a few rounds, I felt refreshed and clear-headed. A young man walked in and said, Lao Wang, practicing again? It was his roommate Zhang Xiaofan who had awakened as a boxer. He excitedly said, Senior sister is indeed the holy knight of level 41, so powerful, and her appearance in battle is also extremely charming. Then he looked at me somewhat helplessly and persuaded, Brother, you should be more open-minded. It's not a big deal to awaken the god of drama. Maybe there are other uses for it. If it doesn't work out, tomorrow you and I will ask the senior sister to carry us through a dungeon together. Hearing that I could get a free pass to the dungeon, I immediately became interested. Will you take me to the dungeon tomorrow? The next morning, the two of them set off for the instance, accompanied by 2 girls, one of whom is the senior sister mentioned by Zhang Xiaofan, Li Siyao, a level 41 paladin. The other one she brought with her, My name is Guan Yu, LV. 7-level heavy sword warrior. Guan Yu was small in stature, yet she carried a long sword with an exaggerated shape that was as tall as a man. Li Xiao introduced, "This is my cousin, the little genius from the neighboring school, who is going down with us today." With that, she greeted Wang Qingyuan again, "Schoolmate, it's been a while, I heard that you have awakened your hidden profession, congratulations." Hearing hidden profession, Guan Yu's eyes twitched as she looked him up and down. Wang Qingyuan didn't pick up on her words, but asked, "Sister should be close to graduating, won't taking us down to the copy affect our own ability to level up?" Li Xiao said bitterly, "If you want to enter a higher academy, you have to reach LV 50 before graduation, and I don't have a chance now. My family wanted me to join the local guild straight out of high school, so I'd kind of be stable afterward." Awakening a profession was difficult, and awakening a good profession was even more difficult. Many people with mediocre talent end up getting stuck at this step, never getting to the higher learning institutions again. "Don't worry, senior sister, when I take over a few hotels from my dad to manage them first, I'll come and support you after graduation." Zhang Zifen patted his chest. "Zifen, with your awakening of the boxer profession and the constant stream of cultivation resources, you have a promising future ahead of you, and after you go to college, there will be girls you like even more." Zhang Zifen was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. What Li Xiao said was the truth, but from the look in her eyes, she might not have not been attracted to Zhang Zifen. Wang Qingyuan took everything in. Soon, several people chose a difficult level copy, and the entrance fee was paid by Zhang Zifen. Copy name, Haunted House. Recommended level, LV 1 LV 15. Hazard level, 4 stars, dangerous. Copy description, a haunted house that has been in operation for many years. Some scary employees are trapped here in body and want to find a chance to possess themselves and escape from this place. Note, ghosts may appear suddenly in various ways. Please pay attention to guard your mind and spirit. Once fear arises, you may be possessed. Space flows. The group soon arrived in the middle of the haunted house. Wang Qingyuan smelled the smell of ghosts, instinctively erect pupils. Chapter 4 scared the hell out of me. Old Wang, you and I are a little closer. If there are any emergencies, I can still protect one or two. Zhang Zifen greeted. Li Xiao said, "I'll try to do as little as possible and divide more experience value among you guys. This copy isn't too difficult, so as long as you keep your heart rate up and don't get scared, you won't have much of a problem." Several people nodded and headed deeper into the eerie haunted house. The layout of this place is similar to a haunted house in an amusement park. Nothing more than the gusts of wind, the overwhelming smell of blood, and the sense of prying eyes hidden in the shadows. Zhang Zifen had just learned the head-swinging fist technique and was always on guard, with his fists at the end and his head swinging like a clock. Sekiyuki carried a large sword, his eyes flashing, some aura on his body. Scare tricks in haunted houses are not advanced. The sudden ringing of the phone, a woman's mournful murmur, a scurrying crow, bouncing red dancing shoes. Wang Qingyuan was not nervous as he followed the group. Soon a whimpering wind came. Immediately following was the white-haired crone that flew and floated, with a wrinkled face and sharp mouth and fangs, like a witch of the west. "I'll do it." Guan Yu's greatsword was hungry and thirsty. Seeing the bizarre initiative to attack, he swung his greatsword to slash, with a courageous and fierce momentum, not the slightest bit of the soft appearance that he seemed to have. In a single glance, the white-haired crone was cut into 2 pieces. "Awesome," Li Xiao complimented. "They're coming." Guan Yu's battle intent materialized, forming a layer of cyan-colored energy fluctuations, presumably unleashing his skill. The haunted house is a good size, with an open view and no ceiling, enabling a glimpse of the bare mountains outside the building. When one ghostly creature appeared, the others hidden in the shadows couldn't hold back and showed up with their teeth and claws. PIU, LV. 3. Skill, Mental Influence. Blood Fox, LV. 4. Skill, Bloodthirsty Grasping. Chopper Butcher, level LV. 6. Skill, Fierce Slash. Circus Clown, LV. 5. Skill, Flying Dagger. Zhang Zifen's swinging motion was comical, but it did work, frequently avoiding the clown ghost's flying dagger attacks, and maybe even dodging bullets later. Guan Yu, female god of war possessed general, big knife, and her waving power is extraordinary. Not only does not show bulky, but very light, looks like, must have paid a large amount of time to cultivate knife skills. The two of them were outputting madly in front, feeling the thrill of the battle. Wang Qingyuan was in no hurry to enter the battle. Although he was only LV 2, the battle power added by the white crane child's upper body was too much, and once he struck, there was nothing left for them to do. That's why the low-level monsters he chooses not to fight. Seeing that he didn't move, Li Xiao thought that it was because he didn't have too many practical skills to participate in the battle, so she said, "Wang Qingyuan, I can step in and help you cripple the trickster, and you make up the final blow." But while that would be easy, the experience value gained would be very little. "No, thank you, senior sister." Wang Qingyuan refused to help and shook his head. At this point, Wang Qingyuan felt some shade coming from his back, and then a pair of hands with bloody fingernails quietly rested on his shoulders and touched towards his chest. "Ha! Creepy laughter rings in your ears. Turning back, a female ghost with long hair covering half of her pale face, a mouthful of stench and mucus, and wearing a JK uniform, was looking over with a smile on her face. At the same time, weirdly relevant panels come to light. Ghost Sister, LV. 5. Skill, Mouth Bite. Look out! Li Xiao lifted her staff, the light floating, wanting to step in to help finish it off. However, Wang Qingyuan, twisted his head with a calm face, and his vertical pupils moved slightly, with the remnants of the white crane child's breath being released. The ghost school sister had opened her bloody mouth, wanting to swallow his head in one gulp, but her movements came to an abrupt halt when she met those oppressive eyes. In particular, in the ghost school sister's line of sight, behind Wang Qingyuan's back, there was actually a huge Dharma body that was staring at her in death. Yikes! A sharp popping sound that almost pierced the eardrums. As if she had seen her natural enemy, the ghost school sister's face twisted like an oil painting, screaming, wanting to quickly escape. Holy light baptism! Li Xiao thought that the female ghost had gone crazy and was afraid that Wang Qingyuan would be injured, so she quickly struck out. A light enveloped the area, instantly vaporizing the trickster. Old Wang, are you okay? Zhang Zifan and Guan Yu also noticed this sight and hurriedly asked with concern. It's okay. Wang Qingyuan noticed that there was an even stronger aura in the depths of the copy. Seeing him with a calm face, a few people were a bit suspicious in their hearts. Just now. I don't know if it's an illusion or what. That ghost schoolmate who suddenly went crazy seems to be scared? The group continued to walk towards the depths, and the frequently appearing creepy creatures were exterminated by the two as much as they could. In the copy, whether it's a ghost doctor or a ghost secretary, there are all sorts of elements, a mishmash of them, but they are generally not strong. Guan Yu was suddenly curious and asked, Student Wang, what does the skill of playing God's way look like? Is it really just an approximation of a life class occupation? Zhang Zifan and Li Xiao also cast their gazes, thinking that they were also somewhat concerned. Wang Qingyuan didn't hide it intentionally and replied, my profession can serve as a medium between myth and reality, bringing ghosts and gods that don't exist in this dimension, in some way, in a unique form, down to this world. Li Xiao thought of something, descending ghosts and gods. This reminds me of the unique profession of the Sakura Kingdom, the Yin-Yang Master, which also seems to summon gods and demons to appear and fight for them through a unique secret method. I've also heard of it, and it seems that the country of Sela and the country of A3 also has a similar profession called Divine Vessel, which can borrow the power of the gods to fight, and can easily do the challenge of crossing the level of. But it seems that there is a price to pay. Guan Yu said. Oh ho, in that case, wouldn't old Wang's profession be very powerful? Zhang Zifan's eyes lit up. But, Guan Yu paused and asked doubtfully, our Yanxia country, in the ancient times, did gods really exist? It was difficult to carry on the conversation for a moment. The country of Yanxia is not very well defined due to a severe historical break, resulting in myths as well as historical accounts. The claim of being an ancient Oriental country is highly questionable and even simply unrecognized in the international community. Even Wang Qingyuan's hometown, Yushan village, served gods that only had some minor influence among a few villages. Wang Qingyuan didn't want to clarify for the moment because there was just too much to say. This kind of thing takes its time. He. Give me back my life, give me back my life. Just then, the woman's eerie, life-begging voice resounded all around, as if surrounded by 3D, hitting the soul. Zhang Zifan and Guan Yu were instantly like enemies, clearly feeling the intense qi, goosebumps rose. I'm sure it's not a bad rank, so I can't help but be a little nervous. However, Wang Qingyuan's spirit was revitalized and his eyes released a bright light. It seemed that the time had come to strike out on his own. Chapter 5. Female Ghost in Red, LV. 11. Skills, Bloodbath Attack, Scream. ALV. 11-level ghostly creature was already comparable to a mini-boss to a newbie professional. But after all, it was a copy of the Cap LV. 15 level, so it wasn't surprising that it appeared. In the battle just now, Zhang Zifan and Guan Yu both gained quite a bit of experience value as expected, reaching LV 7 and LV 8 levels respectively. But even so, trying to fight against LV 11 level ghosts was expected to be a little difficult. Do you need me to step in and help? Li Xiao asked. Cousin, I'd like to have a couple moves with first it. Sekiyuki jumped at the chance to see his limits. Me first. Zhang Zifan took the brunt of the swinging dive towards the red-clothed female ghost with silky smooth movements. But the ghost girl can fly. Not giving him any distance to attack at all, his body was covered in blood fury, causing Zhang Zifan to go into a trance for a moment. Pust. Taking advantage of this gap, he directly slashed 5 bloody marks on his chest with a claw. Ouch. It hurts like hell. Relay, quick relay. Guan Yu's battle spirit flowed as he carried his greatsword and went, the cold light flashing and the wind whistling. Although the speed was fast, it was still difficult to touch the female ghost in red for a single minute. She clenched her silver teeth and then unleashed her battle technique, violently slashing out a cracking wave. The female ghost in red unleashed the misery scream skill, creating a substantial sonic attack with a mental influence. The crack wave was easily dispersed and quickly came in with sharp claws. Sekiyuki rushed back to her senses and subconsciously blocked her sword grill in front of her body, blocking the attack stiffly, unable to stop herself from taking a few steps backward. Dang! If it wasn't for her outstanding skill, she would only have been caught in a wound like Zhang Zifen. Damn it, the rank gap is a bit big. Guan Yu was a bit unconvinced, but her gaze was grave. Zhang Zifen yelled, "Fight but fight but fight. Close the door and release the schoolmarm." Li Xiao blanked him and prepared to strike. But just then, Wang Qingyuan's figure, however, blocked in front of her. "Let me try. Old Wang, aren't you only LV2 level? Don't mess around, it'll kill you." Zhang Zifen grimaced in pain. Sekiyuki glanced at him, wanting to persuade him as well, but inexplicably looking forward to it. Li Xiao was about to open her mouth, but Wang Qingyuan had already come to the forefront, so she stopped for the time being and once again gripped the staff in her hand, deciding to be ready to rescue at any time in a moment of life and death. The red-robed ghost's empty gaze turned. It seemed to have sensed the teenager's low rank as well, and made a mocking sound. Wang Qingyuan gently exhaled, an invisible shock emanating, as if he was a different person at this moment. Die! The red-clothed female ghost floated around, and then suddenly attacked. A few people's hearts lifted. Next, White Crane Boy. Borrow the law and descend. Wang Qingyuan steeply opened his eyes, the face of the White Crane child appeared on his face, and his costume covered his original costume. You have to look 7 times as good as you look. It is best played as an opera face. But as the system is gradually upgraded, it gradually stops being such a hassle later on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Zifen burst out. Guan Yu and Li Xiao were also quite surprised and even a bit shocked, because just for a moment, they clearly felt a strong pressure appear, as if some kind of powerful existence had appeared. Immediately, Guan Yu's eyes widened round in disbelief as she looked behind Wang Qingyuan. That's what? With wisps of smoke rising, a 3-meter Dharma body actually coalesced. At this very moment, Wang Qingyuan decisively ceded control of his body so that he wouldn't really get killed. The White Crane child's upper body substituted for the fight, and his Dharma body solidified, and his raging breath erupted, scaring away all the ghosts and monsters hidden in the shadows. The female ghost in red felt the same fear, but still the witless one hissed and came, letting out an unbearably appalling scream as it drifted eerily in a dangling motion. But before it could get close, its body abruptly stopped in midair, no longer able to move the slightest bit. The White Crane child's Dharma body stretched out its arm and pinched its neck, locking it firmly in place. The female ghost in red struggled violently, but could not make much noise. The White Crane child's eyes were cold, without the slightest bit of compassion for the ghost, and the force of his palm gradually increased. It burst open with a pang. The red-clothed female ghost was crushed on the spot, without the slightest room to fight back. What? Zhang Zifen man was directly dumbfounded. Guan Yu and Li Xiao were even more open-mouthed, not just shocked at the mysterious Dharma they don't recognize. Similarly, he was also shocked that Wang Qingyuan had killed a LV11 level ghost creature in seconds with a LV2 level. There was a whole 9 levels of difference. Is this possible to do? And yet, the facts are right in front of us. The moment Wang Qingyuan stared back in the image of a White Crane child, it actually also made a few people's breathing stop for a moment, as if they were being stared at by some powerful existence that could not be messed with. Even the pores are open. That Dharma body. What kind of existence was it? Whoosh! The White Crane child killed the rise, manipulating the body speedily sweeping the nearby ghosts, lifting the hand between the easy to kill. The ghostly creatures were startled, calling out that they were haunted people, and fled frantically in all directions. This raw way of exterminating ghosts directly gave several people a petrified look in place. Dare I say that, playing God's way, is the most ruthless. In just 2 minutes, all the ghosts in the vicinity were dead, not even the Big Dipper steps were worthy of the White Crane child walking out. Wang Qingyuan regained control of his body, his heart thumping. Even in the state of divine substitute fighting, he was able to feel the whole thing with a complete perspective. It was beyond exciting. In the moment of the upper body, a qualitative leap in bodily functions and strength was ushered in, and it was not at all a maneuver that a newbie professional could make. So good. Wang Qingyuan couldn't get enough of feeling the joy of battle. Your level increased to LV3. Your level increased to LV4. Your level increased to LV5. His level skyrocketed, bucking Zhang Zifen and reaching LV8, leveling up with Guan Yu. The female ghost in red was enough to provide more than half of the experience value. This is the charm of the over-the-top fight. In the early stages of the awakening profession, upgrading is actually a very easy thing to do, and it doesn't taper off until LV30. What makes a genius is the ability to go beyond the level of challenge and gain experience that far exceeds the value of other professionals. Those who always have a smooth transition and are unwilling to touch the danger end up with a mediocre life. Wang Qingyuan felt the power traveling throughout his body. Perhaps, next time, we can try asking those 2 greats among ghosts to come up and pinch hit. Wang Qingyuan was vaguely excited. There are many mythological records of the White Crane Boy, who was the highest disciple of the Kunlun Mountain Nangji immortal Wang, and even the Erlangdad Yang Jian, Nezet and Sun Wukong had to call him senior brother when they met him. However, what he was currently summoning out was only the ghosts and gods that opened the way for the head of the official general in the folklore stories. Maybe the White Crane Kid has a high ceiling. However, in the aspect of killing ghost professionals, it is still far from being comparable to official general head. When Wang Qingyuan came back to his senses and his thoughts, several people were looking at him with a subtle look. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 6, The Rakshasa Woman, Evil Jade. A few people looked like they were looking at monsters. The battle power system displayed by Wang Qingyuan was something that completely subverted their concepts. Like a summoner. Yet fundamentally different from a summoner. Not only did the special being invited have explosive battle power, even he himself received an overshooting boost that didn't match his level as a result. It's practically open. The most important. What is that Dharma body? Old Wang. So you're so fierce. I was worried about revealing your scars and didn't dare to ask in detail, but you've hidden it so deeply. Zheng Zifen wailed, forgetting that he was still injured. Student Wang, the figure that appeared just now, could it be our Yanxia's god? Guan Yu came up and asked. Wang Qingyuan nodded. I'll explain it to you later. Their knowledge of the history of the myth is imperfect, and even if they wanted to explain its origins, they wouldn't know where to start, but would instead get more and more confused. Only when Wang Qingyuan himself, by virtue of the playing God's way, had struck a position that could not be ignored in the Yanxia country, and even globally, could he truly make the vision of the recovery of the Eastern gods an important step forward. Leaving the replica, several people had more or less gained something. Guan Yu exchanged microchat friends with Wang Qingyuan before leaving. Zheng Zifen, on the other hand, used the reason of a schoolmate's exertion to forcefully drag Li Xiao to go on a shopping date. Having dabbled in a difficulty level copy for nothing, Wang Qingyuan was in a good mood. After leveling up to LV 10, he was able to initially take on some small quests to earn money. Would have liked to get in another copy. But I still can't get enough 1000 Yensha coins. Borrowing money doesn't want to open its mouth. The main thing is that it's not always possible to reach LV 10 in one pass through the hard level. It takes at least 2,000 Yensha coins is enough to feed most ordinary families for a month. Anyway, there's no rush, take your time. Chuani Road, Subway Station Line 9. Wang Qingyuan was almost squeezed into a meat cake by two Amazons, and in the crowd, I don't know who took an elbow strike and cursed, but I only heard their voices and didn't see them. A couple of downtown stations are always so crowded that there's no morning or evening rush hour to speak of. In the next second, just as he was being ravaged by Big Mother, Wang Qingyuan's eyes flinched as he suddenly felt a flash of a strong ghostly aura. Da 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 da. The subway arrived at the station before the doors opened, and the sound of heels running sharply reached his ears. Out of sight. An imperial lady in a trench coat with long black silk legs was charging towards the ghostly black shadow in a swooping stance. Waist-length hair danced while her right hand reached for her waist and drew out a tang sword that blossomed with cold light. Evil means killing. It was too fast for the naked eye to react. The moment the name of the skill was exported, the ghostly creature had already been chopped into several pieces and was instantly annihilated. Anum. Dong. The woman sheathed her knife, then lit a lady's cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The woman's face was cool and full of disgust that made you want to stop and have a strong urge to have your face stomped on by her high heels. Damn ghosts, another massive invasion of reality. Within seconds, a group of police officers quickly ran over as well, pulling up a cordon to close off the scene. MS. Evil Jade. Are you okay? I'm fine, I just didn't expect ghosts to appear even in the subway station. It seems like I need to apply for a full inspection and extermination with the above. That. Good point about the money, just direct it to my account. MS. Wicked Jade, that's not what I wanted to talk about. You're not allowed to smoke on the subway. Tick-tock. The subway is running and about to leave. Wang Qingyuan's gaze never moved away from the woman. Not attracted to black silk legs. Rather, behind the woman named Evil Jade, there was actually a 5-meter giant with an illusory fiery red figure. A Rakshasa figure. The Rakshasa was lifelike and picturesque, as if he was about to go on a killing spree through the crowd at any moment. And the next moment, Copper Bell eyes met his for a split second. The tip of Wicked Jade's heel stomped out her cigarette, looking back at the subway car that had already left the station, her eyes narrowing slightly. Why does it feel like someone saw it? Back to the dorms. Wang Qingyuan quickly searched for words related to Evil Jade. Rakshasa woman, Evil Jade. Occupation, Rakshasa. Seibei City, Ghost Killing Division, Team Leader Number 2. Inflamed Sakura Mixed. Height, 178 centimeters. The first place in the most wanted face stomped on by feet poll in 2022 in Saikyo area. Ghost Killer Section. Wang Qingyuan has seen in the daily newspaper, is a new organization established in January this year. All other information is not known. Think it is not much merit for the time being. As for that Rakshasa, rather, it didn't make him feel too much. Just simply felt curious. In the middle of the next 2 days, Wang Qingyuan dabbled in another copy, while spending a huge amount of money to single brush a normal level copy. LV 10 as expected. The minimum level at which you can take a quest has been reached. Without the money for a few meals, he didn't even return to his dormitory before hoofing it to the center of the mission hall. Mission hall. The crowds were not as dramatic as downtown, but not at all bad. Regardless of their level, all professionals would prefer to come here to earn some extra money. In addition to being able to make money, there is of course a more important factor. That is, after registering their identity, the professional will receive a medal. With the number of tasks completed and the score, you can continuously upgrade. The community is extremely recognized. The gold content of this medal, fame and fortune is not a luxury. The one in Wang Qingyuan's hand was a bronze medal with the lowest rank. This is followed by silver, gold, black diamond, and the patriarch. Above the sovereign, one is already quite established and respected, and is able to participate in a number of important missions. As for Wang Qingyuan, who was a bronze boy, he swept a whole big circle in the taskbar before he managed to find a task with a commission of 600 to exorcise demons for the publisher. Not really, but he didn't have a choice. I'm going to take this mission. Hello, please give me the medal for a moment. The lady at the front desk helped with the registration and returned it quickly. The location of the mission is at 1 to 353, Xinjiang Street. Please rush there immediately. The exorcism ceremony should be starting soon. Thanks. Wang Qingyuan took the medallion, then asked, are the traveling expenses reimbursed? What about the newspaper? Okay, I'll take a cab then. When we arrived at the designated location, it was a self-built villa. The owner should have a little money. Wang Qingyuan then realized that this was a public quest that could be taken by many people at the same time. The mission of 600 yen xia coins came to more than 10 people. Priests with Bibles, daffodils with gongs on their backs, old men wearing sunglasses and pretending to be blind, and teenage girls fiddling with tarot cards, are all clear of godly men. I have to say the industry is still pretty rolled up, but Wang Qingyuan doesn't care, as long as he can make the money is better than anything. Only, the ghostly aura that flowed around this villa didn't seem to be something that could be solved with 600 yen xia coins. At this point, somewhere, behind a figure, a pair of pitch-black eyes abruptly opened. P.S. Please comment, please urge more. If there are more comments and urges, you can add more to 10,000 words. Chapter 7, The Great Black Buddha Mother. The crowd followed the butler into the villa, came to the bed of a bedridden middle-aged man. Through the steward's instructions, the crowd learned of his condition. The middle-aged man, named Zhang Shengchang, accidentally hit the evil 1 week ago and fainted on the spot. I thought I could gradually regain my energy after waking up, but I didn't realize that my physical quality was instead weakening day by day, and now I can't even get out of bed. So he suspected that perhaps there was a lingering resentment or ominous aura that had not left his body. So turned to the mission center and asked for the help of a professional. Tasks like exorcism are not that difficult for professional counterparts, as the probability is that there is no need to fight. It's just a matter of singing and chanting, banging on the gongs and drums, and dispersing the ominous. Several people scrambled to get extra pay. Lord, give me the power to dispel evil. The sun is setting in the west. The sky is dark. Hey, 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 hey. The old man counts with his fingers. Everyone here has a blood disaster. Why don't we burn some paper money to send it off first? From the Revelations of the Tarot. A bunch of people were chattering around the bed, each exerting their abilities, making a racket as if they were at a fair. Zhang Shengchang was still a bit spirited, but he was startled by the gong of the dancing god and fainted with a tilt of his head. The age of the professionals present was generally over 30. The fact that they were still taking bronze-level quests at such an age was enough to show that they weren't professional and were mostly scraping by to make a living. The butler nodded in satisfaction as he saw his master pass out, thinking the exorcism had worked. Good for you. Wang Qingyuan was not involved. He had the white crane boy's magic eyes, and although he couldn't see so truly in the state without his upper body, he could still tell the difference. The reason why Zhang Xingchang's vitality was weak was not because evil was in his body. He did not have too many problems of his own. The real evil spirits are mostly in this villa, or people who are closely related to it. Housekeeping can be ruled out first. Wang Qingyuan asked, Uncle, is there anyone else in this villa? Uncle Butler replied, and Madam and Mademoiselle, and 2 nannies. Can I go check it out? Madam and Mademoiselle are out. The nanny is home. Wang Qingyuan was suspicious and decided to find it himself. Looking back at Zhang Shengchang, who was already spilling white foam from the corners of his mouth, he shook his head helplessly and decided to act quickly. On the other side, the business district, not far from the villa, comes alive at the height of the night. There are not only iron flowers and acrobatic performances, but also groups of rice planting teams. The whole street is lively and vibrant. By the stalls, a woman and child are interacting and making strange gestures with their hands. Say it with me at Fire Buddha Shuichi, Heart Sam Mu. Mom, this spell will bring good luck to our family. The woman went into a bit of a trance, but quickly returned to normal. The wry smile on the girl's face flickered away, returning to her innocent look. Mom, those professionals who go to the house to exorcise demons are so annoying, I don't like them. The girl pouted. Nan, Dad is very unwell at the moment, we need to get him better as soon as possible. The woman touched her forehead. It feels like you have a bit of a fever, or let's go back. Nan shook her head, then gently touched her stomach and looked up, innocently asking, Mom, how long before my brother meets me? I can't wait a little bit. Soon enough, you'll be a sister from now on, be good to your brother. The woman rubbed her stomach and had a happy smile on her face. The two men weaved through the crowd with their big hands holding their little hands. Nan's bright eyes were always on the bulging pregnant belly, and then, the eyes steeped all black and the whites of the eyes were gone. My sweet boy, can't wait to eat him yet. Now. Wang Qingyuan squinted his eyes and followed the gradually thickening ghostly aura, arriving in the middle of the business district. Think it's right around the corner. His eyes focused in one direction, spinning into the image of a white crane child. In such a lively place, no one would care about his odd attire and just think he was cosplaying. Ordinary people were quite sensitive to the presence of evil spirits, let alone Wang Qingyuan who had a god in his body. Unless some bizarre thing of a high grade is able to do so and hide it from the world. At last, within the white crane child's overpowering Dharma eyes, he captured exactly where the ghostly creature was. Gee, gotcha. Wang Qingyuan blended into the ranks of the twisting rice planting song, his gleaming eyes locked onto the little girl, releasing the ferocious opportunity to kill the ghost. And that's when the little girl lurched to her feet, feeling like she was being watched by something terrible. Nav! The girl panicked and began to fidget and her expression became somber, deadly staring into the opposite crowd, a figure that was gradually approaching. The Dharma body behind Wang Qingyuan floated, releasing a thick pressure. Upon appearing in the girl's line of sight, the two met in four eyes. Wang Qingyuan's eyes steeply changed into vertical pupils. It's like a hunter finding his prey. Step on the astral deities and the 7 stars. Mom! The girl clutched at her coat, her body shaking uncontrollably. Nav! What's wrong, Nan? Mommy, I'm scared. Tread. Wang Qingyuan refused the white crane boy's request to get on top. You can't get on top of this situation at the moment, because he will whack the ghost with the little girl and leave nothing alive. Wang Qingyuan's breath was released, trying to force the ghosts out of her body through intimidation. However, due to the illusory nature of the Dharma, his behavior looked like bullying, terrorizing helpless little girls to others around him, and it seemed rather excessive. The drumming of the rangers came to a screeching halt. The drummer questioned loudly, Asshole, who let you bully kids? Which rice planting team are you from? Boom! Wang Qingyuan saw that deterrence was useless and could not bear it. The white crane child breath exploded, the lines of narrow eyes slanting, overbearing, ghosts in God's fear. The little girl who had been so pitiful was instantly hideous. The whites of the eyes dissipated and became black. Damned fellow, you dare to spoil this Buddha mother's good deed. The ghostly creature chose not to pretend any longer, making twin eerie noises with the help of the little girl's body, black veins extending from its eyes. Everyone was taken aback by the suddenness of the situation, including her mother. Buddha's mother. Through this keyword, Wang Qingyuan quickly associated it with a certain folk belief in ghosts. Turning to see the woman's bulging pregnant belly again, confirmation came to his mind. So you're hitting on this unborn baby? Wang Qingyuan sneered. The great black Buddha mother. From the Buddhist myth of the Oni mother goddess. During his lifetime, he unexpectedly went into labor during a Buddhist lecture, and none of the 100 devotees came to his aid, leading to the eventual death of the fetus. With dead babies, they fall into the hungry ghost path and become ghost mothers. So she became resentful and made a poisonous vow to have all her children buried with her, and thereafter kept searching for newborns to feed her children. From the mythology. It's a ghostly creature with deep karma and no weakness. What possessed the little girl at the moment was mostly just a strand of resentment. With this in mind, Wang Qingyuan no longer hesitated, but raised the deterrent power to incomparably strong. In the big black Buddha mother's resentful perspective, itself seemed to shrink countless times, and the white crane child's terrifying face occupied its entire space. Compared to countless evil spirits, that's the real big terror. Chapter 8, Ghost Killing Section. Wang Qingyuan's mana surged up and his strong aura instantly swept out. Under such a strong pressure, the big black Buddha mother's resentment pulled away from the little girl's body and turned into a wisp of black smoke that chirped. Fire Buddha Shuichi, heart Sahib Mu. The girl fainted, but was only weak and not life-threatening. The woman was in a bit of a trance and should have been slightly affected as well. Now that it's settled, there's no point in leaving it behind. However, there doesn't seem to be any way to go about claiming extra pay for just acting this way. It would be nice not to get reported for child abuse. Before the scene became chaotic, Wang Qingyuan took off at a fiery speed. Back to the villa. A group of magi sang and danced, and I don't know which one had an effect. Zhang Xingchang's complexion obviously improved, at least he was alive. However, Wang Qingyuan did not feel that this was the end, because the great black Buddha mother has set her sights on the mistress's soon-to-be-born baby, and will inevitably find a way to come back again. I was paid 600 yensha coins, as expected. It was only then that Wang Qingyuan realized that this kind of public bronze-level quests were many times almost as good as being given for nothing. Sort of a pick-me-up. Keeping a quiet eye out, he left the area. He couldn't find the Great Black Buddha Mother's original body, so he wasn't going to waste his efforts. In the mission hall, the bronze-level quests were really cluttered, even the quest to help an old granny find a cat, and the commission was only a pitiful 50 yen xia coins, not enough to waste time. After looking around and not finding any more suitable ones, I had no choice but to give up. When you go to the front desk to get reimbursed for cab fare, Wang Qingyuan asked, "Beautiful woman, may I ask, is there any way for me to skip the bronze? To cross the level to perform the silver mission? Sir, you can choose to take on more quests or level up to LV 20. Nissy said, or, there is a silver medallion holder who would like to take the initiative and invite you to join the team. Okay. Wang Qingyuan was a bit helpless. It seemed like he shouldn't have asked this one more time. None of the conditions are in place. At this time, an office building. Ghost killing section. 6 newborn babies have already gone missing this month, and if this happens again, we're probably going to have to shut down the ghost killing division before we can make a big splash. A dandy leans lazily against the back of a chair, playing with an emerald green jade trigger in his hand. Without realizing it, the Great Black Buddha Mother has developed a small faith in the city, and has even come up with some kind of blessing spell? The bald man wiped his reflective brain, feeling a bit puzzled by the thought. In front of a computer screen, the young girl with panda eyes, short white hair, and a delicate, boneless figure, like a small ghost, said in a breathless voice. The ghostly power of the Great Black Buddha Mother is so strong that every believer can become its vessel. If we can't find its original body in time, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. The teenage girl operated quickly, pulling up a surveillance screen. I've extracted surveillance footage with eerie fluctuations near Qingjiang Street, and with a comparison of mouths, I can confirm that it's the incantation of the Great Black Buddha Mother, so everyone can take a look at it first. The video plays and is very noisy commercial area. Where the woman and the little girl are located, the picture shakes frequently, as if there is some kind of magnetic influence. The bald man was somewhat enraged, this dead old black, actually possessing a little girl. Is there any public morality left? Playboy said, it looks like we need to focus on protecting this family. The Great Black Buddha Mother has her eye on this woman's child. Old me is going to day it. The bald man's teeth itched with anger. The dandy looked at him, human nature. Video acceleration. At this point, the little girl, who was walking normally, suddenly became panicked, and the fluctuations in the surveillance screen became even more violent. The eyes were dead set somewhere in the crowd. Seeing this, several people were a bit surprised and very concerned about what was causing the girl's change in status. So there was a flurry of fighting. All that followed was, a man with ink drawn on his face and holding Rui in both hands was approaching with a mighty astral step. A theater singer? How did you get mixed up in the rice planting team? Ha! There seems to be something odd about him, like he's headed straight for the girl. This guy shouldn't be. Did he realize the little girl was possessed? Boy, what kind of image is this? Why does it feel kind of handsome? There seems to be an unusual aura about this person as well. The screen carries on. The mysterious face-painted man's mighty pressure was so strong that it seemed to completely shock the possessed girl, who actually didn't dare to move at all. Next, he steeply took another step, his raging aura erupted, and he could vaguely see the illusory Dharma body of some kind of existence. What? Several people in the office were shocked. Even the imperial sister Wicked Jade, who was always smoking, took off the small round sunglasses on her nose and looked at the surveillance screen with a grave expression. All of the monitors in the country of Yanxia are specially designed to capture unique magnetic fields and energies to a limited extent. The white crane child Dharma body behind Wang Qingyuan was naturally also vaguely visible to them. White, rewind the screen. Evil Jade said. The nerdy white-haired girl did as she was told. Video. It stopped at the moment when the white crane child's Dharma body appeared. Wicked Jade leaned in close to the screen, deadpan. The next moment, the white crane child in the screen even abruptly looked askance, infinite ghostly majesty threw the screen out. Boom! The Rakshasa behind the evil Jade instantly awakened, condensing into an incomparably ferocious red energy that materialized behind her. The invisible storm that swept through her blew her long hair away and office papers littered the floor. Those present were taken aback, not knowing what was happening. Wicked Jade, however, was stunned and, a moment later, a somewhat perverted smile appeared on his face. Had interesting. Just at the moment when the white crane child's gaze struck, she couldn't control her scalp, her pores stretched, and even Rakshasa was awakened uncontrollably. Not to be outdone, this is fear no doubt. However, it's not the fear that comes with the gap in rank. Rather, it is a natural suppression that develops between beings or spirits of different dimensions. Put it simply, Rakshasa fears the white crane child. This guy, who the hell is he? Sister Jade. Shabai, find out about this person for me. Evil Jade resumed her seat back at her desk and speculated, that thing behind him might be born to be the nemesis of evil spirits. Night. Widow Wang Qingyuan stays alone in her dormitory. Zhang Zifen's pursuit in the last 2 days had been very strong, and he should be on the verge of getting his schoolmate. As for Guan Yu, the two of them hadn't contacted each other since they had added friends, and were probably working hard on leveling up. Wan Qingyuan is not panicked, the pre-fall is not considered to be a fall, and will soon catch up. It's only after a certain level that it's incredibly tough to move up a level. At that time, a gap of 1 or 2 levels was enough to make a person waste half of his life. As the night wears on, Wang Qingyuan fell into a deep sleep and decided to try his luck again tomorrow in the mission hall. Level up to silver as early as possible, take on quests and make money steadily. Chapter 9, the year is coming to an end. In the east, a sliver of fishbelly white rises. Wang Qingyuan draped himself in the morning light and went out, intending to go to the Buddhist store to purchase some things. My mother, Jiang Shulan, called early in the morning. As the year draws to a close, families begin to prepare for the Yu-Gi-Oh event, throwing out large sums of money. The esteemed third uncle tossed the chalice early. Respectfully asked the God General if he is descending to the mortal world this year. The son of spiritual officer Marshal Ma, the son of the Grand Prince of Huaguang, loves QQ candies. The son of the Wufu Dadi Xian Linggong, Zhang Dishirzi, loves to smoke huazi and comes when given cigarettes. Son of Duke Ling Zhao Gongming, Jia Shizhi has been living in a house for 5 years, and this year he finally agreed to come out, but to make a gorgeous dress. The second son of Zhang also came this year, and the gods and generals of each family came together to approach the number of thousands. So there's a lot of the rest of the messy and trivial stuff. Wang Qingyuan in the big city, easy to buy, simply buy a full male home. He couldn't help but look forward to some. This year's tour of the gods is sure to be unprecedented. Although it is a Buddhist store, it sells a variety of things, and there are 7 or 8 things needed for folklore activities. Almost the entire half day or so was spent bouncing around Buddhist stores, silk stores, fireworks stores, and other places. After a few weeks it was finally sort of bought complete and mailed out without any problems. Was about to head for the mission hall when a familiar voice called out to him. Wang Qingyuan. Looking back, the one who greeted him was a girl with a pretty face and a beautiful figure, and she was carrying an exaggeratedly shaped large sword behind her, which was inexplicably appropriate instead of incongruous. Sekiyuki was dressed in a white tracksuit, her dark hair whipping with the breeze, like a beautiful girl who had stepped out of a manga. I saw you just now on the other street, buying a lot of stuff for special occasions. Is it something you're going to do? Guan Yu usually didn't greet people too much, but she was interested in Wang Qingyuan, who had a layer of mystery and couldn't help but ask. The old family is going to hold a god tour at the end of the year, so I'll buy some things to send back. Wang Qingyuan said. Wandering god activity? Guan Yu had heard of some of this, but didn't know much about it, and subconsciously asked, can outsiders go? Sure. You want to come? Well, I would love to get a taste of the unique local culture. That's going to be a while, so I'll contact you then. Okay. Sekiyuki asked, what are you going to do now? To the mission hall? Yes, but I'm still bronze, I can't take any quests, so I'll just earn some meal money. Wang Qingyuan said bitterly. Sekiyuki smiled, then flashed the silver badge on his chest. I'm silver, going on a silver quest together? Okay. Wang Qingyuan naturally agreed, not rubbing white. Besides, it is not like not contributing. Let's go then. I happen to have taken on a ghost killing mission, and I was feeling a bit overwhelmed, so it's just as well that you came along. The two hit it off and formed an impromptu team. Make small talk on the way. Guan Yu's family is well off, and still seems to have been passed down from generation to generation from ancient times, dating back to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. Wang Qingyuan associated with something and asked a mouthful of the ancestral spirit plaques enshrined in her home. The answer I got was, Marquis of Hanzhou Ting, Guan Yu. Wang Qingyuan secretly smacked his lips. It did not occur to him that Guan Yu's ancestor was this loyal and righteous Guan Airmaster. However, I was able to tell from her description. Even families that have been passed down from generation to generation are a bit vague and know very little about their too long past history. The stories that have been passed down are all related to loyalty and righteousness, and not much in terms of marching and fighting instead. Sekiyuki asked, knowing that he had an opinion on history. Guan Yu, was my ancestor, in the history of Yanxia, really strong? My second brother is invincible. Of course, Wang Qingyuan would not say this, but only thought about it briefly before selectively illustrating some key events that were clearly documented, but vague and uncertain in this world. Warm wine beheads Hua Xiong, 1,000-mile ride, 5 passes and 6 generals, flooding 7 armies. After a brief description, also combined with folk tales and the successive enthronement of the matter, confirming the title of the final Zheng Yishan Wu Lingyu Rinyang Weixian, protect the country and protect the people of the sincerity of Sui Jing Yizan Xuanda Guan Sheng Dadi, and is worshipped by the people as the god of wealth. Sekiyuki was smart, but felt completely confused even after hearing it like that. These words were completely upside down in everything she had imagined, and they didn't even feel quite real. However, the stories that came out of Wang Qingyuan's mouth were the ones that grabbed her appetite to death, causing her eyes that were originally a bit cold to become bright at the moment. After all, it was about the history of her ancestors, and even if it was false, she loved to hear it. Wang Qingyuan also knew that she wouldn't be able to understand what was said in too much detail, so he was all about briefly explaining the process. But at the same time there is some gloom inside. The great summer, history and mythological destruction is so serious, if it goes on like this, it will not take many years, will be completely recognized as empty as a country without bones? This was an ending that Wang Qingyuan did not want to see. Sekiyuki suddenly thought of something at that moment, then asked, Brother Qingyuan, if you have time next week, can you come to my house? Seeing that Wang Qingyuan froze for a moment, she hurriedly explained, one of my grandfather's old friends has set up a new archaeological squad in recent years, and has made some novel discoveries in many places and tried to recover history through various ancient materials, but the progress has always been slow. If you're interested. Interested? Wang Qingyuan lifted his spirits, he was agonizing over this matter, and there was absolutely no reason to reject someone with the same aspirations. Recovering the history and gods of Yanxia is not something he can do alone, and requires complete information as well as antiquities to prove that these characters and stories have existed in this long history and great nation. Well, then, we have a deal, and Grandpa would love to hear those stories. Sekiyuki bloomed into a smile that was charming. Silver-level quests weren't that difficult, nothing more difficult than assisting the police in dismantling the ghosts in hiding. Guan Yu's upgrading speed was fast, already LV 14, his strength should not be underestimated. Throughout the mission, Wang Qingyuan only played a role in deterring the ghosts and did not make a move, but it was also more critical. An hour or so later, he could not help but be a little excited after successfully getting the 3,000 Yanxia coin commission. It was so easy for professionals to make money. On the verge of parting, Guan Yu asked, Brother Qingyuan, you should be at LV 10, right? Wang Qingyuan nodded. Are you going to the Ghost Tide Attack tomorrow? Ghost Tide Attack battle? Wang Qingyuan was confused and had never heard of it at all. Sekiyuki explained. All replicas will experience a small spatial disruption every month. This disruption will lead to an influx of ghostly creatures and is a good time for professionals to upgrade. It's a little more dangerous, but together we can help each other and it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I can't believe this is still happening. Wang Qingyuan thought briefly before deciding to go along. After all, for professionals, upgrading was the top priority. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. And, in a situation where the number of ghosts is large enough, official general's head is the most suitable to come out and make a statement. Then, see you tomorrow. Chapter 10 Large-scale copies. In the center of the replica, a large number of professionals poured in, all rushing towards the Ghost Tide Attack battle. The vast majority were newcomers, and an atmosphere of tension and excitement pervaded, giving them the thrill of a 10,000-man siege. With the Ghost Tide Attack battle, several replicas will be temporarily merged into one brand new large replica, large enough to hold thousands of people. It's a real, big battle. However, the large replica formed by this chaos can only be entered by level LV 10 LV 20, due to the addition of many LV 80 level or higher powerhouses to keep the replica stable. The entrance price had doubled to a full 3,000 Yanxia coins. Wang Qingyuan wanted to cry. Commissions not yet warmed up or spent like this. However, this is a rare opportunity indeed, and even 5,000 is money well spent. Old wine, I'll see you in the replica, don't ever karma it. Zhang Zifen was peachy and patted his shoulder. Guan Yu said, it's a pity that this copy is randomly teleported, it seems like it's going to be hard for us to team up. It's fine, old Wang's level is a little lower, but his strength is above ours. If we're lucky, we might be able to run into each other inside. Zhang Zifen had spent a high price to build a pair of fist blades, and at this point, he was already a bit eager to try it out. Brother Qingyuan, be careful then. Guan Yu instructed. Good, you too. Hearing Guan Yu change her title, Zhang Zifen looked at the two suspiciously before smiling lewdly. Wang Qingyuan naturally knew what kind of stuff he was thinking about, but was too lazy to bother and just said, all things considered. Without any further hesitation, with a thought, his body was sucked in by the spatial vortex and entered the copy. The other side. The powerhouses who were maintaining the stability of the replica with a constant flow of energy also began to chat idly. Not bad, really good. Looking at these vigorous young professionals, it also reminds the old man of the lofty years back then. Time is really like a fast horse, in a flash a few of us have become old guys. You're the one who's old, I'm not old, I still plan to use 10 years to break through to LV 100 level and live some more years. Oldly, you're over 70 years old, you should have lived long enough, right? Why don't you buy a coffin earlier and lie in it, and make way for the people behind you? What's the point of staying alive? Joe Dashi, what's it to you if I die? I ate your rice. Believe it or not, I'll just lie on the ground and blackmail you for $30 to $50 million? As if anyone doesn't know how to lie down? I'm also 68 years old, let's see who can lie longer. Just try it. Try it. You guys knock it off. At that moment, a chorus of voices interrupted the quarrel between the two, and the cacophony came to an abrupt end. You're 60 or 70 years old, why are you still acting like a child? Can't you learn from me and be a little more mature? The one who spoke was a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, who was pinching her hands on her waist, beaming her cheeks, and scolding in a milky voice. Seeing this child, the two needle-sharp old men, their expressions eased up at once, their old eyes filled with favor. That's right, this old Lee too. How come he can't be as understanding as this good granddaughter of mine? Joe Dahi picked her up and baby bumped her. Don't scream, Nui Nui is my granddaughter too. Hurry up and let me hug her too. You're her god-grandfather, I'm a pro. How cocky is the kiss? Give me a hug. Roll the ball. You get out. Seeing that the two ingrates were about to quarrel again, the old man, who had never spoken, sighed helplessly, knocked on his pipe, and said, "The copies are already open. Better hurry up and maintain your respective stalls. If something goes wrong, don't blame the city lord for ripping your heads off." The two old men sniffed and glared at each other before concentrating on coaxing the child. Such a situation was sort of an everyday occurrence between the two of them, and the crowd had long since seen it, and by the end of the night they must have been acting like brothers again. A few people dressed plainly, walking down the street is no different from the ordinary old man. There is a strong delusion. But if a student from a higher institution of learning were here, he or she would recognize it immediately. The old man knocking on his pipe was the deputy head of Jingwei City, known as the Great Virtue Confucian Sage, LV. 91 level tyrannical blood martial artist, Wan Derong. As for old Li, his name was Li Zhang, the president of Tianlong University, a LV. 88 level explosive inferno mage. Zhou Dashi is the director of Shanguo University, LV. 87 level black tiger transformation master. The rest of the people present were more or less the same, but they were still a bit worse compared to these three. Gwendolyn said, Saikyo City has a good seedling of professionals this year, and both of you are also senior members of the university, so you can do a good job of searching for them, and select a few good special enrollment in advance. Li Zhang said, that's why I'm here. The monster class opened by Tianlong University this year. I've been searching around for a long time, and there are only 4 students. I'm going to expand the number to 7 or 8 first this year, just enough to reach the minimum number of enrollment for the Huashan martial arts competition. What monster class? Calling it a free class is more like it. Zhou Dashi said. Old Zhou, don't be unconvinced. The ones I recruited are all dragons and phoenixes among people. One is more perverted than the other. Early next year's Huashan martial arts competition, the champion Tianlong University, will take it for sure. Perverted? How perverted can it be? Can it still be more powerful than that dragon-transforming kid from the Northeast Chung family? Li Zhang stared. That kid succeeded in transforming into a dragon? Already can be transformed, Grandma. If we have him in the battle this year, our universities are all finished. There is no one who can fight. Damn it, the old Chang family, who have been snakes all their lives, have pulled out a dragon. Once he heard this, Li Zhang also deflated a bit. That brat, relying on his dragon transformation, has gone around committing all sorts of crimes and misdeeds, and he doesn't even put me in his sights. Zhou Dashi's teeth itched with anger when he remembered that beaten face. I don't believe that in this huge Yanxia, there isn't a single person who dares to whip his dragon tendon. Li Zhang said. In any case, there's still some time before the martial arts competition, so wait a little longer, and a good seedling might be delivered to your door. Zhou Dashi sighed, I hope so. The two of them ended this topic, and Zhou Dashi dotingly stroked Nui Nui's head. Nui Nui, the inside of the copy has stabilized. Can you help Grandpa play the scene inside? Inuyasha bit his thumb and looked up innocently. Grandpa, I want a dragon tendon as a jump rope, is that okay? Good fellow, you want that kid's dragon tendon? No problem. When the time is ripe in the future, Grandpa will help you, okay? Okay, then pull the hook. Pull the hook. Zhou Dashi is used to lying to children. This is something he definitely did not do. If they really smoked that kid's dragon's tendon, a few old immortals of the Chang family would not go crazy. After eating the big cake drawn by her grandfather, Nui Nui's originally innocent and bright eyes suddenly became empty, and 2 beams of light appeared in her eyes, forming a light curtain in the void, and she was able to see the picture scenes in it with incomparable clarity. Some of the people behind him were amazed. Instead, Wan Delong looked away and took a sharp drag on his dry cigarette. Ghost World Origin? Chapter 11, Playing Games. Large copy. Wang Qingyuan was teleported to a desolate and dark zone. The bright moonlight was half covered by dark clouds of smoke. The wind blew the branches of the trees around them waving haphazardly, curling a whimpering sound as it passed through. From afar, you can see the size of the bulging graves, the weasel's eyes are glowing, and the crows are standing on the branches and letting out strange laughs. Everywhere reveals a sense of eeriness. Although there are many professionals entering, the copy is also large enough that it takes a certain probability to see other living people. But there's nothing wrong with going it alone. Wang Qingyuan raised his spirits and began to advance towards the zone where the ghostly aura was more dense. As he passed through the graveyard, a group of spectral ghostly creatures emerged, making sounds, but not daring to come too close to him. These things are of a very low grade and have no self-awareness, collectively known as clear wind, and will actively stay away from people with strong yang energy and a glowing face. Only people who work too much with their hands, or who are in poor health, are targeted by such things. Wan Qingyuan quickly passed through, not wanting to make a move. This kind of thing couldn't provide him with much experience value. In the middle of a copy. In addition to ghosts, there were not a few mountain spirits and fierce beasts, and in only 10 minutes or so of work, he had seen more than one. At that moment, at the corner of the rugged path, Wang Qingyuan stopped in his tracks. Under the shade of a dense tree, a broken and blood-stained Buddhist shrine was enshrined. A middle-aged woman with a chubby build was respectfully worshipping. She turned her head in confusion when she heard someone arrive. "Young man, are you lost?" Wang Qingyuan did not feel a ghostly aura on the other party's body. The replica is, in fact, sort of another world, and the presence of some NPC-like people isn't really surprising. "Hello, ma'am. Hello." The older woman made an odd gesture, folding the back of her hand and pinching her fingertips. Wang Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. Others might not know what it meant, but he had seen it with his own eyes. It's a gesture used to curse people. The same gesture as the Great Black Buddha Mother Believer. Gee, that thing wouldn't be hidden here, would it? Wang Qingyuan raised his interest and couldn't wait to have a couple of moves with this evil ghost. "My house is just down the road. Want to go for a cup of tea? Please, I'm sorry to bother you then." He was worried that he didn't have a clear route, and it was natural to follow the NPC closely when he triggered it. The big aunt walked in front, talking to herself about the short things of the parents, the son who was often paralyzed at home, the daughter-in-law who was filthy and messy, and the overbearing neighbor of the pig killer. The manner and rhythm of her speech is no different from that of the ordinary people, but the fluttering and weird feeling is always lingering. She's lying. Entering from the entrance of the village, he was able to see ghostly auras emanating from every house, and villagers of all sizes poked their half-heads out of their rooms, quietly peering in like emotionless mannequins. Haunted village. An old man on crutches, standing with his back arched in the middle of the empty road, asked in a hoarse voice. "Zhang's daughter-in-law, bringing your son friends to play again." The older woman laughed. He hadn't been in contact with people for too long and was bored at home, so he happened to run into the lost little brother and invited him to come and sit at home. With that, she twisted her head back around and smiled. "This is the room. I'd appreciate it if you'd talk to him and enlighten him." Wang Qingyuan stood in front of an old house with a large amount of ghostly aura wrapped around it, so he thought that there must be an evil spirit present inside. "No problem, auntie, I'll communicate with him properly." Wang Qingyuan revealed a kind smile. The older woman made another cursing gesture. Wang Qingyuan followed her example and returned the greeting, then pushed open the door and stepped into it. Outside, through the image created by Nui, someone in the back noticed his situation here. "Gotta, the first victim of the replica is about to appear. What's going on with this copy? I haven't scrubbed it before. Why, this place is called Coffin Village, and it's inhabited by a bunch of inhuman and ghostly fellows, and the aunt's son was infested with ghosts, and has been confined to that house ever since. And in order to keep her son, who has become a ghost, alive, she keeps inviting lost strangers to come home and become its food. In fact, to put it bluntly, as long as a professional with slightly stronger mental power, he will definitely not fall into her path. I didn't realize that this kid didn't even trigger the ghostly wall, so he directly followed her in. Pity, it's quite handsome." In the copy, the door to the room closed automatically with a pang. The room was cold, and right in the center, there was a broken coffin and nothing else. About the drama in this he didn't care. As long as they can provide themselves with experience value, it's good to kill them solo. "Hey, mommy's bringing me new food again. Ha. Some silly and eerie voice, ringing out from within the coffin, a definite killing intent could be felt. Wang Qingyuan's body shook, and the illusory Dharma body of the white crane child emerged, his face covering his face. Thud. He knocked 3 times on the coffin board. Then a pale hand poked out from it and pushed itself away, making a teeth-grinding sound. Evil ghosts can't wait to enjoy the food. And yet what comes to mind? Instead, it was an evil and imposing face in an opera costume that was looking over with a crooked head. "Hi, I'm the little buddy your mom found for you. Want to play a game together?" The evil spirit was a bit confused, and even ghostly asked the question. "Play what?" "Play fighting." Pang. Wang Qingyuan struck as swiftly as a thunderbolt, directly smashing its head with a punch, and its headless body lay back limply. Hey, fun. With the experience value in his pocket, he no longer played leisurely. After all, it was only 3,000 yen xia coins that bought him the entrance qualification, so he had to make good use of it. Push open the door. The older woman was talking to the older man. It was only about 10 seconds before he came out in one piece and with such a strange change of attire, and asked with immense suspicion. "Boy, isn't my son in there?" Wang Qingyuan said seriously. "Yes, we just played the game together." "Oh, yeah, so what brings you out? Was it a bad play date?" No, we had a great time." "So this is..." Wang Qingyuan scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. "I'm sorry auntie, we were having too much fun and your son it. Let me accidentally play with it." At those words, the atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. The older woman's face clouded over for a moment. However, before she could light up her blood bar, Wang Qingyuan violently pinched her face, squeezing it as if it were a vice in death. "Auntie, thank you for showing me the way, otherwise I don't know how long I have to walk to find so much experience. You." Wang Qingyuan pushed his palm hard and crushed the NPC alive, turned around and kicked the old man. His gaze was cold and bitter as he shouted towards the surroundings. "Don't hide, all of you, today, none of you can escape." Chapter 12 Naja. The so-called coffin village replica, the level wasn't that high, LV 5 LV 10 would be able to enter, and the difficulty wasn't as bad as a haunted house. Wang Qingyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense, no matter whether it was a person or a ghost, as long as he saw it, he was killed on the spot without mercy. That older woman would never have imagined that the person he tricked in would be such a ghost-killing master. Pffffffffffffff. Wang Qingyuan struck out viciously, topped with a face that people were afraid of, and ghosts shivered at the sight of ghosts went on a killing spree, and for a while they couldn't tell who was the real evil ghost. I need a weapon in my hands now. The three treasures jade ruin, provided by the white crane child's upper body, was not excellent in terms of combat, and it was not very smooth to use, or at least this divine power he could not utilize for the time being. But even so, the villagers in the village were also killed by him. Not a moment later they were all killed. Experience rose a lot, directly breaking through the LV 11 level. And just then, a figure leapt down from a high place and quickly approached Wang Qingyuan. Don't fight, good man. I'm a professional too, the man shouted. Wang Qingyuan's fist stopped at the tip of his nose, punching out a strong wind. Suddenly appearing, was a rather handsome-looking teenager with an ancient sword at his waist in offending position. Hello, my name is Guan Shua, I'd like to team up with you. The teenager hastened to give his name. Team up? Wang Qingyuan glanced at him and asked directly, after determining that he was a pure professional without a doubt. What's in it for me? Guan Shua said, I know the route with more experience in the duplicate, but I'm weak on my own. And I just happened to run into you nearby. You're good, so it's just right for us to be together. Me, LV 15 level swordsman, there's absolutely no problem with battle power. Wang Qingyuan pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. There was no harm in teaming up for him. After all, the percentage of experience value gained was determined by the output or assistance stats in battle. Everything comes from strength. Even if the other party had any ill intentions, he wasn't worried. Success. Wang Qingyuan responded. Where are we going next? Where there is water, there exists ancient temples. With the probability of ancient props and even relics of the gods appearing, there must be a lot of weirdness along the way, and one must team up to arrive safely. Where did you get this information? Hearing divine relics, Wang Qingyuan perked up a bit. My grandfather told me. Which one is your grandfather? Vice head of Jingwei City, great virtue Confucian sage, Guan Derong. Guan Shua patted his chest. Wang Qingyuan frowned, not realizing that the teenager in front of him had such a great origin. But the fact that he just bluntly introduced himself like that made him feel a little strange. Sensing Wang Qingyuan's doubt, Guan Shua said, Don't worry, I was born with a discerning eye, and I've always been an accurate judge of people since I was a child, so we'll definitely be able to work together happily. Wang Qingyuan didn't really care about this kind of thing and chose to believe it for the time being. And outside. Seeing this scene, Guan Derong couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. This stupid kid, when will he stop being so rash? Zhou Dashi laughed out loud and said, Elder brother Guan, this kid in your family has a good personality. I like it. Li Zhang asked, but is there really a so-called divine relic in the copy? Guan Derong sighed, not sure, I've only heard about it. In ancient times, a demon child named Nantua, either that or Naza, killed the Dragon King's son while frolicking by the water, flaying his skin. So the Dragon King was enraged and flooded Shentangwan. The story behind it is unknown. All that is known is that the demon child died by suicide and was subsequently resurrected by some miracle, leaving a temple in the middle of this place. I thought of asking him to help me to look up this information, and this little thing went so far as to say it directly. Hearing this, Zhou Dashi waved his hand and said, This is supposed to be a nebulous historical myth. Whether it's there or not is still uncertain. There's no need to care so much. I hope there is it. Guan Derong said, The history of Yanxia is like an empty shell. If there is no more supporting evidence to prove it, I am afraid that it will be completely reduced to a laughingstock. With that, he stroked his beard again and looked at Wang Qingyuan in the picture. On the contrary, this kid, what occupation has he awakened? It seems like it's pretty fierce. Guan Shua couldn't say anything about the news related to the god's relics, only a few keywords that he vaguely remembered. But with just that, Wang Qingyuan was also able to finish piecing it together and guessed that the so-called demonic child was more than likely Neza correctly. It made his mind reel. If this is indeed the case, I am afraid that the rewards of this trip will be beyond imagination. The two of them set their direction and traveled quickly towards their target place, and the bizarre things they encountered on the way were completely unable to stop their charge. Big brother, hard. Sekisaku is a bit of a social powerhouse and speaks with a big grin that contrasts with his clean-cut appearance. Wang Qingyuan also thought that he had some talent in recognizing people and would not look too far off. Ah. Zhou Min ah. Just then, a woman's shriek came from a nearby hollow. A raging ghostly aura could be felt coming from the surface, and it was at least LV 15 level or above. With the idea that experience is king, the two planned to go ahead and explore the situation, only to see a small group of 4 people ahead. One of them had already had half of his body chewed off by the ghost. A large-breasted woman with a twisted braid, her legs trembling in terror, couldn't even run away. The scream was from her. As for the other two, Wang Qingyuan recognized Rui Zhang and Smith. Zhang Rui awakened the healer profession, and her entire body shone with a glittering green light. Smith, who was a sorcerer, was so frightened by the vicious ghostly creature that his face went black, and both possessed his body to pull out his legs and run, not caring about the two women's deaths. This old black is in good physical condition and runs really fast. Guan Shuo said with a smile. Brother, save it or not? Look again. Wang Qingyuan didn't treat the people of the Black State country very well and was unwilling to come to the rescue. As for Rui Zhang, in his eyes and cutie, there's no difference. There certainly wasn't much of a beef. What's more, the situation at hand seems a little too late. Running old milk, LV. 16. Skill, running wild. Hint, you'll die if you're caught up. In the line of sight. The skinny old woman with dry hair, running wildly in an anti-human posture, eyes and mouth open to the maximum, neck rotated 180 degrees, had caught up with Smith like a cheetah. Let out a creepy laugh. I shower code. Smith, horrified, exploded, and was instantly pounced upon and feasted upon by the ravenous old tit. Zhang Rui was dumbfounded on the spot by the frightening scene, but when she turned her gaze and saw the two men high above her, she hurriedly shouted for help. Help me! Wang Qingyuan, is that you? Zhang Rui instantly recognized him, as if grabbing a straw to save her life, and crawled under the mountain puddle in a state of distress. Sekisaku asked, Brother, you recognize it? Sort of. Wang Qingyuan, Brother Qingyuan. It was wrong of me to taunt you on the day of the awakening ceremony, but I didn't do anything to hurt you, so quickly beg you to help me. Wang Qingyuan just watched and didn't help give a hand. Zhang Rui relied on her survival instincts and finally climbed up successfully. Stunned she was, when she was about to say something, the rampaging old milk had gnawed Smith into an empty shell, and his head twisted around once more. Yikes! Zhang Rui was scared out of her soul and subconsciously wanted to push Wang Qingyuan down, wanting him to be her scapegoat. However, her outstretched hands were grabbed by Guan Shuo. What do you want? Wang Qingyuan had naturally noticed her movements earlier, and with a chill on his face, he grabbed her hair. I didn't mean to. Before she could finish, Wang Qingyuan exerted a little force and threw her back down again. Chapter 13. Do you like to run? Zhang Rui was still confused until the moment she was pushed down. She did not expect Wang Qingyuan to be so decisive and ruthless. In fact, Wang Qingyuan did not hold any grudges against her. After all, there were not many encounters between the two. Some little farces and transgressions he hadn't cared to take to heart, but the way she acted just now, it was clear that she wanted to die for her. Even if the reaction was made by reflex, it had changed its nature and there was no reason for one to step in to defend it. Sekisaku was also taken aback by the suddenness of the situation. Wang Qingyuan started too quickly. Click here. The frenzied old milk moved at a high speed, directly knocking Zhang Rui unconscious, and the black and yellow old teeth tore indiscriminately at her body. Then his gaze abruptly picked over and stared at the duo above him. Trying to chase us now? This is a bit of a bad idea. Sekisaku touched the hilt of his sword, and although he said this, there was no look of concentration on his face. With his LV 15 rank, it still wouldn't be too difficult for him to execute old milk. Wang Qingyuan reached out to block it, then said, if you are caught up, you will die. Then just run and win, right? Sekisaku gave him a look. However, Wang Qingyuan had already leapt down and stood across from the frenzied old milk, inquiring in a teasing tone. Old tits, a race? At this moment, the Dharma body behind Wang Qingyuan solidified, transforming into a richly colored white crane child Dharma body, radiant and heroic. Sekisaku's eyes widened at once. Holy, what the hell is this? The glasses girl who was so scared that she was incontinent was also directly confused. That which seemed real, as if it didn't exist in this world, caused quite a shock to her vision. What kind of career is this? At the instant of seeing this evil Dharma body, the old milkman of Rampage's face, creased like a chrysanthemum, was. That bloodthirsty and crazy look froze for a moment, then was replaced by an emotion called fear. Even if its intelligence is low, it can clearly feel that this horrible divine Dharma body is in existence that it absolutely can't mess with. Next, without the slightest hesitation, the frenzied old milk began to soar wildly, her arms swinging violently, her appearance even more frantic than before, and her speed was completely drawn to full capacity. But in the opposite direction. It tried to escape. Trying to run? The white crane child was completely on top of his body, his eyes turning into vertical pupils, and the surging mana was like a layer of satin tunic that lingered around his body. Wang Qingyuan stood on tiptoe. Boom! The entire person with the huge Dharma body, as if a cannonball rushed out at a rapid speed, even leaving a residual shadow in the original place, and the distance between the two sides closed at once. Running wild old milk is exhausted and lets out a panicked yelp. The fear increased as he saw the one who could be called a great terror chasing towards him. In dead leg, run. Under the white crane child's mana, Wang Qingyuan's physicality was pulled to a foul height. But it was just a couple of surges that directly crushed the opponent's speed and achieved a counterattack. Do you like to run too? Wang Qingyuan closed in at high speed and let out a demonic whisper. Immediately, he leapt up and kicked in the air, sending the rampaging old milk flying backwards, and in midair it instantly crumbled into ashes, completely perishing. Crooked day. You're so fierce? Guan Shuan never thought to death that things would move towards such an abstract state of affairs. If it was someone else who didn't know what was going on standing here, thought it was a ferocious evil spirit that was abusing elderly people who like to run. The images are simply thrilling. The people from outside could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The rash man who was thought to be the first to lose his life would be so perverted in strength. Zhou Dashi even exploded. Li Zhang was incredibly puzzled. What is that thing? A Dharma body? Is he a summoner? This appearance. Why do I seem to have seen it somewhere before? Guan Delong was also incredibly surprised and was interested in that white crane child's Dharma body. This kid, his talent seems to be good. Li Zhang was still thinking about recruiting the monster class and couldn't help but move some thoughts. At that moment, the tall imperial lady who was leaning against the wall in the corner of her mouth raised a charming arc. Wang Qingyuan? Killing the rampaging old milk, Wang Qingyuan rose 2 levels in a row and came directly to LV. 13. Soothing. Wang Qingyuan shook the dust from his body, glanced at the young girl who had become dumbfounded, and returned to Guan Shua's side. Go. Oh, go away brother. Sekisaku looked back with adoration in his eyes. Running and winning over the running wild old tits is not Tay pants hot. The two of them accelerated forward, invincible all the way, and no evil spirits could resist their charge at all. About an hour or so later, the two finally saw a dilapidated ancient city, full of broken walls and an ancient and withering scene. Beyond the city was a dry source of water, and vaguely visible were weathered stone pillars, tilted and collapsed in the muddy water. Guess this must be the right place. Although this is the so-called Chentang Pass, it is only a replica of the world, and there are many differences between it and the city in ancient history. First of all, the ratios are far apart. But even so, Wang Qingyuan still faintly sensed that there was a seemingly unnoticeable divine power wandering in the middle of this city. I can't believe we actually found it. Sekisaku was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that the journey would be very difficult, and had thought of inviting a few more eye candy groups to go. However, Wang Qingyuan's battle power was really explosive. Obviously his level was even lower than his own, and the battle power he displayed was even fiercer than that of a LV 20 level professional. Entering Chentang Pass, the two of them walked on the muddy ground, following the faint scent. The process is not as complicated as one might think. Wang Qingyuan soon saw a dilapidated ancient temple, and could vaguely make out what was written on it in an ancient language. Neza Temple. Sure enough, Wang Qingyuan entered straight away, and right in the center, there was a tattered clay sculpture of a child, as if it had been destroyed by man, and under the seat he was able to see a petal of lotus flower with bright colors remaining. Neza. Sekisaku murmured, so his name isn't Naza. Wang Qingyuan glanced at him, then approached the clay figure that had once been a golden body. This is the golden body that Neza's mother, Mrs. Een, molded for him after his death by removing bones to return to his father and flesh to return to his mother. As long as he is subject to the incense of the 10,000 families for 3 years, he will be able to return to the earth. But alas, it was smashed by Li Jing. Wang Qingyuan gently picked up a petal of the lotus flower and felt the flow of silk divine energy, already having an aura. Ding! You have obtained a lotus petal of Neza's third prince. When you reach LV 30, you can summon Neja's third prince Dharma body to descend. Wang Qingyuan's spirit was lifted. There's such a thing? He couldn't stop the excitement inside. White Crane Boy is certainly strong. However, a ferocious god of Neza's caliber is truly a great god golden immortal level that possesses an absolute sense of oppression. Once it was summoned to come down to the field to pinch hit, the strength that was added was bound to be subversive to the imagination. Chapter 14 Appraisal. There weren't many useful things left behind in Neza's temple, and there were no more items that could trigger the system prompt. But even so, the harvest has been quite generous, without the hint that this lotus petal triggered it. Even if he did reach LV 30 level, he wouldn't dare to easily summon a god of this level. The large replica is a ghost-tide attack, but it's really just a simple patchwork. There's no comparison at all to a big copy of the real deal. It is said that the real large copy, countless evil ghosts, and there are Ghost King Demon King and so on, and there are even red and white bumping break, 100 ghosts walking at night and many other forbidden scenes, enough to trap 100 level of strong people. A couple hours down the road, Wang Qingyuan's level had risen to LV 15, which could be said to be very rapid, occupying an upper middle speed among all the professionals. The only unfortunate thing was that he was randomly moved to a sparse zone of shenanigans, and he didn't encounter boss-level shenanigans, and didn't have the proper timing for official general's head to go into battle. But it doesn't matter. He wanted to reach LV 30 level as soon as possible and use the power of Neza, the third prince. Wang Qingyuan left the copy with a full harvest and exchanged contact information with Guan Shua before parting ways. The professionals who teleported out were a few happy and a few sad. Some had reaped a great harvest in it, while others had unfortunately lost their lives in it. The world of professionals is cruel, and as one gets higher and higher in rank, the world they come into contact with gets wider and wider. It becomes even more of a testament to this. Wang Qingyuan checked the items in the system space and then intended to find Zhang Zifen to rendezvous with Guan Yu. But at this point, a tall beauty appeared in his line of sight. A lady's cigarette was dangling from her mouth, her fiery figure and stunning face that could be compared to a fowl, attracting the eyes of many people around. Wang Qingyuan was slightly stunned. This woman he had seen before. It was the guy who had a vicious Rakshasa void behind him when he rode the subway 2 days ago. What's she doing here? Wang Qingyuan could feel that she had come to find herself on purpose. Wicked Jade didn't like nonsense and got right to the point. Wang Qingyuan, I'm the captain of the second team of the ghost killing section of Jingwei City, Evil Jade. Wang Qingyuan inquired. Captain Wicked Jade, is there anything I can do for you? I'm interested in your abilities. The ghost killing section needs people like you. How about it? Want to consider joining us? Wicked Jade handed over a cigarette, as was her etiquette of engagement. Wang Qingyuan waved his hand, a little surprised, not expecting the ghost killing section's people to come to his door. It made him think hard. The ghost killing section will undoubtedly carry out a variety of dangerous tasks, and the knowledge of its inner workings is very limited. Besides, he is by nature licentious and freedom-loving, and does not like to be subjected to others in every way. Even a fragrant official meal requires a little discretion. Evil Jade stretched out her 3 slender jade fingers and said, 30,000 yenxia coins per month. There are additional rewards for the mission. The conditions of the standard can also be divided into a set of 120 square feet of housing in the city. The college entrance examination can also be added points. Guaranteed admission to top universities, 80% of the copies of free access. I give you 3 days to consider. If you think it is okay to go to the sheriff's department, fine. Don't think about it. I'm exactly what you're looking for. Wang Qingyuan straightened his waist and had a straight face, just like a teenage soldier king who had just retired from summer camp. You're very good. I like it very much. Thumbs up. As soon as Wicked Jade snapped her fingers, an expensive supercar sped up from the other side, driven by a flamboyantly dressed playboy and parked firmly to one side. Come back to the Ghost Killer section base with me. There's another test waiting for you. Sit tight. Wang Qingyuan was stuffed into the car without being told, and the playboy kicked the gas and disappeared into the sea of people. The Ghost Killing Division, set up in a mediocre office building next to the sheriff's department. Wang Qingyuan was brought within an enclosed space that was like a labyrinth. Wicked Jade hugged her proud bosoms and said, no one can avoid the Ghost Killer's initiation test, and it's good for the rest of the team to get to know you better. There are 3 levels in the assessment. The first level is the charm level. When we face a variety of weird things, we often need a particularly strong spiritual influence. If the spiritual power and willpower is insufficient, become a weird dish is a small matter. Spit out some internal information, it will not be worth the loss. The second level is the mental contamination level, for the same reason. You need to build up strong mental defenses to avoid being destroyed by bizarre spirits. Globally, there are no such specialized psychiatrists, and when something goes wrong, it's permanent damage. As for the third level, the battle pass, there's a LV 29 level evil ghost that we've bred in the maze, so if you can make it out without any problems, you'll be considered to have passed the level. Evil Jade said, the difficulty of this test is not low, and there may be uncontrollable risks of accidents, so you should carefully consider it. Wang Qingyuan asked doubtfully, the content of the test is so clearly told to me, is it really okay? It doesn't matter if you know, the human mind doesn't lie. I'll give you a cigarette to think about it. No need to think about it, you can just start. Wang Qingyuan was confident. Wicked Jade paused for a moment, wanting to persuade a few more words, but after meeting those deep and calm gazes, she said solemnly, then, good luck. Ka. The lights went out, and it was so dark around them that only a little light could be seen vaguely. An eerie cloud of smoke quietly filled the air. In the observation room, Wicked Jade and the other members of the group were focused on what was going on inside. Sister Jade, this kid is only LV 15 level, isn't it a bit excessive to let him go through this level of assessment quest? Playboy pressed against the glass, feeling a little worried. The Charm Pass and Mental Pollution Pass are related to mental willpower and aren't affected by level too much. As for our LV 29 old employee, it seems a bit harsh for him. The bald man clenched his jaw, always feeling that this was a bit hokey. The white-haired girl squatted lazily, carefully surveying Wang Qingyuan in the examination and asked, Jen Chen, at that time when you took the test, how long did it take? Playboy recalled, it was about a little over 3 hours, but I would have been LV 21 by then. The bald man said, it took me almost 3 hours too, being stuck in the first level for too long. He, I used 5 minutes for the first level. Liang Jianchen said with a smile. Ha, you promiscuous scumbag, how could the first level have taken 5 minutes? Don't be an awkward hack, I'm the #1 deep love in our group. Oh, hell no. While the two were discussing with each other, Evil Jade spoke quietly from the side. The first charm level, Wang Qingyuan has already passed. What? The two of them turned their heads violently, only to see that the hazy mist above Wang Qingyuan's head was dissipating, a symbol of passing the charm pass. How is that possible? It's just been less than a minute, not even 30 seconds, The two of them were wide-eyed and full of disbelief. Wicked Jade's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Wang Qingyuan's figure, but the smile on her face became more and more perverted. Gee, this just keeps getting more and more interesting. Chapter 15, General Loss, Rise and Shine. Seductive pass, as the word implies, arouses the strongest desires of the human heart. But to put it bluntly, it's just a spiritual influence. With the white crane child's aura in his body, even the strongest spiritual attacks couldn't affect him too much. The second level of the spiritual pollution level is the same. As soon as an eerie fog cleared, another layer of cloudy smoke struck. Knock knock. Knock knock. The darkness of his vision brightened again, the violent beating of his heart rang in his ears, and a sticky warmth spread throughout his body. At this point, Wang Qingyuan only felt as if he was in the body of some kind of creature, with writhing organs everywhere, and his body was gradually sinking deeper and deeper into the large intestine. The so-called mental pollution is to make one's Cn value fall rapidly through strong picture and sound stimulation, in order to achieve the effect of polluting the mind and spirit and mental collapse. But this kind of stuff doesn't do any substantial damage to the flesh, it's just nasty. Rumble, of a stomach. There was a writhing sound from his internal organs, and then countless hands grew from the large intestine at his feet, trying to drag him down into it. Several hundred pairs of clear eyes opened on the stomach wall, staring at Wang Qingyuan in unison. Lips sprouting everywhere, showing white teeth, Alalalala emitted a gush of deep soulful whispers. The throbbing at his heart was even more violent, as if his veins were about to burst open at any moment, and then surprisingly, a human face extruded from it, displaying a smile at him. This bizarre scene was enough to destroy many people's mental defenses. Even the members of the ghost killing section couldn't stop some physiological regurgitation when they recalled the time when they passed this level. It's really disgusting. When the normal few wanted to discuss how long it would take for Wang Qingyuan to pass the second level, the strange smoke dissipated with another boom. In the observation room, a silence. Several people stared wide-eyed, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. No way. You passed the mental contamination test? Another 30 seconds? 2 levels in a row in 1 minute. Now the crowd could no longer remain calm. Is that possible? When they had taken the test in the first place, the first 2 levels had all taken at least an hour or so. Even if it was the girl who was known as the most talented person in all of history. But wasn't here right now, it still took a full 6 minutes to pass the first 2 levels. Less than a minute? How heaven-defying must this be in terms of mental strength? It's just not human. It's too much. Is this still human? Charged players don't play like this, do they? Could it be that his spiritual power is as vast as the sea? Perhaps, it's not that his spiritual power is strong enough, but rather his occupational trait. An absolute restraint against evil spirits. The white-haired girl said, "Look, behind him, a Dharma body has appeared." The crowd looked in unison at the figure in the observation room. A blue Dharma body quietly rose. Wicked Jade's delicate body was stunned and the expression suddenly became serious, and there was gravity in his eyes, but at the same time, they also flashed with a different color. This was not a presence that had been seen earlier. He was actually able to summon more than just one Dharma body. Appraisal in progress. Wang Qingyuan still easily broke through the second level of mental pollution without any pause. He detected a powerful aura rapidly wandering in the labyrinth. He thought it must be the LV 29 level ghostly creature. So without hesitation, he summoned the other demon god he relied on in addition to the white crane child. Official General Head. Wang Qingyuan shouted violently, and green-colored ghost chi erupted from around him, forming a raging green flame. Immediately, his face appeared, and the 3 colors of green, red, and blue intersected and fused, representing the 3 forks, fire sign, and tiger sign, respectively, for the official general's head of the torture weapon magic weapon. At the same time the forehead, nose and chin have gold color accents, called 3 points of gold. The moment the face is put on, the green Dharma body is unveiled, releasing a strong sense of majesty. Wang Qingyuan raised his head, his gaze was fierce, his temples were hairy, and sharp fangs grew out of his mouth. All of a sudden the ghostly aura was in the air. Seeing such a scene, the crowd's breath stuttered and their eyes widened. General damage. Rise and shine. Wang Qingyuan took a step forward, and his ghostly aura swept away, sweeping across the examination grounds. The official generals' heads, who were once the 2 main ghost kings of the netherworld, were the generals of increase and generals of loss, respectively, for the harm of the spirits on earth. After being subdued by the Buddha Dharma of Earth Store King Bodhisattva, he became a protector of the seat and a path-opening ghost god. In the ghost world, only deservedly double flowers red stick, big brother level fierce ghost. General Zhang is red-faced and fanged, and increases his life expectancy when he meets a good person. General Lian is green-faced and fanged, and decreases his life expectancy when he meets an evil person, so he is called 2 generals of Zhang and Lian. Wang Qingyuan simply surrendered control of his body and went up top to substitute punches. Otherwise a LV 29 level ghostly creature could slap him into serious injury. Hungry. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Soon, in the middle of the labyrinth, a one-eyed ghostly creature that was 2 meters tall but extremely thin and skinless appeared. The moment he saw Wang Qingyuan, his eyes were filled with longing, and sticky liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is the path of the hungry ghosts. Wang Qingyuan had seen it in the 100 Ghosts Illustrated Guide. Those who fall into the hungry ghost path become infinitely larger in size, with a strong appetite and unbearable hunger. However, the throat and esophagus are as thin as a needle and thread, unable to swallow food in large gulps, and surviving all day in the agony of not being able to eat. Seeing food on the doorstep at the moment, the hungry ghost's one eye went scarlet and let out a whistling roar. Bam! Hungry ghosts attack like wild beasts. Wang Qingyuan, who was on the body of General Damage, was not afraid in the slightest, and with a flip of his palm, the three-stranded fork appeared in his hand. Both sides immediately battled together. Boom! Ghostly vibrations. The LV 15 and LV 29 levels attacked each other, and under a single strike, Wang Qingyuan was actually completely undefeated. General Damage's teeth wiggled with ferocious might, and the three-stranded fork in his hand waved as if it could pierce the air. With the Big Dipper 7-star steps under his feet, the ghost chi even erupted in a blowout manner, and he shook the hungry ghost in a staggering manner. Put! Wang Qingyuan stabbed him through the stomach and whirled around to kick out a leg. Under the absolute power and restraint, the gap of 14 levels was like nothing. The hungry ghost was beaten without the power to fight back, his body was already bruised and battered, and he was not far from losing his life. In the midst of the fury, Wang Qingyuan had a fierce killing intent and held the three-stranded fork in reverse, wanting to directly put him to death. Several people in the observation room looked stunned, and have long been shocked beyond words, stupidly unable to distinguish who in the end is the ghost. And that's when the bald man finally reacted and shouted, "Stop, quickly make him stop. End the examination quickly." Liang Jianchen also reacted at once and hurriedly picked up the microphone to prompt sharply. "Wang Qingyuan, you have passed the examination. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Any more fighting and you'll kill our old staff." The three-stranded fork stopped against the hungry man's throat. Wang Qingyuan took control of his body in time. He asked, looking back at a few people in confusion, "But I haven't gotten out of the labyrinth yet, can I also be considered to have passed the test? I told you to walk out, I didn't tell you to kill it. If you kill it, who's going to give the newcomers a test in the future?" Liang Jianchen almost broke his defense. How could this kid be so fierce? Simply heavenly. Chapter 16, Joining the Squad. Retrieving General Damage's Dharma body, Wang Qingyuan's brain also rang with a system prompt. "You have obtained General Damage's torture weapon, the three-stranded fork." The three-stranded fork felt good in his hand, and was considered a weapon while it lasted, which he was very satisfied with. Leave the assessment site and enter the observation room. At this point, the few people present stared at him as if they were looking at monsters. It had to be said that Wang Qingyuan's performance just now was simply too perverse, and it's sick to the core. If it wasn't for a good ID check beforehand, as well as seeing the entirety of the assessment, the crowd must have thought that he was a poor, evil spirit that had run out of some copy. The bald man came up menacingly, circling around Wang Qingyuan as if provocatively, as if he wanted to make him show his true form by glaring at him. "Kid, what kind of demon are you? Hurry to show me." Alas! Wicked Jade kicked him away and then stood in front of him. After a brief silence, she clapped softly. "Congratulations, Wang Qingyuan, you have passed the ghost killing section's examination, and now you are one of us." Liang Jianchen said, "Not only did you pass the test, but you also set a record for the fastest clearance for each squad, taking only 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Most importantly, he has the strength to kill the hungry ghost road." The white-haired girl opened her mouth to add in a weak voice. A few people nodded slightly. Wang Qingyuan not only took the shortest time, but also the gold content of the way to pass was different from others. When they participated in the assessment, they could all be centered on getting out of the labyrinth, and they didn't choose to violently beat up the old staff like he did. The last one that was this crazy was that spermy old girl. Oi dude, what exactly are the characteristics of the playing God's way profession? This battle power of yours is a bit too exaggerated. The bald man stood up again at once and put his arm around Wang Qingyuan's shoulders, then introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Hao, LV. 57 level magic armor warrior, from now on, we'll be teammates." Liang Jianchen said. "Liang Jianshan, LV. 56 level nightmare, feel free to look for me if you have anything about relationships." The white-haired girl followed suit. "My name is White Cat, LV. 50 level 3-tailed cat spirit, you can call me Xiao Bai." Liang Jianchen helped to introduce the beautiful royal lady again. "Rakshasa woman Evil Jade, our big sister, LV. 81 level prison face Rakshasa. Also there are 3 more of us in squad 2, 2 on a mission and 1 in college. Well, can't really say where. I'll introduce you to them later when I see them." Wang Qingyuan greeted politely, quickly analyzing each person's character from their speech and demeanor. Only, what makes him feel a bit puzzled is one's rank too far from theirs? Wicked Jade said, the ghost killing section has actually been around for a long time, only that it was initially established in Jingwei City, and it belongs to an organization with not a small amount of gold in the country, and those who are able to join it are none other than a dragon and phoenix among people. The current team assignments are not perfect enough, so you'll be inducted into the Evil Jade Squad, for now, and when you enter the university and travel to other cities, you'll be put into a team that matches your rank. She added, with your professional traits and abilities, it's a given that you'll be seen by those old foxes and skip a grade to college. Evil Jade was present during the large copy. If the guess was good, Vice President Li Zhang of Tianlong University should take the initiative to find the door. After all, no one can ignore that kind of unique and excellent performance. When you're on a mission, it's always a good idea to follow my lead and mix experience. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up, and the light reflected on his bare head, shining and glittering. You people are quite good, Lu. Regarding the overall atmosphere of the squad, Wang Qingyuan felt quite relaxed. There were no very annoying guys. As for his self-introduction, it was not necessary at all. I'm sure they were investigated long before they were invited to join, or they wouldn't have joined the team so smoothly and silky smooth. This is a certificate from the ghost killing section, keep it, it will come in handy on many occasions. Wicked Jade threw over a medallion with a Rakshasa carving, very fine and lifelike, even with a hint of fury. Liang Jianchen said, all in all, joining a squad is just a matter of being idle, but when there's a mission, you need to be there immediately. Dangerous. It's true that it's a little bit dangerous, but there's a lot of benefits, so it's definitely not a loss. Evil Jade said, take him around casually, I'm going out to run a few errands. Is it the matter of that dragon transformation offspring of the Northeast Chun family? The White Cat asked. Hearing the words transforming dragon, Wang Qingyuan was a bit puzzled. Zhang Hao explained in a low voice next to him, the 5 great northeastern immortal family, fox yellow white willow gray, willow fairy often family or snake fairy, but this year on the awakening ceremony, but there is a descendant awakened the transformation of the dragon, occupation, now is the day, called the Yenxia Tianjiao first, while those to be beaten up Lu. Then what does this have to do with Big Sister? Wang Qingyuan blended in quickly and had already changed his name to Sister. Why, that dead dragon, relying on his family's power, has done nothing wrong everywhere and has no one in his sight. The Chang family's old immortal has had a dragon seed for hundreds of years, and is precious as hell. So for the sake of his personal safety, he wanted to find some strong people to protect him closely, so that kid named our big sister, can this be tolerated? Good fellow, this can't be tolerated. Wang Qingyuan pretended to exaggerate. That's right, but they're too powerful, we can't afford to mess with them. If we have the chance in the future, we'll have to peel off the dragon's skin. Okay, take me one. Good boy, Hao wasn't wrong about you. Wicked Jade gave him a blank look. Rat, don't lead the newcomers astray. The two of us hate each other. Zhang Hao smiled and asked, Sister you, what are you going to do? Are you really going to be his bodyguard? Dang it, who dares to force me if I say I won't go? Wicked Jade glared, then added, but the matter of face still has to be passed, troublesome as hell. Let's go. Wicked Jade donned her trench coat and hooked her sexy heels to slam the door heavily shut. I'm going to the party as well, newcomer, want to come along and experience the joys of adulthood? Liang Jianchen laughed meaningfully. No, I still have to go back and do my homework. Wang Qingyuan decisively refused. That's really a pity, let's get together again sometime in the future. Liang Jianchen snorted and quickly left the observation room as well. As for Zhang Hao, he had to go back to his family's grain store to help with deliveries, and the White Cat, being a tech nerd, stayed here to play games all night. A bunch of weirdos. Wang Qingyuan was fine, so he planned to go to the mall to buy some daily necessities before returning to the dormitory. Over the next few days, Wang Qingyuan all lived a 3-point life, classes, brushing copies, and the quest hall. There was never any movement on the ghost killing section side, and only Zhang Hao tirelessly sent messages in the group every day. Wang Qingyuan lay on his bed and glanced over the group members. Group leader, Evil Jade, newbie. Group member, Zhang Hao, Dragon King. Group member, Liang Jianchen, active. Group member, White Cat, newbie. And then, group member, Ho Changrong, newbie. Group manager, Lao Kong, active. Group manager, Hades Frost, in the middle of a sperm. And just as he was staring at the screen, Old Kong's avatar suddenly lit up and spoke to the group. At all members, I've discovered the Great Black Buddha Mother's hiding place. Chapter 17 calling out the Great Black Buddha Mother. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Zhang Hao, Old Kong, you're good, you found it all. Liang Jianchen, the evil spirit that killed the child is unforgivable, she must be completely put to death this time. At Lao Kong, is the news reliable? Old Kong, absolutely reliable, they formed a folk belief here, that old Inbi will never get away. Liang Jianchen, at Evil Jade, big sister, what's the word? Evil Jade, at Zhang Hao, at Liang Jianchen, you guys take Wang Qingyuan. Zhang Hao, at Wang Qingyuan, go away bro, here's your chance to perform. Kill gif. Old Kong, there's a newcomer, I just saw it, we'll meet later, I'm still staking out the village. White Cat, I've sent the location to the group, there's a strong energy disturbance nearby, I'll keep you posted on the route. Wang Qingyuan bounced up from the bed and quickly put on his clothes to set off. This was his first mission in a few days since he joined the squad, and he had to take it seriously after all. The first month's salary had already been put on the card. Wang Qingyuan had only just left the school gate when a black SUV had already appeared at the entrance. Zhang Hao sat in the passenger seat and greeted. "Get in the car. You guys are so fast?" Liang Jianchen said, "The quality of female students at Seiko University is very high, and I often move around the neighborhood. The scum who destroys young girls is more hateful than evil ghosts," Zhang Hao said. "I've never forced myself on anyone, they're the ones who fall for it, all because of this handsome face." Liang Jianchen smiled narcissistically and sped towards the target location with his foot on the gas. On the way, Zhang Hao said, "The level of the Great Black Buddha Mother isn't that high, at best, it's just over 30 levels, so maybe even you can deal with it. The reason why it has been doing wrong and hasn't been able to be righted by us is because the Great Black Buddha Mother inherently has an element of faith, and as long as there are still believers, it will always show up in all sorts of ways, annoying the hell out of us. Now that the outside world is basically cleared of faith, this time it's concentrated in one village, and as long as we can destroy that place, it's all basically over. Liang Jianchen is a good driver and can be relatively smooth in the rough mountain roads. Xing Yuan, this mission belongs to you, we're just assisting. As a newcomer, you need to quickly accumulate battle credits, it will be of great benefit to you in the future." Wang Xingyuan nodded his head. In these few days, he also had a slight understanding of everything in the ghost killing section. The ghost killing division is highly regarded in the country, and they are prioritized to deal with almost all spooky incidents in cities large and small. The battle merit accumulated by completing a mission will be recorded in your personal file. Whether it's getting into a university or becoming an official in the future, priority access to major replicas, preference for loot, and all sorts of social benefits. Money, status, all more bountiful than the common man can imagine. And it's all based on mission war credits. And it is synchronized and updated into the medal levels in the mission lobby. It didn't take long for the car to finally come to a stop at the bottom of a dirt hill as it passed through several villages. From afar, he saw that a middle-aged man in his 40s or so was waiting, and then he instantly came over in a flash. It seems to be a space mobility class occupation. "Old Kong," Zhang Hao greeted. "You guys came quite fast." Old Kong, who had a country face and looked quite decent, placed his gaze on the teenager and said with some surprise, "Ooh, newcomers? So young? Hello, big brother Kong." Wang Qingyuan politely extended his hand. "There's no need to be so formal, they all call me Old Kong, just call me that too. My profession is space dancer, and I've only developed the skill of short-range instantaneous movement at the moment, and my combat ability is average, so I can only do the task of poking around for information." Old Kong introduced himself and then asked curiously, "How long did the test take, 2 hours? Or 3 hours?" Wang Qingyuan was just about to reply when Zhang Hao snatched the words and asked back, "Guess, 2.5? Old Kong guessed a compromise. Zhang Hao looked mysterious and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 hours? That's better than me, it took me almost 5. Wrong guess, it's 3 minutes. How dare you believe in 3 minutes? Just ask you if you're awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Seriously? He was satisfied with Old Kong's reaction and his expression was full of pride. Liang Jianchen glanced at him. "It's not like you passed in 3 minutes, what are you so proud of?" Old Kong had to once again resize up Wang Qingyuan, sighing and giving a thumbs up, saying, "A true hero, even more ruthless than that girl from Underworld Frost." Wang Qingyuan was a little curious. Underworld Frost. "I've heard you guys talk about it many times, can you tell me a little bit about it?" Hearing this name, several people's faces sank, and even the corners of their eyes couldn't help but shake a bit, as if they felt some scornful colors and weren't willing to mention too much. Zhang Hao coughed dryly twice and hurriedly changed the topic. "Old Kong, how is the situation inside?" "It's all been investigated, the entire village is a follower of the Great Black Buddha Mother and is completely hopeless." Zhang Hao nodded. "Then it's simple, just kill them all and leave no one behind." The combat mission was simple and untechnical. Wang Qingyuan directly killed in, and they assisted in the reception outside, ready to wrap up in any dangerous situations that might arise at any time. Once inside, there are only 2 things to keep in mind. Old Kong said, "First, one cannot recite Fire Buddha Shui, Heart Samu. Because this is a harmonic of woe and fortune, death and life are famous, those who recite it will be cursed by the Great Black Buddha Mother." Zhang Hao said, "Then didn't you just read it? It's going to die, so what am I afraid of if I recite a few lines? Besides, I'm not the one who has to fight it, so it won't have much impact." Old Kong continued, "The idol of the Great Black Buddha Mother is deep in the tunnels, covered by a red cloth. Little one, you must never, ever, 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 ever look at its face." Wang Qingyuan nodded, indicating that he had memorized all of them, and brought along an exclusive screen recording prop so that everyone else could share his perspective. So a few people determined their respective positions, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the combat began. Leaping down. Wang Qingyuan swaggered into the middle of the village, treating everything else as if it was nothing. Old Kong looked at his back and sighed once again. Drink, young people are just bold, vibrant. If it were me, I would hate to dig a hole and sneak in, for fear of being discovered by that group of crazy people. Rat, if he dares to go in so arrogantly, his level is at least around LV 45, right? Zhang Hao and Liang Jianchen looked at each other, then replied with a serious face. He's only LV 15. Lao Kong. Isn't that a disservice? At this point in time, Wang Qingyuan's appearance had been noticed by the villagers, but they all treated him as a mere passerby while trying to spread the curse. One of the women came forward and made a strange gesture of greeting. This hand gesture is the 8 heavenly hand seal, but it is a reverse knot. The positive hand seal is for spreading blessings, the reverse becomes collecting blessings, which naturally becomes a curse. But none of that really matters. Wang Qingyuan's fierce eyes flashed as he pinched her neck before lifting her up alive. Now do the big ones not come out and let the little ones come out on top? Tell the great black Buddha mother to come out for me. P.S. Thanks to Sumei's Lingran for the small gift support, requesting hypes and reviews. Chapter 18, Beheading the Buddha Mother. Wang Qingyuan naturally wouldn't hold back. These people had already become the spreader and vessel of the great black Buddha mother's curse. There was no possibility of salvaging them. What's more, their bodies were all more or less tainted with ghost chi, and becoming ghosts in the future was the nail in the coffin. His bellowing directly startled the villagers. Seeing him coming, they took up their weapons and aimed them at him. These people are so corrupted that they no longer think like normal human beings. Intruders who disturb the Buddha mother shall be killed without pardon. The villagers were red-eyed and attacked. Pffffffffffff. Wang Qingyuan flipped his palm, the 3-stranded fork in his hand, rushed to the crowd and swept across, picking the enemy alive and flying, unstoppable. He looked so fierce that the villagers didn't dare to come forward again. At this point, however, a middle-aged man let out a pained roar, as bug-like charms crawled all over his face, and his eyes were pitch black, already infested with ghostly chi. And immediately after that, another dozen people did so, apparently having alarmed the great black Buddha mother deep in the tunnels. Seek death. The next moment, Wang Qingyuan stepped on the astral dipper. There was a golden light rippling under his feet, and then even with him as the center, the 8 trigrams formation diagram appeared, mysterious and incomparable. The ghosts are all in the formation. Wang Qingyuan shook his head, his face was made up, his fangs stirred up, and the Dharma body of general damage emerged with a ferocious might, releasing an incomparably great pressure. The villagers who were eroded by the ghostly aura were all as if they were on the verge of an enemy, revealing a look of fear. However, he had already stepped on the 7 astral steps. With 3 pillars of incense on your head to ask for directions, and your feet on the 7 stars of Dayu. The sky turns back to the earth and covers the 6 armors, killing evils and destroying demons and shaking the 4 directions. After general damage had taken over, Wang Qingyuan's ferocious might was even greater, and the crushing ghostly aura was simply not something they could withstand. Combined with the Big Dipper's 7 star steps, the crowd of ghosts simply didn't have a single fight. Asterisk so hard? Old Kong marveled at the power of Wang Qingyuan's strength through the shared perspective. Is this really INGLV 15? Zhang Hao and Liang Jianchen couldn't stop being surprised, although they already knew that Wang Qingyuan was a pervert. Such a power system that they had never seen before still made the two of them feel quite shocked. At this point, Wang Qingyuan had already killed the demonized villagers and rushed into the ancestral hall to smash all the offering cards of the great black Buddha mother. Then follow the queue and fire your way to the middle of the tunnels. The tunnels were dim, lit with oil lamps, and visibility was poor. However, the damaging general's legal eye is not affected by the darkness. The advance was not unimpeded. From time to time there would be evil spirits that would surprise them, but they were all too weak, and just a shock of their breath would be enough to suppress them alive. At last, after crossing the rough road of the Wang Qingyuan saw a Buddha statue, counterforming the 8 heavenly hand seal, 6 arms sprouting from its back, its stomach bulging like a pregnant woman's, inscribed with dense incantations, and its head covered with a piece of red cloth that read death and life are famous. Around the burned out wax oil as blood spread, the tribute is still fresh, next to a corpse, red cloth to cover the eyes, but the head is bloody, maybe a curse attack, born knocked dead on the tribute table. It must be the true form of the great black Buddha mother, and the center of the curse is behind the red cloth. At this point, several people in the outside world received the latest intel from the white cat. Don't let Wang Qingyuan act alone. Judging by the frequency of the energy fluctuations, the great black Buddha mother might be LV 40 level. At those words, several people's hearts sank. Oops. If that's the case, he could be in danger. The level difference is too much. Just as several people wanted to act, Wang Qingyuan's voice came quietly from inside. Everyone, the red cloth on the head of the great black Buddha mother has fallen off by itself. Quiet. Their level was high, and even if they were cursed, the impact wouldn't be too great. However, Wang Qingyuan's level was too low, and withstanding the curse, it was highly likely that he would die violently on the spot. As soon as they heard this, they felt their heads almost explode. However, the next scene that happened on the screen made them all dumbfounded. In the tunnels, When Wang Qingyuan discovered the Buddha statue of the Great Black Buddha Mother, he felt the ghostly aura and malice that came to his face. But he was completely undaunted, and after getting closer, he even had the urge to remove that red cloth and see how its true face really looked like. But I didn't expect that the red cloth actually fell off by itself, revealing a sad and happy, very weird face. The pervasive malice was even greater, coming to wrap around him like a rope, trying to drag him into the curse. Wang Qingyuan frowned, and General Damage instantly went up and gave a ferocious shout. Pup seed. Look straight at me. The original human face of the Great Black Buddha Mother changed abruptly, her 5 senses disappeared, like a wormhole, and her entire face was covered with bloody mouths densely packed with meat particles, emitting soul-shattering wails. Makes the SAN value drop like crazy. But at the same time, the green-colored ghost chi on Wang Qingyuan's body erupted with a roar, clashing with the power of the Buddha Mother's curse, and the green and black light blossomed, shaking the earth's path. It goes without saying that the strength of General Damage, to be able to use a LV 15 level body to harden against a LV 40 level ghost was enough to show that his title of evil ghost nemesis was well deserved. The power of both sides hedged to form a stalemate, and the Buddha Mother even had some strength left, letting out a frightening laugh. Wang Qingyuan was not flustered, simply because in his hand, he still had unprovoked cards. The Great Black Buddha Mother, he set to kill. General Zhang. Rise and shine. Boom. A red light appeared, a well of ghostly chi erupted, and on top of the damaged general's Dharma body, another Dharma body appeared and coalesced. Officials will be the head of an increase and a loss, is a burst, later generations in the way of the head of the formation of aesthetic reasons, the formation will be increased to 3 honors. The green-faced General Loss and General Zen are transformed in one body into 2 as the red and blue generals. There are also claims that the ghost energy of General Zhang is even more ferocious, and the medium's body cannot withstand such a huge ghost power, so it is transformed into 2 people to play the role of General Zhang. And right now, Wang Qingyuan's face transformed into a blue face and became a mediator general, and the Dharma bodies of the 2 generals of increase and decrease were behind him, towering over him like a fine painting. General Zhang holds a fire sign and tiger sign, while General Loss holds a 3-stranded pitchfork. The left side of the body is increased, the right side is decreased, and the body is transformed into a spirit, which will stand in the middle of the body. The Big Dipper is on the right foot, with his feet on the 7 stars. The stranger recuses himself. Boom! Green, red, and blue ghost chi erupted, instantly toppling the tribute platform, and the cursed power of the Great Black Buddha Mother was like a glowing fire against the white moon, instantly covered by the counterattack. The tunnel shook violently, just like an earthquake, the gossip rose again, and General Zhang fire sign stormed hundreds of fire palms. The Great Black Buddha Mother could hardly bear it and let out a miserable scream. Wang Qingyuan held the 3-stranded fork in his backhand, moving in the same way as General Damage. Dang clang dang dang in the hands of a heft, made a throwing shape, toward the dense ghost gas and flame storm thrown out. Put! The 3-stranded fork was so powerful that it instantly pierced through the Big Black Buddha Mother's terrified face, and the remaining power did not diminish, forcibly taking it away from its original position, and along with its body, it was heavily inserted into the stone wall. Several people in the outside world saw the scene, one by one, their eyes rounded, their mouths open, completely messed up in the wind. Chapter 19 S-Class Encryption. The Great Black Buddha Mother is dead. Wang Qingyuan summoned the 2 generals of increase and loss to work together to completely obliterate them and cease to exist. This can be called a terrifying battle power, directly dry a few people to silence, one open mouth, actually cannot say a word. It wasn't until the white cat's voice kept ringing out from the communication device that they were completely pulled back to reality from their shock. Old Kong. Zhang Hao. Liang Jianchen. How is the situation now? Is Wang Qingyuan safe? The device just showed that the ghost energy has surged dozens of times in a split second, almost reaching the Ghost King level. What the hell is going on in your neck of the woods? Now. Old Kong finally organized his brain and responded dully, the Great Black Buddha Mother is dead, put to death by Wang Qingyuan. Alone. There was a long silence on the other end of the communication device. Okay, I got it. Communications are down. Wang Qingyuan successfully completed his first mission and walked out of the tunnel that had been impacted by the ghost chi and nearly collapsed, having restored his original appearance. The strength of the increase and loss of the 2 generals far exceeded his imagination, and at the beginning, when he fought with the Great Black Buddha Mother, he was still slightly weak. But I didn't expect that after the 2 generals showed up together, the ghost energy that erupted was increased exponentially, and the battle power was pulled up to a perverted level. LV 15 killing LV 40, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death, it was just too exaggerated. And most importantly, was the unknown green-red Dharma body, the ghostly aura was so pure and fierce. Simply unheard of. The 2 sides rejoined, and a few people gazed at the intact and even bouncing Wang Qingyuan. 1,000 words finally turned into just one. After the mission was over, Wang Qingyuan received the appropriate rating. Not only did he receive a bonus that was higher than his salary, but also the medal in the mission hall, which jumped from bronze to gold. The crowd gathered to review the footage of his battle with the great black Buddha mother, and when they saw the green-red Dharma body appear, each and every one of them had their mouths wide open, filled with disbelief. Even Wicked Jade was a little less calm, frequently looking at Wang Qingyuan, treating him like a monster. In the face of this situation, Wang Qingyuan did not hide anything and explained to them about his occupational characteristics, as well as the origins of the White Crane Child, official general's head. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked and felt that all the years of history lessons had been in vain. In the long history of Yanxia, myths, and folk beliefs, there were such ghosts and gods that once existed. Eventually, Wicked Jade stubbed out his cigarette and stood up, uttering a crucial decision. I'm going to apply to my superiors to set Wang Qingyuan's personal information data, just like Underworld Frost's, as an S-class encrypted file. Wang Qingyuan's wallet bulged at once and he didn't have to worry about money anymore. As he lay in his dormitory, he thought back on the journey, feeling only a little magical, lacking even a sense of reality. Checked out the system panel. Host, Wang Qingyuan. Occupation, Theater Shinto. Rank, LV. 21. Ability, invite a god to take on his body by playing a role, obtaining powerful mana and acquiring a random spell or weapon from his god at the same time. Note, effective only for the first time in combat. Deities/demons, White Crane Child, official general show. Skills/spells, Big Dipper's 7-star steps, 3 steps of praise. Weapons/magical weapons, 3-stranded fork, fire stick. Props, Neza triple lotus flower. The panels are much richer than when they were first acquired. Moreover, the experience value provided by the great black Buddha mother was enormous, actually allowing him to directly rise 6 levels in a row, at a speed comparable to riding a rocket. If one were to say that there were any shortcomings, it would be in terms of skills. The Big Dipper 7-star steps and the 3 steps of Zan were used more for gathering chi and demonstrating, and did not have any direct and substantial combat power. It seemed that we would have to wait until we summoned other gods to obtain the spells and blades that went with them. Almost 2 weeks had passed since the start of the occupational awakening ceremony. Just now, the school had also notified the time to go back to school, and later he would be heading to his classroom. The Professionals Academy was different from a normal high school, and in a situation where everyone could awaken their profession, there was naturally a difference between the strong and the weak. Most of the combat professions are assigned to a good university because the demand is the highest and numerous occasions are used. Support professions, on the other hand, depend on their characteristics, and if they're decent, they can go to a good college just as well, and some are even treated better than combat professions. As for life careers, from now on it's time to say goodbye to the University of Professionals. Either they transfer to a regular school to continue and complete their education, or they follow the school's assignment to various factories and workplaces that match their careers, or start their own business. In a nutshell, since the moment of awakening to their profession, the fate of many has been sealed, and the so-called back to school is nothing more than a special job fair to get rid of these life career students. Senior Class, 1, back row by the window, home of the king. Wang Qingyuan sat quietly in his seat, listening to the bickering among his classmates. Ha ha, the assassin profession is simply too good to be true, the upgrades are quacking fast, it's only been 2 weeks and I'm already LV. 13. Awesome brother Lu, I'm exhausted to LV. 9 level, the ghosts are too ruthless, I can't beat them at all. Alas, at least you're still a combat profession, my awakening is, Taylor, after today, I'm going to be forced to change schools or join the workforce and become a cowhorse. As miserable as I am? My profession is, guide for the blind, people have guide dogs now, they don't need me at all. These days, it's good to be alive, haven't you heard? Zhang Rui from class 5, and the exchange student from the Black Continent country, both died in the copy. It's horrible, I'd better just change schools and honestly go to a cultural college. At this time, the class teacher and language teacher, Lu Feng, walked into the classroom and knocked on the blackboard, and the noise came to an abrupt end. Even though it is a school for professionals, you have to learn some cultural lessons, otherwise a big word is not enough for the future road. Students, as has been the custom in past years, you should also know what the main thing is to do on your return to school today, so I'll be brief again. Combat careers attend classes as normal to prepare for next year's entrance exams. And for some of the talented paraprofessionals, the school has talked to you in advance, so it's also up to you to consider whether to stay and continue your schooling or transfer to a regular school. As for life occupations, many companies and store owners have come to recruit on campus, so you can take a look for yourself later, and don't pick and choose if there's a suitable one, all jobs are hard to find these days too. After Lu Feng finished, he had the squad leader hand out an intent form for each person. With that, his gaze turned to the distracted teenager in the corner before he let out a somewhat helpless sigh. Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan looked toward the podium. Lu Feng greeted, come to the office with me for a moment, I have something to say to you. Chapter 20, I'm going to Tenria University. Wang Qingyuan could roughly guess that Lu Feng had called into his office to say something. When he left, the class scrambled to talk about it. After all, he was the only student in this school who had awakened a hidden profession. It's not much use though. Zhang Zifen was in the next class and yelled when he saw him passing through the door. Old Wang, behave yourself and shut up all those sons of es. Wang Qingyuan didn't say anything and waved an okay gesture. Office. Lu Feng gestured for him to sit down, then asked, Qingyuan, regarding the future, what are your plans? Wang Qingyuan said, Teacher, I want to take the Professionals University. Professionals University said Lu Feng as he took a sip of tea. In your condition, I'm afraid it's only a bit difficult, although, theater God's path, is a hidden profession. On the day of the awakening ceremony, the teacher in charge of the guidance also clearly appraised that, in addition to singing in opera this profession some talent, it doesn't seem to have any other special features. Ugh, what a shame, you're the only hidden profession that has appeared since we built the school. Wang Xingyuan didn't say anything, deciding to wait for a conversation before showing his teacher his hand. Lu Feng handed over a piece of paper with Pear Garden Society written on it, as well as the phone-scrawled handwriting of an opera teacher. These days, I've inquired about quite a few local opera troupes, and most of them don't have a climate, and it's even a problem to get enough to eat. After all, Yanxia country doesn't have many historical allusions, so it's hard for this aspect of the theater to make a name for itself. But the good thing is, I still tried to help you find a doorway. This Pearland Society, more or less famous in China, the salary is also not bad. I think with your talent, even if you start from scratch, you should have a good development. Do you want to think about it? Wang Qingyuan was still quite touched in his heart for Lu Feng's gesture. After all, it must have taken quite a bit of effort to inquire about a relatively good theater troupe within the country of Yanxia, and it was bound to be very difficult for him, as an ordinary homeroom teacher, to inquire about this. This made Wang Qingyuan's respect for him deepen a lot. But, I'm sorry Mr. Lu, I still want to take the Professionals University. Lu Feng froze for a moment inside. If you want to go to university, you'll have to reach at least LV 50 level by the time you take the entrance exam next year. With this profession, how can you possibly reach that requirement? He said in a serious tone, I know that you may not be too willing, but this is the reality that sooner or later you have to face. The future of the road to continue to walk cannot be a momentary mood, hindered by the future of life. Lu Feng was getting more and more energized as he was about to continue to increase his persuasion. The office door opened. An old man in a small silk shirt poked his head in and then asked, Is Wang Qingyuan here? No? Hello? Lu Feng got up and asked politely. Although the old man looked plain and ordinary, and at first glance there was no difference between him and the security master at the entrance of the school, but upon closer inspection, some faint demeanor and unassuming aura proved his noble and unimaginable identity. The old man said, You must be Mr. Lu Feng. I'm Li Zhang, the vice president of Tianlong University, and I'm looking for your student to have a few words to talk about. Sky Dragon University? Vice-Chancellor? Lu Feng immediately stood in awe and hurriedly invited him to the sofa and replaced it with fresh tea. For him, a small high school language teacher, such a status of the other party was almost a height that he could not reach in his entire life. But, what did he just say? You want to talk to Wang Qingyuan? No need to be so troublesome, I'll say a few words and then leave. Li Zheng didn't have much of a stance and didn't have a condescending attitude. Oh okay, I'll go outside first then. You stay, this has something to do with you too. Aren't you his homeroom teacher? Lu Feng was a bit confused, and just sat down next to him in a confused manner, a bit at a loss for words. Wang Qingyuan remembered what Evil Jade had said the other day, and his heart fluttered as if he had guessed something. Hello Elder Li. Aha. Li Zhang sized him up for a few moments, then asked, Little Wang have you thought about which university you want to apply to in the future? I haven't thought about it yet, I have to wait another year before I can graduate. Wang Qingyuan said. All these universities in our country? Are there any that you prefer, or recognize highly? Reporting to Elderly. I want to go to Tianlong University. I've been longing for Tianlong University for a long time, and on my first day of high school, I made it my primary goal in life. Wang Qingyuan pulled nonsense and opened his mouth. Li Zhang was also an old fox, how could he not see through the teenager's thoughts? But he didn't say anything on his mouth, but he still couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Tianlong University is the most powerful university in our Yanxia country. Your goal is very correct. I agree with it. Li Zhang took a sip of tea, and then asked seriously, Little Wang if I tell you now, next year you don't have to go to high school anymore, and go directly to my Tianlong University, what do you think? Even if he had guessed it beforehand, but when he actually said it from the other party's mouth, Wang Qingyuan still couldn't help but breathe in a stagnant manner. One really does have a chance of jumping into a top school. Lu Feng, who was listening to the conversation between the two on the side, even stumbled and almost dropped his glasses on the ground. What? He wondered if he had heard something wrong. The vice president of Tianlong University personally came to invite Wang Qingyuan to skip a grade and enroll? Fake it. In all the years since the establishment of the first middle school, there has never been a student who could get into such a top school. I feel great. Wang Qingyuan was clear that it was best not to beat around the bush when dealing with a respected and powerful person, and that he must be truthful in expressing his needs. It's a chance you miss and never get again. Li Zhang nodded approvingly, then said, I paid more or less attention to your performance in the replica a few days ago, but it wasn't that real, so before we all make a good decision, can you use your ability for a bit, so that I can also make a final judgment? Right here? Just here. Wang Qingyuan stepped back a little so that he wouldn't accidentally injure the homeroom teacher later. As the two men watched with one expectant and one confused, he let out a deep breath, his breath gradually surging around his body, and then he let out a fierce gulp. General Zen. General Loss. Rise and shine. Next. Green and red ghost chi erupted behind Wang Qingyuan, and fangs appeared as his face was made up. The dharma bodies of the two generals of increase and loss coalesced, holding their respective instruments of torture, filled with the ferocious might of the Ghost King, and instantly filled the entire office. Holy! Looking at these two unseen fierce ghost dharma bodies, as well as feeling the intense ghost aura that surged like waves, Lu Feng's heart almost stopped beating, and he was directly paralyzed with fear in the face of such a terrifying existence. And Li Jiang actually froze on the spot for a moment. Then a pair of old eyes flashed with essence, unable to hide their excitement. This is exactly what he was looking for. The Pride of Heaven. Chapter 21, The Heavenly Pride Division. The moment the head of the official general appeared, Lu Feng was directly paralyzed with fear. As a common, unprofessional teacher, how had he ever faced such a terrifying existence? Pang! In the next second, the door to the room was forcibly broken open and men and women in tactical clothing burst in, their auras exploding. Vice Principal. An evil spirit has appeared. They were subordinates of Li Jiang's entourage and were just waiting in the corridor, but they didn't expect a strong ghostly aura to erupt from the office. The intensity is mind-blowing. And after breaking in, he couldn't help but be stunned at the scene before him. The two fierce demonic dharma bodies, one green and one red, were staring at them ferociously. Even though there was a gap in rank between them, the intimidation that struck their souls directly could not be eliminated. It's so weird. With Li Jiang present, how could there be an evil spirit invading the school? Chenyu, Hongaya, it's fine here, you guys go out. Li Jiang sat upright and opened his mouth. Seeing that the situation was not what they thought it was, the two men looked at each other for a moment, then glanced deeply at the summoner of the fierce ghost dharma body and silently exited the room. Wang Qingyuan took back the official general's head and then asked, Principal Li, do you think this degree is okay? When Li Jiang heard that the principal didn't bring the word vice, he couldn't hide his smile a little bit, and coupled with the power he showed just now, he looked at the young man in front of him with increasing satisfaction. Yes, yes, yes. Li Jiang applauded and got up, saying multiple good words in a row, and patted Wang Qingyuan's shoulder seriously and sincerely. Now, in my capacity as the vice president of Tianlong University, I'm sending you a formal invitation to enroll. Thank you, Principal Li, I beg to differ. Wang Qingyuan solemnly shook his hand. The two men reached an agreement of intent. This. Lu Feng's legs trembled as he stared dumbfounded at this magical scene, his heart thumping violently. He felt like he was dreaming. Lu Feng got up trembling, wanting to open his mouth to confirm, but Li Jiang slapped at his shoulder, sending him to sit back on the floor with both legs soft again. If I remember correctly, your Jingwei City First High School is still the first one to have someone enter my Tianlong University, right? Lu Feng, you have a good student. Hearing Li Jiang's confirmation, Lu Feng trembled with excitement, and his eyes were red. The first student in the whole school to enter Tianlong University came from his class. Then one is not. The division of Heavenly Pride. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, for not clarifying with you first. Wang Qingyuan gave a sarcastic laugh. No. It's me being nosy. Lu Feng hurriedly waved his hands and looked at his student with a proud face, excitedly saying, Good, you've given your teacher, and the school, honor. Lu Feng is better, his legs are not limping, his hands are not shaking, and after holding Li Jiang's hand and saying several words of gratitude, he quickly pushed the door out. I'm going to tell the principal about this great event. The whole school must be informed. Wang Qingyuan wanted to keep a low profile, but when he saw his excitement, he didn't say anything after all. Let him go. Lu Feng's emotions were visible, and his clear bragging could be heard in the hallway. Old Zhou, let me tell you something, my student got into Tianlong University. Mr. Hong, our school students, we've got a heavenly talent. Little Li, Wang Qingyuan from my class is going to skip a grade and go to Tianlong University. Greet the guys, I'm going to treat them at Huifeng Building tonight. Back in the classroom, Wang Qingyuan was ancient and buried his joy deep in his heart. He silently gathered up his notes and books, ready to just shove them somewhere and throw them away. Starting today, he won't need to take classes anymore. Li Jiang would complete all the formalities within a week and have him skip a grade and enroll directly after the new year to join the so-called monster class. Wang Qingyuan followed the window and took in every corner of the school. From this moment on, all of this would be a thing of the past, and he was about to start a new journey in life, one step ahead of the rest of his classmates. But the other students saw him packing and thought he was being discouraged from school. So some people started to feel sorry for them, while others felt quite balanced for a moment. The failure of others especially made them feel a dark sense of relief in their hearts. But after all, they were classmates, and in the end no one really came forward to say anything. Instead, the female squad leader stepped forward to offer a few words of comfort. Wang Qingyuan, are you leaving first middle school? Yes. Don't be discouraged, now Yanxia's senior management also attaches great importance to the entertainment aspect of people's livelihood. You don't necessarily have to go to the professionals university to be really successful. Shining in your own field is not a bad goal in life. I'm very optimistic about you. Aha, thanks squad leader, you're very nice. Seeing the class president take the initiative to talk, the other students also shouted in a miscellaneous manner, not knowing whether it was a sincere blessing or with flirting. Go Wang Qingyuan. If my company opens in the future and invites an opera troupe, I'll be the first to invite you to sing on stage. Goodbye classmates, we'll meet again later. Alas, another man's dream is dashed. By the way Ayamoto, are you going to join the workforce straight away or are you going to change schools? Which school are you planning to transfer to? Wang Qingyuan had already finished packing by now, and was about to answer honestly when a current came from the school's old communication equipment. Hey, Mr. Liu, there's movement, you announced this news. Okay. The class froze, the only teacher in the school with the surname Liu in their class. It must be the homeroom teacher, right? What's he doing in the radio room? The students are concentrating. Ahem. Hello teachers and students, I'm Liu Feng, the homeroom teacher of the senior class, 1, and now, I'd like to announce a major piece of happy news to you all. Wang Qingyuan from our 1 class, just now, was specially invited to be admitted into the middle of Tianlong University by the top school in the capital city government, Vice President Li Zhang. Starting today, he will skip the next year of his senior high school life and step into the university career in advance. Now, let us, all teachers and students, send our sincerest wishes to Mr. Wang Qingyuan for smooth sailing and prosperous martial arts in his college life. Lu Feng's words were like a bomb that exploded in every class in the school. The entire school at this moment was as silent as death. The whole class turned their heads and focused their eyes on him in unison, all wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Tenryou University? Special invitation to admission? Skipping a grade? Wang Qingyuan. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. They recognized every word Lu Feng said, but when combined together, how could they not read well? Tenryou University. In the entire Yanxia country is the top school that can be ranked in the top 5, the highest hall that only the heavenly pride from all over the world can enroll in. And now, the vice principal had personally come down and broken the rules of their school. Even the students who were in the same class as them. It was crazy. The female class president, who was just comforting him, was instantly struck by lightning, staggering and holding onto the table, her eyes staring blankly as she muttered. Is this world, at last, turned upside down into what I imagined it to be? P.S. It's 4 shifts in, readers, can I ask for some hypes and reviews? Thank you. Chapter 22, The Church of All Ghosts. 1,000 words were finally translated into the simplest and most straightforward 2 words. The students were all dumbfounded, as if they were having a nightmare. Tianlong University, a top institution that all students dreamed of, but simply didn't dare to enroll in, nor were they qualified to do so. Regular careerist colleges require students to reach LV 50 to qualify and have an 80% to 90% chance of being admitted. Instead, the bottom line of Tianlong University's application is as high as LV 60 level, and it is still the best of the best, and the difficulty of enrollment is perverted. There are even students who have grade reversed their junior and senior years after 2 years of enrollment, even comparing themselves to school leaders. Genius, just see their threshold. And they. On the other hand, it was the genius of geniuses, the demon of demons. But it was such a holy place of learning that actually broke the rules and admitted Wang Qingyuan to the school by skipping a grade? How anticlimactic is this? But with such notice from the school, they could not help but believe it. At this moment when the students looked at Wang Qingyuan again, their attitudes changed rapidly. Obviously the last second they were classmates who had been in the same class for 2 years, and at this moment, they became unattainable prides of the heavens. The leap is just too big. Asterisk. Old one, you've taken off. Zhang Zifen disregarded the class time and directly barged into the class with a very excited expression. Good fellow, you're hiding too deep. You actually jumped up to Tianlong University without saying a word. Wang Qingyuan laughed. I've only just confirmed that, Mr. Lu's announcement was too hasty. Zhang Zifen's heart didn't have the slightest bit of jealousy, but was genuinely happy for him. I definitely don't have a chance in Tianlong University, but when I go to other universities later, I'll be able to show off to others that I have such a hung brother. Wang Qingyuan also cherished this friendship, but each other heart to heart, do not want to say too much, and touched each other as fists. Let's go, I'm renting a new house out there, we'll be in touch anytime. No problem, old Wang, we'll see you in a couple days. Wang Qingyuan picked up his school bag and decided to go and live in the house assigned by the ghost killing section, which would also be convenient for future missions. He didn't have many lingering memories of the school, after all, he didn't really make many friends either. At best, it's a small percentage of time on the long road of life. At that moment, he received 2 messages on his cell phone. Sisterly Xiao, congratulations, you've gotten into the top school of your choice. After a while, Zifen and I will celebrate you together. Wang Qingyuan smiled gently. It looked like Zhang Zifen had already taken down his schoolmate. Guan Yu, I didn't expect you to be accepted by Tianlong University. I'm envious and jealous. Gas shake cold. But congratulations, just wait, I won't be too far behind. Fuming JPG. Wang Qingyuan was dumbfounded and didn't know where she got the information from. Putting away his cell phone, he sauntered off, bidding farewell to the school that had hosted 2 years of his schooling. Time is passing like lightning, the weather is getting colder and yesterday we had a brief winter snowfall. Half a month has flown by. Wang Qingyuan spends every day in the copy, among the task hall. The ghost killing section side has always been not much movement, at most, to engage in a group building. As for the appointment with Sekiyuki, the other party was forced to miss the appointment because the old man he hadn't met had made another discovery and left Saiketsu City in a hurry. Now that Wang Qingyuan's level had come to LV 25, he was one step closer to summoning Nez's third prince. The year was drawing to a close, and in a little while it would be time to go home, and the solemn and lively tour of the gods awaited him, and he did not want to be absent. Let me be 3,000 years of growth, wandering in the human world, even if. Wang Qingyuan's cell phone rang, and the caller was Zhang Hao. Qingyuan, where are you now? His tone wasn't exuberant like usual, but serious and heavy. A situation like this. Something was clearly wrong. I'm at home and ready to go on a mission. Jinshen went to pick you up. We're going to have a mission to do. Okay, I'm on my way. More than half an hour later, Wang Qingyuan appeared in the middle of the bustling red light district. In the hotel room, Old Kong, Zhang Hao and Liang Jinshen were all there, but the atmosphere was heavy, even with a strong sense of grief. Another unseen member of Saiketsu City's ghost killing section, Ho Changrong, is dead. Ho Changrong was a man in his early 30s, LV 46 level, space creator, similar to Old Kong's system but tending to be more supportive. He died on his bed, his face covered with half red cloth and half white cloth, with yellow and white meditation money by the bedside. He seemed to have suffered inhuman torture in his lifetime, and there were dark bruises on his body, but no obvious fatal injuries. Taking off the fabric, his expression was twisted in a way that looked more like he was being kept alive. Mother asterisk. Who the hell killed the monkey? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and cackled as his anger rose. Liang Jinshen was also incredibly puzzled. Doesn't the monkey have the skill of spatial creation? How can it be killed when it can just dig a hole and leave? Old Kong is also very incomprehensible, can't stop sighing with grief and anger, and desperately wants to avenge his teammate's death. Wang Qingyuan stood on the side, not knowing what to say. However, his sharp and unique senses were able to sense a residual barge of ghostly aura, and there was more than one, more like swarms. Looking at the paper money that was messily scattered around the bed, a bizarre image suddenly flashed through Wang Qingyuan's mind. Could it be a red and white crash? A few people turned their heads. At that moment, Evil Jade also came through the door, and Shallow glanced at the dead team members without any obvious change of expression, but she could feel that she was angry. It's a big deal that someone died in the ghost killing section. Wang Qingyuan guessed correctly, the monkey is trapped in the space of the red and white crash, and his occupational ability can't work. Evil Jade gritted her teeth. Red and white crashing breaks. Could it be someone from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts? Liang Jinshen guessed. It must be that group of bastard grass. Other than them, who would use this netherworld ability? Zhang Hao shouted. The Church of all Ghosts? Wang Qingyuan was once again caught in a knowledge-blind spot. Seeing this, Old Kong explained, the Church of 10,000 Ghosts is a group of people who have degenerated into evil spirits, a huge organization established by a group of people whose purpose is to make the entire world a paradise for evil spirits, viewing all living people as obstacles, with bloody and cruel means. Monkey was left to spy on the 10,000 ghosts of sinister beasts that existed within the city of Siriitii because of his convenient ability to escape, but apparently, he failed and tragically lost his life. Wang Qingyuan seems to understand, decided to slowly understand later to inquire. The main question now is what to do about the situation at hand. The eyes of the crowd were gathered on Wicked Jade. After a long time, Evil Jade clenched her teeth, and the Rakshasa silhouette appeared behind her, and her fury filled the air. Take away the monkey's body, let's go to Longting City. Even if we dig up the ground, I'm going to pull out that and die by 1,000 cuts. Hearing this, several people also instantly understood what she had in mind and immediately did as she said, with only Wang Qingyuan himself being confused. Liang Jinshen explained, we're going to the ghost killing section in Longting City to find someone in the Dreammaker profession to reconstruct the memories of the first 2 hours of his life. Prepare yourself mentally, you may soon have to face more vicious and brutal people than evil spirits. Chapter 23, The Red and White Fatalities. They are very efficient in what they do. With the body of Ho Changrong, a special car rushed to Longting City to find the relevant person in charge of the local ghost killing section, and to find the Dreammaker to reconstruct the memory. Returning to Saiketsu City, he also brought back 4 helpers in the process. After all, the red and white crash break was not trivial. This formation also appeared from time to time in high-level copies, and almost every time, it was able to trap and kill at least one level 100 powerhouse. It is called the first fury of the ancient world. When folk marry, it is most taboo for joyous events to meet with funerals. The god of the happy event is called the red god of death. The death god of funeral rushes is called white death god. The red god of souls is for weddings, which is committed when the newcomer gets up from the sedan chair. The white god of souls is for funerals, which is committed when the deceased gets up from the spirit. The effects caused when appearing alone are, at most, bad luck for the person, and they get over it when they get over it. However, if the two furies touch together, then the furies would increase exponentially, forming a field that was terrifying to the extreme. So it's not up to them to take it seriously. The 4 ghost killer members from Dragon City, 2 men and 2 women. Dawn, with his befuddled glasses, plaid shirt, and PFP console, is a 2-in-1 polytechnic and geek. Zhang Dehalo, estimated to be 40 years old, explosive head, beard carefully groomed, well-dressed, but looked a little lewd. He is a LV 60 level multiplier, and can strengthen any part of his body to become larger at will. This ability is great. The tall beauty with a high ponytail, named Zhangyu, LV 59 level, magic gunner, with a slender body and valiant temperament, was about the same height as Wicked Jade. The last one, a cute little lowly with a height of 1 meter 5, named Xiao Shining, with an occupation of LV 55 level, spirit scythe master. She was dressed in a black lolita and looked slightly creepy with a doll in her arms that looked like it had been torn apart and then haphazardly sewn back together and made whole. The ghost killing section in Dragon City is relatively large-scale and adequately staffed. Not to mention the fact that the Church of All Ghosts was involved, and it was easy to borrow people. The crowd gathered and waited for the results from the Dreammaker's side, and then further targeted the suspects. Damn it! The Church of 10,000 Ghosts is really getting more and more arrogant, even daring to bring something like the red and white crashing fury within the city limits. As long as they aren't extinguished, there will never be any peace in Yanxia country. Zhang Yu was righteously indignant and righteous. Zhang Dajia crossed his legs and styled himself like Elvis Presley, the Silver Eagle Alliance's rocker of the last century. The increasing number of destroyed copies in recent years has also led to the growth of their organization, and if we continue at this pace, the challenge we face will be too great. Xiao Shining raised the doll and said softly, "Can I keep the red and white fury from the red and white crash fury? I want to make a new doll." Dawn just played the game without saying anything. The sound of key presses was loud. It seemed to be proceeding to the scorching moment. Wicked Jade ringed her puffy breasts and leaned on the desk, the advantage of her black silk legs showing. All in all, we need to get the killer out as soon as possible, no more people dying in unclear circumstances. With that, he pointed at Zhang Hao and the others. It's not the first time you've worked together, and this squad is familiar with each other, only Wang Qingyuan is new, and he's going to participate in this hunt as well. A few eyes shifted to the teenager. Zhang Yu came to greet him first. "Hello Wang Qingyuan, let's help each other in the next cooperation." "Okay, Sister Ginger. Just call me Ginger Rain, not a few years older than you." Success. Fortunately, he didn't let himself call Sister Rain, otherwise it always felt a little strange. Wang Qingyuan turned to greet Zhang Dehua. "Still a virgin, young man? What type do you like?" Zhang Dehalo asked bashfully. Wang Qingyuan was stunned. Zhang Yu glanced at him. "Don't lead the young people astray. First time meeting, restrain yourself, okay?" "Ha, isn't it because I'm curious about how his aesthetics are?" Zhang Dehua laughed. Wang Qingyuan gave a sarcastic smile and spoke to Qiao Shining and Du Hang separately, so they were all considered acquaintances. Liang Jianshan pulled him aside and said quietly, "Stay away from Zhang Dehua, this guy is a pervert." "Pervert? Is he a base?" Wang Qingyuan didn't finish his sentence, saw that the other party was looking at himself with a smirk, so he changed his words. "Witty over the top? It's scarier than that. You'll see when the time comes. In short, he's not normal." Liang Jianshan nodded and said no more. Wang Qingyuan also kept a heart in mind and hardened a smile. Didn't have to wait too long for the news from the Dreammaker. 2 hours of memory extraction completed, the crowd gathered around and began to watch in earnest. In the picture, Ho Changrong was in the middle of a dark and dense forest, with a gloomy wind and thick smoke. It seems that he happened to be trapped in the space of the red and white crashdown 2 hours before he died. Accompanied by the joyful sham and the sad sound of wailing, at the end of the thick smoke, a red and a white procession came ghostly. The red affair party carried the sedan chair, walking up and down the road. The big red lanterns were held high and eerily red, and the happy money was scattered along the road. The white party carries the coffin, draped in sackcloth, plays a dirge, and white paper money is scattered in great quantities. Red and white collide with a fury. Just watching it through the medium, one could feel a strong sense of unease and oppression. Ho Changrong desperately tried to escape by breaking through the space through his professional ability, but was unable to do so and could only watch as the two evil spirits kept approaching. And then the red and white fused, trapping him in the center. The sounds of laughter and crying were endless, and the mental pollution rose explosively. Ho Changrong held his head in pain. The time seemed short, but 2 hours had passed. At the end of the memory, he was out of the horror of space, and was lying on a bed in an inn, with a bald man with an evil grin, saying things like "Rest in peace." End of memory screen. The people present all felt like a stone was pressed on their chests, the visual impact of the red and white crashing brakes was not small, making them feel immersed in the scene. But well, at last they saw the face of someone. A bald man. The crowd uncharacteristically focused on the only bald man in the room. Zhang Hao realized it afterward, and when he reacted, he stormed. I'm bathing you phone. What are you all looking at me for? That bald ass is obviously not as handsome as lousy. Liang Jinshan said, didn't say it was you, what's your hurry? Then look at me for what? That is wearing monk clothes, obviously a monk. Dare to look at me again, I will sue you for slander, Found it. The technician, White Cat, had pulled out information from the Ghost Killer section system that overlapped with the man's picture, a member of the Church of All Ghosts who was being sought. Shi Yuanji, former temple servant of Jizang Temple, was injured by the abbot for stealing the Buddha's most precious treasure, the Buddha's relics, and fled down the mountain. And then he was taken in by the three-eyed Ghost King, and fell into an evil spirit, and 2 years later massacred the monks of the Jizang Temple. Piece by piece the information starts to become clear. The suspect is locked in, everything falls into place, and the hunt is on. Evil Jade gave an order. Depart. Chapter 24 I speak with you in the place of the Bodhisattva. 2 in 1. Evil Jade is not participating in this battle, she's going to go to the three-eyed Ghost King for a one-on-one fight. Except for White Cat and Old Hole, who were not participating in the battle, the rest of the total of 7 people were divided into 3 groups. Wang Qingyuan had a lower rank, so he was paired with 2 people, Zhang Yu and Chao Shining. A few people determined the general area to be lined up and began to move. The 2 of you remember well, because they are not evil spirits in the true sense of the word, it is highly likely that they will be disguised as ordinary people living in the city. In the process of elimination, in addition to fine perception, the first feeling is also very important, don't ignore it. Ginger Rain has a great personality and shares what she has been experiencing. Wang Qingyuan agreed with this. Human sixth sense is actually a very buggy thing, whether it's the first time you see a person or go to a place, as long as the sixth sense starts to alarm and sends out bad signals, then it means that it's mostly things that are not good for oneself. Chao Shining nodded as well. Next we split into 3, scouting towards the center from 3 directions, keeping the distance that we can support each other at any time, and don't detach too far. Jiang Yu said, Wang Qingyuan, what is your profession and rank? What's the role? Wang Qingyuan chose a phrase that they could understand and replied, playing God Dao, I can summon ghosts and gods to fight for me, worse in terms of assistance, main attack on hard battles. Level is now LV 25. Zhang Yu and Chao Shining froze at his words. Before the former could speak, Chao Shining let out a puzzled ha. LV 25 level, are you kidding me? Zhang Yu was also very puzzled. LV 25 rank is too low, once you encounter a member of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts you will surely die. How can I let you carry out such a dangerous mission? Sister Jade didn't tell me about it beforehand either. Chao Shining stared at him and asked, you wouldn't have come in through the back door, would you, with relatives in the top echelons of the ghost killing section? It doesn't look like you. She mused quaintly, then covered her small mouth as if associating it with some shocking possibility. Oh my god, you're not Wicked Jade's little boyfriend, are you? Wang Qingyuan had a helpless look on his face and had to think of a way to explain. After a brief moment of thought, he took out the ghost killing section's medallion and handed it to the 2 men. Every test and mission would be recorded on the medallion's smart chip. The 2 women took it, gained access and checked a glance, then their eyes snapped open. 3 minutes to pass the ghost killing section test. Single-handedly executing the Great Black Buddha Mother. A number of remaining tasks, large and small. What? The 2 women raised their heads, their complexions already filled with a look of doubt. The difficulty of the ghost killing sections tests are balanced and similar across the country, and even the fastest record for passing the test took almost 10 minutes. 3 minutes? Are you sure you're not kidding? As for killing the Great Black Buddha Mother alone, such a battle result is not very outstanding at first glance, but a key point shown on the medal record is that when he killed the Great Black Buddha Mother, his level was only LV 15, crossing a whole 14 levels. Seeing these 2 records, the 2 women only felt incomparably absurd, but there was no further reason to question them. Because the records on the medallion, each one has to be reviewed by a superior before the update can be completed. Being able to show them is obviously confirmed. It's just outrageous. That's amazing. In that case we can indeed trust you. Zhang Yu handed back the medallion and said, however, your profession may be special, but your low level is still a hard injury, so if you encounter danger, make sure to call for help in time and don't act alone. I see. Chao Shining curiously tugged on Wang Qingyuan's clothes and asked curiously, the test passed in 3 minutes? How did you do that? Wang Qingyuan recalled and said, the hungry ghost that blocked the way was almost killed by me, so the examination was forcibly terminated. Zhang Yu, Chao Shining. The beginning of the probe is the busy neighborhood where Ho Changrong died, and the reason why there was no prior lineup was because of the fear of spooking the snakes, just arranging for people to keep watch on the periphery. Wang Qingyuan tried to act as natural as possible, observing his surroundings as if he were strolling down the street. At the same time, with his sharp senses, he carefully felt the faint ghostly aura flowing in the air. But it's obviously like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it's not that easy. Each man wore a miniature communication apparatus and exchanged messages with each other. Although everyone was well camouflaged, 100 mistakes could not be avoided, and the operation was definitely exposed, but it didn't matter. In the present situation, I am not afraid of the evil person's trickery, but I am afraid of being a shrunken head turtle, not daring to show up. Wang Qingyuan bought 2 roasted sausages, intending to tie sell some breaks. With the lowest rank of the operatives, he might make a good decoy. Half a day had passed and it was nearing dusk, with night about to take over from day. The search was so extensive that progress was slow and had to be lured into action somehow. Dangling. Passing by an izakaya, the wind chime at the entrance rang, attracting Wang Qingyuan's attention. Looking towards the inside, behind the half-curtain sat a man in yellow monk's robes, feasting on a tilapia roasted bird with his mouth full of oil. As he checked out and walked out, he stood on the steps and locked eyes with the teenager in front of him. The monk had a rounded physique, large earlobes, a big smile, and was twirling his Buddha beads in his hand, living like a Maitreya. But his eyes were small, always narrowed, and looked devoid of compassion. The two stopped for a long time. Immediately thereafter, the monk asked, "Scholar, may I ask if you are looking for me?" Wang Qingyuan didn't dodge to meet his eyes. "If your name is Shi Yuanji, then I am indeed looking for you." "Oh, then I wonder what it is that the monks are looking for the poor monk to discuss?" Wang Qingyuan laughed coldly, pointing at the wall next to him. "Can you trouble the mage by crashing headfirst into this place? Lest you get killed alive by me later and end up miserable." "Ha, Amitba Buddha, I'm sorry that the poor monk can't fulfill this request of the scholar." Both sides' chi surged, killing intent exchanged, stirring up a storm that shook out. This old bald donkey even really stared at himself, and also pretended that the high man was waiting in advance here, but he begged for it. In the next second, the moment the killing chance broke through the critical mass, both of them struck out at the same time. Wang Qingyuan held a fire stick and struck a fiery, entwined palm seal. Boom! Shi Yuanji hands together, the dark purple Buddha light seems to have a mournful sound, and it is against it. The energy explodes the doorway stone pier. Wang Qingyuan staggered backwards. He had the upper hand in this strike, and his opponent was at least LV 60 leveled. The level of the is estimated to be less than LV 30, right? Actually dare to come to the poor monk in such a big way, but also really have some guts. Sakanoshi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I've already notified my teammates in the neighborhood, they'll be able to arrive soon, you won't be able to escape," Wang Qingyuan said. 20 seconds. Shi Yuanji stretched out 2 fingers and said, "In 20 seconds, I can kill you and then escape and leave, and no one will know that I have appeared." Wang Qingyuan followed his example and similarly extended his 2 fingers. 2 minutes and I'll hold you down dead." Shi Yuanji's eyes even became a slit, and he seemed to be moved to true anger. Swords were drawn on both sides, and the battle stirred up again. Shi Yuanji's Buddhist light appeared at first glance, but a disturbing aura surged through him, coalescing into a bizarre infant spirit that opened an abyssal maw that seemed to be able to ingest the life of all living things. Facing such a powerful opponent, Wang Qingyuan did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. His entire body's green and red ghost chi surged, instantly condensing into 2 huge dharma bodies behind his back. "What is it?" Rao Yuani, who had fallen into the evil path, also felt incomparably shocked the moment he felt such a majestic ghostly aura. Then he looked again at the teenager who had completely changed his appearance, and the killing intent in his eyes increased. This ghost chi was purer than many Ghost King level existences he had seen. No wonder he's so arrogant, so he has something to rely on. Wang Qingyuan's feet stepped on the 3 steps of Zan, and the dharma bodies of the 2 generals of increase and loss stood on both sides, and the horrible ghost chi swept through the 8 directions. The top of his Erlang hat lit up with 3 sticks of clear incense, and his mouth sprouted fangs and sideburns, like a fierce ghost descending to the world, making people tremble with fear. General Zhang holds a fire stick, and General Lost tugs on a chain. In the midst of the clouds and mists, footsteps slowly stepped out. The increase and loss of the 2 generals is like a burning flame, will completely ignite this fog white. Sigh, the hour is near dusk, and the blade is no longer elegant. 3 sticks of clear incense, open and mount. Wang Qingyuan shook his head and shook his head, his mouth's divine teeth shook, his eyes glared round, and his baleful aura exploded and surged out furiously. "I speak to you in the place of the Bodhisattva." 10. With the official general's head upper body substitution enhancement, Wang Qingyuan's combat power increased exponentially, and he would no longer be in a situation where he was suppressed by the evil monk. But it didn't seem that easy to kill it. As the 2 sides exchanged blows, greenish-blue arcs of electricity flickered and made crackling sounds. Shi Yuanji used his rosary as a weapon, striking it with a whistling sound in the air while emitting a bizarre solemn Buddhist chant, and a large amount of bizarre purple chi, which actually formed a mountain of flesh bodhisattva behind him. The bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. The body of the bodhisattva of the mountain of flesh was covered with the human faces of babies, crying, and even arms trying to break out of it and pollute the spirit. A palm struck and Wang Qingyuan was hard against it. Boom! The erupting breath formed waves of air, blowing everything around them away and even annihilating them. Wang Qingyuan used his three-stranded fork to continuously chop vertically, pick upwards, stab straight, and sweep horizontally. There weren't too many fancy moves, it was just a reckless thrust. Increase the general fire issued power, in the cloudy dome of the sky to open a corner, a yin and yang taiji fish hidden emergence, as if running all the vitality of the avenue. At the same time countless swastika fire palms fell from the sky like meteors raining down. General Damage used the most primitive method of attack, jerking the chain in his hand. Even if there was a gap in rank, facing the three people beating him up, it was a bit difficult to fight back for a while. Sure, Yuanji's monk's clothes were stabbed with a dozen holes, the fire stick hit his crotch on fire, and his bare head was jerked out by the chains with a few hideous bloody marks. But even then, instead of becoming frantic, he became more and more alarmed the more he fought. The 20 seconds that had been called for earlier had already passed, and after Wang Qingyuan's official general's head had gone up, he was surprisingly knocked out himself, and was unable to break the game in a short period of time. How did this kid get so fierce? The situation was out of his expectation. If it was such a battle, it was necessary to flee. If he waited until the others came with support, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Damn it, missed the boat. On the other side, Zhang Yu and Chao Shining, who had gotten the news from Wang Qingyuan, were arriving at a rapid pace. That cunning demonic monk, he even bullied his way out of the situation and took the initiative to intercept Wang Qingyuan. There was energy floating underneath Zhang Yu's feet, and every time he touched the ground he was able to storm a distance of more than 10 meters. Let's hope he holds out a little bit and doesn't die too quickly. Half of the little lowly Chao Shining's body was demonized, transforming into a uniquely shaped pitch-black scythe, with darkness surging through it like a demon's wings. I should have let him move with me if I had known. With his LV 25 level, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist the demon monk's offense. If he dies, it will be hard for me to answer to my fellow officers in Saikyo City. Chao Shining didn't say anything and silently sped up his traveling speed. In a few moments, the two women rushed to the outskirts of the street through the location on the locator. At this moment, a large amount of fog was blocking the line of sight, and one could only vaguely see several figures fighting among them. Moreover, in addition to the aura emanating from the demon monk's evil skill, they clearly sensed a strong ghostly aura permeating the area. It made the two women's eyebrows stop beating furiously. Strange, who is fighting with whom? Could it be that Wang Qingyuan isn't here? With doubts, they broke through the mist and arrived at the center of the battle, and then they saw a scene that could be described as magical and made people's jaws drop. Wang Qingyuan, relying on the power of the two Ghost King Dharma bodies, beat Sure Yuanji to the point that he was unable to fight back. The Flesh Mountain Bodhisattva, which had formed a substance, was attacked by countless swastika fire palms, and was like ice cream that had melted due to the heat, emitting a foul odor that was extremely disgusting. When Zhang Yu and Chao Shining saw this scene, their pupils shrunk. Is that Wang Qingyuan? They had thought that with Wang Qingyuan's rank, at this point, he would most likely have already been beaten half to death by the demonic monk, and it was even possible that he had already lost his life. But now, it's a scene completely out of the imagination. Especially those two Ghost King Dharma bodies made the two women's hearts jump, subconsciously trying to use their full strength to resist. What exactly were those two Ghost Kings? How could Wang Qingyuan's strength be so perverted? At this very moment, Sai Yuanji's evil aura filled the air, and he constantly wanted to try to escape. However, the attacks of those three people were too intensive, frequently cutting off his retreat, as if they were carrying a domain-like suction force, making it impossible for him to get out of the way. Sure, Yuanji's eyes were red, his teeth clenched and creaked, no longer having the compassionate face he pretended to have earlier, but full of resentment, like a humanoid beast that had gone berserk. Asterisk. Damn! Why don't you let me go? Wang Qingyuan laughed coldly. Bald ass, I've already said that I'll hold you down here to death, you can't escape. Ah. Sure, Yuanji let out a hiss, his chi rushing to the heavens, once again coalescing the bodhisattva of flesh into a complete, eerily compassionate body. Countless infants and spirits let out mournful cries, making every cell in one's body tremble. But this does not matter to Wang Qingyuan in the slightest. Make a move and kill him. What are you all waiting for? Chapter 25, Beheading. It was only when Wang Qingyuan's voice shouted that the two women finally came back to their senses. Then each of them cast their skills and charged from the other two sides. Demon Gun Meteor. Death Harvest. When facing Wang Qingyuan, Sure Yuanji had already felt difficult to deal with, and now there were two more strong people surrounding him. Even though he had all the means, he was powerless to return to heaven. Panic instantly covered his body. No! Lord Three Eyes, help me! Boom! Under the multiple attacks, the Flesh Mountain Bodhisattva exploded into countless broken pieces, but no blood flowed. Sure Yuanji was killed on the spot and died in peace. Until the last moment, it was hard for him to imagine that he would die in such a nasty way. He didn't use red and white crash fury? Chao Shining lowered his guard, his expression puzzled. He won't use it. It wasn't him who killed Ho Chang Rong. Zhang Yu poked the buttocks of Shiwanji a few times with the tip of his gun to make sure he was dead through and through, and then contacted the cleanup team under the management of the ghost killing section. After the dust settled, the two women turned their attention to the MVP of the battle, Wang Qingyuan. By now he had regained his original appearance and was walking towards them. Chao Shining jumped over at once, his big eyes rounded, and asked eagerly, Wang Qingyuan? What was that? What in the world was that just now? How did you do that? That's the ghost god I summoned, official general head. Wang Qingyuan did not explain in too much detail. Summoning ghosts and gods to fight and suppressing them for such a long period of time across levels. This profession is surprisingly so powerful. Jiang Yu thought of something, then asked, summoning him. To summon, official general head, to appear, do you need to pay any price? Wang Qingyuan shook his head, don't need anything, come down anytime. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's mouth slightly opened, obviously very surprised. She then added, as far as I know, professions similar to this are Yin-Yang Master in the Sakura country, Head Slaver in the Siren country, and Divine Vessel in Reizi and other countries. Through the nature of their profession, they also manage to communicate what does not exist in this world dimension and descend to this world to fight for themselves. But, more or less, there is a price to pay. Wang Qingyuan revealed an interested gaze. Jiang Yu continued, the most representative of them is the so-called Divine Vessel, who, because of their special physique, can act as a medium between the two dimensions, causing the so-called gods to attach themselves to their bodies, and obtaining a short-lived, but very powerful, battle power. But there's an old saying that it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. It's true for them as well. If the soul's spiritual power is insufficient, there may be a tragedy of turtling, or even borrowing the body to create havoc, which ultimately leads to death. Chao Shining raised his hand and said, I know. In the past, my teacher said that there was a Western divine vessel professional who invited an evil god to take control of his body. After accomplishing his wish, not only did he fail to successfully get back control of his body, but instead, his soul was ground up, his family was killed, and he created no small amount of chaos. Speaking of which, the two women looked at him in unison. Wang Qingyuan said, don't worry, I have absolute control over my body. Moreover, the ghosts and gods that I can summon do not have such shameless evil gods. The two of them would believe it and didn't say anything else. The battle power displayed by Wang Qingyuan was just too terrifying, and even though he was only LV 25 level, they might not be a match when it came to a real cut and thrust. Jiang Yu stared at him, kind of wanting to dig him into the ghost killing section in Longting City, but still feeling a little weak when she thought of Evil Jade, and then when she thought of the other perverted woman, well, let's just forget it. Delivering the message here, the crowd thought there had been a miscommunication. Wang Qingyuan resisted Shi Yuanji alone for 5 minutes, and even presented a suppressive situation, beating his opponent into retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that the news was from Jiang Yu, they would have felt that there had been some sort of misunderstanding. Even Zhang Hao and Liang Jianshan, who know that he is very perverted, can't stop their hearts from being shocked. This is not too perverted and over the top. The white cat, who was always unwilling to say a single word, couldn't help but murmur over the communication device. So strong. But then she began to illustrate other intelligence information. Sister Evil Jade has already found the three-eyed Ghost King and is fighting at the moment. Over there can only ensure that the Ghost King won't go down. As for the rest, it's up to you guys to solve it. Zhang Hao and Liang Jianshan, Zhang Dahua and Du Hang, all encountered attacks from members of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts respectively, but they were basically cannon fodder. What can be determined now is that the one who could cast the red and white crash break formation was someone else, and was still hiding in the shadows, unable to find his trail. So the crowd had to extend the search even further, making it much more difficult. Sure, Yuanji's corpse couldn't be used, his head had been planted with parasites by the witch demon, and his spiritual core was automatically destroyed after his death, making it impossible to peek into his memories. Thereafter, another few consecutive days of searching and still nothing. Jiang Yu and the others would be temporarily stationed in Jingwei City until this matter was over, and then they would return to Longting City to return to the team. The commendation that Wang Qingyuan had received once again for his outstanding battle achievements had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups, who were even more optimistic about the newcomer. Time passes. New Year's Eve is less than 5 days away. Wang Qingyuan had been given a vacation and was going to go back to participate in the God Tour, and in the meantime, he was going to take another look, to see if there were also things such as the Lotus of Nez's 3 princes, in the shrines of the various families, which was very important to him. And just before he left, somewhere in the villa area of Seiko City, beside a young man, a figure emerged from an ink drawing on the wall, exuding an ominous aura. Damn Ghost Slayer members. They even injured the three-eyed Ghost King and killed that punk, Shuri Yuanji. The young man said, no matter what, as long as the Ghost King is not dead, that woman will not dare to go down easily. As for the others, but just a bunch of mole crickets, there is no one who can break your red and white crashing fury. The other person spoke a broken Yanxia language, Fu Mingjun, it's just something small here in Jingwei City. Regarding what our Cherry Blossom Kingdom wants, please also make sure you give me an accurate answer as soon as possible. Fu Ming shook the red wine in his hand. Don't worry, Yamanaka-kun, it's not just the body of the great Tengu. That thing is now at Tenria University. Even with my identity, there's no way to act rashly for the time being. But don't worry, I'll progress this matter slowly and gradually until it's perfectly done for you. But before that, you must first help me establish a foothold in Jingwei City. He smiled. Besides the Great Tengu, don't you want to bring back that woman called Evil Jade to Kyoto to claim credit for the Gosen family? That black shadow sniffed and seemed to be somewhat moved, and after a long silence, he said, then let's find a way to capture that woman first, and then bring her back to the place where she is supposed to exist. Fu Ming and the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom agreed and smiled at each other. The latter then disappeared into the ink painting. A moment later, his gaze clouded over and the red wine glass in his hand shook with cracks. Evil Jade. I promise that wherever you exist, there will never be any peace. Chapter 26, Eugene Village. Yushin Village, Fuku City. Wang Qingyuan finally returned to his long-remembered hometown. Although the mission in Saiketsu City has not yet come to an end, the search never stops and there has been some progress. At least it had been found out through multiple sources that the person who had cast the red and white crashing fury was a person from the Sakura country, but had some knowledge of Yanxia folklore. From Ho Tianrong's memories, he could see that the red and white formations that killed him at that time only had 12 people each, and were more elementary formations, not enough to reach the heights of trapping and killing a 100-level powerhouse. Otherwise, it wouldn't be them who were conducting the investigation now. In order to ensure Wang Qingyuan's safety, Zhang Yu and Xiao Shining came back with him and waited for the end of the God Tour before returning. At the same time, with the influence of Wang Qingyuan's several unique battle systems, the above was also very interested in the activities of the wandering gods and made sure to record the whole thing. There will even be people in person by then. Wow, Wang Qingyuan, this is your hometown. I thought it would be a mountain valley. Xiao Shining curiously surveyed the village in front of him. Unlike the high-rise buildings of the metropolis, it is a clear color of ancient brick houses, as if it has been precipitated for 1,000 years, as if crossing the general. The heart cannot stop rising a sense of awe. I'll have my third granduncle help you to arrange a place to stay later. The folk here are nice and very friendly to outsiders, so you're welcome. Wang Qingyuan said. Zhang Yu shook his head. The two of us are tasked with protecting you, so we can't stay too far away. It's best if we can stay at your home. That's fine. There's enough room in the house, it's just a matter of adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks. At this point, under the stone pillars of the quaint village gatehouse, a petite figure peeked out, quirky. At the sight of the familiar figure, a pair of large Kazran eyes twinkled, and then lurched as they ran and shouted, Cauldron! Ma! Cauldron is back! Ran! Wang Qingyuan picked his sister up with a hand, his gaze doting, pinching his fuel-like round face, fattened up quite a bit. Didn't steal much food at home, did you? Hey, I ate everything in the fridge, and my mom praised me for being the reincarnation of a pig spirit and happily beat me up every day. Wang Ran rubbed himself in his brother's arms, and his speech was still not too clear. Davin, did you buy me Nakiki? Ha, I bought it, and I also bought you candies, cookies, chili fries, and a set of Huanggang Little Scholar, so you can use it when you grow up. Yay, brother is so nice. What is Huanggang Little Scholar? Is it good? Yummy. Thank you, brother. When I grow up, I'll definitely get back at you. The corner of Wang Qingyuan's eyes shook a little. This little ninny still does not understand the normative use of words at all. Zhang Yu looked at the picture of brother and sister, and the pure emotion also moved her quite a bit. Xiao Shining muttered in a low voice, Wang Qingyuan cheating a child, really not human. Where's mom and the village relatives? They're at. Before Aaron could finish, 2 young, strong lads appeared at the entrance of the village carrying hanging whips, and brushed and paved their way over. Then all sorts of salutes were set up, and a banner unfurled, the lure of returning to the village. Warmly welcome professional Wang Qingyuan home for the new year. From a distance, he saw Jiang Shulan appearing at the village entrance with a group of friends and relatives, greeting them from afar. Release! Crackle! The whips and pops went off in unison. It echoed in the middle of the empty village, just like a war, shocking people's eardrums. The village watched from afar. Moncler Outlet Store Ching Yuan has grown taller and become a big boy. Auntie, so handsome, you're going to be 19 in the new year, right? It's time to get married. Second Grandmaster, this kid has really made a name for himself, and has brought 2 big girls straight back, so our old Wang family's fragrance will be even more prosperous. Fourth uncle, third sister-in-law, it's time to prepare for the bride price. Third uncle, this little Ching Yuan, did he listen to me or not? Pay attention to his boyhood. Moncler Outlet Store. Why? We have plenty of cleaners in our village, so why don't we just let the Debing boys take over? Jiang Shulan, don't even talk nonsense, just get the people in and talk. Crowds of people were talking to each other, and the younger ones went home and brought back a strong flavor of the year. Surrounded by friends and family, Zhang Yu and Xiao Shining, who had never seen such a scene before, were flattered and were thus swarmed into the village. Yushin village has a small population, so families have always maintained a tight cohesion and retained the simplest of emotions, which are difficult for people in big cities to appreciate. A few people were put on the big red flowers without being told. Jiang Yu kept saying thank you, somewhat beckoned. Xiao Shining was however interested in everything. Finished, Jiang Yu, I seem to like it here. The lively atmosphere was like an early New Year's Eve, with families gathering to eat and drink until nightfall. Wang Qingyuan also continued to recount what he had seen and heard in Jingwei City, causing some teenage girls to rise up with incomparable yearning. At nightfall, all the guests dispersed and it was finally quiet. The night was quiet, and only vaguely could one hear birds chirping as well as the rare animal calls of the mountains. Zhao Shining lay on the bed, holding up the wooden sculpture of Huaguang Shizi that the villagers had given him, lovingly. My goodness, the people here are so welcoming. I'm thinking of moving here to live in the future. Jiang Yu, however, felt very tired and suspected that she had lost all her strength and means. All she wanted to do now was to get a good night's sleep. Wang Qingyuan went to the ancestral hall and lit 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times. Ever since he had awakened the playing God's way, his respect for the gods had become even stronger, and he also had a more profound knowledge of them. There are many tribute halls in the village, with gods and goddesses in each house. There are also Jizangan, Wealth God Temple and Zhongkue Temple. It was just that this place was always like a paradise in the world, free from the attention of the outside world, and it was thought that it was also a kind of disguised protection from the heavenly Tao. Wang Qingyuan was not in a hurry and planned to spend a few days slowly exploring. For now, he still wanted to feel the warmth of home deeply. Early the following morning, Wang Qingyuan then took the 2 girls, who were full of curiosity, and wandered around the village. At this time, all the families have made the skeletons needed for the tour, and the grannies have embroidered the costumes of the gods and goddesses with precious materials, which are as exquisite as the intangible cultural heritage, Jinsong embroidery. The young men in charge of the wandering gods carried their racks on their bodies and diligently practiced their 4 square steps, all wanting their own gods to appear in great splendor. Wang Qingyuan's childhood playmates, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were in charge of Huaguang Shizi and Zhao Shizi respectively. Wang Weiya and Wang Weiman, grandchildren of the 3rd uncle, were in charge of Zhang Shizi and Zhang Ershizi. The bailiff male was the 3rd uncle. The 2nd granduncle and his foxy friends, on the other hand, volunteered to be horsemen because they could take whips and whip random people. Even the children in the village, including his sister Wang Ran, play the role of the little god general. In addition, dragon and lion dances, gongs and drums, iron flowers, and a host of other things, are handled by a large number of specialists, and it is a supreme event in which almost the entire village participates. Jiang Yu and Xiao Shining were dumbfounded. The amount of information they received along the way was just too much, and are unheard of cultural practices. Xingyuan, what about taking your girlfriend shopping? Ha, Xiao Wu, don't be ridiculous. The other little girl has said that she's not a boyfriend and girlfriend. This year's Yushin is unprecedentedly lively, so it's a good time to let them feel our atmosphere as well. Xingyuan, let's drink together again tonight, huh? This year, my family's Zhang Shizi is finally willing to come out and must light up your eyes. I'm sorry, but my Zhao Shizi is the best. The 3 of them wandered through the village as the children playing the role of the little gods and goddesses ran back and forth. Everywhere lights were put up and tributes were prepared, with the folklore of mythological history, completely crushing the so-called lights and neon flashes of the big city. Jiang Yu said in a daze, I really never thought that our Yanxia's history would be so long, and that there are so many things that we don't know about. It's really shocking. Zhao Shining said, it feels like every family's gods and goddesses are so majestic and exquisite, those big mall luxuries feel worthless compared to these. Wang Qingyuan walked ahead and said, Yanxia has a long history, and the mythological historical colors are enough to overshadow any country. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Zhao Shining, however, felt that it was a bit of a pity. If every single one of these divine generals could become real and descend into this world, that would be really great. They had never been exposed to this field from what they had been seeing and hearing, and naturally they viewed it only as folklore and were not so optimistic about its authenticity. Wang Qingyuan suddenly paused in his steps, and after pondering for a moment, he said, I think, can. 2 days passed. Wang Qingyuan went to a number of temples one after another in the nearby villages, but none of them were able to find anything similar to the Nez's 3rd Prince Lotus. Disappointment wasn't really a problem, but it more or less left him feeling a bit down. In previous years, the time of the yogi was not fixed, but this year it was decided to be on the day of the New Year's Day, which is tomorrow. However, the plan is still not working. There's a problem in Seiko City. The caster of the Red and White Crash Fury was captured on the trail and is currently on the move to hunt, and several people are to return to the group immediately. Although it is very reluctant, there are wandering gods every year, and once the evil is allowed to escape the net of heaven, the consequences will be too serious. Cauldron, you're going back? With tears in his eyes, Ran tugged at his brother's pant leg and wouldn't let go. Wang Qingyuan tried to comfort, and then drew a big cake to appease with delicious food, but the little girl was dead set on not letting go, and was even about to tear his pants leg, so he kicked it aside. Mom, Uncle Sam, Grandpa and Grandma, I have to get back. Wang Qingyuan didn't go into detail about what happened, but everyone could understand, and even if they didn't want to let go, they could only say goodbye with this in sight and look forward to seeing each other next time. Looking at the departing backs of several people, 3rd uncle sighed helplessly and looked at Zhang Shulan beside him. Shulan, about Lao San, aren't you going to tell him yet? Jiang Shulan wiped her tears and shook her head. Let's talk about it after he gets into college. There are some things that I don't want him to know too early. Ugh. My son is old enough to let go. He has a right to deserve to know these things. The third uncle sighed and turned away with his hands behind his back. Jiang Shulan took Aaron's hand and stood at the entrance of the village, staring in fascination, with mixed feelings inside. As a mother, she was vaguely able to feel that her son might be in danger on this trip, and she couldn't help but let her heart be in turmoil. She picked up her cell phone and cursed as she looked at an unmarked phone number on it. Damn guy, condemned by heaven. So long ago, actually do not know to take the initiative to come to a message. Hold is not a son? Just as she was about to put it away and drag her daughter back to the village, her cell phone beeped. It was a text message from that phone number. Formations are broken by formations. The procession of the gods and generals can break the 100 Ghosts nightly procession, red and white crashing fury, and other ferocious fates. Shulan, I'll leave my son to you. I'm fine, don't miss it. Looking at this line, Jiang Shulan dropped 2 lines of tears and couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. Aaron tugged at her shirt. Mommy, why are you crying? It's okay, Mom's okay. Jiang Shulan wiped her tears. Ran, are you hungry? Mom will go home and make you something delicious. What do you want to eat? Mommy, I want to eat bell chicken. Okay, good girl, Mom will beat you up when she gets home. Jiang Shulan entered the village, took a deep breath, thought twice, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, third uncle let's not organize this year's God tour in the village. Where to? Let's grab the guys and go to Seiko City. Yes. Cheering for my son. P.S. Transitional plot rhythm is a bit strange. The author's novice skills are too poor. Big brother more to bear with. Chapter 27, The Roundup. Seiketsu City, Oriental Jomei Bar. The manic DJ dance music blared, activating everyone's nerves, and the open men and women on the dance floor were dressed in cool, wantonly twisting their bodies. Laser lights flashed wildly, setting a warm and indulgent mood. At the bar, Yamanakes was also gulping down beer with a ferocious look that caused many people to not dare to approach easily, his teeth creaking as if he was about to transform into a beast that could eat people at any time. He couldn't figure out how he had been targeted by that group of shadowy ghost killers when he was clearly well hidden. Could it be that Fu Ming that betrayed himself? Thud. Kanzuya Yamanaka's simple mind couldn't think through too much complex information, and the alcohol was getting to his head, further tending to make him want to respond in the most primitive way possible. With his LV 75 rank, the red and white crashing fury, formation in hand, and with the Gosen family's yin and yang masters to receive him, he felt that he had no need to worry, and was in control of an absolute chance of victory. At that moment, the dance floor looked like it was knocking more than a few yellow-haired youths came up and tapped on his shoulder. Hey dude, what's the point of going crazy since just now? Did someone die in your family? Why are you so grumpy? The wind in the mountain also slowly turned back, the killing chance in his eyes was undisguised, scaring the yellow-haired young man into a stumble. But in the way of having his friends around him, and even his female companion watching, he was a bit embarrassed and continued to be vicious. Nasal oxygens, you're ing looking for a fight aren't you? Pust. Before the words fell, a flash of cold light, the yellow-haired young man's head and body were separated, and his headless body was like a fountain, scattering blood all over the ground. The surrounding people were all stunned to see this scene. The female companion, who was still smiling and ready to watch the fun, was directly pierced through her chest. Bakayalu. In the next second, several figures in the crowd appeared in unison and lunged towards him. Yamanaka Foam also jumped with his eyebrows, reflexively dodging and counterattacking. Countless poisonous snakes shot out from his sleeves, instantly spreading over the entire bar. Boom! A pair of huge palms slapped from both sides, whistling with a powerful wind. The person on top, whose body was half covered by bio-armor, slammed his fist down. A three-tailed white cat let out a meow and flung out green-colored flames. But it was such an intensive attack. But the wind in the mountain did not have his hands full. Instead, he instantly slaughtered several people and quickly ghosted their corpses, kneading them into a corpse shield. His methods were cruel to the extreme. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** now cursed angrily as the monster-like magic armor completely covered his bald head. Zhang Daji clenched his fist that had been doubled dozens of times and looked at Kanzuya Yamanaka with a grave expression. Tough one. The raid failed. A few people can only let him escape from it first. This is too cunning. Only appearing in a crowded place, completely pissed off only to be afraid of a killing spree. The ghost killing section borrowed a few more people from neighboring cities in order to completely erase the hidden dangers. After all, Saikyo City's teen was too imperfect to compare to other places. Seeing that the wind in the mountains also fled out, the personnel who had been ambushed long ago appeared. A plump jade like Cheongsam Beauty flung a fire whip, forming a wall of fire that blocked his retreat. Humph, with me here, you'll never get through this path. The Cheongsam Beauty licked her lips, her voice tingling to the bone. Roar! Drink! Ha! On the other side, the triplet brothers stacked themselves on top of each other to form a human wall and fiercely bellowed out a sonic shockwave, sending even the wind in the mountain flying dozens of meters. But his body was so leathery that he just rolled on the ground, cursed, and fled towards another gap. and directly in front of him, a swordsman was waiting with his sword drawn, wanting to engage it hard. All back off, I'm going to cut him down alone. Being blocked by the frequent bugs, Wind in the Mountain was also cranky and nearly frantic, his voice hoarse, damn thing, I'm going to tear you apart. The swordsman shuddered, sheathing his long sword, and silently retreated to the back. Sorry, I'm still a bit scared, Yun, it's better for you to take the shot. Waste. High above, a beautiful woman in an officer's camouflage uniform who was aiming with a Barrett sniper rifle let out a chirp before pulling the trigger. The bullet exploded with a clang, the recoil making her puffy breasts jiggle, hitting Kazuya Yamanaka's calf with pinpoint accuracy, but only leaving a tiny wound. Gao Tianyu, you punk! Ru broke into a fit of rage. Swordsman Gao Tianyu smiled awkwardly, don't be angry Yun, haven't you already punched the tracker in, this won't have much impact on our plan. Next time you dare to just act like a pussy, I'll be the first to snipe you. The Barrett phantom in Ru's hand disappeared, and she leapt down from the heights. At this time, Zhang Hao and the others also chased after him, and the white cat, who had already transformed from a three-tailed cat spirit to a human form, quickly tapped on the computer. Yun, good job, he escaped towards the suburban location. That's for sure, with me out there, there's absolutely no problem. The white cat said, almost everyone is here, so since the plan is going well, let's close in on the suburbs as soon as possible. Zhang Hao asked as his head armor lifted, revealing his bald head. When will Qing Yuan and the others be back? Already there, intercepting people right at the target location. Well, heck, this little brat has really made us look for him all this time. This time we must hold this son of a down completely in Jingwei City. Gentlemen, make sure you fight quickly, he may have other difficult helpers. Roger that. On New Year's Eve, the crowd launched a wide-ranging hunt just to completely wipe him out once and for all. The streets are crowded with people, colorful lanterns hanging all over the streets. The New Year's flavor is not as strong as in the past, but there is always some appearance. Big cities have strict controls on when fireworks can be set off, and they don't start until the wee hours of the morning, and for a vibrant metropolis, 12 o'clock is just the beginning of the nightlife. At this very moment, the Wind in the Mountains also panicked and fled towards the open fields in the suburbs, not realizing that he had been caught in a trap. He kept cursing under his breath, his maniacal appearance was like a madman. Bugs! Vermin! Gradually, he slowed down his pace and calmed his out-of-control emotions a little bit, and then, in a unique way of passing on the message, he flew away with a pen and ink drawing of an animal or bird, asking for help from the other colleagues. He paced, trying to think of how to stall for time or how to escape. However, in the next second, the footsteps were suddenly lurched, only to see that in the middle of the open area in front, a young figure was sitting on a bench with his back turned, 3 columns of clear incense burning in front of him, the statue of the Buddha, the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, hanging high, and the heads of the official generals standing on the left and right. Pretending to be a god? Feeling a killing intent approaching from behind, Wang Qingyuan raised his head and opened his eyes, seemingly with 2 golden flashes. After receiving the mission, he set up an ambush here in advance and made a simple gondola. Rituals complete with invoking a god to fight on your behalf is going to add up to more than just going straight to the body. Facing such an opponent, he had to be careful and cautious. Whatever, kill it first. The Wind in the Mountain was also anxious to get away. Killing intent filled the air as he approached towards the front at a fast pace. Bang. But then, Wang Qingyuan, who was still sitting upright, suddenly put both hands on his knees and shook his head, reciting words under his breath as if it was some special incantation. The former stopped again, not hesitating because of this bizarre scene, but he clearly felt there was a large amount of ghost chi around, just like pouring water, gathering in a raging manner above the teenager's head. Kazuya Yamanaka's pupils suddenly contracted. There was a mysterious treachery as the clouds parted and the light of the moon spread over the land. With a clear line of sight, that surging gathering of ghost chi changed into green and red colors, and at this time it had already transformed into 2 Ghost King Dharma bodies, incomparably ferocious, staring at the Wind in the Mountain as well. Wang Qingyuan stood up, his divine teeth swaying in his mouth, and he and the Dharma bodies of the 2 generals of Zhengliao stepped on the astral dipper, making a mighty appearance. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. Wind in the Mountain also hissed, you seek death. Tai. He was like a humanoid cannonball, impacting towards Wang Qingyuan, purple and black vine-like energy surrounding his body with a powerful killing power. Wang Qingyuan combined his 3 forces and resisted at the same time, managing to defuse the attacking force. His face became grave. This person was too much stronger than release Yuanji. But there was more than one person waiting. Zhang Yu and Chao Shining killed from above and to the right with the same momentum. Their task was to hold it here, so they didn't need to put their lives on the line to fight to the death. Both sides of the battle was about to start. The sparks that erupted from the clash of weapons appeared especially fierce and piercing under the moonlight. Zhang Yu's spear technique was out of this world, attacking harshly while the strong demonic chi formed the spear intent, stabbing at the vitals with frightening moves. Chao Shining's attainments in melee combat were a bit worse, but the characteristics given to her by her profession were able to make her resemble a flying demon, able to launch attacks from any tricky angle that could not be defended against. As for Wang Qingyuan, he still uses his favorite siege fighting method, with General Zhang, General Loss, and the Trinity, each in their own way. The moves were messy, but unexpectedly harmonious, as if they were well thought out sets of moves. The killing moves were unending and unending. Even Jiang Yu sucked in cold air when he watched such a raw fight. If she had been confronted instead, she would have just been whacked to death with nonsense. But even so, the LV 75 rank was no slouch, and after just 2 minutes of venomous beating he found an opening to break the game. The wind in the mountain also erupted with evil chi, transforming into a giant python that flung its tail, sending Chao Shining flying out with a delicate hum. Wang Qingyuan's power slashed Huashan, and the three-stranded fork in his hand violently smashed the python into mist, but without the intensive attack to hold him back, he tried to wait for an opportunity to escape. Never! The two generals of Increase and Loss grabbed his arm in unison, the powerful force prevented him from breaking free, yet he was also unable to attack him. The two sides are deadlocked. Damn! What the hell are these two? Why can't they even be broken up? Wind in the mountain also gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, ********. If I can't get away, you guys don't want to live either. His feet stomped forward, and a terrifying aura swept out, enveloping the entire suburban clearing. Wang Qingyuan and the others only felt their brows furiously throbbing as if an extreme danger was emerging. At this point, the others arrived late and saw the several people caught in a stalemate from afar, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. Good boy, actually really controlled this dog. Qingyuan, I'll help you. Boy, such a strong ghostly aura, from whose body is it emanating? That teenager with color painted on his face should be Wang Qingyuan, who has been gaining fame in the last few days. The two ghosts and gods behind him, are they the so-called official generals' heads? It's really overbearing when you look at it like this. To actually be able to summon ghosts and gods is unheard of. In addition to the crowd, Yun, who had set up her energy cannon in the distance, couldn't help but observe the head of the officer general with her scope, and couldn't stop her heart from pounding. What exactly are those two Dharma bodies? However, in the next second, without waiting for the crowd to join forces to surround them, the fog around them rose, the gloomy wind gusted, and the originally bright moonlight was covered by the thick smoke that covered the sky, and it was bleak. A strong sense of unease surged through the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Wind in the mountain also suddenly laughed maniacally. Want to kill me? You guys are not worthy? I have the red-white crash fury in my hand, and without a strong person above LV 80 level, I can't break the game. If it's a big deal to die together, let this place be our burial ground. The red and white crashing fury formation is on. The crowd's hearts sank, but they didn't feel surprised. Wanting to kill him, facing this ferocious demon was an inevitable process. They were already mentally prepared for it. The powerful formation shifted the crowd to the crash fury space, which was incomparably eerie, thick with smoke and extremely low visibility. And after, it was accompanied by a festive but eerie sound of the oboe, as well as wailing and mournful tones ringing out simultaneously from the front and back ends of the room. The people present were alert and gathered together, not daring to be careless. The Cheongsam beauty flung her long whip, and her plump buttocks and legs shook with it, laying down a flame defense around her. A few moments later, in the line of sight, the bright red as blood of the marriage procession, and the straw raincoat had a miserable white mourning procession appeared at the same time. Even if it hadn't actually become a formation yet, the scene alone was enough to scare people to death. TSK, the red and white crash fury really lives up to its name. Is this too scary? Zhang Hao winced. Indeed, this is much more terrifying than spiritual pollution. Liang Jianchen said. My spear intent is trembling, the power of the crash break formation may be unexpected, everyone must be careful. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on his spear. It's over, what if I'm a little scared? Wang Qingyuan, get closer to me. Chao Shining leaned towards Wang Qingyuan's side. Little brother, lend me to lean on it as well, my sister's hands are powerless. The Cheongsam woman was interested in him as well. Wang Qingyuan, who was squeezed in the middle by the two women, felt a bit of a headache. Among the people present, other than him who was not afraid, the only one who was not panicked and even a bit excited was the elegant Zhang Dahua. He stared straight at the ghost bride's wedding palanquin, his eyes glowing, and licked his tongue greedily. Leave the ghost bride for me later, thank you all. Everyone was stunned, well aware of this man's special fetish. After all, he was a ruthless man known as the Dragon Dryghost Man. Even a river boy would have to cover his ass and run when he saw him. It turned out to be a pervert in this area. Wang Qingyuan's corner of the eye trembled, killed, and did not think it was like this. Liang Jianchen said it was really right. Red and white crash break. In the red break, is the bride on the wedding day by the fire burned to death. The female body is Yin, fire burned to death with Yang, and the newlyweds died. Resentment is extremely heavy, and thereafter carry through the heavenly punishment after the destruction of the earth, in order to become this kind of evil spirits. And the white fury is the groom drowned on the wedding day. The male body is Yang, drowned and died with Yin, cultivated for many years after some Taoist practice, the illusion of a straw raincoat hat, leaving the water to become the white fury. The white cat, Cup, said, everyone, when we fight later, watch your respective stalls and look for the right moment to gather a little more to break the formation. Chapter 28, Divine Generation Tenio. The fury was overwhelming. The red and white fury formations came bouncing in, accompanied by the high-pitched and dismal sound of the oboe, attacking the spirit of one's soul all the time. White paper money thrown into the air, as if bleak snow, spread one side of the road. The cloudy wind blew up, and it fell and scattered all over the sky. Gulp. The sound of gulping is clear. At this moment, they deeply felt the fear that Ho Changrong felt at that time. Even with so many people present, I still couldn't stop feeling weak and scared. One fury of the ancient world is truly worthy of its name. The red and white fury swept swiftly from all directions, and when the moment of joy and mourning collided, it erupted in an unfathomable manner, a powerful storm piercing through the winds and through the forests, emitting wailing wind noises. Red and white mingled without distinction. The wedding sedan chair and the coffin, one after the other, circled the crowd in the center and turned around, a set of pale faces, twisting their necks in an eerie way. The thrilling feeling penetrated the spine and made people sweat coldly. I'll do it. Zhang Defu was impatient and attacked in an obscene manner, his waist and hips swinging powerfully, his arms exaggerated in amplitude, and his crotch slamming towards the wedding sedan chair where the ghost bride was, in a spicy action. He was really hungry. The red and white ghostly creatures surrounded him and immediately tangled together. The crowd also noticed that the respective sizes of the red and white crashing demons had increased from the most rudimentary number of 12 to 24, for a total of 48. Ghosts in the crashing fury tend to attack with mental attacks and attack from all sides with large amounts of fury. Those with weak soul spirituality will have a mental breakdown in minutes, or even have their souls ground out. The others also joined the melee, and for a while, various colors of energy erupted, just like an overwhelming drama. Wang Qingyuan was almost as good as 3 heads and 6 arms at this point, and was best at fighting in groups. Although his rank was the lowest, he was more comfortable dealing with it instead. Even in the midst of such a menacing situation, the others couldn't help but side-eye frequently. This fighting style was simply too unique. However, there is ultimately a huge difference in levels, and the gap of LV 50 is difficult to bridge. Wang Qingyuan was able to manage to fend off the cope and protect himself from harm, but it was already the limit. He felt more and more that without a few powerful skill spells by his side, it would be hard to create any miracles when facing truly perilous situations with powerful opponents. His thoughts drifted ghostly to the Neza Third Prince Lotus, that was lying quietly in the system space. If a situation arose where one had to fight for one's life, one would have to take the risk of invoking this ferocious god, a great god in the true sense of the word. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of losers want to capture me too? If you can't kill the ghost bride and the ghost groom, you'll never be able to break this fatal formation. I want to see you all, one by one, die horribly inside. The void echoed with the maniacal laughter of Kanzuya Yamanaka, having fused with the formation. As he said, the ghost bride and ghost groom were the energy center of this formation, where the eye of the formation was located. As long as they don't die, these sedan chair and coffin carrying ghosts will continue to coalesce and take shape until they consume everyone. However, this was really hard to do, as these brats alone were quite a headache for the crowd. Evil Jade can be really mean, to call us to handle such a dangerous task. The Cheongsam beauty flung her long whip wildly and complained daintily. Swatting away the evil spirits of the world is our common vision, and it is incumbent upon me to do so. Zhang Yu was righteous. Zhang Hao was responsible for the strong attack to open the way. His bioarmor was fully covered, just like a humanoid beast. The remaining few assisted him so that he would not be harmed in an unspecified way. Hang in there, the casting of the red and white crash break also requires a lot of mental energy. We can boil him to death even if we boil. Liang Jianchen shouted. Boil me to death? You're dreaming. In the next second, the motionless wedding sedan chair and the coffin underwent an obvious movement. Then the red and white ghost-like light flashed, and the rich ghostly aura swept in like a storm, and the temperature plummeted, just like being in an ice cellar. Aha! The ghost bride, dressed in a blood-red dowry with long, thin, sharp nails, made a pinching gesture and flew in a panning motion. My baby, you're finally out. Zhang Dawo was so excited that he broke through the ghost siege and rushed over like a hungry dog pouncing. Seeing this, the crowd decided not to intervene for the time being, letting him fend it off for a while first. And the ghost groom's fighting ability is obviously stronger. Straw raincoat bucket hat, just under the scene on the sweeping trend, the horror of the ghost gas will be all the people toppled. Wang Qingyuan hedged with the ghost power of the increase and lost 2 generals and managed to withstand it, his expression grave. The level is too low for him to form a lot of restrictions. If you can open the full strength of the official general head of the battle, the so-called red and white crash break, but also just like a family, can be broken at will. He crossed his 3-stranded fork in front of him, and his heart sank. Is it really only possible to take a risk? At this point, the outside world. A young fox stood high above, looking down at the thick fog rolling in, eerily revealing a humanoid smile, before surprisingly spitting out human words. Yen Xiao's folk fury formation is really something after all. But it's still not worth mentioning compared to the 100 ghosts of the night of my great Sakura Empire. Even though that guy in the mountains is a psychopath, he's an important combatant. Let me help you out. Ouch. Yin and young fox Xiaoya howled. In the fog around the surprisingly large area of foreign space, as if the code is twisted like a chaotic code, issued a zip, 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 rich demonic and ghostly gas released from it. A huge hand, picking open the space, took a step like a tire squeezing the thighs, and the female ghost with a huge head poked out, spitting out a mouthful of white smoke, followed by countless ghosts and demons appearing from behind. The lowly version of the 100 ghosts of the night. That way, it's foolproof. The young fox sneered and prepared to get down to watch the show on this, but then he got up violently, seemingly sensing something. Looking towards the distance, he frowned slightly. It seems that there's a lot of things that look and don't look human coming this way. What is it? Is it an illusion? The other side. A fierce battle is breaking out. Under the moonlight, the stunning beauty held a tang sword in her hand, her tight tactical clothes highlighted her wonderful figure, and her bare back had a hideous Rakshasa tattoo, which seemed to serve as a source of energy, forming a 5 or 6 meter red Rakshasa shadow behind her, and her fury shrouded this area. The opponent she faced, on the other hand, had a pointy, muscular head and 3 large, eerie eyes aligned in one place, releasing a wise look. More than resembling a human. He was more like a combination of a human and a ghost, exuding an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. This person was none other than the cadre of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, the Three-Eyed Ghost King. The two had been fighting for a long time, indistinguishable from each other, and the reason why they hadn't fought to the death was so that they wouldn't let each other go down and intervene. Once a strong person of their intensity made a move, it was a sweeping force. At this time, Evil Jade's eyebrows jumped, sensing a strong ominous aura in the other battlefield, and her face was grave. Hayaki no Yako. The Sakura Country Gosen family is here too? The Three-Eyed Ghost King said, a junior of the Yin-Yang Masteress family. It can't get on any stage. Humph, but even so, your people will never be able to return to heaven. You guys are really bloodthirsty. Aren't you afraid that he will die here in an accident? Evil Jade sneered. With that group of losers? I'm afraid that they can't even resist the red and white crash fury, and now that there are 100 ghosts marching at night, it won't take 5 minutes to slaughter them all. The Three-Eyed Ghost King said after a slight contemplation, holding out his hand. Kamito Tenio, go back to Sakura Country. Your mother is still waiting for you, that's where you should exist. Three-Eyed Ghost, don't call me that name. Wicked Jade's face was like frost, the tang sword in her hand flashed with a cold light, and her killing intent grew thicker. Even if you don't admit it, you still have the blood of the Gosen family flowing in the end, this is an irrevocable fact. The Three-Eyed Ghost King said. My father is from Yenxia, so naturally I'm also from Yenxia, and it has nothing to do with Sakura. But he's already dead. The Three-Eyed Ghost King's pupils rotated. Kamiyo Tianin, don't make this difficult for me. As long as you promise to return to the Sakura Kingdom, I can step in and help you spare those people. Wicked Jade gripped the tang sword tightly and seemed to struggle a bit, but only for a brief moment. Then she floated again with warlike intent and assumed a fighting stance, the Rakshasa void roaring as her red baleful aura rushed to the heavens. As captain, I trust them to break the ice, and all I need to do now is leave you here. The Three-Eyed Ghost King narrowed his eyes, still really stubborn. Then in that case, you'll watch them with your own eyes, die a miserable death here because of your stubbornness. Wicked Jade had no bottom in her heart. The red and white crash and the 100 Ghosts night procession were both spatial ferocious formations, and the likelihood of them being able to carry them through was almost zero. Damn. Seiko City has too few people and is severely under-resourced, how else could it have suffered such a big loss? But she would never look back after what had happened, much less take the blame on herself for it. The moment they joined the ghost-killing section, death was a constant companion, and they must have been prepared for it. However, just as the two were about to exchange blows again, a large disturbance from the distance attracted their attention. Only see in the darkness, several trucks are traveling quickly, a large number of people, and with a variety of guys and things, like they are about to rush to what celebration event? Theater troupe. But judging from the route they traveled, it was obviously in the direction of the suburbs, and from time to time there was also the sound of thumping drums. What is the origin of these people? Not only did the Three-Eyed Ghost King not know, even Evil Jade was confused. The mountains were rough and difficult to navigate, but the car drove fast. Third granduncle hit the driving second granduncle on the head with a cane and scolded, "You son of a... You're driving so fast, you want to kill me." Third uncle, "It involves Qing Yuan's life and family, it's 100,000 times more urgent." The second eldest grimaced in pain. "Then you drive well too." Third uncle turned his head to look at the worried Jiang Shulan again and asked, "Shulan, is your family's oldest really sure it's here?" Jiang Shulan said, "If he said it, then it must be right." This child, still thinking of his son, didn't really leave him alone. Third uncle sighed, the past events of the village swam rapidly in his mind. Aaron asked innocently, looking up as he put on the costume of the young goddess, but couldn't get his head to fit over it. "Mom, are there really ghosts here? In big cities, there should still be some." Jiang Shulan helped her bring up the head of the god general. "Is the ghost good to eat? I want to save Cauldron." "Ran, do you love food or Big Brother?" "Love the Cauldron," replied Ran without thinking before asking, "Mom, can I have a bite of Wagwangsio's QQ candy?" Jiang Shulan spoiled her by giving her a hard smack on the buttocks, then asked anxiously, "Ergo, how long until we get there?" It should be here already, look over there. Everyone in the car gathered their gazes in one place as the eerie fog rushed up to the sky, and a cloudy aura came over them. But they hadn't seen such a scene before, yet they didn't feel scared. Some of the young men even jumped at the chance to get close enough to see what was going on. Thud, the drums come to an abrupt halt. Uncle Sam opened his eyes and gave a command. Everyone, bring the guys. Get off. Yushin. Chapter 29, The Little God General. In the middle of the battlefield, the red and white crash fiends were already very difficult to deal with, and after the red fiend and the white fiend came down to fight, the pressure on the crowd increased even more. It felt like a bit of a struggle, but it was always resisted and gradually adapted to the rhythm, and no one was seriously hurt by it. But now, as space was invaded like a jumble of codes, a group of things with a weird demonic aura appeared. The already gloomy zone appeared to be like hell on earth, causing a sense of despair to rise. What are these things? Where did they come in from? Damn, a red and white crash fury wasn't enough, but he even came with another hand. This is a bad situation. With such a strong aura, this number of us obviously can't handle it. Damn it! What are we going to do now? What to do? Fight! 100 ghosts enter at night. On the outskirts of the battle, a group of headless men in suits with black umbrellas slowly approached, and there were all sorts of demonic creatures wandering about, emitting eerie laughter. Groups of eerie walkers, bringing a powerful sense of oppression, surrounded the place, with joyful breaths and voices like whispers ringing all around. Wang Qingyuan's eyes narrowed as he saw the demon he knew from it. Weasel, Bridgeheim, Red Demon, Fleshman, Water Tiger, Een Maro Ghost, Sakataki Kid, and various urban legends such as Split Woman. This was clearly the demons and ghosts recorded in the Sakura country's 100 Ghosts Night Journey. How did it invade directly into the space of the red and white crashdown? At a glance, there didn't seem to be any outrageously strong existences among the ranks of the demon parade, so it was assumed that the one who had cast this skill wasn't some superlatively strong person. But even so, with so many demons joining the fray, they were in a somewhat precarious position. The battle lasted until this point, and all of them suffered different degrees of injuries. Zhang Hao, who was always charging, was the most seriously injured. He smiled bitterly. This is the end. We might actually be buried here together. The Cheongsam beauty glared. Who wants to be buried with your bald head? Zhang Hao's nostrils propped up in anger at the words. Ru worried as she kept clearing the creepy umbrella man with her illusory gun. There's no end to these things. I'm afraid it won't be long before they wear us out alive. Bye, is there any good way out? The white cat wasn't much of a fighter and was already panting a bit. She wiped the dust on her face and then said, in the absence of absolute power, to break the deadlock, the only way to break the deadlock is to break the formation with the formation, and if a formation head with higher energy appears, it is possible to complete the break. Liang Jianchen was a bit desperate, but among us, no one knows how to set up formations. This is the ability of a battle formation master. A few people couldn't help but fall silent, their mood hitting rock bottom. The center of the battle is chaotic, and even if you are emotionally drained, you must fight back desperately to make a dent in the impossibility. However, the combination of red and white crashing breaks and 100 ghosts walking at night was too outrageous, and the crowd gradually fell into a disadvantage from a state of being able to resist. Zhang Yu and Zhang Hao were bathing in blood, their injuries were getting worse, and the others were in a very bad situation, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Zhang Deku didn't get what he wanted and was brutally beaten by the ghost bride with hideous wounds. The Cheongsam beauty was targeted by the handsome-faced Sakutani boy, with a ghost-faced demon at her side, and HF's attack caused her to fall solidly to the ground as her feet gave way and her heels snapped off. Chao Shining even fought with the split-mouthed woman, and the scene was chaotic. Wang Qingyuan urged the bursting ghost chi of the head of the official general to rush across, and at the same time, he could not help but think about the power of breaking formations with formations. His mind suddenly floated back to the activities of the wandering gods in previous years. I wonder if it would work in such a ferocious fury. But Yushin is the only village in the world, and with friends and family far away, there's no way to test the feasibility of this. What's more, even if it was within reach, Wang Qingyuan was unwilling to risk his family. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more urgent, he let out a deep breath, having made some sort of decision in his mind. At this point in time, it was no longer a matter of caring too much. He's going to risk inviting Neza, the third prince, to come down and save the day. In the nick of time, Zhang Hao and Jiang Yu, as the vanguard, although their injuries were heavy, their fighting spirit was ignited to the peak, and they even had the heroic idea of wanting to sacrifice themselves and forcibly tear open the path of escape, allowing others to escape. Looking at this hot-blooded scene, the wind in the mountain was also but letting out a more playful loud laugh. Even the yin-yang fox also sneered. Such an act of selfless giving is undoubtedly very laughable to them. But just when they were about to actually act on this purpose, clanking sound. The fierce and riotous battle seemed to be quiet for an instant at this moment. At the ferocious space boundary, a ripple suddenly swept up, and the eyes of the crowd froze, and the eyes of the people looked over in unison. Then only to see that a pair of small white hands poked out from it, making a milky hee-haw sound as a child dressed in the costume of a small ancient goddess squeezed in hard. Everyone present was shocked. Kids? What's going on here? Wang Qingyuan, on the other hand, was instantly short of breath, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Aaron? Cauldron. Wang Ran's arms and legs were still not quite coordinated, and he ran over upside down, burrowing into his brother's arms at once. This sudden scene caused several people to look at each other, seeing the doubt in their respective eyes. This kid is Wang Qingyuan's sister. Why are you dressed like this? How did she get in? Why is it here? The crowd was getting confused, countless question marks appearing above their heads, unable to figure out what was going on. There was so much to be puzzled about that they were no longer able to think rationally. Not only them, but Yamanaka Kanzuya and Yin Young Fox also stared wide-eyed, their faces full of incredulity. What? How is that possible? When did this kid get close? Why didn't I notice it beforehand? Wang Qingyuan pacified his sister, and there were just too many things he wanted to ask, so for a while he didn't know how to open his mouth. The only thing that's clear is that she couldn't have come alone. Could it be that mom brought them, or even that the villagers all came? Just then, Wang Qingyuan's gaze rested on Aran before he froze slightly. In the next second, his eyes suddenly contracted. He clearly felt a faint, divine power on his sister's tiny body. An almost impossible thought surged through his mind, and then he jerked his head up to where Aaron had just appeared. Even through the boundary, an arcane and solemn power was leisurely transmitted in. Even if it was very weak, it was enough to soothe the eerie aura of this terrifying zone. Everyone clearly perceived. There seemed to be a large number of existences that were rapidly approaching towards this side with an incomparably astonishing aura. Kanzuya Yamanaka? Yin Young Fox looked back to the location at the bottom of the suburban slope, his mouth subconsciously open. One could only see a thing with a tall and majestic figure, but walking in a strange posture, like a mannequin, was rapidly approaching. What the hell is this? The seeming aura caused his eyelids to flutter wildly, as if an unknown danger was about to occur. Thud thud. Knock, knock, knock. At the same time as the majestic drums sounded, a beam of flares rose abruptly, illuminating the darkened sky. Beat the drum. The god tour begins. The gods of each family enter the arena. P.S. Shift first, then change the big boys. Chapter 30, the Divine General makes his appearance. Call out. Flares rose into the sky and the dark night was instantly lit up. Everyone present didn't know what was happening at all. They only heard the beating drums and even their souls trembled with them. Wang Qingyuan is the only one who knows clearly what that voice shouted by the third uncle represents. Yushin! It's on! Wang Qingyuan had already realized certain conditions, and was so moved that he couldn't stop his whole body from trembling a little. However, he quickly adjusted himself before disarming his official general's head Dharma body and running towards the upcoming group of wandering gods. If he had been skeptical about the folklore of the procession of gods before, the wisps of divine light he saw with his magic eyes were enough to prove the gold content of the procession. Definitely able to greatly break the red and white bumpers and the 100 ghosts that walk at night. Pretending to be gods and goddesses, among the first fury of the ancient world, one of you will come and die. I'd like to see what kind of gods and goddesses they are. The winds in the mountains also shouted maniacally, their voices echoing, but covered by the high-pitched drums. As the space rippled again, a group of people entered wearing drumming costumes used for dragon and lion dances, and a colorful divine dragon was danced by the young people to the beat of the drums, so lifelike that it was as if it had really come to life. Cousin Qing Yuan, I'll help you. The youth at the head of the dragon reached out and led the others in a vigorous dragon dance, the heiha's sound filled with masculinity and unceasing. Two young people carrying do not know dozens of millions of ringing red whip, ignite the fuse, the crackling sound deafening, directly carried on the body to blow. The people of Yushin village were used to walking among firecrackers, and this level of power was completely unafraid. Firecrackers exploded, rising rolling smoke, the scale of which was many times larger than when the red and white fury appeared, and the smell of smoke filled the entire suburb. And after the procession of the dragon dance, it is the lion dance debut. The face of the waking lion is also beautifully painted face, the red lion hair is very festive, never the ghost bride's blood red cannot be compared to the ghost bride, is not the same thing at all. This sudden scene directly made everyone dumbfounded. In just a few short minutes, what the hell is going on? How did it suddenly go in this direction? They even suspected that it was the theater group in the middle of the big night that had mistakenly entered their battlefield by mistake. However, when they looked at the group of red and white fury ghostly creatures, the hearts of all of them were shaken. These ghosts seemed to be afraid? The dragon and lion dancers were numerous, and their masculinity soon covered the whole area, accompanied by the drums and swana, amidst the explosions of firecrackers, making a lively scene. The vitality of man rises sharply, suppressing and even dispersing all evil spirits. The crowd witnessed this scene and seemed to believe the old legend that firecrackers can scare away the New Year's Eve beast. Beyond, the third granduncle and the third grandma play the roles of the head of the bailiff and the head of the bailiff's wife. The former has a long 8-pointed beard, wears an official hat from the Qing dynasty, holds a willow in one hand and a wine pot in the other, and his body stumbles as if he is about to fall down at any moment. The bailiff's father is drunk and opens the way to drive out the villains and clear the obstacles, so that things will go smoothly and unimpeded. The confused Zhang Hao was startled by the cold whip. Wang Qingyuan told him that those who were drawn by the Bao Chang Gong would become smarter, so he hemmed and hawed. Everyone else was transfixed, utterly captivated, wanting to ask for details, but unable to look away. Wang Qingyuan said to himself, next is the main event. The dragon and lion dances, as well as the open road of the bailiff, and the sound of the gongs and drums vibrated the chest drums. What followed were the divine generals enshrined by each family, all imposing and domineering, all with an operatic appearance, walking with tiger-like steps in all directions. Among the gods and generals include the god of fortune Guanxing Dijun, the sword-bearer Dutong, the judge Wen, Prince Jinjia, Marshal Wang, and so on, a large number of them, and all of them are famous Yanxia gods and goddesses, whose real bodies are enough to beat the ghost bride for 100 times by pulling out just any one of them. Although the others did not recognize the origin of these gods, they were clearly able to feel the unique aura that came over them, either domineering or solemn, not like an existence that could be found in the earthly dimension. The villagers in charge of the wandering gods also felt that the state of the moment was completely different from the past, as if they were really one with the gods on the skeleton. It also makes them feel good to walk the quadrangle more vigorously. Baka Yalu. What is this? What the hell is this? Yamanakes also finally sensed that the aura was off and roared in panic. The yin-yang fox even murmured incredulously, how is this possible? The red-white crash fury space is actually gradually collapsing, and even my 100 Ghosts nightly journey has been subjected to an unknown impact. What the hell are these things from? The situation that the ghost-killing section crowd had also noticed was reversed. The originally ferocious and boundless evil ghosts and demons were like extinguished fires at this time, and their fury was no longer strong. Some of the ghosts carrying sedan chairs and coffins even directly turned into a ball of flying ash in the impact of the divine procession, and their miserable screams were endless. And along with the rolling smoke rolled up by the firecrackers, several gods different from the short-bone gods and generals made a high-profile appearance at this moment. My Huaguang Disher Z is here, serve the QQ candies. Everyone wanted their own gods and goddesses to come out in great splendor, so they were extremely willing to spend money, and the ceremonial flowers and flares were set off frantically without stinting. Nitrous smoke mixed with the fire of explosions, bright and dark, more mysterious, full of mythological colors. The gods and generals seemed to have taken advantage of the brightness of the lights and really came to the earth to take a look. The 3-meter-tall Huaguang Disher Z walked in the forefront, with various flavors of QQ candy hanging from his waist, and walked leisurely with a 4-square step. OMG, so handsome. Sparing the Cheongsam beauty who was extremely picky about men, she subconsciously covered her mouth. The moment she saw Huaguang Shitzi, even if what she was facing was fake. But that flamboyant aura of divinity had struck everyone present. Zhang Disher Z, please smoke Huazi. The son of the Emperor of the Five Fortunes, Mr. Zhang Disher Z, then appeared. For many years, Zhang Shitzi was fond of smoking Huazi, and only smoked fine cigarettes, disdaining other cigarettes. Ah, this one is so handsome too. Unbelievable, our Yanxia's mythological underpinnings are so wonderful. These divine generals are truly majestic. My god, this is just too shocking. Wang Qingyuan, is this the so-called god-traveling activity in the god-traveling village? It's simply too awesome. Zhang Yu and Xiao Shining completely lost management of their expressions, their beautiful eyes glaring round. The others were even more open-mouthed, unable to say a word. All the large-scale performances around the world that claimed to have hundreds of millions of dollars in funding were simply weak compared to the scene seen before them. With that, the most gorgeously dressed Zhaoshir ZZ appeared in an even bigger row, and after 5 years, he was finally willing to make another trip to Earth. At this point, the second son of Zhang, who was following at the end of the line, was not very skillful in walking in the 4 directions and was a bit wobbly, but after all, he was only 8 years old, which was in line with his age, and at the moment, he seemed to be really mesmerized. The teenager on top of the skeleton, and he didn't know if he wasn't paying attention, or if Zhang Ershi himself became aware of it. The skeleton stumbled for a moment, and then a ball of divine power erupted from his sleeve. What? That is still watching the battle above the yin-yang fox body tilted, actually uncontrolled fall, and so reacted, has been its foot on the body, make every effort is difficult to break free. The hell with it. Damn it. What the hell is that? Let go of me. Let go of me. Do you know who my father is? Believe it or not, I'll kill your whole family. However, before second Prince Shang could react in any way, the great Prince Huaguang, who was walking at the head of the formation, paused in his steps and folded his head to return. The youth topping the skeleton was already completely mesmerized, or had really been topped by the Huaguang Shirzi, lifting up his clothes and opening his eyes angrily. Damn! Do you know who my father is? Today I'll show you just how many eyes the Horse King has. Buzz! A round of magnificent golden light bloomed from the whole body of Huaguang Dishirzi, releasing infinite greatness that swept through the 8 directions, and the demons and monsters were all deterred. Ah. The yin-yang fox only struggled for an instant before he was completely annihilated by this divine power and turned into a ball of flying dust. He probably wasn't the original body. The rest of the crowd was directly shocked silly when they saw the scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha! They hadn't expected in any way that the guy who had been hiding in the shadows and casting the 100 Ghosts Nightwalker would be uncovered and then wiped out just like that? That's ing buggy, isn't it? The gods and generals of each family made their entrance, and the suburbs could no longer carry such a grand parade. The ghosts held their heads and scurried like headless flies. But a parade was a parade after all, and even if a god manifested, it was only for a moment. After all, they were not Wang Qingyuan. The critical situation had been reversed, and the next thing was to wrap things up. Unable to rely on the divine generals to make a move, he had already saved the day. Wang Qingyuan ran all the way to the flagbearer and asked, "Great nephew, have you brought the clothes of the heavenly master Zhongkue? Bring it on. Give it to me." Chapter 31 Zhongkue, the great demon fighter, chewing evil ghosts. Wang Qingyuan quickly put the Zhongkue costume on his body. Then the idea was driven, and the black, white, and red faces of gods, ghosts, and people were made up. With the Yi playing God's way profession, Zhongkue, the demon-vanquishing emperor, was instantly ordered to take on the body. Zhongkue's face is characterized by a red brain and a bat on the Hall of Seals with wings ready to fly. The white color outlined between the eyebrows makes his gaze like a sword, emphasizing his courageous and divine power to drive away ghosts and suppress evil. The whole has both beauty and ugliness, turning ugliness into beauty, and the vicious features are filled with a sense of righteousness, full of the charm of opera art. For Wang Qingyuan, however, he doesn't need more props, but is more embodied in reality. His whole body muscles instantly bulged, his body size became bigger, his eyes were furious, and he grew a long beard up to his legs, which was dominating. Immediately, red ghost chi erupted and coalesced, forming a Zhongkue Dharma body behind him, his vicious appearance even more horrifying and appalling than the head of the official general. Another Dharma body. The crowd of the ghost-killing section was dumbfounded, feeling a majestic ghost power that shook their hearts and minds. And when the villagers of Yushin village saw this, they all revealed shocked gazes, each with their mouths wide open. Swimming god activities for many years, they have never seen such a scene. This is not playing Zhongkue, it is clearly Zhongkue reincarnated. Instead, the drunken third uncle staggered around, holding a willow stick and smoking it as he saw it, looking at the huge red Zhongkue Dharma body from afar and sighing. This kid Cheng Yuan is dressed up like a real character. At this very moment, under the impact of the influence of the Yushin's activities, the red and white crashing break space was on the verge of shattering, and the ghostly bodies were all illusory, no longer able to make any waves. But Wang Qingyuan would never let any of them go. These ghosts, including the ghost bride and ghost bridegroom, were once living beings. Because of their special birthdays, they were victimized by miscreants and died in a unique way before becoming fierce ghosts in the formation. Killing them now is instead a form of salvation to be able to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation without bondage. A red robe with a sword at his waist, his eyes shooting golden light into the sky. Demons dare to cause trouble for people, the 3-foot blue blade vows not to forgive. Wang Qingyuan squarely stepped on the astral dipper, and then he surrendered control of his body and asked Master Zhongkue to go up to the body to fight on his behalf. The ghosts within the space were no longer a threat, but the closing work was especially important. Other than Master Zhongkue or the black and white irregulars stepping in, it was no longer possible to think of anyone more suitable. Next. The mournful cries of ghosts and wolves were incessant, yet they were no longer able to return to heaven, and were sucked to their bodies by Zhongkue as much as they could. And then the scene that will never be forgotten took place before the eyes of the crowd. Only to see Zhongkue master open the abyss giant mouth, like a black hole, will be swallowed in the mouth of ghosts, then upper and lower teeth biting, chewing and swallowing raw. Clicker clicker clicker. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everyone stared at the incomparably frightening scene in front of them. Master Zhongkue is chewing the evil spirits alive. The crowds of the ghost-killing section were stunned and covered in cold sweat. Even though the sound of the firecrackers was still deafening, it was as if their ears were selective, and they could only hear the distinctive chewing sound of the raw, chewing ghosts that penetrated deep into their souls. There was no sound more frightening than this. However, the villagers of Yushin village cheered with excitement. Zhongkue chews ghosts, they had only seen it in the Zhongkue temple, and never thought that one day they would have the chance to see the real thing. Click! A sound like a mirror shattering rang out, and the red and white crash break space shattered and ceased to exist at this moment. The winds in the mountains with which it was fused died with it, not even uttering a single wail. All the dust has settled. Wang Qingyuan and Master Zhongkue's red Dharma bodies stood proudly, and all around, there was dead silence. The crowd of the ghost-killing section looked on in fascination, and until this moment could not believe that the danger of certain death had been lifted. And it was all thanks to the wandering god they had never even heard of. At this moment, their hearts were filled with a sense of shame while an infinite sense of awe rose in their hearts towards the Yanxia gods. Such a bright and dazzling god had existed in the mythological history of Yanxia, and they were surprisingly ignorant of it. The thick fog of ghosts dispersed and the bright moonlight nourished everything again. Wang Qingyuan and Master Zhongkue stood under the moon like a stunning painting. Shu Pang! In the next second of tranquility, a firework rises into the sky from the bustling downtown area and explodes in brilliant colors. This was followed by a large number of fireworks, illuminating the silent night sky. At 12 a.m. The new year arrives, and fireworks are set off in every home to say an official goodbye to the person they were a year ago. The people of the ghost killing section, who had experienced a battle of life and death, all stood up. One by one, they looked excited, looking at the lights of 10,000 homes, as well as the bright lights that represent the happiness of the citizens, and the fireworks were splendid. Seiko City, still lively and peaceful as usual. And here, nothing happens. Qing Yuan, his pretty cousin who was underneath the lion dance, tapped him on the shoulder and then said, "What are you still standing there for? The god tour isn't over yet. When are you going to be on this purifying stove hand?" Wang Qingyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the villagers who were still bustling and immersed in the blessings and hilarity of the wandering gods, and immediately joined the procession. "I come to offer incense." Zhao Shining staggered over, not caring about his injuries that were still somewhat hidden, and shouted, "Wang Qingyuan! Wait, you take me too, please." Zhang Yu and the Chongsam beauty looked at each other and smiled. "It's New Year's Eve, let's go and liven things up together." "Good. Zhang Hao, are you coming?" No, I can't play anymore, my head is still bleeding. If you guys have a conscience, call me an ambulance first. I have a band-aid here for you to use first. Asterisk. Off. Ha ha ha. Everyone else has gone, and it's just you and Zhang Daijia here. He didn't get to play with the ghost bride, and now he's frustrated. Never mind the stinking thing, it's better if he dies here. A piece of laughter, as if here from the beginning to the end, nothing has happened. The activities of the gods still continue, the 8 faces of the powerful wandering to the bustling downtown. Evil Jade, who had already repelled the three-eyed ghost king, looked at the situation happening on the other side, her vermilion lips slightly opened, her long hair fluttering in the wind with a flare. A name was muttered under his breath. Wang Qingyuan. After one night, the dust settles. The villagers of Yushan village, who came in a hurry, will have to return to their villages today. The Yushan event is more than one day, and they will have to parade through the villages. Wang Qingyuan said goodbye to the crowd. This is the most special tour of the gods he has experienced since he was born, and it is unforgettable for life. The other relatives were drunk, and the third uncle was a little confused, but still commanded his boyhood, and then looked at Zhang Shulan beside him and left on his crutches. Mother and son were facing each other for a long time, seeing that she wanted to speak and seemed to be struggling. Wang Qingyuan realized something and took the initiative to ask, "Mom, is there something you want to talk to me about? Is this about my dad?" Chapter 32, Year 1, 0. On the third day of the new year, 3 days had passed since that night of life and death. The custom in Saiketsu City is to burn paper and incense and bow on New Year's Eve to invite the ancestors home for the new year, and then send them back on the third day of the lunar calendar. Although the Yanxia country had lost much of its history and culture, its respect for its ancestors was engraved in its bones. Wang Qingyuan sat in the room, his gaze calm and deep. Having grown a year older, he still had some childishness in him, yet seemingly wandering a sense of destiny. On New Year's Eve, the family sat down for a long overdue New Year's Eve dinner. At the same time, Zhang Shulan's secret buried in the bottom of her heart for many years was finally said without reservation. Wang Qingyuan is not Zhang Shulan's biological child. Rather, he was found in swaddling clothes on a wandering night many years ago in the Fengdu Emperor's palace, which had been in disrepair for many years, and then carried home to be raised. As for his father, who had left home for 6 years and was nowhere to be found, he seemed to have had no choice. All that is known is that he was once a Taoist priest. About the rest, Zhang Shulan didn't know much. After all, she was just an ordinary but great mother. But before she left, she handed Wang Qingyuan a token flag left behind by her father. Regarding such a situation, Wang Qingyuan did not find it hard to accept. Instead, he had a feeling of relief. Because no matter how things change in the world, he is ultimately their son, and there is no reason to worry about it. Quick slick up. Pulling back the curtains, a warm glow spread across the room, warming it up. Wang Qingyuan held the acceptance letter from Tianlong University in his hand, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. It wasn't far from the start of the school year, but he didn't seem to need to rush to the capital city mansion, which was thousands of miles away, because of this. This was because Tianlong University had set up a new campus in Jingwei City and had Li Zhang as its president. There are many different opinions as to why Tenria University did what it did. Wang Qingyuan thinks that one of the more reliable reasons is because the monster class set up by Li Zhang couldn't be recognized and approved by the school's senior management, so some conflicts arose in the discussions. But this is good, after all, the gold content of Tianlong University will not be affected by the branch campus. Wang Qingyuan had only just gained a foothold in Jingwei City and also did not want to step into a new city for the time being. The refinement of the ghost killing section in Saiketsu was important and still in the developmental stage, and he wanted to stay and contribute. Checked out the personal panel. After this battle, his level had reached LV 30. With the prompting of the system, it was already possible to summon Nez's third prince Dharma body without fear, while breaking through the shackles of playing and face painting to be able to make the god's Dharma body descend in a straightforward manner. Because LV30s is the first turn of a professional, the system, playing God's way, profession will naturally be upgraded and modified accordingly. Although it's only a 5-level upgrade, if I encounter the red and white Crash Fury again, I will no longer be as tied up as I was before. Wang Qingyuan was well aware of the power of Neza, the number one rebel in heaven. Until this moment, he was not considered to truly have a super ferocious godly battle power that he could completely rely on. Host, Wang Qingyuan. Occupation, Theater Shinto. Rank, LV. 30. Deity/Demons, White Crane Boy. Official General Show, Zhongkue. Skills/Spells, Big Dipper's 7-star steps, 3 steps of praise. Weapons/Magical weapons, 3-stranded fork, fire stick, Zhongkue sword. Props, Neza Triple Lotus Flower. Special ability, others can accomplish remote Dharma descent by means of tokens given by you. White Crane Child, Official General's Head, 3 pillars of clear incense. Zhongkue Chewing Ghosts. Naja, Lotus Flower. The panel is much richer again compared to the last time I checked it, and there is also an additional special ability. Wang Qingyuan understood the usage of this ability after checking its details. Simply put, it enables remote pinch hitting. Giving a token to another person, when he or she excites the token and shouts the name Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan can descend in his Dharma form whenever and wherever he wants, either to support or rescue him. It's a handy ability to manifest in front of people, and it's pushy. The father left the token flag blank, with no way to tell what exactly it was from. Putting it away silently, his thoughts drifted off into the distance as he gently slapped his face, refreshed and ready for a whole new journey. In the days that followed, it was a gathering of classmates and colleagues. Although Wang Qingyuan did not like the drinking scene, he also went to all of them without fail. On the 15th day of the first month, spring is cold and the earth has not warmed up too much, but it is gradually taking on the flavor of spring. The establishment of a new campus of Tianlong University in Jingwei City seems to be something that has long been on the drawing board. It's just a little early for some specific reason. Wang Qingyuan received a message from Li Zheng to enroll in school today and start the life of the long-awaited university. Tianlong University was established on a mountain within the city, not too far from the city center. It was originally a tourist scenic area, but it was gradually abandoned because it was haunted frequently. But for the professionals, this place was naturally an unrivaled holy place to fight monsters, and the area was large enough to be as grand as a fairy palace surrounded by clouds and mountains. Suddenly I have the illusion of a novel where the protagonist ascends to the immortal gate to seek immortality. With some anticipation, Wang Qingyuan took his luggage and headed towards the ancient and vicissitudes of the gate that had lasted for an unknown number of years. At the entrance, the seniors who had transferred to the Seiko campus were warmly welcoming the newcomers and pointing them in the direction of the buildings on campus. Every time of the year is a hot time for new students to enroll. Although the entrance requirements of Tianlong University were harsh, the land of Yanxia was so vast that the number of students was the largest in the world. The new students came from all over the world, and the entire school, from freshmen to seniors, was estimated to be 2,000. Hello class, are you a freshman here to check in? A cute schoolmate came up and was very enthusiastic in her words. Hello schoolteacher, I was wondering how to get to the principal's office? The schoolmate said, Schoolmate, the campus is especially large, the principal's office is in the center, it takes more than 10 minutes to walk. But you can ride the shared bikes in the school, or you can choose to beep a taxi. The seniors can help you with these services, but you have to pay for them with merit points. What are merit points? Wang Qingyuan questioned. The schoolteacher nodded, then explained. In all universities, something like merit points has been designed, and students can earn such points either by completing school tasks or by achieving results in competitions. What can all these points be used for? Wang Qingyuan asked curiously. All the facilities in the school need to be paid for with merit points. You can even use points to find a famous teacher to personally guide you, or let the teacher take you to brush copies, as well as to buy some weapons, skill books, and the like. All in all, in the school, points are everything. The older sister crossed her arms and said, but you're only on your first day of school, so you definitely don't have any points, but you can buy them with money, 10 yen a point. It's still quite a good deal. Wang Qingyuan cupped his chin and said that the school's design was still very reasonable. This could greatly promote the students' enthusiasm for cultivation and upgrading into the daily routine of earning merit points. Of course rich people are another story. Sister, then I'll buy 1,000 points first, please call a car for me to the principal's office. Good Lu, wrapped in the school sister body by the way school brother. My name is Ma Qingqing, in the future what do not understand can come to ask me. The senior sister was very happy and led him to purchase points, then remembered something important and opened her mouth to inquire. All this talk about points, I haven't looked at your acceptance letter yet, can you bring it out so I can register it first? Okay. Wang Qingyuan handed over the notice. Ma Qingqing took it, then carefully looked at it. Wang Qingyuan, well, the name is quite nice. Wow, You are only 19 years old. It seems to be another unrivaled genius, magnificent my Tianlong University Well, strange, how come it doesn't indicate which class you're in? The notice is really correct. Could it be that there was a problem with the printing? She couldn't help but mutter, then asked, Schoolmate Qing Yuan, which class are you in? Did the school leaders notify you in advance? I think it was. Freshman, 0. Oh, so it's class 0, I'll log you in now. Ma Qingqing's voice came to an abrupt end, then she raised her head incredulously, a look of shock evident in her eyes. Her voice shook and trembled as she pointed at Wang Qingyuan. You're a freshman in the monster class. Hearing these words, the senior who greeted the new students with her was physically stunned, and turned his head straight around with an equally stunned expression. Wang Qingyuan was somewhat at a loss for words. Judging from the expressions of the two men, the so-called monster class did not seem to have a very good reputation. There seems to be something called that in school. Wang Qingyuan gave a sarcastic laugh. Ma Qingqing hurriedly stuffed the notice back and hurriedly said, Classmate, please come in. He was a little confused, not yet understanding what the fuss was about the so-called monster class. But I haven't bought points yet. There are self-service point buying machines at the school. That bleeping taxi. I'll pay for you, please hurry up and get in. Ma Qingqing's tone even took on a pleading tone. That's okay, thank you, senior sister. Although he couldn't figure out the current situation, he didn't want to make things difficult for others, so he got into his car and left the school entrance with the help of his schoolmates. Only after seeing Wang Qingyuan disappear at the end of the road did Ma Qingqing and the other senior let out a sigh of relief. Geez, Principal Li is really crazy to have recruited another person in. Doesn't he think the monster class is crazy enough? Alas, we can't afford to mess with them, we can afford to avoid them, just don't cross paths with them too much. But he did seem kind and polite. That's all an illusion, there's not a single normal person in the monster class, let's just stay away, don't mess with them. Do you want to end up in the hospital like those junior seniors, with all their genitals damaged? No, I don't want to, I'll just stay away from them in the future. Even though I'm a female. Soon after, Wang Qingyuan arrived at the principal's office to complete his check-in and was personally taken to the freshman 0 class by Li Zhang's escort, Red Aya. Along the way he asked many things about the monster class, but the other didn't answer much, only leaving a shallow comment upon arrival. Wang Qingyuan, good luck. Chapter 33, No One is Normal. Freshman 0 classes are held not in the school building, but in a small, separate building 20 miles away. The reaction of the others to the monster-like reaction made him feel a little nervous, and wondered what kind of demons and monsters were in there. But no matter what, now that the choice has been made, no matter what kind of situation you are facing, you have to keep going. These are just insignificant trifles. Standing in front of the door, Wang Qingyuan let out a deep breath, then with a firm gaze, he pushed the door and entered. What came into view, however, was no hellish light. Instead, there is a peacefulness. There were only 5 people in total in the large staircase classroom, making it seem very empty. Wang Qingyuan first saw, sitting in the corner, a well-mannered young man with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a priest's clothing. At this moment, he was holding the Bible in his hand and pinching the secret silver cross, as if he was praying something devoutly. Under the podium, the bald man with skin as shiny as copper and wearing a sweatshirt was desperately lining up his body as if he was practicing hard qigong. However, looking at the parts of his body, he should be practicing iron crotch kung fu. But this bald head has a precept scar on the top of his head, so he must be a monk without a doubt. The 3 rows of tables and chairs in the center were artificially removed. A girl with long fiery red hair, a delicate figure, and Western-style aristocratic clothing was crossing her white lace legs and elegantly drinking her morning tea. She looked like a mix of East and West, with the tranquil temperament of the East without losing the elegance of Western nobility. In the first row of seats, the child who looked like he was 12 or 13 years old, carrying a backpack, turning the high-level Rubik's Cube at high speed in his hand, even with the residual shadows appearing, with a lollipop in his mouth. On the other side, a woman in a mage's robe with a magical hat set up a cauldron in the back row, constantly adding all kinds of things to it, emitting the sound of gurgle gurgle gurgle, and licking her lips from time to time, looking very fervent. Now, when the crowd saw someone enter, they stopped their hands and gathered their eyes in unison. After a short period of looking at each other, it was finally Wang Qingyuan who took the initiative to break the deadlock and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Qingyuan, a new student in the class of 0, and I'm going to be studying with you all from today onwards, so please teach me more. Regardless, the good words came first, and I didn't bother to think about the rest. The words fell. The bronze-skinned, iron-boned monk came along, still dangling underneath, without removing the iron block he had used to practice iron crotch kung fu. He clasped his hands together and then said, Amat Babuda, how are you classmates? Poor monk Dharma named 3 Burials, is the temporary class president of this class. I am Wu Kong. Wang Qingyuan also responded politely and asked curiously, Sanzang? Which Sanzang? It's Burial for Burial, it's a name I gave myself. Originally my master named me Santong. Oh, so you changed your name yourself, did your master agree? It's okay, the master has long been dead. Oh no, the master has already passed away. At this time, the young priest also walked over and gently shook hands with Wang Qingyuan in a calm tone. Hello, my name is Lu Zai's. My profession is an exorcism priest. Welcome to the freshman 0 class. Lu Zai's voice was magnetic, a natural born to be a godfather. Classmate, you seem to be a bit nervous. You haven't heard any bad rumors about us, have you? Wang Qingyuan spoke bluntly. I have heard some of it, but I still have to see it for myself. That's right, the outside world is quite misinformed about us. We're actually all quite normal, no different from any other student, all very easygoing. Lu Zai's gestured to reassure him. Hello big brother Qingyuan, my name is Bo Yuao, I'm 13 years old, auxiliary occupation mechanic. But I have to greet you later, I have to put together the Rubik's Cube in my hand first. The little boy said without lifting his head. Not a moment later, the mage woman who stirred the unknown liquid also trotted over. Her figure was so good to the naked eye that even the wide and loose mage robes couldn't stop her bosoms from shaking violently. Hello student, I'm the poison mage Sun Xiaoxiao, nice to meet you. Want to eat an apple? Sun Xiaoxiao took out a warm apple from the peak of her breast and handed it over. Oh, thanks. Wan Qingyuan took it but did not eat it. He saw through at a glance that it was poisonous. However, it should be very slight, eat the most bad stomach. He kind of understood a little bit at the moment why the other students were quite opinionated about the monster class. Obviously nothing seems to be wrong, it's all the same as normal, but it always gives a sense of calm insanity. Looking around again, Wang Qingyuan was a bit puzzled and asked, I heard from the principal that with me, there are 7 in the class, where's the other one? Here, that's the one lying on the ground. Wang Qingyuan turned around and saw that a slender black dog was lying at the doorway, and when he saw someone's gaze cast, he straightened up and gave a woof. He froze. What? Is this also a monster class? When he first came in, he thought it was one of the teachers' or students' pets that had run over to hang out. It's almost maddening. This class is really still dysfunctional. However, he didn't have too many mixed emotions, but rather, he talked to a few people for a little while, and then he planned to find a seat at random. While hesitating to say hello to the red-haired lace woman, the other party took the initiative to speak. Country bumpkin bugs, you're not allowed in my territory. The red-haired woman's serene face suddenly became domineering, a look of disgust on her brow. Seeing that Wang Qingyuan was a bit confused, she rested the back of her hand against her chin, letting out a silver bell-like laugh, her expression teasing, and stretched her jade feet, which were stepping on small black leather shoes, over. Hey, hillbilly, if you'll lick my shoes clean, I'll have mercy and give you special permission to sit next to me. Wang Qingyuan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Not being able to think that the other side of this woman was still a contrast queen, it felt a bit funny. But licking his feet was not going to lick his feet, and he didn't want that reward just yet. He wasn't offended by it, just nodded politely and sought a seat. Feeling ignored, a hint of sulkiness flashed in the redhead's eyes and she let out a petulant grunt, skimming her head in anger. 3 burials came over on her but and whispered, her name is Charlotte Caitlin, she's a mix of East and West, she grew up among the nobles of the Silver Eagle Alliance, she's a bit eccentric in nature, but she's actually not a bad person, so don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I think everyone is fine. Wang Qingyuan said. That's fine then, if you have any problems just look for me, I'm happy to help. The 3 burials clasped their hands together and were about to get up and leave when they turned back and asked, Student Qingyuan, our Buddhist family's Lohan golden body is very powerful, do you want to learn it? I can teach you iron crotch kung fu first, it just so happens that there's no one in the school to practice with me. The corners of Wang Qingyuan's eyes trembled at the words, and he hastily refused, forget it master, I don't really want to practice. Alas, that's fine, I'll ask you again in a couple days, Buddhist hard Qigong is the #1 in the entire universe, not practicing it is a major loss in life. Mitsuru shook his head in defeat and went back to his own position. Wang Qingyuan let out a long sigh. He felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness at the thought of having to spend time with these people from today onwards. At that moment the black dog that had been lying in the doorway came forward and quietly crouched at his feet, stretching out and continuing to sleep peacefully. Lu Zai's was a bit surprised to see this. Looks like Blackie kinda likes you, usually he doesn't come near us. Wang Qingyuan sniffed and looked down, gently stroked the dog's head, and the black dog did not avoid it, but instead slept more and more deeply into. No teacher arrived for the so-called first class, and everything was organized by them. Although the entire monster class had jumped up, the only new student at the moment was Wang Qingyuan himself. At night, Wang Qingyuan had dinner and had a shallow chat with Li Zhang. According to him, the monster class were all rare talents, and unusual teaching methods would not be of any great use. Actual combat. It's the fastest standard for improving strength and rank. And college has just begun, and the first entrance test to be taken is to brush up on your copy. Tianlong University is deep, rich and powerful, and there are strong people in the town, so it has an independent copy of the space, and there is no need to run outside to pay to brush. Next day, Wang Qingyuan then received a copy of the entrance ticket sent down by the school, and he would enter the same difficulty copy as his freshman and sophomore classmates. There are no hard tasks that are too complicated, much less so-called ranked lists. When you go to college, it is the master who leads you to the door, and it is up to you to cultivate yourself. Everything needs to be envisioned by oneself in order to run wildly on the path of seeking to become stronger. Outside the duplicate, all the students were pumping their fists and were well prepared. A teacher who was as tall as a mountain stood in front of the crowd. He was called Xiao Zhan, a powerful warrior known as the human chariot. His voice was like a bell, and his breath was full. All of you, don't think that just because you've come to the subcampus, you can relax your spirits and stop working as hard as you used to. That would be a mistake, a big mistake. No matter where you are all students of Tianlong University, and in every city in the country, you are all existences that can be called heaven's pride. If someone's strength can't keep up with the big pace due to laziness or whatever, then in the end all you can get is a cold letter of withdrawal. I'll say it one last time, the results of each of your tests will be comprehensively judged by the school leaders and recorded in your files. If you don't want to be driven back home, all of you muster up 10,000% of your spirit and exert your strongest strength in the replica. Listen up! Listen up! The students shouted at the top of their voices, and their battle spirit was amazing. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingyuan could not help but sigh. Tianlong University was truly extraordinary. With such an aura, just pulling out a random student would be a top genius in an ordinary high school for professionals. Enter! At Xiao Zhan's command, the students crushed the admission tickets in their hands and their bodies were sucked in as particle light points. San Burial said, the school is randomly teleported to the location after entering the copy in order to be able to accurately examine the status of each student, so we mostly won't be able to fight side by side, so let's get together next time we have the chance. Wang Qingyuan nodded. Lu's eyes made a prayer gesture, then also crushed the entrance ticket and his body transformed. I'm going in first too, may the Lord bless you all, amen. Yeehaw, it's the happy time when you can collect pharmaceutical materials again. Sun Xiaoxiao's arms were spread out in excitement. Xingyuan-san, you have to pay attention to safety. Charlotte came with a regal stride, ruffled her hair, and said haughtily, dirty worms, don't go in ahead of me. Got it, missy, Wang Qingyuan casually said. Charlotte sniffed but her feet stopped, then her cheeks flushed and she stammered a little. Wow. Although it's from the countryside, but quite good at talking, let's just give a verbal commendation. If I can see you inside later, I'll consider saving your life. Wang Qingyuan let out a helpless light sigh, then crushed the entrance ticket and entered after Charlotte. Woof! The black dog followed closely behind. As for Bao Yuao, he was only 13 years old and his rank wasn't high enough, so he didn't participate in this test. As a figure transformed and entered the copy, the square immediately became empty. And right now, in the school leader's observation room, Li Zheng gathered with a group of teachers in front of a huge screen that occupied an entire high wall. Through the screen, they can see how each person in the replica fought and ultimately give a reasonable rating. The sexy dark-skinned female teacher dressed in animal skins asked curiously as she looked over to the screen and stared at the teenager for a while. Headmaster, is this teenager the monster freshman you unearthed from Siriiti City? But he's only LV 30 level, so the copy quiz shouldn't be much of a problem, right? Well, LV 30 is really a bit low, the level of the copy this time, but the LV 55 LV 70 difficulty, to enter at this level, it may be life-threatening, Xiao Zhan said. Next to her, the short-haired innocent female teacher said, as we all know, LV 70 is a hurdle for professionals. Even if the early stages of leveling up go smoothly, once they reach this height, upgrading will become unprecedentedly difficult. It's the same for the shenanigans in the replica. As long as no opponents above LV 71 level show up, I'm sure nothing will happen to the students. A few people sniffed and began to think hard. Li Zheng sat in front of the screen, staring intently at Wang Qingyuan. In his heart, he was also quite excited about the performance of this newly recruited monster class student. Let's all keep our eyes peeled and watch. Maybe he's a bit of a looker at his current rank and strength, but the system of power he demonstrates will surely shock you all greatly, thus proving that my choice is absolutely correct. Hearing this, the interest of the crowd was also completely activated, and their eyes couldn't help but be on fire. Chapter 34, The Monster of the Monster Class. In the middle of the copy, it was dark and gloomy. This time, Wang Qingyuan was not left in a remote area. Not only were there several other students present, but there were also some ghosts roaming around. The students showed a lot of excitement for the first quiz of the new semester and were ready to kill all the ghosts and get a good grade. Ghost Sister in red. Rank, LV 50. Skills, Howling, Bloodshed Shock. The gap between high school and college can't be described as huge, and the boss-level ghosts and the copies they swiped in high school are the weakest ones placed here. But what made the strong was that they were able to go over the top whenever and wherever they wanted. Ha, what luck, encountering so many ghosts as soon as I came in. Don't even try to grab it from me, let me do it. With me, Running Thunder or Wang Tai, you guys will never be able to enjoy the experience alone. Then we'll see who has fast hands. The students were excited and used their respective skills to quickly kill towards the ghosts. But the next second, a red silhouette suddenly swept past, and the huge Dharma body that resembled a human and a ghost opened its huge mouth of the abyss, and a terrifying suction force swept out. The ghost schoolmates wandering around that area were completely uncontrollable, and like a piece of candy, they were swallowed as much as they could. The sound of clacking and chewing rang out in a creepy way. What? How could such a strong evil spirit suddenly appear? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ghost schoolmates were all eaten alive, confused. That's not an evil spirit, look closely guys. He seems to be a student too. How is it possible? Manipulating fierce ghosts. And being able to eat ghosts, what kind of heaven-defying profession is this? Ailua saw just nearby ghosts were all eaten up by him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Qingyuan quickly summoned the Zhongkue Dharma body and cleared the field as fast as he could, chewing and swallowing the ghost school sister alive, and letting out a smooth burp. Master Kue is mighty. The reason why he chose to summon Zhongkue to clear the field was because it was efficient enough and was able to quickly convert the swallowed ghosts into experience value. It's not too much to call it an experience harvester. Wang Qingyuan swept the place across the room, then left the crowd with a clasping gesture and left in a red flash, leaving them in the wind. In the observation room, several teachers were quite surprised. The display of Wang Qingyuan's power system had truly shocked them. Good boy, summoner class A, or a fierce ghost summoner. Xiaozhen smacked his lips. What a dense ghost aura. A ghost king level aura seems to be difficult to reach this level, right? The black-skinned female teacher's eyes lit up. What a novel power. Could it be a hidden profession? The short-haired teacher's small mouth slightly opened. Looking at the crowd's reaction, a smug look appeared on Li Zhang's face, his somewhat hunched back straightened up and he hugged his bladder. The students in the monster class are my hand-picked talents, perhaps none of them are currently qualified in rank, but they possess a ceiling that is beyond the reach of other students. Humph, principal that old Biden and his group of lapdogs, how dare they openly question my eyesight? When the Huashan martial arts tournament opens, I'll have to beat the crap out of them. Ha 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 ha. A few people were a bit helpless. Li Zhang was just too messed up to even try to bring a monster class to a tournament. But it had to be said that these guys, they did have the potential to win by surprise. Picture. The three funeral monks were covered with copper light, in the siege of ghosts as if into the land of no ghosts, even though the teeth of the fierce ghosts crumbled, but also could not hurt him a bit. The mouth kept yelling about the Dawei Sky Dragon. Lu's eyes, a priest by profession, pushes his middle finger against his reflective glasses. The weapon he used was not a cross or staff, but rather he pulled out a pair of secret silver finger tigers. Terrifyingly monstrous strength combined with dexterous stance smashed a fierce ghost into a deep pit with a single punch. Sven's state of violence was not like a priest in the least. Charlotte's behind seemed to have faceless flaming angels, spiritual energy condensed into bows and arrows, constantly shooting flaming arrows. The delicate figure jumped and danced among the ghostly creatures like a dancing waltz. Sun Xiaoxiao sprayed a large amount of venom and then turned into a ferocious poisonous dragon, plundering all the vitality in the nearby zone as the poisonous mist filled the air, emitting a childlike and innocent smile. Seeing this scene, a few people's eyebrows could not help but tremble. The monster class was indeed well deserved. Not only was their strength outstanding, but they were all problem children. As for Wang Qingyuan, at this time, it had already transformed into a battlefield harvester, and wherever it went, the Zhongkue Dharma body opened its mouth and sucked it in, and it was able to clear the field at the fastest speed possible, harvesting a large amount of experience value. Only 10 short minutes had passed and he had already risen to LV 31. This is not a copy of some evil ghosts all over the place? It's clearly his paradise. On the other hand, although the other students also did not have any casualties and were able to deal with them easily. However, the spectacle was greatly reduced, and it was not really possible to see any highlights. Originally hailed as geniuses in the schools of various cities, they were surprisingly somewhat mediocre in comparison at the moment. Monster class is horrible. In the copy, Wang Qingyuan gradually slowed down the speed of harvesting as the ghostly creatures grew stronger as time went by. However, the current gain had also been very good. The so-called LV 30 leveling hurdle didn't stuck him, instead it was a quick breakthrough to completion. That's the charm of over-the-top decimation. A few moments later, he withdrew the Zhongkue Dharma body and stood on the high cliff, carefully searching for signs of more powerful ghosts. He didn't want to waste too much time on small monsters, so he would have to hit the fiercer ones. And that's when Wang Qingyuan felt an energy tremor nearby, and then his gaze shifted to the bottom. Several students were seen fighting side by side, battling a group of LV 65 level ghosts, and the scene was caught in a scorching heat. And from among the students, he also saw a more familiar figure, the welcoming senior, Ma Qingqing. Analyzing from each other's strength, it would take them a lot of effort even if they could win. Wang Qingyuan cupped his chin and thought for a moment, then said to himself, just step in for a moment and help. Not being in a rivalry with each other, Wang Qingyuan was naturally happy to help out and gain a little experience. Below. Boy, these ghosts are really strong, they actually form killing formations. It's a bit of an effort to kill, but a few of us shouldn't have any problems. Anyway, we have to be more careful and never take the enemy lightly. The strength of several people was not weak at all either, it was just that they were a bit overwhelmed by such a number of ghostly creatures. One injured senior seemed to be a bit out of shape and needed the others to free up their hands for protection. However, just as the battle started again, Wang Qingyuan's figure strongly inserted itself. With the quality of his own strength, together with the Big Dipper's 7 star steps, as well as the official general's head phantasmagoria, he charged through the ghostly creatures. Nowadays, even if he didn't rely on his Dharma body, his strength was comparable to ALV 50 level, and once he invited his god to fight on his behalf, it was a destructive force. Someone's coming to help. Wow, what a sharp move. A schoolmate holding a gun was surprised. Could it be a gunslinger-type profession? The slightly injured senior wondered. However, only Ma Qingqing recognized him at a glance, and her heart stuttered. Wang Qingyuan? Qingqing, do you recognize this handsome guy? Counts, sort of. With the addition of Wang Qingyuan, the pressure of the battle plummeted, and with the combined efforts of a few people, the ghosts were quickly dispersed completely, returning to a state of calm. Put away the 3-stranded fork and the Zhongkuei sword. Hello, schoolteacher. Wang Qingyuan greeted politely. Good day, schoolmate. Ma Qingqing's expression was a bit unnatural, but she still tried to squeeze out a smile. The schoolmate next to him, however, took a step forward and gave Wang Qingyuan a self-congratulatory high five. Luckily you stepped in to help, otherwise we'd probably be a bit injured even if we could win the fight. Thank you very much indeed. It's only freshman year and you're already this good. I guess schoolmates' careers are pretty special. Wang Qingyuan snorted and asked rhetorically. Have the older siblings been in this copy before? Do you know exactly where the higher-ranked ghosts are located? I've been in here before, but this time, the level has been slightly adjusted, but the location of the monsters should be unchanged. Just head towards where the moonlight is the brightest, and most likely high-level evil spirits will appear. The gun-toting schoolmate asked, why are you asking this? You're not going to challenge a boss-level evil spirit, are you? I'd like to give it a try. Thank you for the information, senior sister. Wang Qingyuan snorted and prepared to go quickly. Wait. Ma Qingqing called out to him, looking at that tangled look, he should have done some mental struggle. She then said, the level of this replica has been adjusted to LV 70, but replica worlds are often not static, and it's not impossible for over-leveled evil spirits to appear. The boss is simply too dangerous, and I don't recommend you take the risk. Looking at her, Wang Qingyuan smiled slightly and felt that his schoolmate was a good and kind person. He thought about it briefly, entertaining the idea of wanting to try out the system's newest ability. Then with a flip of his palm, 3 cones of incense appeared in his hand before handing it to Ma Qingqing. Don't worry, schoolteacher, I know what's in my heart. Ha! What's this? These 3 are called questioning incense and can be interpreted as a teleportation prop. If you are in danger, light them and shout my name. Chapter 35 Jiao Long Great Demon. Ma Qingqing, it seems like schoolmate has a crush on you. The gun-wielding schoolmate had a gossipy look on her face. A nearby student laughed. This schoolmate is quite interesting. People send flowers, but he sent 3 jaw sticks instead. The brain circuit is quite strange. If she were to encounter such a situation in normal times, Ma Qingqing would have been shy and embarrassed. However, Wang Qingyuan being a student of the monster class, it was naturally impossible for her to have too many reveries. She just rather curiously surveyed these 3 mediocre incenses and then silently put them away. Wang Qingyuan made his way towards the place where the moonlight energy was strong. Many types of evil spirits use the energy of moonlight to strengthen themselves, so the higher the moonlight energy, the stronger the evil spirits will be. After reaching level LV 30, his strength sees a huge rise, and with the officer general head Dharma body he can do a sweep all the way through, not to mention the fact that he has Master Zhongkuei to restrain the ghosts. Nez's 3rd prince's Dharma body, if placed here, would be tantamount to a cannon blasting a mosquito, which was really a bit of a waste. However, as it got deeper and deeper, the demonic aura became thicker and thicker. The moonlight was as frosty as frost, and it was even brighter and weirder in the world of the replica, as if it was born to nourish evil spirits. Passing through a dense forest, a steaming white smoke brought a sense of warmth, and then came into view a huge pool of water, with the moonlight shining directly on the surface. The pool of water was lime green in color and ancient, and nothing could be seen in it at all. But vaguely able to feel, there is a strong demonic aura is hibernating underwater, is waiting for the prey close to, at any time to rise up to launch a deadly blow. Wang Qingyuan hid in the bushes and decided to watch for a moment. Hoo. On the waterhole, a very large eagle beast swept across the sky and quickly glided to the surface of the water, its sharp eagle eyes searching for something to eat. When the eagle's claws touched the water, the demonic aura under the pool became even more dense, creating irregular ripples on the calm water surface. Seemingly sensing a strong crisis, the eagle beast chirped and lifted its wings, wanting to fly far away to escape. But it was too late. Poof! Like a dragon sucking up water in the whirlpool, a pair of scarlet eyes shot out a dangerous light from it. Not waiting for the eagle beast to fly away from the 10-meter distance, a behemoth appeared from it, and its huge and flexible tail actually slapped it down, and then with a roar that exploded the eardrums, the demonic creature opened its bloody mouth and bit off the tough body of the eagle beast, destroying all its internal organs. After seeing what kind of thing this demonic creature was, even Wang Qingyuan could not help but freeze for a moment. Augur, LV. 68. Skills, Dragon Tail, Dragon Arc, Poison Rain, Flight. The great demon overlord of the bright moon pool, once a green-striped python, swallowed a drop of dragon's blood by chance, and under the day-to-day nourishment of the moon's light, transformed into a dragon, guarding the place where it transformed into a dragon. Boy, it's a scaly dragon. Wang Qingyuan did not expect to be able to see this kind of demonic creature in reality. In the ancient times, the dragon, Oringlong clan, but also helped the Yellow Emperor to travel clouds and rain, fierce battle Chiyu, is a very ancient race of great demons. Although the one in front of him was a bit of an imposter, the raging and furious demonic aura was something that couldn't be faked. His eyes couldn't help but light up. This was exactly what he was looking for in an opponent. In the observation room, the dark-skinned woman said, "Good boy, he found out about such a hidden place? TSK, pretty good luck. Any place where a great demon-level creature like the Jiaolong lives and guards must have some sort of treasure present. Even if he can't use it himself, he can still resell it for a hefty price. But there's a whole 38 levels difference between him and Jiaolong, a gap that doesn't seem to be easily bridged. Principal, is this really okay?" Hearing this, the crowd's expressions became slightly more grave. Wang Qingyuan's previous performance was so bright that it even made a few people forget the fact that he was only LV. 30. If that's the case, then the situation is indeed a bit less than stellar. The risk is still very great. Li Zhang stroked his beard and pondered deeply, and only after a long time did he speak. There's no need to panic. A pseudo-dragon demonic creature is just a pseudo-dragon. It's not a real dragon. Wang Qingyuan is absolutely fine. Speaking of the authenticity of dragons, he remembered the arrogant dragon-transforming kid from the Chang family in the northeast, and immediately felt as if he was being pushed headlong by something, and his face darkened. It's just slaying dragons. He has to be able to do it. The dragon swallowed the eagle beast in one gulp, and its powerful digestive organs instantly turned it into a puddle of blood, and then let out a wild roar, as if it hadn't satisfied its appetite. Wang Qingyuan sized up the augur dragon. It was more than 30 meters long, its tough skin was a dark green color, its scales were sparse, and there was a unicorn horn at the top of its head, which seemed to have electricity flowing through it. The vicious face was worlds apart from a true dragon, completely a beastly demon with an empty dragon form. At this very moment, in the midst of the stormy wind stirring, Wang Qingyuan, who was hidden in the bushes, was captured by the scaly dragon's breath, and then it fiercely locked on. The big copper bell-like eyes flashed ferociously, and the fury was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Roar! The mouth of the dragon was like an abyss, and the spewing dragon's breath nearly toppled the trees and blasted rapids in the water. However, Wang Qingyuan was completely unafraid, and even his battle spirit surged, the corners of his mouth grinning in a crazy arc, unable to wait for a fierce battle with him. Seeing his appearance, the crowd in the observation room was slightly stunned. They had thought that the freshman of the monster class this time would finally be a normal person, but as things stood now, it seemed that there was still room for controversy. He seems like he's excited. Shouldn't he be shocked? Could it be that he has some winning card? This kid is definitely not simple. Let's just be quiet and watch. Pang! Boom! The dragon flung its tail and slashed vertically, the terrifying force cracking the ground and sinking it violently. A deafening sound was emitted. Faced with such a behemoth that covered the sky, Wang Qingyuan jumped up on the stormy wind and shot high into the sky before plunging down. The dragon opened its huge mouth, and its flexible body shifted direction at a rapid pace, swallowing it into its stomach with a swift and thunderous movement, emitting a faint swallowing sound. The atmosphere was silent. What? Eat up. Just eat it. The crowd in the observation room was stunned, completely failing to anticipate such a situation. Dare I say that the arrogance and excitement of that kid just now was all feigned? However, Li Zhang remained calm, staring dead at the screen, and then said, "No, you guys look again. Wang Qingyuan obviously still has a backhand." Next, the dragon wanted to return to the pool, but its belly suddenly flashed brightly and uncertainly with golden light, and expanded its belly continuously. Roar! The dragon's body swung up haphazardly, as if it felt intense pain, and after struggling for a long time, it finally couldn't bear it, and even spat out a cloud of rainbow-colored light in one mouthful. The gazes of the crowd instantly focused, clearly sensing an unspeakable supreme power within that light mass. What in the world was that? How did it feel, as if some figure was coalescing in it? Moments later, in the midst of that lotus-colored light shining, Wang Qingyuan's voice came out quietly, resounding through this area. "I am the great god of the three altars of heaven and the sea. Third Prince Neza Heavenly Father. Demon Dragon, are you ready to die?" Chapter 36, Neza Heavenly Father. Chopping the Jiao Dragon. Rainbow-colored light blossomed, condensing into a lotus platform in the air, from which 7 colored lotus flowers bloomed. The light shines like the sun. The precious light rippled. Immediately, a force different from ghost and demonic chi was released, sweeping across the entire Sun Moon Lake. The already turbulent lake rippled a great deal, and all the other birds and beasts in the mountains and forests fled, clearly sensing a supreme power. The crowd in the observation room stared wide-eyed, trying to see what was in that colorful lotus flower. Boom! The lotus platform transformed into countless points of light, slowly falling like rain. It wasn't until a long time later that the light of the lotus flower gradually dissipated, and then revealed the proud figure within. Wang Qingyuan had completely changed his attire at this moment. He was clad in lotus treasure armor and brocade combat boots. With a jade face and delicate features, his eyes flickered, and 2 beams of golden light stormed out from his eyes. The mixed sky eye fluttered around its side, as if it had an independent consciousness. The gold-colored flames were alive and well, releasing an infinite amount of scorching heat and violent aura. His eyes were painted with a pair of strange but regular red circles, and his appearance was demonic, as if he was able to switch his state of mind between god and demon at will. When the lotus flower disappeared, only his silhouette was left alone above the dome of the sky. With lonely eyes, he stared condescendingly at the scaly dragon below. This is completely different from his aura before. Wang Qingyuan has changed his power system again. What the hell is going on with his career? What a powerful aura. It's not ghost chi, much less demon chi. It's an energy we've never seen before, this intense pressure, it's simply not comparable to any other power. Heavens, it seems like he's completely changed? That said, the one in the sky right now, is it really still Wang Qingyuan? Crap, this look like garbage is giving me a good time? It's not just the teachers in the observation room. Even Li Zhang, who never made much of a move, couldn't help but put his old eyes close to the screen, itching to see something immediately. This extraordinary breath. He seemed to have felt some from the 100-level copy. His frame suddenly paused as an almost impossible name came to mind. Could it be gods? For professionals who hadn't stepped into the dimension of the truly powerful, the existence of the Eastern gods was always a highly questioned and unconfirmed topic. But for people like Li Zhang, who had participated in high-level copies and felt the infinite power of the gods from them, there must be ancient gods in the Yanxia country with its long history. So upon learning of Wang Qingyuan's professional abilities, he did not hesitate to bring him into the fold. If, through his profession, he could really let Yanxia Kingdom get a glimpse of the corner of the Heavenly Palace, then it would be a big enough event to be able to stir up the entire world. And now, it was as if the gods were at hand. His breath caught in an instant. Sun Moon Lake. Wang Qingyuan had already broken through the shackles of playing and could directly use the power of ghosts and gods, only the appearance would still change, but it was not limited to the face. Is this the power of Neza Heavenly Father? Wang Qingyuan felt the constant flow of divine power in his body and felt completely different. It's a power that should never have existed in this world. It's not just a change in the power system. His mind seems to have been slightly affected as well. It became without anger, without sadness, without joy, without a trace of emotion in its eyes. At this moment, his divine power surged, and he clearly still looked human, but he was completely different, and his divinity had reached its peak. That augur dragon looked at the figure in the sky, a hint of fear flashed in its copper bell eyes, and the dragon's tail couldn't even help but curl up. But the Sun Moon Pool is the place where it transformed into a dragon and has the treasure it guards, so it will never give it up. Ho 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 ho! An even crazier roar shook the clouds, as if even the earth was trembling, and the LV 68 ranked Great Demon, which already possessed the battle power of the City Destroyer rank, was no longer a mere mortal. This terrifying roar stirred out, and even the other students who were dozens of miles away felt a strong deterrent. Their hearts couldn't stop beating wildly, and hurriedly fled in other directions. However, Wang Qingyuan, who was at the center of the storm, was still not sad or happy, but only gazed at the demonic dragon in an arrogant manner. Since you want to fight, I'll fight you for a few rounds. Boom! Flames rose behind Wang Qingyuan's back and then condensed into a 6-foot Dharma body. Neza held a fire-tipped spear and was clad in a mixed heaven damask, like a great god rising up, swinging out flames that turned everything into scorched earth. The water in the pool vaporized a large amount of white smoke. Whoosh! Wang Qingyuan's body transformed into a meteor, falling from the high sky with an astonishing aura. The dragon, no matter what, also had a level 38 level suppression, and the unicorn horn in front of his forehead flashed with thunder, bursting out with an intimidating mighty light. The terrifying power intersected and swept through the storm. The lightning and the flames were as if they were divided into two worlds, blasting everything into nothingness, like heavenly thunder exploding. Although Neza is a deity of the heavenly court, although his divinity is strong, his demonic nature is even more so. It is very different from the image in various records, and is a real fierce god. Facing the crazy attack of the augur, the Dharma body transformed Wang Qingyuan coped with it with ease, not feeling the slightest bit of strain. The overwhelming power of the gods had maximized the limitations of the hierarchy and fought equally against all the strongest. Zip, zip, zip boom. The dragon was being beaten back by Wang Qingyuan and tried to use all its strength to kill him with the power of thunder. However, this level of power was no longer enough to harm him. Wang Qingyuan removed the Qiankuan circle and slammed it heavily at its 7 inches. And then with a leap to the top of the dragon's head, he held the dragon's horn with both hands, and against the power of the thunder, he broke it off with a click. The dragon let out a hiss of pain. It finally realized that the person in front of it was a powerful existence that could not be defeated no matter what, so it swam the dragon into the sea and plunged headfirst into the water of the pool. Wang Qingyuan's gaze was cold as he murmured in a low voice, "Demon dragon, you can't escape." Next, the 3 lotus flowers in front of his neck ignited with raging flames, fusing with the mixed sky aya, enlarging several times in the air before covering the water with a sky. Thumbs up! The fierce flames seemed to transform into a fire dragon, plunging straight into the water and wandering around. The scorching temperature was visible to the naked eye as it evaporated the water of the pool until the bottom of the pool, and then the scaly dragon that was shivering was seen, as well as piles of human skeletons. It must be the remains of the professionals who once arrived in this copy. Realizing that there was no more place to escape, the Jiao dragon let out a final mournful cry before its death, and then frantically rocked upwards, wanting to execute its final blow and die with it. Wang Qingyuan held his fire-tipped spear in his hand and posed for a charge in the sky. Unconscionable. Die. Boom. The wind and fire wheel under his feet burned with a blazing fire, and then carried his body and shot out. The counterintuitive temperature actually burned the space until it was distorted. Both sides executed their final killing move, accompanied by a poof sound. The ogre's body was instantly pierced through by the fire-tipped spear, its eyes dimmed, and its vitality was soon all gone. Being held by Wang Qingyuan's single hand, he fell down limply in the high air. Chapter 37, Shocking School Leaders. The dragon was powerless to fight back against such a powerful opponent, and died in such a tragic manner. Wang Qingyuan picked the auger dragon and casually threw it high into the air, a ball of flame completely burning it to ashes. His entire body exuded a domineering aura, giving off a strong sense of oppression. The nearby wandering ghosts shivered and wailed, and some even directly knelt in place, begging to be spared. If anything, the White Crane Child and the official general's head are ghosts and gods that have an innate relationship of restraint against ghosts. Then the aura that Neza is displaying at this moment is pure power suppression for the ghosts. Now, there had been silence in the observation room as everyone watched the battle in the replica with dumbfounded eyes. The dense forest that was devastated by the storm winds formed by the fierce battle, as well as sinking and collapsing ground. The body of the dragon turned into ashes. The nearly dry pool of water evaporated by the flames. Everywhere proved that the battle was intense, and it was crushing throughout. Wang Qingyuan's posture of standing proudly in the sky, filled with divinity, had been deeply engraved in the minds of the crowd. Even after the dust had settled, they were all still in a state of shock and could not extricate themselves. The LV 30 level played the LV 68 level demon in the palm of his hand. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if it killed them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could this kid be so perverted? He's this good at LV 30, if he reaches LV 50 or even 60, won't he be able to beat me? Xiao Zhan's eyes were about to glaze over, it was simply too exaggerated. A heaven-defying profession. A unique power system. After a battle, I can't even see through a single bit of him. Principal, is this really a freshman? The black-skinned female teacher couldn't calm down either. Her intuition was sharp and the aura she felt was even stronger. As for the others, they froze, unable to say a word at all. This freshman in the monster class seems to be even more of a monster among monsters. It's not just them. Li Zhang was also stunned. He had been the principal for many years and had never seen such a powerful new student. Especially the moment he saw the auger being pierced by him and lifted up to fly high into the sky. His thoughts drifted and he couldn't help but start making associations. It's already as if I'm seeing the explosive scene of Wang Qingyuan holding a fire-tipped spear and standing at the top of the Huashan martial arts tournament, suppressing all the heavenly pride across the board. Li Zhang couldn't help but feel his blood boiling and his mind on fire when he thought about it. Both nostrils flared and 2 sharp breaths were sucked in. Yes. Well. Li Zhang stood up from his seat with a prancing motion. His eyes had never been so alert as they were now. I've got another tiger in my hands, and he'll surely shine in the Huashan martial arts competition. At that time the principal, that old bastard, will definitely beg me on his knees to transfer him among the main school. There's no way I'll agree to that. I'm ready to see a scene where he's so pissed off he's babbling and so jealous he's mad. Ha 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 ha. Yes. The others looked at the old boy and sighed helplessly. But at the same time, he did feel that Li Zhang's luck was just too good to be able to search for such an anticlimactic new student in the tiny Jingwei city. If with this exaggerated level-crossing challenge by Wang Qingyuan, then it was estimated that during this period of time, he would at least reach the LV 45 LV 55 level range. The experience rewards for cross-level kills were just too much. There is less than a month to go before the Huashan martial arts competition. When the time comes, it will surely be an unprecedented battle between the dragons and the tigers. Wang Qingyuan retrieved the mixed sky aya and slowly landed on the ground. After killing the auger dragon, he directly rose 3 levels in a row, coming to the rank of LV 34 at a speed that was unbelievable. Meanwhile, the sound of the system reward for summoning Neza for the first time also rang out in his mind. You have obtained the Neza's third prince's divine weapon, Fire Tip Lance. You have obtained the magic weapon of Neja's third prince, Mixed Sky Aya. You have obtained the magic weapon of Neza's third prince, Xiankuan Circle. You've gained Samadhi Fire. You have gained the spell of Neza the third prince, 3 heads and 6 arms. After level alignment to the first turn of a common profession, the rewards for summoning have also become significantly more lucrative. At one time, he even directly pulled the rewards full, along with divine weapons, spells to obtain all of them. At this moment, even Wang Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a little stirred inside. The system space, which was originally somewhat constricted, became plentiful all of a sudden, and each of them was an extremely strong prop, especially the spells, 3 heads, 6 arms, and threefold fire. It was precisely the combat skill he was currently most scarce in. If only it had been configured this way when it was first confronted with the red and white crashers as well as the 100 ghosts of the night. Wang Qingyuan was confident that he could break the 2 major killing formations together with just his own strength. Battle power is not what it used to be. Ice following the stream of water that was about to dry up. An ethereal treasure aura emerged from it, and it seemed to be the treasure that the augur was guarding. Flying to the bottom of the pool, an ancient treasure chest came into view, and even through the chest, one could smell a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Pills? Wang Qingyuan opened the box and it was a fist-sized, round elixir. When the odor of this medicinal power transformed into a substantial body of smoke and emitted, the aura of the nearby beasts and monsters and evil spirits became significantly more numerous, locking this place in place, emitting low roars, and even continuously releasing killing opportunities. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What exactly is this elixir? It was actually able to induce these beasts to go out of their way to try to snatch it from their own hands. With that, the system's voice rang out, answering this doubt for him. You've obtained the trophy of killing the dragon transformation pill. Wang Qingyuan came to a sudden realization. So it is. Transformation has a powerful attraction to demonic cultivators, no matter if they are demons, devils, mountain spirits or earth spirits. Anyone who wants to become immortal through cultivation and enlightenment is inseparable from the illusion of human form. The human body has its own 36,000 gods, known as the Cave of Heaven and Earth, the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, and the equalization of 500 years of creation. Once they possessed a human form, they could no longer rely on pure killing and devouring, but could instead enhance their cultivation by practicing qi and meditating, among other things. Therefore, transformation is a first-class obsession for all demons and devils. However, considering Wang Qingyuan's exuberant qi and perverted strength, the beasts and evil spirits only watched from afar and did not dare to actually make a move. Hefting the transformation dan in his hand, he then put it away. It was of little use to him, but it could be sold for a good price. It was even possible to create a spiritual pet that shared one's mind and followed one's left and right through this thing. Wang Qingyuan cupped his chin, waiting for the moment when you plan to summon the Erlang Xiansheng Jun. There is no less than a dog around to cheer. Well, this thing is actually still very useful. The wind and fire will under his feet burned fiery, pulling up into the sky and swept out in another direction. Some fierce beasts flying in the sky were desperate to fight for a future, and were poked to death by Wang Qingyuan's 2 shots, after which no more fierce beasts and evil spirits dared to move their minds. After the copy is finished, Wang Qingyuan counted the loot and the harvest was beyond imagination. Li Zheng personally invited him into his office. His words were full of appreciation, completely treating him as a treasure. After a pleasant conversation, he returned to his dormitory with his many rewards. However, before he could enter the room, a familiar avatar lit up on the microchat interface. Guan Yu, brother Qingyuan, do you have time to meet? My grandfather's old friend has come to Jingwei City, and he's brought a lot of things with him that he wants to exchange with you. Do you think it's convenient? Seeing this message, Wang Qingyuan subconsciously straightened his back, feeling that something good was about to come. Wait, I'm on my way. P.S. Validator will be 2 shifts a day for now, with additional shifts after the past. Kowtow to the big readers. It's important to rush and catch up reading. The little author kowtowed. Chapter 38, Guan Air Master walking 1,000 miles. Early the next morning, Wang Qingyuan then arrived at the location where he met with Guan Yu as agreed. Guan Yu is wearing a white sportswear today, her long hair is tied into a high ponytail, and her face is pretty, filled with the innocence and brightness of a high school student, giving people a sense of white moonlight. She was still carrying the large, exaggeratedly shaped knife, causing a flurry of sideways glances from passers-by. But in her eyes, there was only Wang Qingyuan right now. Brother Qingyuan. Seki Yuki, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, you're a busy man now, you have to make an appointment to see you. Seki Yuki smiled and said, how was your first day of college? Was it very different from high school? Well, it's okay, just a little too many weirdos. That's great, I want to go to college early too, high school is no fun. Wang Qingyuan smiled sarcastically and asked, is the old gentleman here? Shall we go in now? Go inside. Fan Lao took a lot of stuff this time, and tried to cheat my grandpa out of his money again. It's just abominable. If you know what you're doing, brother Qingyuan, help out with the palm of your hand, and I'll treat you to dinner later. Guan Yu said. The old man Fong she spoke of, Wang Qingyuan, had done his homework online in advance. Fong Lao, named Fong Ting, is the archaeological world, many years devoted to archaeology, 80 years of age, but also trekked through the mountains, visited all the monuments, looking for a strong proof of the history of Yanxia. Yanxia in the case of serious historical faults, but today is still recognized by the world as an ancient oriental country, which is inseparable from his efforts. It's a respectable old man. The Guan family's courtyard was very grand, dominated by antique architecture, with hardly too much modern style to be seen. There are bookstores and antique collecting houses everywhere, which shows that Guan Yu's grandfather was a very elegant and refined old man. In the parlor, two old, but very calm and powerful voices could be heard from afar. Old Guan, look at this, authentic imperial emerald, excellent color. You see, inside the emerald also with flow, if you wait for your granddaughter's wedding occasion to wear on the neck, certainly double the face. Isn't this ing Windex? What do you think I am? Really? Then I may have gotten the wrong one. Take another look at this. No, look. Take a look. This one is absolutely ruthless. It's related to your family's old ancestor. I replaced it at a high price. Old ancestor. Then it is better to take a look at it. Just then, the two old men also noticed Wang Qingyuan and Guan Yu. Good day, Guan. Good day, Fong. Wang Qingyuan first greeted politely. Well. Guan Derong stared at him for a few moments, then his face stretched into a smile. Oh, young man, so it is you. Guan Yu tilted her head and asked suspiciously, Grandpa, could it be that you know each other? I recognize him, but he doesn't necessarily recognize me. Guan Derong laughed. Last time, this kid was a big hit in the large replica, and even Li Zheng moved to collect him. I think he must have entered the Tianlong University branch in Jingwei City by now. Not only did Guan Delong know that Wang Qingyuan had been specially recruited by Li Zheng to enroll in the school, but he also knew about his anticlimactic performance in these battles as a member of the Ghost Killers, because he's the one who approves the documents. Even if Guan Yu didn't bring it today, he was thinking of getting in touch with this pride of heaven one day when the opportunity was right. Fong Ting, crane hair, but not very good looking, a treacherous face, looks very shrewd. It was somewhat at odds with Wang Qingyuan's fantasized image of a respected old man. But you can't judge a book by its cover, and you're probably being too shallow. So you are the teenager that Xiao Guan Yu mentioned. You really are a talented person. Not bad, not bad. Fong Ting greeted. Since you are also here, it's just right to have a look. I've plucked a lot of treasures in an ancient village. You also comment on it. Thank you, Elder Fong, that's a compliment. Wang Qingyuan and Guan Yu went forward together, only to see him rummaging left and right through a pile of rags, finally pulling out a scroll. Fong Ting smiled mysteriously. Old Fong, I can guarantee that this is something that you can definitely be interested in. What? Master Guan has traveled thousands of miles. Hearing this, Guan Delong really showed an interested expression. His eyes were a bit fiery, and he even couldn't wait. Wang Qingyuan was also very curious. This was a good thing, an heirloom-level painting. Guan Yu couldn't help but tighten her breathing as well. She knew very well what the records about the old ancestor represented to the Guan family and to her grandfather in the end. This is an important proof of whether or not the Guan family can be recognized by other families, and even by the general public of Yanxia country's society, as a family that truly has an ancient heritage. If it is the real thing, Grandpa will buy it even if he smashes the pot to sell iron. As several people watched, Fong Ting unhurriedly untied the rope and then leisurely unfolded it. In the ink painting, Guan Yu Guan Airmaster can be seen with a sharp eye, chasing down the Jiangdong rats. Paintings come to life and seem to come from everyone. Fong Ting introduced, this is the work of the ancient Zhang Daqian. When he traveled through the landscape, he witnessed Guan Airmaster walking a single horse for thousands of miles, so he felt admiration and left this heirloom masterpiece. Guan Delong squinted his eyes close to the painting, and his brows furrowed, pointing suspiciously at the inscription and questioning it. Isn't this ing Chang Dejiang? Also, my family's oldest ancestor, Master Guan Yi, rode a bicycle for thousands of miles. Yeah, Guan Airmaster's 1,000-mile ride of forgetting to bring a knife. There's nothing wrong with that. I'd have to charge you more if I'd brought a knife. Fong Ting put away the painting and turned to Wang Qingyuan, who was at the side. Kid, what do you think of this painting? Is it real? Just now that sentence people can't retract it. This old dang is really a treacherous businessman. Wang Qingyuan shook his head. I can't see it, it's too profound. What's so deep about this? Forget the bike for a second, just look at the wrap. Guan Yu was still foolishly stealing questions from the side. Brother Qin Yuan, is this true? There's nothing more fake than this. What kind of friend is your grandfather? Wang Qingyuan whispered. Ah, fake, ah, alas. How nice it would be if it were real. Sekiyuki's eyes fell a bit. Guan Derong was also a bit lost, sighed helplessly, and silently poured a cup of tea for this immodest old friend. After sitting looking at each other for a long time, the atmosphere gradually became subtle. A moment later, Fong Ting let out a long sigh, put down the scroll, and his expression finally stopped being shrewd, saying, Yanxia's historical fault is not generally serious. This time, when I got the news, I immediately set out to go, and what I found back is still a pile of rags. If this continues, I don't even know if there's anyone who can take my place. Yanxia, ah, alas. Guan Duran didn't know what to say for the best. As an ancient family inheritor, no one would want the history of Yen Xia to see the light of day and become famous all over the world more than he did. But in the past countless years, it was not even known what kind of things had happened to lead to such an end. Fang Ting packed up a pile of rags and said, "I didn't cheat you, and the funding is gone, and now that the top doesn't give money, I don't think archaeology can go anywhere. I'm an old man in a living profession, how can I hire a few bodyguards, or else I might get eaten by those mountain spirits and ghosts one day." The atmosphere sank a bit, making one feel rather helpless and sad. Wang Qingyuan pondered for a moment and remembered the reason for his visit today, so he stepped forward and said, "Elder Guan, Elder Fong, I can testify that Master Guan Air has actually existed in history and has an extremely glorious historical position." At those words, the two old men looked at the teenager, brightening for a moment, then falling back down. They had lived for decades and had not been able to find a single trace in this hot summer land, so what could a kid who was no more than 18 or 19 years old prove? Seeing the two people with such an attitude, Wang Qingyuan wanted to prove it even more, letting them witness the hope of Yen Xia's history. Quan Ji, I can manage to get his old man to show up. At this time, this moment. Chapter 39, the Martial Saint Guan Yunchang is here. The city lord kneels. Hearing Wang Qingyuan's words, several people were stunned. Such a thing they had never even dared to think about. Fang Ting said, "Little friend, this is not something you can rise to say. Old Guan is a careful person, he will really get angry." Wang Qingyuan asked, "Elder Fong, do you believe that this person, Guan Yu, really did exist in Yanxia history?" "Of course, phase." Fang Ting paused for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "In fact, the existence or otherwise of Master Guan nowadays relies entirely on the corroboration indirectly provided by the Lu family in the Hot Pot province, as well as the Zheng family in the Stone province, the two great families. They all trace their lineage back to the period of the late Eastern Han dynasty, the descendants of Liu Bei and Zheng Fei, with thriving families and a relatively well-preserved historical process. On the contrary, Guan Yu is poorly documented, and almost everything depends on the existence of these two families, side by side from the sporadic records. So whether it's true or not, it's hard to tell so far. Oddities. The genealogical records of the Liu and Zheng families are relatively complete, but only the most mythological Guan Yu records are missing. Wang Qingyuan thought a little. This may have something to do with Guan Yu being worshipped as a god by the folk. Guan Derong looked at Wang Qingyuan, then asked, "Qingyuan, do you really have a way to make my family's old ancestor appear here?" "It can be tried, I think it's very likely." "Unreliable, definitely unreliable, this is too ridiculous." Fang Ting waved his hand, having a hard time believing what he said. How many dynasties have passed since the end of the Eastern Han dynasty? He's just a kid with a yellow mouth? Could it be that Guan Yu is immortal and has lived until now? But Guan Yu, who was on the side, thought of something and asked in a hurry, "Brother Qingyuan, could it be that you are trying to summon the old ancestor in Dharma form?" Wang Qingyuan nodded. Now that he's been able to invite even a great god of Nez's caliber, trying to summon historical generals must be a breeze. Guan Derong was vaguely agitated. "If you can really do this matter, then you would be the greatest benefactor to the Guan family, to the old man. Elder Guan is overstating the case. Restoring the history of Yanxia and reviving the mythological gods is my unshirkable mission as a Yanxia person." Wang Qingyuan was sincere in his words. He was unwilling to see such a brilliant gem buried under the dust of history forever. Under the nervous gaze of several people, Wang Qingyuan walked towards the spacious courtyard, and then exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, recalling Guan Yu's costume on the stage, but not applying makeup with his mind. Now that he had broken through playing the shackles, he was in need of some external objects to boost the success rate of his first summoning, and he had those of Guan Yu's descendant bloodline beside him, which was the best help. Next, Wang Qingyuan urged the breath in his body to flow slowly behind him, and the green aura first condensed into the word loyalty and righteousness. A vast aura of righteousness swept across the scene, causing the few people present to stare in disbelief. Especially Guan Derong, the beating of his heart was incomparably violent up. As a profession of Stormblood martial artist, his chi was far beyond normal, his heartbeat sounded like a beating drum. The shrine is shaking violently. At this moment, he clearly felt that the word loyalty and righteousness was gradually coalescing into a human form, and there was a certain powerful consciousness that gradually became one with it. Originally, he was just in the mindset of wanting to give it a try, but now it seems, could this kid really make the real body of the old ancestor come down? Boom! The aura behind Wang Qingyuan exploded, and a blood-colored steed coalesced underneath him as the horse lifted its front hooves and let out a neigh full of battle intent. Immediately, that green breath condensed into a huge humanoid shape, 5 meters in height. At this moment, with an extremely arrogant stance and eyes, it swept at everyone present. The green dragon crescendo is powerful. The great sword loops back over his head. The martial Saint Guan Yunchang is here. A bellowing cry caused Fang Ting, who was a living profession, to directly kneel on the ground, bean-sized beads of sweat emerging from his forehead. Is this guy for real? As for Guan Derong and Guan Yu, when the two of them saw this domineering figure, a rush of bloodline suppression from their ancestors rushed through their heads and their brains buzzed. The way they pieced it together from fragmentary historical accounts was hardly the slightest bit different from the form of the Dharma body they saw before them. His beard is 2 feet long and his face is like a heavy date. Danfang eyes, crouching silkworm eyebrow, handsome appearance, majestic. A hand strokes the long beard, a hand carrying the green dragon crescent moon knife, as if through time and space of the sense of history came to the face, conquering the sands of countless fierce generals' momentum, sweeping the entire Guan family home. The shrine shook and made a humming sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old ancestor. At this moment, under the descent of Guan Yu's martial spirit true body, he could not care less about his identity as any deputy city lord. Compared to the old ancestor, he was undoubtedly an insignificant little cat ami. Old ancestor. So you are here. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, crying like a child. How much questioning and bashing has the Guan family suffered from the outside world over the years? Only he knows in his own heart. Bumping ancient heritage families? Insert label to sell the first? What is the point of fabricating false history? You're just a small horse archer? How dare you call yourself the queen of martial arts? The list goes on and on. However, the moment Wang Qingyuan successfully summoned the Guan Shang Emperor's Dharma body to descend, all of these doubts should have gone unanswered since they are the representatives of loyalty and righteousness, and are truly after the martial saints. Guan Yu was even more emotional, with tears in her eyes, and heavily kowtowed a few times on the ground. This was of great significance to the entire Guan family. Wang Qingyuan rode on the red rabbit horse, feeling the completely pure power of the martial Tao, his qi and blood surging, itching to immediately plunge into a great battle. At the same time looking at the scene in front of him, he felt some mixed feelings. A family of the ancient inheritance that suffered such a challenge would be so aggrieved and helpless. The sadness of knowing it existed but not being able to produce proof of it struck a chord with him. A family is still like that. That great summer, and how? It's hard to imagine just how intense the flak endured around the world will be. Wang Qingyuan silently clenched his fists, wanting to shine as soon as possible in the Huashan martial arts competition. He also couldn't wait to enhance his strength and mount a more grand world stage to show Yanxia's already deserved and incomparably bright civilization of the gods. The loud commotion drew the attention of many people in the Quan family home. When they rushed to the time, they actually saw the lofty position of Guan Derong, even a snot and a tear kneeling on the ground, like a child who was beaten and was tattletale. And a tall and powerful Dharma body, filled with a mighty and domineering aura, was quietly lowering his eyebrows, and in his hand, the green dragon crescent blade deterred a cold light. What is this all about? Everyone was dumbfounded. And yet, just then, a figure outside the court broke in and shouted anxiously, Guan Lao, it's not good. Something big is wrong. The copy that young Master Guan Shua was painting, the evil spirit broke through the boundaries and the difficulty of the copy was upgraded. Now he's trapped inside and can't get out. What? Sekiyuki rose violently and tried to lift his greatsword to the rescue. However, the eyes of Guan Yu's Dharma body were steeply bursting with 2 channels of golden light, and his battle spirit surged up as he steered his horse, said in a tone of unquestionable arrogance, Open the duplicate passageway, Mr. Guan will go and return. Chapter 40, Ancestral Substitution Fight. The Might of the Martial Saint. Downtown, copy space. Devil's Peak. Sidekicks are a huge balancing space, but they're not set in stone. The bizarre creatures were dying over and over again in their killings with the professionals, and it was no surprise to see a breach of equilibrium occurring through continued accumulation. For example, the level breakthroughs of the boss-level creatures, along with the difficulty upgrade of the entire copy. It was certainly a very fatal jeopardy for the professionals who were stuck in the level to enter. At this very moment, in the midst of the strange and rocky magic mountain, several figures were hiding near the cliff. The evil sneaky creatures around them had risen in level, and it was very difficult for them to deal with them. Moreover, there were also LV 30 level bosses that had broken through the boundaries, and it was even more difficult for a few people to deal with them. Guan Shou was crouched at the far end, holding his cyanide sword in his hand, but his battle spirit was low, clearly not wanting to face the danger. A young man next to him puffed on a cigarette, a chewed flat cigarette but at his feet, and you could tell he was in a great deal of inner panic right now. Lulu, can you stop smoking? It's choking. Zhen Xiudia looked disgusted and kept waving her hand to dispel the smoke. Aren't I nervous? With a trembling hand, Lulu lit another one. You're at least the big brother in our little Lu Guanzhang, don't you know how to take care of the third sister? Then you'll have one too? Get out. Guan Shua looked at the two and said, Stop messing around, what should we do about the situation at hand? The copy upgrade was just too sudden, and the teleportation skill is still on cooldown. Are we just going to wait here to die? That won't do. Cowering disgraces the legacy of my Lu family's sacred ancestor. Lulu said boldly. Why don't a few of us make a surprise move and rush out to stab the boss with 100 transparent holes while it's not paying attention? Zhang Qiudie glared. Third sister, I can guarantee that your family's old ancestor is definitely not like this, it's too much. Guan Shuo spat. Right now, besides dodging the boss and waiting for the teleportation to cool down until it's time, the only thing we can look forward to is for the strongest members of the clan to tear through the space and force a rescue. Other than that, there's no other way out. What if it's too late? Shouldering the mission of being a big brother, Lulu sipped a few more mouthfuls of cigarettes and viciously said, finish this one and help the Han dynasty. I don't believe that the three of us can't beat that damned boss even if we fight to the death. Each of the three pumped up, not wanting to sit around and try to find a breakthrough. However, Lulu, the highest ranked among them, was only LV 22, and it was hard to have a fight against a LV 30 monster. Guan Shuo and Zhang Qiudia were even worse, only LV 20 level. Once they were hit by the boss, they would be seriously injured or even killed in seconds. They repeatedly jumped sideways between putting up a fight and not putting up a fight, but then the situation unfolded in such a way that they couldn't afford to hesitate. Boss has discovered their whereabouts. Pang! The zombie knight who had been riding a ghost horse stabbed the stubborn stone in his hand with his lance, nearly impaling Guan Shuo. A few people's spirits instantly tensed up, quickly fleeing to the rear and bringing out their best against the enemy. Lulu, it's your fault for smoking all the time. It found us. Don't be an awkward hack, zombie riders are dead and can't smell. Don't pretend I haven't read the encyclopedia. Quiet, it's charging again. The zombie knight's offense was fierce, like a vanguard that galloped across the frontier, and the lance in his hand could easily smash the stubborn stones with great power. A few people worked pretty well together, keeping each other in formation and carrying each other's wounds for timely support. But after a few rounds of charging down, it was already the limit for them to keep from being seriously injured. If they continued like this, I'm afraid the end would still be hard to escape death. Lulu looked at the two people with pale faces. He wanted to shout out, you guys go first, I'll hold it, but he obviously couldn't hold it. The zombie knight was too strong. If it was LV 29 level, it might still be able to have a fight. And even though the battle had been so desperate, it still wasn't getting any better, it was getting worse. In addition to the zombie knight's perpetual motion machine, a large number of nearby ghost creatures and zombies have also been attracted to the area and are gradually surrounding the area. Finished, we might really be dying. Despair rose in Lulu's eyes. I don't want to die with you too. Zhang Qiudia kind of wanted to cry. Let's hold on for a little while longer. Grandpa will definitely send someone to rescue us, Guan Shuo said. Several people were silent, knowing that it might be hard to come by something like this. The three of them were back to back, trying to clear the evil spirits that were besieging them, but they still couldn't stop the idle chatter. Second brother, we're about to die now and want to speak to you from the heart. I think that in Yanxia's history, there was actually mostly no Guan Yu, just the two brothers Lu Zhang. I've looked through the family books, and everything written about Guan Yu clearly looks like it was filled in later, and looks very incomplete. Lulu said, but I don't mean anything else, I just hope that you won't be like Grandpa Guan and have too much obsession. I'm really afraid that you'll turn into a ghost after you die because of this obsession. But, no matter what history says, the three of us are still good brothers, and that's a fact that will never change. Guan Shuo wouldn't question their feelings for each other, but he didn't know how to respond either, because even he himself wasn't at all sure if the old ancestor had really existed or not. Zhang Qiudia was inexplicably a bit lost and muttered, I still wish I had. Lulu said, all in all, if we manage to survive this time, the so-called Lu Guan Zhang legend will be written by us. It's not a big deal. The two nodded heavily, finally seeing a bit of what it was like to be a big brother in him. Spell it out. Conquer the Han dynasty, today. A few people yelled for courage and decided to fight to the death, even in the face of the zombie riders' charge, they were not afraid. But with such a disparity in strength, their behavior was no different from sending them to their deaths. But in this moment, they are the three siblings who live and die together. Just in the nick of time when the zombie knight charged to his body and the tip of his gun fell. Fizzle! A curtain-tearing sound rang out, and space was pulled open, and immediately a figure flashing with green martial energy came from it on horseback, waving a large sword in his hand. There was a poof. The zombie knight's head flew up 10 meters before rolling to the ground like a broken kite, his body collapsing limply to the ground. The atmosphere was instantly quiet, having no idea what was going on in that instant. Asterisk. So hung. Great, we held out until the strongest came to the rescue. Soon, several people immediately realized the current situation and were on the verge of shouting out in excitement. But not before that sigh of relief. The moment their eyes caught sight of the visitor, they all couldn't help but stand still. This image. How could it be so familiar? Zhang Qiudia was the first to come back to her senses, her voice trembling, this. How does it overlap so much with the Master Guan depicted in the family book? Asterisk. It can't be true. Lulu's head went numb. Guan, the Guan family ancestor? Guan Shuo directly froze. A few people are not cuties, can tell the difference between a human and a spiritual body. But the one in front of them really shook them violently inside, as if they were dreaming. Guan Yu's Dharma body was incomparably powerful, emanating an aura of disdain from everywhere, almost condensing into substance and eroding the battle intent of all opponents. If it had been something else, they might have had trouble recognizing it for a moment. But Guan Yu's features are just too obvious. Red face, long beard, Danfang eyes, red rabbit horse, green dragon crescent moon sword. Everything overlapped with the description in the book. That unique aura was by no means something a human professional could possess. Could it really be the true body of the Guan clan's ancestor descending? If it's true, then this is a big story that will shock the nation. Lulu and Zhang Qiujie were pleasantly surprised and looked happier than Guan Shuo. Guan Shuo, on the other hand, instantly received the explosive truth. His brain directly short-circuited. Feeling the closeness to his ancestor's bloodline, 2 lines of tears directly flowed down his face. Dad, you're out of your mind and calling the wrong generation. Ah, old ancestor. Wang Qingyuan glanced at this silly boy before shifting his sight to the large number of evil spirits around him. At this point, a prompt appeared in the copy space. Violation. LV. 30 level professional forcibly breaks through the space restriction, exceeding the level limit value. The copy is upgraded again. The evil sneaks whose original levels were all only at LV 20 LV 28 had their breath skyrocketed in this instant, all of them breaking through to level 30 or above, and even giving birth to new LV 40 level bosses. However, for Wang Qingyuan, all below level 50 were ants, and whether or not the copy was upgraded did not affect him in the slightest. Boom! Behind Wang Qingyuan, Huan Shang Emperor's Dharma body was so powerful that it directly rushed into the formation, and the green dragon crescent blade waved ferociously, killing the evil spirits and wailing all over the place. This raw scene left the 3 of them completely dumbfounded. Ancestors descending to fight, that's a bit too harsh. In just a flash of lightning, Wang Qingyuan had cut down hundreds of evil spirits as if he was killing chickens and slaughtering dogs, and that was based solely on his martial arts. That LV 40 level evil spirit was even less able to even fight, and was diagonally chopped into 2 pieces by Wang Qingyuan from the bottom to the top. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master Guan is invincible. Lulu shouted excitedly. Zhang Qiujie's mouth even opened into an O shape. Guan Shuo's eyes were filled with admiration for the old ancestor at this moment, and his heart was surging. But it seemed like, underneath this old ancestor's Dharma body, how was it that there was still a bit of Wang Qingyuan? Is it possible that the big brother that I met in the large replica at that time was actually my Guan family's oldest ancestor? Sekisaku's great cleverness dawned on him. It turned out that at that time, the old ancestor had already descended into reality under the pseudonym Wang Qingyuan to help. Adhering to the belief of helping others to the end, Wang Qingyuan simply stretched his horse to wipe out all the evil spirits in the dozens of miles around. Wherever he passed, the evil spirits were scared. Compared to the mana output of Officer General Shou and Neza, the pure martial arts of Marshal Saint Guan Yu also has an extremely unique experience that is incredibly mesmerizing. As several people watched in dumbfounded silence, Wang Qingyuan returned victorious, majestically riding his red rabbit, and returned to the Guan family courtyard from the torn space. Off home, Guan Durong and the others waited, their hearts mixed with a strong sense of unreality. He never dared to dream that his obsession for years would be realized in this way. It wasn't until after Wang Qingyuan returned and lifted the Martial Saint Guan Yu Dharma that they finally felt pure reality again. Old ancestor. Elder Guan, this is something I can't afford. Wang Qingyuan hurriedly waved his hand. Oh, yes, the old ancestor's Dharma body has gone. Guan Delong was in a bit of a trance, but at the moment he was in excellent condition and looked like he was a few dozen years younger. There's nothing better than that. Xing Yuan, you have treated the Guan family as if you were reborn, so I won't say too much about the scene. If there is anything I need to help in the future, my Guan family is obligated to do so. Guan Yu's eyes were red. Brother Cheng Yuan, thank you. Fang Ting was also excited. Over the years of archaeological career, he had never seen such a scene. The fire of archaeology that was about to be extinguished due to numerous difficulties seemed to be rekindled once again. With 1,000 thanks from Guan Durong, Wang Qingyuan leaves the Guan family home and meets with Fang Ting to see him later. He had a number of truly ancient items in his possession that might be used to trigger the system's rewards. On the way to the ghost killing section, Wang Qingyuan and his teammates got to know each other's recent situation. The pursuit of the Church of All Ghosts has never ceased, and it has been investigated through various details that perhaps someone disguised as an order-keeping professional has infiltrated the university, or even some of the families in power. Recently the Church of 10,000 Ghosts has been surging in the shadows, and I'm only afraid that a new war is brewing. The three-eyed Ghost King was seriously injured by Sister Jade, so he shouldn't come out for the time being, and according to the intelligence, the one who will come down this time will most likely be the forgotten Elder Mother. Old Mother Forgetfulness. That wow-looking young woman? Too bad it's from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, otherwise it's my favorite type. You'll like it even more when you're caught in bed and pampered by Old Mother Forgetfulness. Well, that's better. During the conversation between several people, Wicked Jade was still stepping on her black silk high heels, and her deadly long legs made it impossible for people to take their eyes off of her. When she came to her body, a fragrant wind entered her nose. Since the last battle, her attitude towards Wang Qingyuan was significantly softer, turning from a clear and cold superior to an intermittently attentive big sister. Wang Qingyuan, although you're only LV 30 now, your strength has reached the standard to become a captain. With the approval of the higher-ups meeting, you are now able to establish your own squad. Wicked Jade smiled and said, turned over to the top, congratulations. I am loyal to the evil Jade group. There's no idea of making my own way. Wang Qingyuan said, don't be so nervous, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you are also my evil Jade's person. Wicked Jade rested on his shoulder, her puffy breast slightly touching, said, Jingwei City's power is weak, although it is to establish a small team, but it is also registered in this city, we complement each other, there is no competition. So starting today, you can search for the right person on your own. Wang Qingyuan knew the benefits of being a captain, and the perks and benefits were not something that ordinary people could imagine. After a long silence, he didn't say anything and sort of agreed, intending to talk about it afterward when the opportunity was right. Time flies, and college life is boring but fulfilling. Spring is in the air. The news related to the Huashan martial arts competition was all over the place, warming up the entire Yanxia country. It was a major national tournament, the highest stage for the Heaven's Pride, a heavyweight ring that many professionals wanted to step into. Wang Qingyuan and monster classmates have maintained the most basic interactions, each other's relationship is not bad, but it cannot be said to be much better. The only one who had a great relationship with the black dog was the black dog, as if he had an unspeakable bond. In a month's time, his level had grown by leaps and bounds, and he had already come to LV 42, and had already gained quite a reputation in the Tianlong University branch. The sky rose to a smattering of fish-belly white gusts of breeze. Participating members of the Huashan martial arts competition gather in classroom B401 immediately. Soon, accompanied by a radio sound, Wang Qingyuan pushed open the door of his room and came out draped in the morning light, his gaze deep and stern. The day has finally come. Chapter 41, Huashan Martial Arts Meeting. 3 branches of asking incense. The city of terracotta warriors, on top of manhwa. As a triennial martial arts event, the Huashan Martial Arts Tournament attracts countless spectators from all over the country. This is a tourist attraction of the Terracotta Warriors city, at the moment is more overcrowded, a prosperous weather, thriving. Drones circled in the sky and 2 thermodynamic blimps played preview videos. The colorful food stalls in the mountains are as vibrant as the blossoms of early spring. As a participant, Wang Qingyuan and the others were arranged to the designated location, which could be reached directly on the cable car right outside the door. Staying in the same room with him was Little Black, who was shaking his head and tail at the moment, looking quite excited. Blackie, sit. Blackie, shake hands. Blackie, turn on your heel. Blackie, pucker up. Some normal requests, Xiaohei would cooperate, but when it came to some insulting to the dog's character actions, it would not do it, and would even show its teeth at Wang Qingyuan and bark twice. I also don't know if there will be a chance to be able to transform into a form in the future. Instead of teasing the dog, he briefly learned about the competition process and rules of the Huashan Martial Arts Tournament. For this tournament, there were team battles, city defense battles, and individual battles. Ranking of team battles and defense battles is tallied in terms of points. Individual battles are contested on strength. There are not too many complicated rules, the main one is simple and rough. This time, Tianlong University Jingwei City branch participated in the battle as an independent team, 10 people per team, a total of 30 teams. All of them were famous Yanxia schools, so the competition was not too fierce and contained a lot of gold. Wang Qingyuan didn't feel nervous, he had already made all the preparations to pull out all the stops and shine in the martial arts competition. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the door was the 3 buried monks. Qingyuan, my iron crotch technique is vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough, and I'm about to reach the grand completion, Vidra unbreakable. But it's a bit itchy right now, can you help me kick it twice? Master, I can't do it, you'd better find someone else. Ugh, that's fine, I'll go find my friends from other schools. Wang Qingyuan's door didn't even open. Many of the students in the branch school were quite opinionated about the monster class, and it had nothing to do with the 3 burial monk. In order to cultivate the perfect iron crotch technique, many sophomore seniors had been practiced by him to the point of suffering. Knock, knock, knock. The door knocked again, this time it was Charlotte. Hey, Wang Qingyuan. There's a lot of good food and fun on manhwa, I want to take a stroll, go help me carry my things. Wang Qingyuan. Don't play dead, I know you're in there. Don't hide inside and keep quiet. It's your honor to accompany this lady on her shopping trip. Wang Qingyuan, you're pissing me off. Charlotte knocked on the door to no avail, slammed it a few more times and snapped on her slippers. It wasn't long before Sun Xiaoxia also came and wanted to give him a taste of the newly developed hallucinogenic poison pill, but he was mercilessly driven away. There was a helpless sigh. Wang Qingyuan was somewhat speechless. Isn't there a single sane person? He decided to hunker down in his room and stay out all the time, with less contact with this group of psychos. For the next 2 hours, Wang Qingyuan received cheering from Guan Yu, Zheng Zifan, and Li Xiao respectively. Even Guan Delong and his high school homeroom teacher Lu Feng sent a message of encouragement. After talking to the family on the phone, it was nearly dusk, and with a fierce fight just around the corner, getting your strength up was a top priority. Then he fell into a deep sleep by meditating and exhaling and practicing. As a ghostly divine power surfaced, Little Black climbed up and quietly ambled to his side, greedily sucking in the faint divine power. It's getting late and it's almost midnight. Outside, the lights are still on, and the nightlife has just begun. And just then, Wang Qingyuan's breath dissipated around his body and abruptly opened his eyes, bursting out two fierce lights, and the face of the head of the official general flickered. Frightened, Black got up with a jolt and looked puzzled. It felt as if its own soul was being called for help from a distance. In the transvision, a woman, trembling with fear under the threat of the raging fury, held up 3 branches of clear incense and called out the name of Wang Qingyuan. Sister Ma Qingqing is in danger. Wang Qingyuan rose steeply, some small excitement in his eyes. The system's new abilities, which he had almost forgotten about, seemed to finally be usable through practice. 3 clear scents wafted from the window as a substitute medium, while he perceived his own experience bar, which showed a brief illusory progress. Completion of the believer's begging will earn you experience or a mysterious item. So outrageous and rewarded with experience points? Wang Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this the same thing as begging God for blessings? The only difference is that gods and Buddhas don't always help. Wang Qingyuan will. An hour ago, Ma Qingqing and a few of her classmates went to wander around the Chang'an night city, wearing Chinese costumes and shaking their fans to experience the place and its customs. As spectators, they don't have the pressure of the game and just want to have a good time. At the same time talking about the favorites to win the title among the universities on all sides. Ugh, Principal Li Zhang is bold enough to actually let the entire monster class take the field. A male student felt outrageous about this. But the students of the monster class are indeed powerful, that's an indisputable fact. The gun-toting senior sister who was in the quiz that day said, their ranks are still a bit low at the moment, but without exception they are all geniuses. The principal has high hopes for them, so of course he hopes to save the day for him in this martial arts tournament and regain the face he lost at the main school. Painting has a point. Our principal is an unconquerable one. If we want to win, we'll definitely win the biggest. It makes sense to let the monster class fight. Another person said. Ma Qingqing nodded, with a lollipop in her mouth, and, all in all, I don't want to participate. The death rate of martial arts tournaments is still very high, and I still want to live well. The male student said, whether it is a success or a failure, tomorrow depends on the performance of the monster class. If it is too wretched, I am only afraid that our branch school will be knocked to the bottom at once. I think it's okay. Ma Qingqing's mind couldn't help but conjure up a teenage figure, and her heart inexplicably had some bottom to this matter. A group of people strolled around with incomparable joy, and the illuminated ancient capital of the night city made them temporarily forget the pain of inner volume cultivation. Hold this for me, I'm going to pee. Why go to the alley when there's a restroom there? Can't hold it in he. It's so unqualified. The male student loosened his crotch as he walked, ready to open the floodgates against the wall. But before they could pull out their tools, 3 figures were seen in the midst of the dimly lit alleyway, and the sound of conversation came from them. The great Tengu has also come to compete. Changi-kun, in case we run into each other in the tournament, please be merciful. That's my Sakura Kingdom's great demon, and it must be returned to the 100 demon spectrum intact. The tall, skinny figure spoke a broken infernal summer language. And a handsome figure under the bright lights, eyes full of arrogance, as if looking down on anyone in the world. Sakura dog, are you teaching me how to do my job? I wouldn't dare, Chang-e-jun. I'm only doing this for the sake of the cooperation between us, to be able to proceed peacefully, which is greatly beneficial to us, to each other. What do you say, Fu Mingjun? On the other side, the suited Fu Ming pondered for a moment, then said, Chang Xiao, this time, just give my Fu family face and leave the dog a little life. Now that you have the power of transforming the dragon, why should you get angry over a mere dog? Seemingly scornful of the Fu family's power, Rao's unstoppable Chang Yi's expression eased slightly as he let out a soft hum. Fu Ming clapped his hands and said, this time in the Huashan martial arts competition, Chang Xiao will surely be the crushing champion. Onokun and I will first celebrate you in advance, and when we come to the Fu family afterward, I'll have a big banquet for you. Chang Yi put his hands in his pockets, narrowed his eyes and asked, Fu Ming, is that guy called Wang Qingyuan going to be killed? Kill. Fu Ming's eyes suddenly became dangerous, and then he said in a cold voice, he is now in the ghost killing section like a rising star, getting a lot of attention, and he is even the right-hand man under that woman, so he must die. Chang Yi's face with a bit of playfulness, what is the hatred and resentment between you and Evil Jade? If it is not a situation where you have to die and I live, then this young master also actually quite like her. You are fond of her body. Fu Ming said, old mother Forgetfulness and I are laying out a plan to wait until the time is right before capturing her alive. At that time, I will first give you the pleasure of playing with her, and then I will personally put an end to it. That's a good feeling. A hint of lechery flashed in Chang Yi's eyes. But then, several people's auras simultaneously blazed up, glancing at the entrance of the alleyway in unison. Fu Ming didn't move and prepared to leave. Since we've all agreed, let's all look forward to Chang Xiao's heavenly pride tomorrow. I'm going, you guys take care of the guys out there. With that, his figure disappeared. Ono-kun intended to step forward and said, Chang Xiao, it's not necessary for you to do anything, you should also go back and rest early. Chang Yi squinted his eyes over, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. No need, the martial arts tournament is tomorrow, and it just so happens that I want to warm up. Ono-kun, you go. Good. Chang Yi stepped out of the dimly lit alleyway, revealing that handsome, but evil face. Hey Bug, you heard our conversation just now, didn't you? The student who was still holding his pee didn't dare to move, his sweaty hair stood on end, and the fear went straight up his spine. He felt a strong sense of oppression, and his feet did not obey him. Behind this young man, it was as if there was actually a shadow of an evil dragon's head, staring at himself in death. Pang. However, before his words could be uttered, his entire person suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying out on the spot, spitting blood from his mouth, already seriously injured and unconscious. The few people waiting outside were startled by the sight and rushed over. Wang Jie. What's going on? Did you get into a fight with someone? Chang Yi stuck his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold. There are quite a few bugs in the way, but it doesn't matter, just kill them all. The gazes of Ma Qingqing and the others shifted, and after seeing the evil dragon's shadow, they had their hearts stop for a split second, and a name instantly surfaced in their minds. Chang Yi. What's gotten into him? How could you kill him? What did he do to piss you off? Painting shouted. Young Chang, if he has offended in any way, we apologize and make amends to you, you must not be angry. Another mellow classmate anxiously said. Ma Qingqing rushed to treat her classmate's injuries and nervously looked over. This guy's aura is too powerful and vicious enough. Chang Yi, however, just sneered coldly and walked towards them step by step. There are some things that don't need a reason in the first place. If you wanna blame it on your bad luck. Painting subconsciously took a step backward, but still said stiffly, we are students of Tianlong University, you will be held accountable for killing us. Haha, accountability? Chang Yi laughed out loud, his expression becoming even more somber. My grandfather is an immortal, and I even have the power to transform dragons. Who dares to hold me accountable after killing a few of your mere ants? As the words fell, Chang Yi swept his leg out, and a dragon tail shadow struck, knocking several people over on the spot with serious injuries. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. Just as Chang Yi said, with the family background and the merit of transforming the dragon, even if they really killed them, it is mostly just to be reprimanded for a few sentences, and they can't bear any responsibility at all. If you die here, it will really be in vain. The two students were on their knees, begging for mercy, begging to be spared, and Painting was furious, unwilling to give in even though she was scared to death. Ma Qingqing's whole body was shaking, she couldn't react to this sudden event at all, she only knew. She might actually be dying. What to do? What the hell do we do? The confusion of her thoughts was like mush, and she couldn't stop her face from paling. But in the midst of this chaos, she suddenly recalled the 3 road-asking incense that Wang Qingyuan had handed to her that day. Eyes instantly clear. This may be the only saving grace. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, Ma Qingqing hurriedly took out the 3 joss sticks and lit them one by one with a trembling hand, then raised them above her head and shouted with tears in her eyes. Wang Qingyuan, help me. Chapter 42. The official will first fly to heaven to fight on his behalf. Ma Qingqing's behavior of holding up 3 sticks of incense was undoubtedly very comical. If it's a temporary clasp, begging for God and Buddha's blessing, it's still justifiable. But out of her mouth, she called out the name Wang Qingyuan? Not only Chang Yi, but even a few others were confused and had sideways glances, completely unaware of what she was doing. Ha 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 ha, you're hardly a cutie. Is that so? Who are you calling by holding up the 3 incense sticks? Wang Qingyuan? Did I hear you right, haha? Chang Yi mockingly laughed. He had never seen such a ridiculous scene. Incense is an important medium for communicating between heaven and earth, between different dimensions of existence and reality. The northeastern immortals often complete their upper bodies in this manner, fulfilling the wishes and requests of their out-of-horse disciples. But she called out to Wang Qingyuan. This is really outrageous. Ma Qingqing herself couldn't confirm whether it was useful or not. But in such a critical life and death situation, anything that could be a lifesaver, she wanted to hold on to. Even if nothing could be ushered in at the end, she must follow through with her survival instincts. There is no shame in wanting to live. Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan. Chang Yi muttered a few words and a killing chance emerged in his eyes. So you guys are from the same school, humph, that's quite a coincidence. At this point, the severely injured few were in fear, and without any room for resistance, they could only wait for their fate to be pronounced. The dragon transformation profession is just too strong to be a bug. Ma Qingqing, on the other hand, held the 3 clear incense high in the air, but gradually quieted down, seemingly entering into some kind of meditative realm, and her body no longer trembled. Chang Yi felt nothing interesting, his breath surged, wanting to kill all of the several people at once. But the next second, he keenly captured that originally haphazardly fluttering incense, a moment actually no longer affected by the outside wind, wisps of floating towards the direction of the sky dome, and gradually transformed the color of the incense. As a member of the northeastern standing family, situations in which someone in the clan is invited to walk on the body happen every day. He was naturally clear about what the incense turning into such a form really represented. Are you kidding me? Really inducted? Shasta. That wisp of incense actually became surly and violent at once, instantly burning up the greenish-red ghost she spewed out. Boom! The two-colored ghost chi erupted in front of the crowd, and from high in the sky, it fell down in front of the crowd like a meteor. In the midst of the aura that burned violently like flames, a figure emerged and stepped out with grass shoes underneath his feet, the ferocious aura forming shockwaves that shook out. What? Painting was dumbfounded, and the other two students who were still awake screamed out in shock. Looking towards Ma Qingqing, who had already shaken her head at this point, as if she had entered a state, they could not help but freeze. And then looking towards that mighty Dharma body, standing in front of it like it was burning, with the head of the questioning incense, they felt that the world had really gone completely insane. It's not jailbird, it's really invited. Following which, amidst the dense mist, Wang Qingyuan burned with flames and appeared in his full-bodied, official general head, Dharma form. Compared to before, the size of the two great ghost kings had skyrocketed from 3 meters to 5 meters. This meant that Wang Qingyuan's chi had become even more dense. At this very moment, the ghostly aura of the two generals of increase and loss was several times more ferocious than before, as if they had descended in true form, causing one's heart to shake wildly like a beating drum. Who dash? Snort. When the fog cleared, Wang Qingyuan appeared with his faceplate on top, and a mouthful of white smoke was spat out from between his fangs. General Zhang holds a fire stick, General Loss pulls an iron chain. The two ghost kings are 8-faced and powerful, and their aura is not weaker than the head of the dragon in front of them. Chang Yi's eyes immediately widened, clearly sensing an aura that was different from the unusual power system. Ghosts? Ma Qingqing's body went limp for a moment, her vision blurred as she looked at the fierce ghost Dharma body in front of her, as well as Wang Qingyuan. That 3 cones of incense actually did work. However, the moment Wang Qingyuan really arrived, she regretted a little. Chang Yi was too strong and dared to kill based on his family background. If he fought, he was afraid that it would only be vicious, which was equivalent to harming him. The moment Wang Qingyuan sensed that someone was begging, himself and the head of the official general were sensed, and he immediately came in the form of a spirit body Dharma. Where he lived was still a long way from Chang'an city of nocturnal night, but arriving was just a matter of thought, just the entity hadn't come. Good lord, so sick? Wang Qingyuan also couldn't stop being surprised at the system's skill's heaven-defying effect. But then, he turned his gaze to the handsome and evil youth in front of him, his gaze deterring a dangerous aura. He quickly guessed the identity of the other party, because the people around him had mentioned more than once that this guy was a tenfold villain, and his ears were getting calloused. Sure is an evil dragon. He had already felt the oppressive feeling of the other party, it was worthy of being a genuine product, and it was by no means comparable to the kind of piracy that the augur had. Ma Qingqing felt as if her body had been drained of strength and wanted to get up and say something. However, Wang Qingyuan didn't give her this opportunity, nonsense he didn't like to hear, so he only left a light sentence. No harm done, this seat is here. Of course this was said on behalf of the head of the official general. Wang Qingyuan and Chang Yi formed a confrontation, chi exchanges, as if invisible hedge, originally whisked the breeze more and more intense, even harsh as a knife, blowing across the cheeks, and even soared out a wound. Ma Qingqing and Painting and the others clenched their teeth and looked at the scene in front of them with incomparable horror. Is this the caliber of the Huashan martial arts competition participants? Once these two had an idea, they could kill them all in a minute, chopping them up. Chang Yi's eyes narrowed, completely unable to see what this was in front of him, so he asked in a cold voice, "How did you do that?" Wang Qingyuan picked his mouth and smiled. "You want to learn? I'll teach you?" Wang Qingyuan? You really are still somewhat interesting. Although Chang Yi was overbearing, he was no cutie pie. Knowing that with this attitude of the other party, nothing could be asked. He preferred to convince people with force than nonsense chasing after them. Since he didn't open his mouth, he would break his fangs and talk. A fight between powerful men doesn't require much dialogue. With just a glance, you are able to perceive the other person's intentions and movements. Look at each other for a moment. Whoosh! Chang Yi shot up like a cannonball, his raised arm had the shadow of a dragon's claw, while a dragon's roar resounded, his power was incomparably strong. Add and lose 2 generals. Get up! Wang Qingyuan reacted quickly, the 3-stranded fork and it hard, at the same time using the trinity of connecting strikes moves, fierce siege on him, repeatedly. But apparently that didn't work too well for him. There was a dragon's tail behind Chang Yi, incomparably flexible and pliable, parrying his attack completely. Dang it! In a short span of tens of seconds, the two attacked each other for thousands of moves, unable to break through each other's defenses in the slightest. Wang Qingyuan's gaze was like lightning as he tried to change his attack routine and plunged straight into his heart, yet it was resisted by the hard scales. It is a pity that it is now a Dharma body. If the real body is here, it will not be such a result. It would at least be able to injure him. You seek death. But even so, Chang Yi felt very humiliated, his expression twisting up as the true dragon's might swept through, toppling and blowing up a roof. Wang Qingyuan did not panic in the slightest, opening a corner in the sky dome, fire signing the power, countless swastika fire palms falling like meteors. At the same time, his feet stepped out of the formation, and Xianxia's golden light blossomed, forming an arcane bagua diagram. The Ghost King's breath and the True Dragon impact collided together, exploding with bursts of light that shook even the earth. The crowds in Chang'an Biong City were startled and thought that there had been some kind of accident. At this moment, several rays of light fell down sharply. They were the administrators of this place, but they were directly shocked to see the scene here. Boy, isn't that the Chang family's son? Darn it, this villain, running into our place to cause trouble. I've always thought that transforming dragons was a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. This dragon is quite domineering even though it didn't appear in its entirety. Who are those people he's fighting? They don't look human. My god, they're so strong, they're hitting stumps, my eyes are blurry from watching them. Now is not the time to discuss, they're going to topple the undying city, hurry up and stop it. The crowd stopped the fight as official vigilantes. Wang Qingyuan and Chang Yi sparred with each other for a few dozen more consecutive moves before each of them retreated, staring at each other dead on. Chang Yi's heart was shocked, originally thought that after he successfully transformed into a dragon, he was already invincible in the same realm. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a difficult opponent, and he didn't get any benefit from the whole process. Wang Qingyuan, on the contrary, acted calmly, because a sparring match of this magnitude would be nothing more than a warm-up test for both men. Chang Yi hadn't transformed into a dragon, and I'm afraid that half of his strength hadn't even been displayed yet. The same is true for myself. Since they are in spirit form and have descended through the incense of asking for directions, this job is for the two Ghost Kings. In this state, he was temporarily unable to summon any other Dharma bodies. And, for the vigilante, the two still have to give some face. After all, no one wants to be reported to the officials and then disqualified for more than they can afford. Chang Yi put the dragon's shadow away, his dangerous gaze looking towards Wang Qingyuan, gritting his teeth. Good, very good, Wang Qingyuan, I have memorized you. I hope we can meet soon in the martial arts tournament, I can't wait to kill you. Wang Qingyuan put away his three-stranded fork, not caring about his threat, instead raising his chin to sneer. Little seafood, wait for me to whip you, you'll never get away. Chang Yi snorted coldly, hee hee, feel free to try. Without any further nonsense, Chang Yi turned around and left, not asking the slightest question about the state of the place, and the vigilantes didn't dare to stop them before looking at that group of people. Wang Qingyuan also has nothing to say about this, after determining the practicality of the remote generation of fighting, then also do not linger here. The good thing is that it is the people successfully saved, this point of experience value more than half to the hand. Slipping away. Disappeared in a puff of smoke. The vigilantes all stared. What kind of demons are these? Chapter 43, no? You're the Ghost King. As the spirit body and Dharma body returned to their original bodies, Wang Qingyuan felt like he had dreamed. Trying to fight in such a marvelous state for the first time made him feel very refreshed. How could one say it was cool? However, it had to be said that Chang Yi's strength was indeed not to be underestimated, so it was no wonder that it was always frequently mentioned and greatly feared. A round of trial exchanges down, also counted roughly feel the bottom line. Chang Yi is strong, very strong. But, Dragon Slayer himself is good at it. Checking the Unreal Experience bar, it had indeed arrived, but unfortunately there was no mystery props given away. Wang Qingyuan tasted the sweetness and decided to collect some more tokens and bestow gifts to some people, thus obtaining more experience resources. But next, it was still time to face the Huashan martial arts tournament with full dedication. The sun rises and the stars recede. Accompanied by a heavy drumbeat, all of them marched towards the top of Mount Hua. Since ancient times there has been the Huashan Sword Festival. Now artificially remodeled, the venue is immense, large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Drones and thermodynamic blimps toured, and the crowd took their seats in a packed house. Bowers University. The world is invincible. Wingstar, extraordinary. Self-improvement, climb to the top. Intelligence and courage go hand in hand. Elliston University, the future is bright. Dream as a horse, live up to your honor. Tianlong University, go forward. The students on the viewing platform shouted frantically, cheering on their own school's competitors. Li Zheng hugged his bladder and despised their mouths equally. That's so what kind of cerebral palsy has to come up with that slogan? Aren't they embarrassed? With that, Li Zheng stood up and swung his fist. Little ones, yell for me, the Sky Dragon branch is the best. Bust their dog heads. No one answered. Li Zheng sat back without moving. Zhou Dashi snorted, uneducated, you're just shouting about being awesome. You're educated, make up a word for me. Li Zheng said, in the end, strength is king, your school is definitely finished. Zhou Dashi said, that's out of your hands, with the Chang family's kid around, we're all finished as equals, so don't laugh at anyone. Ambitionless, why don't your students dare to fight Chang Yi? How dare you, you're a cow, right? My students really dare. Blowback. It's not uncommon for the two to fight when they see each other, and it's not uncommon in the circles. At this time, the beautiful woman sitting on the side of the graceful woman interjected, I heard that last night, in Chang'an's night city, there was a man who fought with Chang'e, and for a quarter of an hour there was no victory or defeat, and I don't know if it's true or not. This dead kid, why is he rampaging everywhere? Zhou Dashi was disgusted. Li Zheng didn't say anything, he already knew something about what happened last night. Ma Qingqing had already explained the situation, but as the head of a school, he could not afford to lose out on the little things. There's no way to hold the Chang family accountable based on that alone. As hard as the truth is to accept, the reality is this. Unless someone even more talented than him pops up. But he didn't expect Wang Qingyuan to actually be able to fight him, which made him feel incredibly excited. So early in the morning, Li Zheng sent a message to Wang Qingyuan with only one sentence. Get that snake. As long as Wang Qingyuan's performance was bright enough to show irreplaceable value, then he could have the power of life and death. And he himself can use this as a basis to support him until he dies. The cruel world of professionals is like this, the strong are honored. The weak can only be reduced to ants. Big brother Guan, you're here too? The beautiful woman asked. Well, give my family's old ancestor, to my Seiko city's heavenly pride to calm down. Guan Delong held his pipe, his qi and blood were like the sea, even his breath was burning. A few of the higher-ups who get along better sit together for easy communication. Their eyes move to the other side of the field. 2 of the 5 northeast immortal families have come, the Chang family and the Hu family. In the line of sight, a gloomy-eyed, withered old man was resting with his eyes closed, exuding a disturbing and dangerous aura. Followed by a group of snake children and grandchildren, all of them were not weak either. On one side, the woman with the head born with 2 ears and draped in a snow-white fluffy collar coat, flirty and shy, with a hot body, was dressed very revealingly, with bare pink feet. Pink pupils seductive, between the knitted brows and smile are extremely seductive. Noticing that they were observing, the Hu clan fairy smiled in a polite greeting. Li Zheng is sitting upright. Zhou Dashi straightened his back. Guan Delong choked on his cigarette. This female fairy of the Hu family is remarkable. The beautiful woman gave them a contemptuous look. At that moment, Jiang Jiaming, the president of Tianlong University's main school, also came over. Old Li, you're really old and confused, and you're really letting your so-called monster class on the field? Li Zhang grunted, I'm the principal at the branch school, I'll let whoever I want, what do you care? It's out of my hands, but Tianlong University's reputation can't be ruined in your hands because of this. Jiang Jiaming said, let's say it in advance, I have already made a report with the officials, if the performance of the students in your branch campus is not good, in order to maintain the reputation, I will have to remove the branch campus temporarily at that time. As you wish, just don't regret it when the time comes. Ha! The 2 men parted on bad terms. Li Zhang grimaced and vowed to get back and punch him in the face. Time passed, and as the drum beats proceeded, the Huashan martial arts competition gradually drew to a close. Unlike other commercial competitions, the main thing here is to see the talent in action, so there are no messy openings. The gong is struck. The match has officially begun. The first thing to start is the team race, a group of 4 that will be attacking a Ghost King or Demon King level existence, which is above LV 71, in the replica. The rest of the ghosts of low rank are countless. This place was specially created as a copy space by powerful people, and with the sound of start, the participating students turned into streams of light and entered it. The vision gradually cleared and became real. Wang Qingyuan, Monk Sanburial, Lu Zais, and Charlotte were in a group of 4. Great, I can finally fight alongside you guys. Just yesterday, my iron crotch technique was finally perfected. The 3 burial monk was very excited. I want to drink water. Lu Zais doesn't say much, always looking for an angle to make his glasses reflect, and likes to play the expert. Wang Qingyuan, what did you do yesterday? Why didn't you go shopping when I asked you to? Charlotte came over with a huff, glaring at Kazran with wide eyes that not only didn't have a hint of intimidation, but looked kind of stupid. Asleep. Wang Qingyuan casually made a perfunctory remark, then began to survey the surroundings. In the quiet, dark forest, they were in a bare clearing, with a thatched hut standing in the center with an oil lamp lit inside. Nearby, through the wind and through the forest, it was impossible to tell if it was the whimpering of the wind or the whispering of some evil spirit. Where are we going to find the Ghost King in such a big forest? 3 burials asked. Split the army 4 ways? Lu Zais was dumbfounded. It's better to work in groups of 2 or 2, there has to be someone to protect me. Charlotte glanced at Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan didn't rush to comment, but instead checked the quest. There was only one task in the team competition, and that was to kill the Ghost King or Demon King. The rest of the evil spirits were not counted in the points, and were considered an appetizer. Not only does this get students up to speed, but it minimizes casualties and amounts to a giveaway program. But with such a dense claustrophobic forest, finding it is a problem. After a short period of thought, Wang Qingyuan suddenly remembered something and then proposed. Why don't we just wait here? Wait? The Ghost King will come out of his own accord? Will. Wang Qingyuan was certain. With a flip of his palm, the transformation pill appeared, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. This is Good lord, Blackie will go crazy when he sees this. San Burial recognized it with a glance. Wang Qingyuan said, as long as they have not yet cultivated into human form, this thing they are a fatal temptation, the elixir is placed on the body, we will wait here, not afraid that the Ghost King will not come. A few people looked at each other for a few moments. Come on inside then. When the crowd of powerhouses in the outside world saw the behavior of a few people, they couldn't help but feel a bit amused, but at the same time, they were also very approving. The transformation dan has a huge attraction to ghost cultivators and demon cultivators, 100 times more exaggerated than a dog seeing a shang. As long as there is this thing, it is impossible for the Ghost King to not come. Half the work, half the effort. Such a move, however, would look funny to the students. Teams from other schools had begun to utilize their intelligence and abilities to begin a massive search for the Ghost King Demon King. And a couple of them went straight inside to play poker? Slacking off like this. Half an hour passed quickly, the transformation dan was always emitting a medicinal fragrance, and the ghostly aura around it grew thicker and thicker, all of them salivating with gluttony. Pair of threes. 2 kings. Do you know how to play? You control me? You lost. Post the note. Don't, the spit is too dirty. A few people were really playing poker. This behavior, which could be called bizarre, directly confused all the students watching the battle from the outside. What are these guys doing? Come out here and make a fool of themselves? However, Wang Qingyuan was confident because he had already sensed that the ghost chi in the vicinity was becoming more and more solid and had formed a suppressive trend. I'm sure the Ghost King is on his way. Another game? No more games, you guys have joined forces to bully me. Charlotte threw her poker cards away, she didn't understand any of Yensha's play and had been getting abused. Say, is the Ghost King still coming? I can't wait a bit already. San Burial touched the crotch of his pants. Why don't we go out and look for? First? Before Lu's eyes could say this, an extremely ferocious ghostly aura instantly swept through the entire thatched hut, forming an incomparably powerful oppressive force. Several people shuddered, their own breath surging as they simultaneously looked towards the door. Unexplained emotions welled up in the minds of the people watching the battle from the outside. No, you're really coming here by yourself? The atmosphere became more and more tense, and several people were ready to fight at any time, their chi and blood churning. The thatched hut was fragile and vulnerable, and the Ghost King's huge claws first raked the doorframe, then poked out the terrifying one-eyed nightshade head, his large body hunched over, releasing infinite killing opportunities. Hand over the transformation dan. Black Nightshade Demon King, LV. 71. The appearance of the Night Fork Ghost King caused everyone in the outside world to tense up and cast their gazes over, wanting to see how these few people would fare against the enemy. However, just as the Ghost King plunged his sight into the thatched hut, his ferocious big eyes froze abruptly, and then turned dull. Just because. Inside the house, the 3 burial monks' Buddha's light surged forth, his precious appearance was solemn, his hands were folded, like an angry-eyed Lohan, glaring deathly. Beside him, the priest unfolded his exorcism, put on his secret silver finger tigers engraved with crosses, and held his Bible in his hand, his glasses reflecting. The hybrid beauty's bow is drawn to full strength, and behind her are feathers white as faceless angels. And the last one. The evil face was made up, the pupils were erected, and the eyes of the white crane child's dharma body looked askance, releasing a majesty that was even more terrifying than that of the Demon King. Wide-eyed, the scene was very weird and awkward for a while. The 3 burial monks couldn't help but speak up. No or? Just your name is Ghost King, huh? Chapter 44, The Ghost King has no platoon. The city defense battle opened. Death gaze. All wicked. The Night Fork Ghost King's eyes had never been as clear as they were now. A small thatched cottage, but it hides so many natural nemesis at the same time? Even if the one inside was a scaly dragon, he dared to rush up and do battle. But now. Just call me Xiao Hei. The Black Night Fork King wanted to beg for mercy at this moment, but reality would no longer give it a chance. If anything, monks and priests bring a sense of oppressive power. Then next to the white crane child Dharma body. On the other hand, he was releasing spiritual pressure all the time, and even his breath was shortened. Then I go? Come what may, suffer. The 3 burial monks stormed into a flying lunge, striking a golden Buddhist palm. Lu's eyes dodged into an uppercut, and the terrifying force almost blew his head off. Charlotte shot a rain of arrows, clearing out the ghostly creatures outside the thatched cottage that were trying to fish in the water. Wang Qingyuan quickly cast a spell, and the white power blasted hard onto the Ghost King. Under such an intensive heavy attack, the Ghost King simply couldn't withstand it and burst into flames on the spot. This scene, which could be described as raw and fierce, directly stunned the people in the outside world. Crooked day. What's with this crowd, so fierce? The Ghost King has no cards, why do I get the feeling it wants to beg for mercy? A monk, a priest, an angel, plus an even fiercer demonic god. You also numb. It's so miserable. I can understand a few of the other professions, what's up with that mage body? Summoner? I don't know but I heard that the guy who fought with Chang'e last night seems to be wearing such a dharma body. Asterisk, that's pretty impressive to fight Chang'e. Although it was only a single glance, Wang Qingyuan's power system still drew the attention of some people. Even the old Chang clan immortal, who had never made much of a move, opened those shadowy eyes. It seemed to sense something familiar. The Hu clan's female immortal's eyes flowed and she looked a little surprised. The performance of several people was too outstanding, and the speed of killing ghosts made many people fail to react. Until now, there are still many teams that have not been able to discover the traces of the Ghost King. Jiang Jiaming did not move, unable to see his inner thoughts. Such students were a dime a dozen at Tianlong headquarters, and he wouldn't be jealous. An hour passed quickly. All teams have completed the task of killing the Ghost King. The fastest to finish was the Tenryu University branch. Only the team that Blackie was on. Its nose was able to smell the strong odor of ghosts and demons, so it was the fastest to find their traces. All teams receive base points, which are the same, and this session also amounts to a warm-up to deepen the players' participation. And the next, City Watch, will just escalate the difficulty. Contestants will be awarded a city. In addition to dealing with endless invasions of evil spirits, they also needed to defend themselves against other teams, and even take the initiative to attack the city. When the city was attacked, it meant that the points were zeroed out. In a team of 10, only 1-2 people can participate in the final, individual battle, in the end. 30 cities will not end the session until the final 6 are contested. The intensity speaks for itself and can instantly ignite all the passions of the audience in attendance. The real battle is next, so get ready. The atmosphere became heavy, and at this moment, everyone was thinking about the same thing. That is, the randomly refreshed city should not be next to Donghai University. Because Chang Yi was right there, whoever bumped into him would definitely be the first to be eliminated. Only Wang Qingyuan. Before entering the space of the City Watch battle, Wang Qingyuan and Chang Yi were far apart, sensing each other's killing intent and staring at each other without any concealment. This aura that had almost condensed into substance filled the air among the participants, causing many to stop a chill down their spines. The beautiful woman was slightly stunned. It seems that the rumors from last night should be true. Oldly, you're in deep trouble. Chang Yi is eyeing your precious student. Zhou Dashua said. It's not certain who's miserable, wait and see. Li Jing didn't want to explain, because he also didn't dare to make a random flag, everything relied on facts. The other side of the audience. Guan Yu was sitting with Xiaolu Guanzhang and the others, and when he saw that the man dared to glare at his own ancestor, Guan Shua stood up with a wail. Chang Yi, you are the singer. It's not that you have any strength. Do you dare to fight me for a few rounds? That's it. Zhang Qiudi echoed. If you dare to stare again, I'll kick you to death with a backflip. Lu leapt to his feet. That's right, ignore. Zhang Qiudi raised her fist. The 3 little ones slurred and continued their output, drawing the attention of many people around them. Even the old immortal of the Chang family couldn't listen. Glancing back, an incomparably sinister aura emanated, causing several people's scalps to explode and instantly mute them. However, this oppression did not last for a few seconds, as Guan Derong, as well as Lu Guanzhang and the 3 strongest members of the family, had their chi surging upwards, suppressing this sinister aura back. Chang Lao Xiener, why get angry when children say a few jerky things to each other? Gwendolyn said. The old Chang family immortal coldly, but still without much expression, then said in a hoarse voice. Keep their mouths shut, or don't blame it on the old man in case they suddenly die violently one day. These nakedly threatening words could only be heard in his mouth. At least no one else would move to the surface. The faces of Guan Delong and the others did not look good. Although there was no enmity or grudge between the two sides, Chang Yi's existence was a time bomb for all the professionals in the same period. Because he was too lawless. Look away. Humph, if your grandson who transformed into a dragon dies in the martial arts tournament, just don't go crazy, you old fairy. My grandson is a true dragon, who would be his opponent? All wash up and go to sleep, ha ha ha. A whole new space unfolds and teams from various universities enter it apprehensively. As the light flowed, the crowd arrived directly at their own city. Attacking the city. Number of defenses, 0. Number of tips, 0. Points, 0. Please guard your city, the evil tide will arrive in 30 minutes. Wang Qingyuan and the others took a brief look around and then observed the terrain. The back of the city was surrounded by mountains, with an open plain in front of them, and a dense jungle could be seen from afar. Not a great place to be as a town. Our luck seems to be quite average. Lu Zai said, I'll go to the city gate building to set up a few exorcism formations first. I'll sprinkle the poison. Sun Xiaoxiao said. 3 other sophomore seniors volunteered to guard the gates. Wang Qingyuan glanced at the map, which could only show teams that were closer. There is no Tokai University. Pity. Wang Qingyuan was not in a hurry, he was more interested in beheading Chang Yi in public in a one-on-one moment than fighting in a place like this. There were 5 surrounding cities, all of which were known far and wide as universities without exception. And one of the most familiar is the main campus of Tenryu University. Big Wet, what do you say? Wang Qingyuan asked for advice. Asterisk the general school. The 3 burial monks said without hesitation, those guys from the general school look down on us, and since we've run into them, we must give them a taste of their own medicine. Charlotte said, I agree. Blackie, woof. The opinions were agreed upon, and Wang Qingyuan put away the map, then said, in that case, let's do Tianlong first. As long as we're strong enough, then we're the head school. Wang Qingyuan, the 3 burial monks, and Lu Zai's went out to attack the city. Lu Zai's priest space has an arsenal of weapons that can work wonders in the middle of small battles. When he was leaving, Wang Qingyuan drew a picture of Zhong Kuei chewing ghosts and left it to Charlotte. Wu Hao, what are you doing? Mitsuru looked towards the teenager who was constantly creating parts and patiently piecing them together. He was only barely LV 30 level right now. Without looking up, Bao Yuhao said, I'm hand-rubbing the mech. Then you cheer. A few people didn't say anything and went straight out of the city, heading towards the location of Tianlong University's main school, making the first surprise attack to eliminate them. On the other hand, Tianlong University's main campus city, 7 sophomores, 3 freshmen. It seems they want to win too much. A senior whose profession is Holy Sword Knight looked at the map and gave a heave. Well, we're up against that bunch of freaks from the branch school. Ha, what a coincidence. Brother Huayu, should we take them first? A charming and attractive schoolmate asked. It can be considered, after all, the principal also said beforehand. If you meet someone from the branch school in a match, you don't have to show mercy, or even prioritize them. Huayu said. I'm best at conquests, you can leave the siege to me. The girl with the square halberd was heroic and spirited. Good, Lu Xi, attack the city and we'll be together. Huayu said, luckily we didn't run into Donghai University, or else we would have probably stopped here. All in all, quickly reducing the number of cities to 6 is the main thing, so that the probability of bumping into Chang'e can be minimized. At the mention of this name, the crowd felt as if there was a stone pressed on top of their heads, and they couldn't even breathe well. Then let's wait for the 30-minute evil spirit frenzy to pass, and we'll move immediately. P.S. 2 in a row, no can be refreshed. Chapter 45, Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, Wang Chengyuan. On the viewing platform, the crowd was talking. Good lord, a direct raid? This group of people from the Sky Dragon branch really do have a special brain circuit. They have to rush back within half an hour, or else the evil spirit frenzy will come, and the rest of them won't be able to hold their own. The location is so bad, there's not a lot of places where you can build a defense. Now that the Tianlong General School has its eyes on them as well, it's not yet known who the deer will be. Still need to think? The branch school and the main school have different resources, so how can we possibly beat them? It's so interesting that the Tianlong General School and the branch school look at each other and are going to kill each other. I'm already looking forward to it. I was expecting the real thing to start in 30 minutes, no need to get bored now, I'd like to see what the hell they have to dare this. The discussion among the students also touched the minds of the 2 parties involved, Li Zhang and Jiang Jiaming, who looked at each other with sneers and smiles, not allowing anyone to do anything. Rao's usually foul-mouthed Zhoudashi also stopped talking. After all, they had been feuding for a long time, and this was an important face-punching moment. There's always one person to lose face. Above the plains, the 3 ran quickly. Wang Qingyuan's feet stepped on the wind in fire wheels, sparks with lightning all the way, and his speed soared. Lu Zai's pocketed like a small vault. I do not know when to pull out a motorcycle, and took the 3 burials all the way wild. At this rate, we'll be there soon. The distance between the cities wasn't that far, after all, it was still a team of 10 guarding the city, none of them were capable of long-distance conquests, and being too far apart would be mentally exhausting. Qingyuan, do you have any concrete plans? 3 burials asked. There is no need for a plan, as long as we go, they will definitely answer the battle, even calling the door is saved. Wang Qingyuan said. It's also true that they look down on us, and if they take the initiative to send us to the door, they will definitely want a quick battle. 3 burials felt that it made sense. When we arrive, that Holy Sword Knight will be given to me. Lu Zai said, I want him to have a taste of fire coverage. Wang Qingyuan nodded his head silently and heard about some of the past. The reason was quite simple, because that knight said that he was evil and crooked, and that all proper priests used light staffs. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at the bottom of the city together. Lu Zai's could not help but take out the rocket, commonly known as the Great Bared Flower, from the prop backpack and pull the trigger, directly calling the door with an explosion. Wahoo! Come out here! Hearing the explosions outside, the crowd of Tianlong General School was confused. How long had it been since the guard space was opened, and someone was calling for battle at their door? And by the sound of the Huayu's face sank. These lunatics? How dare they come over now? Won't they defend against the first wave of evil spirit frenzy? The flirtatious schoolmate asked. What should we do? Respond to the battle. Of course, since it was sent to our door, there's no reason not to fight, or else how will other people look at our general school in the future? Huayu said, Zhang Wei, Lu Xi, Shiyu, you guys go and take down the 3 of them. We? The stocky man in the yellow Budokai costume subconsciously revealed a somewhat dumbfounded expression. Problems? No. Without the slightest hesitation, the few people went out to meet the battle with fire. Haters meet, and they are all red in the face. 3 funeral monks and Lu Zai's have a grudge against the general school, hate the house, at this time for the enemy on the battlefield, naturally do not hesitate to strike. Shiyu and Lu Zai's battled together, both being the type that used rigidity to combat rigidity, and the moment their powers exchanged blows, the sound of the air bursting almost penetrated the eardrums. Charming Zhang Wei, whose occupation was Demon of Charm, went straight towards the three burial monk and threw out a love charm without a second thought. She was quite confident in her looks and abilities, and pulling these seemingly decent men into lust was her favorite thing to do. And the bald guy in front of me is stuffy at first glance. Aha! Little monk, want to do something happy with your sister? De Wei Tianlong. The three burial monks stormed up with a punch that heavily smashed into Zhang Wei's face, the strong impact directly deforming her pretty face. But it wasn't that he wasn't charmed, it was just that he had great self-control and was quick to break free of the charmed state. I want you to help me cultivate. Zhang Wei's entire body flew out backwards and rolled dozens of times on the ground before stopping, already covered in scars. She cried out, "It hurts, are you even a man?" San Burial folded his hands and showed his teeth at her, Amit Babuda. Zhang Wei. When the crowd outside saw this scene, their eyes were about to glaze over. Doesn't this monk know how to take pity on a woman? He's so cruel. There is no woman in the heart, and drawing the sword is naturally divine. From the body of the three burials, they truly felt the true meaning of these words. Now, Wang Qingyuan and Lu Xi looked at each other, their battle intent flowing with each other, able to sense that the other was not a weak opponent. The inheritor of the Lu family's spear technique, Lu Xi, be careful. Guan family spring and autumn blade technique, Wang Qingyuan. Lutz. The two men declared their names and their wariness rushed to its peak. Lu Xi came on her horse like a female god of war, her black and red aura surrounded the square sky painting halberd, and even her warhorse's eyes glowed red with a demonic aura. Lu Bu Piker. Guan is here. Wang Qingyuan's body leapt forward, green martial energy erupted, the Guan Sheng Emperor Dharma body rose behind him, the red hair horse neighing, then he stroked his beard and the green dragon crescent moon blade slashed down. Dang! Why are you calling my old ancestor a piker? Lu Xi's eyes widened in anger. It wasn't me who said that. Wang Qingyuan's breath surged, and his powerful martial qi instantly submerged Lu Xi. The god of war, Guan Yu, is a god of great authority, and his righteousness makes the hearts of all the petty criminals jump in fear. Lu Xi felt the pressure not daring to underestimate. The teenager in front of her was too powerful than she had imagined. And what about this Dharma body? And how it felt? Rather familiar. Outside, the crowd instantly boiled. When the Guan Yu Dharma body appeared behind Wang Qingyuan, everyone was dumbstruck. Holy! What a domineering Dharma body! What is this from? Isn't this the Guan family's old ancestor? The image is surprisingly consistent. Boy, what's the situation with this kid? He even invited out the ancestors of the Guan family? The Guan clan didn't lie, they really are a clan of the ancient inheritance. Simply a heaven-defying profession. Just how many more cards does Wang Qingyuan have? What a sharp blade technique. Looking at this ferocity, perhaps he and Chang Yi can really have a battle. At this point, Guan Delong looked agitated. Sekisaku even jumped up and shouted, snotting and crying. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was concentrating and voraciously learning the old ancestor's spring and autumn blade technique. Once the Guan clan's old ancestor made an appearance in front of these many powerful people, all the rumors naturally fell apart. There was nothing more exciting than this. Under the city pool, Wang Qingyuan was so powerful that he hit Lu Xi without any strength. Perhaps in the history of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu was the undisputed #1 god of war. But that was, after all, Lu Bu himself, not his descendants. Wang Qingyuan borrowed Guan Yu brave, Xinglong crescent blade although heavy, but whistling wind, intensive attack. Even though Lu Xi was quite high in rank, he was completely unable to withstand Guan Yu's real body's attack. How is this possible? Wang Qingyuan gripped the green dragon crescent moon blade and chopped diagonally upwards in an exaggerated motion on the red hair horse. Lu Xi was unable to cope with the situation, and hastily resisted, however, her hands were unsteady, and the square heavenly painted halberd was directly knocked out. The terrifying force shook her whole body and made her hands weak. Medium. Wang Qingyuan's surefire strike came to a steady stop above her head, declaring victory in this duel. Those of you who kill people on a regular basis know that the act of killing is highly immoral. What's more, the two sides just don't like each other. It's not like you're going to die at all. I win, you remove your armor. Lu Xi had wanted to struggle, but when she saw the large sword hanging above her head, her heart and energy were all gone. It was the first time she had been suppressed so completely in a martial arts competition. I admit defeat, I'm far from your match. In a short span of 5 or 6 minutes, the two sides divided the winners and losers. Tianlong Branch School crushingly took down 3 people, surprising everyone present. Is the Sky Dragon School that tough? Those who knew a little bit about the inner workings of the situation turned their eyes to Jiang Jiaming, whose face was already very ugly and even ironic at this time. The leaders of the other universities also came over with suspicious faces, trying to ask where he had found all the monsters from. Li Zhang, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face and was tempted to go over and commit a crime. When the crowd saw this, their hearts sank. Jiang Jiaming is confused. The remaining few people from the Heavenly Dragon headquarters also stared in disbelief when they saw this. How could they be defeated so quickly? Are those freaks really that strong? Boom boom boom. Raging ghost chi came from all directions, covering the sky with dark clouds. A ghostly figure appeared from nearby, emitting incomparably terrifying cries. The evil spirit frenzy is here. Break through their gates. Wang Qingyuan's eyes flinched as the Guanyu Dharma body behind him twisted illusorily and turned from green to red, his muscles gnarled, and the Zhongkue Dharma body appeared, the black hole in his chest appearing violently. Suck me. P.S. Have sped up the pace as much as possible, thanks for the support big guys, one more chapter tonight. Chapter 46 is the Lord of the Descending Demons in Heaven, truly the God of the Earth. With Wang Qingyuan as the center, a black hole-like vortex was formed, sucking away all the nearby ghostly creatures, chewing them in his mouth and then swallowing them, converting them into experience value. The crunching sound that was made caused the students at the Heavenly Dragon headquarters to instantly pale. From the walls froze, as if gazing at a monster. The sound of chewing ghosts is very strange, both the sound of crunching bones, but also similar to grinding teeth, or the movement of sawing. All in all, when the image was paired with this chilling voice, everyone couldn't stop a chill from running down their backs. Eat ghosts? Ha? This stuff is edible? Am I blind? Groove. What a scary scene. I feel like this is scarier than when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night and a ghost reached out its hand from the toilet. God, I can't hear a bit of this sound, it feels like it's me who's being chewed up. What a domineering Dharma body, with such a vicious look. It wasn't just the students watching the battle. Even Joe Dashi couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How many Dharma bodies is this? How come the ghosts and gods summoned by this kid Wang Qingyuan are each more exaggerated than the other? Has he stabbed a ghost's nest? There is a more outrageous one. Li Zhang held back and did not say, but his heart was happy, he really picked up the treasure. With such a bright performance, even if Wang Qingyuan was unable to defeat Chang Yi in an individual battle, it was also enough to gain fame and be among the front ranks of the Heaven's Pride. Wang Qingyuan didn't go all out in flames and devour all the ghostly creatures. He just cleared the perimeter. Because the ghosts still have to attack the city for them. At this moment, he was releasing infinite ghost chi, forming a forbidden field. Together with the 3 burial monks with their solemn Buddha's light, and Lu's eyes, who had sprinkled a circle of holy water for exorcism. Ordinary ghosts wouldn't even dare to make a fool of themselves. So they all swarmed towards the city, like zombies invading. The scene was extremely horrifying. I'll spice him up. Ta-da-da-da-da. With a flash of silver light in his hand, Lu's eyes pulled out a Jesus AK, tongues of fire spraying and sweeping towards the city walls, the corners of his mouth grinning in an increasingly perverted arc. The 3 burials' eyes lit up at the sight. Zizzer, give me a try too. Lutzsizer pulled out another silver Uzi double gun. Ta-da-da-da-da. Mitsuru joined in the fire coverage and couldn't help but let out a big, uncontrollable laugh. Ha 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 ha. It's still this thing that works. I'm now the Bodhisattva of the Southern Submachine Gun. The Heavenly Dragon headquarters, which was missing 3 combatants, had its hands full at the moment and was in agony. They could neither open the gates to fight with the ghosts, nor could they show their heads on the walls. Under this ferocious fire suppression, showing your head must be seconds. In a matter of seconds, some vaporous ghosts passed through the gates and invaded them without a care in the world. And there are flying ghosts constantly harassing and defending against them. When the crowd outside saw this scene, they only felt a nameless fire squeezing in their chests. What the is this? Hanging up? The 3 of them were clearly right outside the city, but the ghosts didn't dare to approach at all, and they went around and attacked the city instead. They sit back and reap the benefits. Is that right? And what's in their heads? Simply wanting to discuss the Heavenly Dragon headquarters, not even wanting their own city? Can only 6 men and a dog be left behind to really defend against such a massive rampage? It's just crazy. On the city, Huayu decimated the evil spirits that surrounded him, and could only fight in a crouching position in order to avoid being beaten into dice. The strong sense of humiliation made him impotent and furious. Evil and crooked. It's all evil. Damned freaks. Even if we were eliminated from the game, your city would definitely not be able to resist this evil demonic frenzy. Better care about caring for yourself. His words were not without merit. The reason why the school team stayed put for the first half hour was to wait for the first wave of evil spirits' frenzy to pass before saying anything. If someone is missing, there is a good chance that they will take advantage of the situation and thus be the first to be eliminated. Such a way of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000 of their own to the same fate as Wang Qingyuan and the others. Only this group of freaks could do it. Yet just then, Wang Qingyuan's soul suddenly withdrew, and the Zhongkue Dharma body's aura grew even stronger, clearly sensing that someone was calling out from afar. In the haze of her vision, Charlotte held up the bellwether chewing ghosts and shouted, Wang Qingyuan! Wang Qingyuan! Wang Qingyuan turned his head to look at the 2 and said, I'll go and return. Swish! The spirit body took the Zhongkue Dharma body and descended back at a speed that transcended space and time, appearing in an instant in a zone that was far apart. At this time a large number of ghosts invaded frantically. Bao Yuha was still unhurriedly rubbing the mech, which was in its infancy, but was still far from being up to the standard of combat. The 4 sophomore seniors were deadlocked at the gates, but their hands were tied and they were a little too busy to take care of themselves. Only Charlotte and Blackie were fighting above, but they also looked very confined. And now, Charlotte, the only one with a group attack, actually put away her bow and arrows and stopped fighting, instead holding up a not-so-well-painted picture. This makes many people feel incomprehensible. What does this girl want? But the next moment, the characters on that painting suddenly became lifelike, as if alive, even in a way visible to the naked eye from the painting stripped, and then gradually solidified. Wang Qingyuan appeared from it. Along came. It's the vicious incarnation of Zhong Kuei. What? This scene made all the spectators skeptical, not understanding what the principle of this was, and one by one, their mouths opened wide and they were about to spit out the national essence. The Hu clan fairy's pupils contracted, her pretty face filled with incredulity. Is this a seance? The old Chang family immortal sat up straight, her slender eyes finally widening in utter bewilderment at the situation. How is that possible? In today's hot summer land, only the northeastern immortals are able to do remote descents, receive incense, and fulfill the begging of the disciples of the Exodus. But what makes this kid do it? Does he have a parish? Where's the incense? Where's the tribute? Where's the mantra? Just calling a name can pass the intention, and the remote seance can't even be done by him. Chang Laoxian air. Thumbs up. The moment Wang Qingyuan in Zhong Kuei's Dharma body appeared, power gathered in front of his chest, releasing suction like a black hole. It was as if there were countless hands, dragging and pulling in a large number of ghostly creatures around them, and then forcefully devouring them. The black hole-like space of Zhong Kuei's Dharma body seemed to be connected to another world, forever endless. Even more ghosts could fit. Some higher-ranked evil spirits were able to resist from being devoured, so they manipulated the Zhong Kuei sword and decapitated their heads, killing them in the frenzy. As he devoured more and more, Zhong Kuei's Dharma body was getting bigger and bigger, and his body size was already worlds apart from the ghosts. Wang Qingyuan stood tall at the head of the city, like the master of this city. Seeing such an outrageous scene, everyone's scalp went numb and they just felt like they were watching a horror movie. At the same time, a quote can't help but come to mind. Like the Lord of the descending devil in heaven, he is truly the God of the earth. As the round of devouring went on, the evil sneak frenzy's attack was greatly cut down, and was already showing signs of weakness, unable to continue its large-scale assault on the city. Seeing that the danger had been lifted, Wang Qingyuan no longer lingered, and his spirit body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared once again. Return to the essence. Wang Qingyuan burped. That's a good wave to eat, 3 levels in a row. The Tianlong General School's city had already been mostly destroyed by the ghosts, and was completely powerless to return to the sky, so instead of continuing to watch the show, several people directly entered the city and seized the city's origin. The headquarters of Tianlong University was completely eliminated. Chapter 47, Spraying Poisonous Fog. The personal battle opened. Old Biden, believe it or not, I'll make you fly. The moment the Sky Dragon General School was completely eliminated, Li Zhang immediately exposed his mouth and bounced up from his seat. Pointing at Zhang Jiaming's nose, he laughed up in the air. Zhang Jiaming's face was blue and hard to see. He didn't expect his carefully selected students to be defeated by the branch school, and defeated so woefully. Are these monsters really that powerful? It was held back, but quickly adjusted its mood. Li Zhang is not the only one with thick skin. They're all our own students. What does it matter who loses or wins? When the martial arts competition is over, I'll apply to the top and transfer them to the main school, and you'll continue to be your bare-knuckle commander. Hearing this, Li Zhang's eyelids twitched and he was immediately about to set up a fight with him. However, due to the number of people on the stage, both of them were still slightly pointing their faces. The performance of the Sky Dragon branch can no longer be described as wonderful. It's simply anticlimactic. The branch school really eliminated the main school? Reverse the Big Dipper. A couple of them are so sick, they're not in the same league as the other schools at all. Who can tell who's the main school and who's the branch school now? A team of dark horses came out of nowhere. It feels as if the final decider, who the winner will be, seems a little less certain. Despite saying that, Chang Yi's strength cannot be underestimated, who can be a match one-on-one? As the crowd talks. In the copy of the city defense battle, Chang Yi had already broken the city alone, destroying the city, and his methods were incomparably ferocious. Several students were beaten by him in droves and in agony. Such a situation caused the students in the stands to be filled with righteous indignation, and Chang Yi's overbearing behavior had already aroused the ire of the crowd. But the old immortal of the Chang family was as if he didn't see it in general. Spare a few school leaders to find him to go to the theory. He is also 2 ears don't listen to things outside the window attitude. Receiving incense offerings since ancient times had given him a kind of arrogance and indifference above others. He had really thought of himself as an immortal. At this point in the display, half an hour of evil frenzy had just passed, and 13 university teams had already been eliminated. Nearly half of them were gone in the first round, and the battle could be considered extremely tragic. The next evil spirit frenzy will also arrive in an hour, and it will be bigger and stronger. This hour is when the conquest really begins. And after Wang Qingyuan and the others quickly returned, they decided to defend the city first. because the location is so bad. Being able to fend off an invasion of evil spirits doesn't necessarily mean you can resist a siege from a team of contestants. Fruity. The first round of frenzy had only passed for a short while before several teams were seen from afar arriving at a fiery pace, all wanting to prioritize the fight for this territory. Charlotte was sprawled out on the ramparts, her arse rounded in a way that made you want to slap it. Several teams have come at the same time, and they really take us for soft pincers? Xing Yuan, what do you have in mind? The three burial monk asked. Nowadays, for all such matters, they would first ask Wang Qingyuan for his opinion. With the poison formation set up by Xiao Xiao, as well as old Lu's firepower suppression, we can just shut the door and stall for an hour. Wang Qingyuan said. Drag. Wouldn't that be humiliating? The sophomore senior said. Attacking hastily and being taken down to have a face? Wang Qingyuan laughed. They aren't of one mind, and if they can't attack for a long time, they'll make a mess of it themselves, so there's no need for us to do anything. Makes sense. Whatever was said made sense to Sand Burial. His brain was also adamantine. Often what seems to be within reach has uncertain risks. The city wasn't exactly fortified, and with the small number of defenders, it wasn't costly to attack, so basically the most primitive way of charging was used. Everyone had their own rush props, yelling cheers and even shouting things like, men killed, women captured. But at the moment when he was about to step into the outer zone of the city, the youth who bore the brunt of the attack suddenly fell from his horse with a softness in his feet, and a churning in his stomach, a convulsion in his bowels, and a distortion of his features. Can't hold it in. Yay, he got hit by my spray shine poison mist. Sun Xiaoxia exclaimed in excitement and bounced happily, her breasts shaking violently. Several sophomores subconsciously moved away. At this time, the youth who had been hit by the poisonous fog's face was suffocating purple, kneeling on the ground and puckering his buttocks, his hands deadlocking the valves. His horse was already flying free beside him. God damn it! What a vicious tactic! He was well aware of just how many people were watching outside, and if he did pull out, it would be no different than dying. But the medicinal properties of this poisonous gas are a bit too strong. WCNMLGB. Who on earth is so sinister? The pain is excruciating and my stomach is killing me. What to do? How about farting out a little bit first? Yes, just a little bit, just hold it in time or it's just too much. I swear on my straight man of steel that I can hold it in. B.U. Coo snort. The youth's face was dark and lifeless, and he directly rolled both eyes and fainted. Some are alive, some are dead. Gentlemen, a moment of silence. Passed out. Worthy of being a transfer from the University of Culture, the reaction is fast. What a scary gang. Seeing this situation, the people who wanted to charge stopped in their tracks, fearing that they would end up in the same situation as him. Poisonous fog? Good job. Fifi. Summon your demons. A small, compact girl with a magic wand walked up to the group and drew a spell on the ground. A largemouth monkey then appeared, opening its huge mouth with a powerful suction that sucked as much of the spraying poison mist into its stomach, emptying it of the threat. Fifi, can't you just blow away the poisonous fog? Aren't you afraid your demon will get angry? Fei smiled daintily, this devil monkey is a variety of the Ganges agri-country, copper intestines and iron stomach, surely can't scurry, don't worry. Dispersing the poisonous mist, the crowd regrouped and continued to attack and kill towards the city. Wang Qingyuan and the others fought to face the enemy head-on. The three burial monk incarnated as Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, with 3,000 revolutions in a second for perfect fire coverage. Violent priest Lu Zai's pulled out his dual swords and charged straight into the formation. Wang Qingyuan, with his feet on the wind and fire wheels and his fire-tip spear in his hand, swept above the heads of the crowd at a fast speed, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The rest went about their business, intending to delay the arrival of the hour-long evil frenzy. The melee stirred up, and the crowd that came to attack the city became more and more alarmed. Their original plan was that they wanted to snatch the city, which was the easiest to capture, as fast as they could, and then turn to battle other teams. What I didn't realize was that they were the toughest ones to chew on. Each person is very difficult to deal with, not to mention fighting in a group, even one-on-one is difficult to be an opponent, it is really a mistake. And that monk on the city head, should not laugh so happily? The time for the arrival of the evil spirit frenzy was tight, they couldn't afford to drag it out, and they couldn't fight it. Even if they regretted wanting to leave, they were stuck by a few people, completely unable to make a breakthrough. Damn, it's going to plant. The battle didn't even last until the frenzy hit, but the opponent made frequent distractions and mistakes, and then fell on the spot and was eliminated from the tournament. Viewing through the spatial information that the number of eliminations from the city guard battle was nearing the end, Wang Qingyuan simply suggested dumping the nest, leaving only one dog and one child to guard the home. The battle progressed at a rapid pace, and the teams that lacked the numbers to defend the city were overwhelmed, and were all defeated out of the game before the second round of the frenzy arrived. The defense battle is over. First place, Tunghai University, number of eliminations, 9, number of points, 1,400. Second place, Tenri University, branch, number of eliminations, 7, number of points, 1,100. Third place, Elliston University. Number of eliminations, 4. Number of points, 700. There were two rankings in the rules of the Huashan martial arts competition. One was the school ranking and the other was the individual ranking. It was the individual tournament that was about to open that was the important part of the points competition. This time, they weren't transported outside of space, but directly inside. In a flash, a huge ring appeared in front of him, invisibly, releasing a thick aura of battle intent and bloodshed. Everyone's breathing stagnated, just like a fighter who was about to enter a fighting cage and was making preparations to fight. P.S. 2 in a row. Chapter 48, Bold Demon. I want you to be revealed. Individual competition opens. Everyone is sitting upright, concentration drawn to a peak. Compare this to the chaotic team battles as well as the city guard battles. This is to be able to really maximize, let a person adrenaline rush, maximize the visual impact, and the most direct experience of fighting and killing the intense scene. It's unapologetic to say that the vast majority of people come here for the individual battles. Individual battles are randomly matched with no resurrection matches. The rules are simple too. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. In the world of professionals, there would be no such discourse as friendship first, competition second. The weak are strong. The winner is king. It is the highest belief that enables professionals to keep climbing to the peak of becoming stronger. Of course, admitting defeat counts. If you continue to maliciously inflict serious injuries or even kill your opponent when he has already conceded defeat, you will be severely punished. Woohoo woohoo, the long-awaited individual tournament has finally begun. I'm already burning up. The participants this time are as expert as they come, so I'm sure the scene will be very exciting. We, Beoguang University and Thousand Cities University, have a long-standing grudge, so if we meet later on, everyone make sure to show your support loudly. Charge! Joe Dashi, however, sighed slightly. Alas, I don't know if it will develop into that kid's personal stage. Let's hope someone can actually counteract him. The first round opens. There was only one ring as there were not many people involved in the individual battles. The crowd was in an uproar of excitement. First up is LV's Eyes. His opponent is a cute girl who sees the sky and wears a pair of rabbit ear decorations and a maid outfit, pretending to be cute and adorable as soon as he gets in the ring. However, Lou's Eyes, being a human high-quality male, naturally would not have any mercy, and with two powerful blasts of punches, he punched the cute girl in the nose and kicked her out of the ring. Sigma men don't fall into women's traps. Several consecutive matches of unrelated people against each other, followed by the 3 burial monk, against the same beautiful woman. The woman's methods are sinister, her heart is like a snake and scorpion, and the routes of her moves and attacks are extremely vicious. Pulling out the een claw, teasing the een leg. See all the male compatriots' lower limbs cool whooshing. However, such a fight was exactly what the monk of the 3 burials wanted, and the iron crotch kung fu finally came in handy, giving him a great sense of accomplishment. A few minutes later, the woman was defeated, and it was clear that Mitsuru hadn't put up much of a fight, yet she was already covered in bruises. This monk was surprisingly hard. The audience on the stage looked at the 2 Sigma men in awe. If they were in their place, they would certainly be wary in a fight. This they remembered a famous quote from a famous person. The so-called beauty, in the end, is just a handful of yellow earth. They are ashamed of themselves. A few battles after that, Charlotte's opponent was so strong that she struggled to win, but she had no room to move on to the next round and had to take what she could get and choose to forfeit her match. Although Shohei is a dog, but the fight is not weak at all, the degree of agility is not unusual to be able to react, after a fierce battle, the same victory. A few sophomore seniors gave the opportunity a miss and lost, one of them even matched Chang Yi and surrendered on the spot without fighting. As for Bao Yuhao, he didn't participate in the match at the beginning. He's only LV 30 level out, and he's been rubbing mechs since he entered space. Must be a big guy. Next match, Wang Qingyuan versus Guo Tiger Demon. The 2 men's names rang out, causing many people to chant. From the beginning of the martial arts tournament until now, the 2 of them were the top players who were considered to have the best chance to compete with Chang Yi, and were expected to have a great deal of high hopes. And as the 2 collide in this battle, it's bound to be a fight to the death. Good lord, the 2 seeds are touching. Now we're in for a treat. Tian Longbranch is really a bunch of monsters, and this one called Wang Qingyuan is no exception. He looks harmless, like a big sunny boy. But he's the one who kills the most aggressively in group battles. This is bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. Guo Tiger Demon is a ruthless person who has swallowed great demon-level monsters alive, and now that his appearance has taken on a tiger-like shape, his strength should not be underestimated. I wonder who can be better, Wang Qingyuan's Ghost God's power or Guo Tiger Demon's Great Demon's power. My greatsword is hungry for more. On the other side, the beautiful woman said, Director Zhou, this student called Guohu Demon, you should be relatively familiar with him, right? Zhou Dashi, who was the Black Tiger Transformer, nodded gruffly. This son was born with divine strength and a tiger-like face. Perhaps it is because of the great demon bloodline in his ancestry that his body is extremely powerful. When he was a senior student, before he became a professional, he had a chance encounter with a vicious demonic creature. However, he wrestled the demon to death with just his physical strength. Now that he has cultivated the Tiger Demon Divine Striking Fist, I'm only afraid that his martial power will be even stronger, and his strength will be comparable to that of a truly great demon. Some of the people next to him heard this and their expressions similarly became grave. Then if that was the case, it must be very difficult for Wang Qingyuan to win. It may be a fierce battle. At this very moment, both sides are already in the ring. Standing in front of Wang Qingyuan was a super large muscular bully with a height of 2 meters, a robust and ferocious body. Goi Tiger Demon had some tiger-like features, with a pair of eyes that were chilling and awe-inspiring, indistinguishable from a real tiger's intimidation. His aura was very powerful, spewing out battle intent that almost condensed into a demon tiger shadow behind him. If it was some timid person, the moment they faced him, they would only be so scared that their legs would go weak on the spot and flee without a fight. Brother, I advise you to abstain as soon as possible. My power is so strong that even I can't control it. If you get hurt or maimed later, or even die on stage, it's just not worth it. Guahu Demon's voice was dull. Since ancient times there has been Wusong fighting tigers, now I also want to try and see what it's like to fight a tiger demon. Wang Qingyuan was not afraid in the slightest, his gaze was like electricity to meet with it, and his aura was not lost. Goi Tiger Demon sighed softly, and the power of his chi caused him to exhale a mouthful of searing white smoke. I had wanted to save some energy and go to battle with Chang Yi, but since you insisted on seeking death, I won't say anymore. Fists and feet have no eyes, so be careful. Having said that, Goi Tiger Demon let out a low roar, his battle spirit bursting forth, attacking like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The strength of his charge alone was enough to knock over a dump truck. It was obvious that he was not crossing the chance. Wang Qingyuan's feet stepped on the wind and fire wheels, and his fire-tipped spear threw out flames as he tangled with it, and the collision between the divine weapon and his fleshly body erupted into fierce sparks. Goi Tiger Demon's fleshly body was indeed very strong, surprisingly able to harden against the divine weapon. Although this was also related to the fact that Wang Qingyuan's rank was limited, as well as his own inability to utilize the divine power of this weapon. But one had to admit that the other party was very powerful and ridiculously strong. After a few rounds of exchanges, Wang Qingyuan retreated at a rapid pace, his 2 fingers rose up and were placed in front of his chest, golden light began to float, and a large amount of breath surged upwards, covering and protecting his body. The demonic aura is fierce and has perverted physical strength. It seems that if you want to win, you don't have to show some real skill. Goi Tiger Demon's muscles took over his brain, and hair as hard as steel needles even grew on his body, becoming more and more like a tiger as he pounced with his mouth wide open. Wang Qingyuan, you can't hide. Wang Qingyuan let out a light laugh. Who said I'm hiding? He put away his fire-tipped spear, and his entire body's power quickly erupted as a round of exuberant golden light blossomed, filling the entire ring. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a Dharma body appeared, with a solemn, Buddha-like appearance, and a violent shout resounded from it. Bold demon! I want you to be revealed. De Wei Tianlong. Chapter 49, Jinshan Temple Fa Hai. De Wei Tianlong. De Wei Tianlong. With a keening sound, a Buddha palm struck out from the hefty golden light, sending the fiercely attacking Guahu demon back. Unable to defend himself, the strong impact directly pushed him to the edge of the ring before he managed to stop. A bean-sized bead of sweat fell from his forehead, leaving his entire body dazed in place. It all happened so suddenly. How could the strength of the guy who was originally supposed to be cornered by himself and then torn apart alive suddenly skyrocket to such an extent? And what's with this intense Buddha light? He has also mastered the skills of a Buddhist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3 burial monk was the first to let out an exclamation of surprise. Usually, one's call for the great mighty heavenly dragon is just a blind shout of support. Namo Ayayu Dharma, how do you really know how to do that? The crowd on the stands also stared in disbelief. What he used was not the power of a ghost or a god, but rather a shocking reversal, releasing an infinite amount of Buddha's light? How many cards does this guy still have left to show? At this moment, the golden light gradually dissipated. Wang Qingyuan's body was levitating, Buddha's light was rich, and behind him was a monk's Dharma body wearing a robe and holding a Zen staff, with a dignified appearance and kind brows. It looked like it should be very good at talking. Zen master of Jinshan Temple. Fa Hai. The Buddhist spell skills had a natural restraint against demons, and at this time, it was naturally appropriate to move this positively hairy and evil great virtuous monk out of the way. Only somehow, in the midst of this solemn and compassionate Buddha's light, how did it feel as if there was a pure fury lurking, causing people to feel the pressure? Could it be an illusion? Goi Tiger Demon's brow furrowed as he lay down on all fours as if he were a real fierce tiger, letting out a dull, low roar. Pretending to be a god, trying to restrain me with the power of Buddhism? Delusional. Roar. Goi Tiger Demon let out a deafening whine, forming a sonic attack. A strong wind impacted out, followed by a fierce leap, just like the venerable tiger. Yet the next second, Wang Qingyuan's face, which was originally kind and friendly, abruptly changed to a fierce and vicious one. tall body Buddha light flashes, then violently struggled, his sound exploded into pieces, revealing robust muscles, as well as full of back of the hegemonic tattoos. What's that tattoo? Why does it feel like it's coming to life? Someone exclaimed and asked. The 8 heavenly dragons. My goodness. That tattoo was one of the 8 heavenly dragons of my Buddhist family, Mokaloka. The 3 burial monk was going crazy. Facing Wu Tiger Demon's attack, Wang Qingyuan did not mess up in the slightest. His back full of heavenly dragon tattoos were lifelike, flashing light, and the sound of tigers whistling and dragons roaring collided in the ring, rolling up a huge storm. Immediately after that, Wang Qingyuan stormed up and flew into the sky, his hands pinched rapidly, and his mouth recited a hegemonic mantra that resounded through the entire arena. How dare you show off your skills? De Wei Tian Long. Dala Spell. World-honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Balamakong. At this moment, the 8 heavenly dragon tattoos shone brightly, and behind the already solemn Fa Hai Dharma, a heavenly dragon silhouette appeared, releasing infinite dragon might. The dragon's might was so strong that even the bored Chang'e on the stage couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat, as if he felt some sort of suppression. His gaze instantly became cold and stern, full of killing intent. The ring was filled with Buddha's light, devouring everything with a huge roar. In this round of charging, Wang Qingyuan had the upper hand without a doubt, sending Wu Demon flying out alive, like a broken kite smashing heavily into the ground. Instead, Wang Qingyuan was towering over the so-called Great Demon with one hand folded, looking at the so-called Great Demon amidst the surroundings of the heavenly dragon's shadow, the corner of his mouth raising a smile that could be described as evil. Silence in the room. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Qingyuan, their large eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. The robe is shattered, the Zen staff is thrown away, the back is full of tattoos of the heavenly dragon, and the beatings are still fierce. Is this a ING monk? Make sure it's not a mobster from out of nowhere. What a joke! Wu Tiger Demon got up trembling, feeling that all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. His heart was shocked beyond measure, and he couldn't stop his eyes from widening. The power of this Buddha Dharma was a bit too great. If it wasn't for the fact that his own physique was naturally strong, coupled with the fact that he had a defense that was comparable to that of a great demon. This slap. You could die yourself. What the hell are you? I am just a passing masked knight. Wang Qingyuan's heart quickly flashed a terrier, but then he put away his violent face and compassionately said, Poor monk Fa Hai. Put. Looking at Wang Qingyuan pretending, Charlotte offstage couldn't help but laugh out loud. But she had to say that it was really cool. Again. I defy you. Wu Tiger Demon did not believe in evil, once again surging the power of the whole body, almost completely into the appearance of a tiger demon. Behind the demonic energy condensed into the tiger demon's shadow also gradually solidified, the power once again rose by an intensity. However, for Wang Qingyuan at this moment, no matter how much he struggled, there was not a single chance of victory to speak of. The one who was able to act as his opponent was not a tiger demon in his district. Zen Master Fa Hai came off the bench to pinch hit strongly, and the man was ruthless. How dare you stand here without knowing the heights of heaven? You don't give a damn about me. Move the mountain. Ascension. Wang Qingyuan's golden light was so great that the Buddha's light surged forth, positively hairy and evil. Throwing out the duster was like laying a dragnet in the ring, from which no demonic creature could escape. The 8 heavenly dragons let out a deafening dragon roar that shook the entire arena, while repeating their old technique with even greater power. De Wei Tian Long. Dharma Mantra. World-honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Balamakong. Wang Qingyuan choked and recited incantations at the speed of light. The heavenly dragon's shadow as well as the Buddha's light exploded, blasting heavily with Wu Demon. The Buddha's light and demonic aura burst apart, almost shattering the specially made ring, showing how strong the impact of the exchange was. Aha! In just a few breaths of time, Wu Tiger Demon was unable to withstand such overbearing mana, and the skin of his entire body peeled away as if it was being burned. No matter how much his demonic aura flourished, it was unable to surge under the Dharma Zen Master's attack, and was completely and deadly restrained. I'm not happy about this. Boom! The Buddha's light enveloped the ring, and then gradually shrunk until it disappeared. All the dust has settled. Wu Tiger Demon regained his human form and lay on the ground on all fours, his eyes rolled over white, and he had completely fainted, defeated completely and utterly. Wang Qingyuan stood with one foot on top of his Zen staff, one hand folded, his eyebrows lowered, collecting his infinite hostility and becoming compassionate again. The celestial dragons were still encircling, emitting great pressure. The scene was too explosive, causing many people to be unable to regain their senses even for a moment. It was simply too shocking. The 3 burial monk gave a direct knee. I'm going to act like him from now on. So handsome. Lu's eyes couldn't even help but mutter. After a brief silence in the room, a mountain of chants instantly erupted. What kind of seed battle is this? It was clearly a one-sided bloodbath. The powerful people in the stands were so excited that they were even shaking a little. Perhaps Wang Qingyuan. It really can be fought off. Even defeating the true dragon. Chapter 50 The Final. Borrowing the Law, Neza's third prince. After Wang Qingyuan and Wu Demon displayed a relatively high-end battle, the others' duel became somewhat tasteless. It wasn't that these contestants were weak, it was that they were really too sick. At present, Wang Qingyuan is getting a lot of attention and has become a strong contender for the title. Originally was recognized by all parties. True Dragon crossover the Pride of Heaven ending, now also become a little uncertain, so that it is difficult to make a conclusion. Because no one could have expected that such a pervert with heaven-defying strength would even emerge. As one battle went on, one contestant after another was eliminated from the tournament. The counterintuitive matchmaking mechanism never managed to pair Wang Qingyuan with Chang Yi, and instead, they kept clearing people. Chang Yi struck out too hard, easily injuring people seriously, even to the point of injuring their fundamentals, and almost every player who was matched with him would choose to give up voluntarily. Regarding his dominance, the people had deep resentment in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. After a few more rounds of fighting, Wang Qingyuan once again stepped into the ring, and his opponent was also a seeded player named Lu Hong, with an occupation of Dragon Exterminating Magician. He was the strongest person, other than Guohu Demon, who was considered more likely to be able to resist Chang Yi. Because before that, Lu Hong had challenged Chang Yi many times, and although they all ended up in failure, they all came back in one piece. It was enough to prove that his strength was good. Now, if one of them wins the semi-final, they can qualify to compete for the title. The crowd was sitting upright, and even Chang Yi could not help but pay attention, his gaze always wandering over Wang Qingyuan's body. The crowd also agreed that this was going to be an especially intense battle between the dragons and the tigers. The next second, however, something surprising happened. I concede. Lu Hong raised his arm high and spoke the words lightly. What? Those present froze, wondering what the hell he was thinking. As long as he wins this matchup, then he's a runner-up no matter what. Why would he choose to go down without a fight? Wang Qingyuan was also very surprised and looked at the other party in confusion. Lu Hong said, all this time, I've challenged Chang Yi 9 times, and I haven't been able to win a single time, and there was even one time when I escaped from death in a sorry state. Honestly, even if I were given 100 more chances, there's no chance of me defeating him. But, with that, he raised his head and gazed at Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan, I see possibilities in you, perhaps. You have a real chance of being able to defeat him. That's why I chose to abstain, to keep your stamina as high as possible, and to use your best form to defeat him. As the words fell, all stood in awe. Wang Qingyuan was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted as well, and without any pretense, he stretched out his fist and said, my friend, sit down on the stage in peace and wait to see what I'm going to do. Lu Hong nodded heavily. After he saw the other party's gaze filled with pride and confidence, he knew that his choice must be right. The whole room was in an uproar. It was surprising that the battle for the championship would open with such a process. The heat of discussion was unprecedented. Finally, a most worthwhile and exciting time. Can Chang Yi's myth of heavenly pride end here? I feel like my blood is boiling when I'm about to see 2 top-tier heavenly prides battle it out. Wang Qingyuan, go for it. A petite girl shouted out, instantly evoking many people's grievances and dissatisfaction towards the Chang family. Asterisk. Poke that dragon in the ass. Defeat Chang Yi and teach this black sheep a hard lesson. Damn the lawlessness of the Chang family, it's time for you to pay the price. So what if it's a true dragon? Everyone in my Yanxia is like a dragon, there's no shortage of a 10-eyed, lawless bastard like you. Let Wang Qingyuan rest on one side first, and ask the leaders to authorize me and Chang Yi to fight one-on-one. Show no mercy, shoot him. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, a mountain of anger, and the anger almost filled the entire top of manhwa, showing how bad the reputation of the Chang family as well as Chang Yi really was. Chang Yi gritted his teeth and cackled as his gaze coldly swept the stands. I will memorize you one by one and kill you all. However, in the midst of this outrage, his threats were no longer effective, but rather provoked the crowd's angry curses even more. The old Chang family immortal's voice came out, calm down. His gaze was eerie as he looked down at the stage with a cold smile, saying, as long as you can take the Huashan Martial Arts Tournament Championship, you will remain the irreplaceable True Dragon. The words of these irrelevant people are nothing more than passing clouds to you, and when you achieve immortality in the future, they will have long since forgotten where their souls have returned to. Go on, go win the battle, everything is with Grandpa. Upon hearing the words of the Chang family's old immortal, Chang Yi's hostility was much more restrained, and instead, he shifted his angry line of sight to Wang Qingyuan's body. Lucky brat, to actually dare to crawl to my face to die. Wang Qingyuan's mouth curved in a grin. Are you ready, little loach? I'm the one who wants to kill you even in my dreams. Just by you? Chang Yi narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous aura. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Wang Qingyuan, later on, no matter how much you admit defeat and beg for forgiveness, I will never show any mercy. You must die. I'll give you back that word as it is, your tendon, I'll whip it. Both sides were at swords drawn, walking towards the ring step by step. The killing opportunities in their gazes were not hidden at all, permeating the entire top of manhwa. Such an intense killing opportunity made many people scared, unable to stop their hearts from beating wildly, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying fierce ghosts and beasts. Some even subconsciously blanched and began to vomit, their taught spirits unable to withstand such substantial killing intent. These two guys. It's horrible. The faces of the crowd of powerhouses on the stands also changed, and the emotions in their hearts could no longer be described as shock. If they didn't know each other's details, they would have thought that they were bloodthirsty human slaughters that came out of nowhere. As the two stood in the ring, the entire arena fell into silence. A needle could be heard. Only the long breaths and the beating heart could be heard. Wang Qingyuan, die. The next moment, Chang Yi was the first to strike, sweeping his strong baneful aura and attacking fiercely. His speed and strength far exceeded Guohu Demon, completely different from the same level. Wang Qingyuan didn't have any carelessness, but immediately entered into a battle state, pulling out his weapon to fight against it. The stirred-up storm impacted out, even the big trees were shaking violently. Little seafood, there's no need to test the waters. Show me your real skills or don't say I'm bullying you later. Wang Qingyuan's arms shook as he backhanded the swastika Buddha palm, forcing him back a few meters. The fire-tipped spear spun in front of his body, and there were hot flames burning at the tip of the spear, almost scorching the space until it was distorted. Everyone felt a strong aura of unease, including Chang Yi. Wang Qingyuan at this time has already taken the momentum, both fingers together as a sword in front of the chest, light golden light surged. Under the feet seems to be a lotus flower rose, seemingly god and devil power quietly surged. With that, he looked up. A bit of vermilion red with a demonic nature appeared on his forehead, raging divine and demonic chi erupted, and his aura turned upside down. Borrowing the law. Neza Third Prince. Dharma body descending. P.S. I have something to do today, the other two will be updated later. Kowtow to the big brothers. Chapter 51. Standing in front of you is Neza Heavenly Father. Wang Qingyuan decided to fire on all cylinders, skipping the process of trial and error and directly entering into the mode of fierce battle. The previous Dharma forms that had been fought remotely on behalf of the official general's head had roughly mapped out Chang Yi's lower limits, so it's pointless to try. Compared to Guohu Demon, Chang Yi's aura was more than just a star and a half stronger, completely exploding in a crushing state, with the floating dragon head silhouette releasing infinite majesty. It wasn't without reason that he could be recognized as the #1 heaven's pride of this generation. Boom! Wang Qingyuan was in the midst of rainbow-colored lotus flowers and raging flames, and then he flew up into the air, causing Neja's Dharma body to descend perfectly under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. At this moment, Wang Qingyuan was completely like a different person. He was clad in precious armor, his feet stepped on combat boots, and he had the twin swords of Yin and Yang on his waist, with the mixed sky eye flying behind him, and his divine light swaying. His eyes seemed to be devoid of any human coloring, and he became indifferent to everything in the world without sadness, joy or anger. Wang Qingyuan stepped on the wind and fire wheel under his feet and stood high above the sky, his posture defying everything, seeming like a god and a devil. This appearance alone was enough to give people an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. All beings are like ants. This Dharma body is completely different from the previous one. It's a power that has never been felt before. Oh my god, what a strong power. I don't know why, but I don't have the courage to look straight at him. Aha! That look as if you're looking at trash is really cool. It's so good to look at me. Crap, the battle has obviously just begun. What if I'm already shaking with excitement? The audience stage instantly exploded. Everyone was completely captivated by that unruly figure, as if they had been struck in the heart and were unable to extricate themselves. They clearly felt a supreme aura that was hard to describe, as if it shouldn't exist in this world at all, and possessed the power to turn the world upside down. Elder Chang, this. The Hu clan female immortal covered her mouth. She could not remember how many times she had been shocked by Wang Qingyuan. The old Chang family immortal's heart and soul trembled as a bad feeling surged into her heart. Not to mention other people, even as powerful as he was. At this moment, when he looked at the figure in the sky, it was as if he was gazing at the sun, his eyes burning and feeling the pressure. What exactly is this sun's origin? How is he able to mobilize divine power? On the other side, Zhou Dashi couldn't help but spit out the fragrance. Asterisk. What a strong power, this kid is guaranteed to really be able to slay dragons. Old Li, you've hidden him too deep. The corners of Li Zhang's mouth trembled, although he had long seen Wang Qingyuan summoning Neza's Dharma body to fight beforehand, it was not at all as intuitive as it was today. Even his insides had rippled, his beard shaking with excitement. Chang Yi had thought that in the previous battle, Wang Qingyuan had already pulled out all the stops and there was nothing to be afraid of. But now, when Neza's Dharma body appeared, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, and his entire body couldn't stop trembling for an instant. It wasn't a restraint brought about by the power system, but rather a feeling of fear that was hidden deep in the soul and surfaced for some unknown reason. He had never felt this way before. Chang Yi's gaze was sinister as he coldly looked towards the domineering figure in the sky, gritting his teeth and questioning. Wang Qingyuan, what kind of monster are you? Monster? Chang Yi, open your eyes and see who I am? Wang Qingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes filled with disdain, and then the fire-tipped gun appeared in his hand amidst the flames, the tip of the gun pointing at Chang Yi, and he said with a single word, Standing in front of you now, is the three altars of the Sea Society Great God, the middle altar Grand Marshal, the Great General of Wei Ling Xianawang, the double flower red stick of Chentang Pass, the Heavenly Court Gold Medalist, the Jade Emperor's personal treatment of the Crown Prince, the three heads, 6 arms, and the yin and yang dual swords. The first seafood nemesis. Born and bred in the flesh, the Golden Ring Marshal, the Lotus Prince, Neza Heavenly Father is also. Wang Qingyuan's words were loud and clear, causing everyone present to have their hearts wildly shaken and their scalps tingling. Although some of them were beyond their comprehension, what they were able to know was, the Dharma body he summoned at this time was of great origin, even involving the mythical heavenly court that had been buried in the dust of history and had already passed away. Hearing a few of the keywords, the old Chang family immortal even felt as if his head was going to explode, his pupils trembling, no longer able to maintain his previous composure. The gods revived. The heavenly court. If it's true, then the entire Yanxia land, and even the global god system, will completely change the sky. The ring. Wang Qingyuan's words fell, and without hesitation, he impacted out, dancing the fire-tipped spear in his hand, the wind and fire wheel spinning wildly, the flames sweeping, releasing a large amount of high temperatures. Although Chang Yi had some inexplicable chills, but by virtue of his true dragon body, he firmly believed that he was the son of heaven and would not be afraid of anyone. The green-colored dragon soul then condensed behind it and killed towards the fire-red opponent. Boom! The flames rushed to the sky. The dragon's soul whistled long and loud. In just a single face-to-face encounter, the power that erupted from both sides had shaken manhwa, and the winds and clouds between heaven and earth changed. The terrifying impact shook out, and if it wasn't in a specific space but in the outside world, I'm afraid that this impact alone could injure many low-level professionals. This was already completely not the power that a professional of their level could display. Wang Qingyuan held a fire-tipped spear, and the three lotuses in front of his neck erupted in flames, flying around the entire field like a swimming dragon. Chang Yi kept striking out dragon breath from his palm, and the divine dragon swinging its tail was able to withstand the intensive attack of the fire-tipped gun, while trying to wait for an opportunity to quickly determine the winner. However, today, it is not the head of the official general who comes down to fight on his behalf, but Neza, the god of evil. Despite the perverse defense of the dragon body, he felt that he was spilling blood in the midst of the intensive exchange. After Neza's Dharma body descended, the fire-tipped gun was finally able to display some of its divine might, its sharpness and firmness unrivaled on earth, difficult to resist even by a true dragon's body. Asterisk. What kind of weapon is this? Chang Yi realized that if he went on sparring like this, he wouldn't take long to get bruises all over his body, so he didn't hesitate to get out of the state of intense fighting and let out a dragon whistle. The sound wave attack was ineffective against Wang Qingyuan, and he stabbed out with a backhanded shot, poking a bloody hole in his shoulder, and the residual flames burned, causing him to suffer pain. Injuries were traded for a woeful disengagement from the tangle. His eyes were incomparably grave. Wang Qingyuan's power was far beyond his imagination. If he didn't deal with it with all his might, he might die without a burial place if he wasn't careful. Chang Yi, haven't you transformed into a dragon yet? Wang Qingyuan stepped on the wind and fire wheel, towering over him, the flames and the mixed sky damask entwined reflecting the light and darkness of his face, making him even more devilish at the moment. Devilish. At this moment the whole room is silent. Wang Qingyuan was not suppressed, much less evenly matched. Instead, he also dominated the offense throughout, pressuring Chang Yi without the ability to fight back. Days. Is this really possible? However, the facts were right in front of their eyes, not allowing them to disbelieve. It was just hard to avoid feeling that such a scene was too fantastic to accept. After all along, Chang Yi's name is like a sharp knife, hanging above the head. All those who presume to shake his heavenly pride status will be ruthlessly suppressed, and then the dazzling star, in front of his face will also be dimmed. But, this massive fire, however, at this moment, completely burned out the so-called myth of dragon transformation. Chang Yi, by no means, is invincible. The loss in the first round of the encounter caused Chang Yi's self-confidence to take a drastic blow, and the sense of humiliation and anger surged upwards, causing his emotions to become more and more frantic. With the powerful self-healing ability of his dragon body, he managed to repair his injured position. Fiercely, he gazed at the oppressive lotus Dharma body in front of him. The chi began to surge upwards crazily, almost affecting heaven and earth. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky and devoured daylight, pouring rain fell on the large space, thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and the heavenly might rolled on, as if it had cast a heavy layer of haze over the entire scene. The dragon soul behind Chang Yi vibrated, alternating between reality, and the violent sound of his heart beating even overshadowed the sound of thunder, like a prehistoric beast letting out a roar. Transform! Dragons! Chang Yi's eyes were scarlet, his eyes were glazed over, and he leapt towards the thunder-rolling clouds. Ka-ching! The light of the electric flash reflected a Yanxia giant dragon body, the infinite majesty of the release of the occasion, so that everyone present inexplicably felt a perishing fear. Wang Qingyuan, I will eat you alive. P.S. 2 in a row. Chapter 52, Stygian Frost. Dragon and Serpent Change. Divine Immortals Fight. Dark green divine dragons rolled in the clouds, displaying heavenly might. Mythical things that shouldn't exist in this world have just appeared naked in front of everyone. Many people's eyes were filled with the color of fear, and with their mouths wide open, they could no longer even make any sound. This is the mythological and legendary creature of great power, dragon. However, even in the face of such might, Wang Qingyuan's expression remained unchanged. No matter how the raging storm swept by, he always remained unperturbed. Even if the sky really falls apart, perhaps it can't make him move in the slightest unless the pagoda in Li Jing's hand leaves his body. At this moment, everyone was sweating for him, their hearts completely lost. The scene was so shocking that it was like a myth coming back to life. Originally burned up the fire of hope, as if all in this pouring rainfall, the dragon and snake change moment, completely extinguished. Boy! This is the legendary divine dragon. Asterisk 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 ah. Who can beat this? Who can beat this? How could Chang Yi be so heaven-defying? Is there really no one among our generation who can match it? Desperate, simply desperate. In addition to the students watching the battle, the people from the ghost-killing section who had come to cheer for Wang Qingyuan, as well as Guan Yu and the others, were not immune to being a bit dumbfounded and worried in their hearts. Everyone knows that Huanlong is strong, but only in the moment of actually seeing it, only then will you know exactly how strong. This is simply a creature that should not exist in this world dimension. A dead silence quietly filled the entire viewing platform. But, just as everyone was shocked beyond words, among the crowd on the viewing platform, a delicate figure appeared in front of the several people from the ghost-killing section and greeted them warmly. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Hao and the others' hearts thumped, their expressions darkened, and a sudden look of not wanting to face reality due to fear or scorn surfaced. Why are you guys ignoring me? I'm Hades Frost. The girl was wearing an ancient-style dress, her eyes were like autumn water, her eyebrows were like distant daisies, and her features were three-dimensional with a hint of warmth, just like a stunning beauty who had traveled from ancient times. Lively in speech and behavior, but seems to be clouded with a coolness and unspeakable brightness. Ha! Hello old Stygian Frost ancestor. Old sister. Zhang Hao turned his head like a puppet and squeezed out a very ugly smile. Even Liang Jianchen, who was known as the Saint of Flowers, was rarely silent and stiffly greeted. Old Kong simply played dead. Jiang Yu quietly tugged at Chao Shining, who was still a bit dazed, signaling to leave this place of wrongdoing together first. Let me sit down a bit. Hades Frost spread a smile and sat down at the edge, then looked at the scene in the ring space, her small mouth opened into an O shape. Wow, the Chang clan's heavenly pride has really transformed into a dragon. The scene is really very spectacular. Then her eyes glazed over and she looked again at the teenage figure at the center of the storm. Baldhead, is that the newcomer in our section, Wang Qingyuan? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded his head in a hurry, like a little kahuna. Underworld Frost revealed a look of great interest, his eyes flashing with a strange color. There was an eerie silence for a long time. Jiang Yu, who hadn't been able to get away, asked stiffly. Underworld Frost. Who do you think will win in the end in the showdown between Wang Qingyuan and this dragon? Hades Frost bit his finger and answered, barely even thinking about it. Well, then it must be Wang Qingyuan who wins. The crowd froze slightly at her words, and then a reassuring look flashed across their eyes, as if they believed in her prediction. Hades Frost quieted down and gazed at the lotus figure in the ring space. After a long time, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a seductive arc and murmured in a low voice. After all, he's little Neza. Ring space. After transforming into a dragon, Chang Yi once again found his self-confidence and shuttled back and forth in the clouds, enjoying the sense of roaming brought by the body of a true dragon. He stood amidst the clouds, looking down on the tiny Wang Qingyuan with a teasing expression, already treating himself as the master of the sky. Wang Qingyuan, how do you feel after seeing my true form? Wang Qingyuan wrapped his arms around himself, full of disdain. True dragon. In my eyes, and a living loach, and what difference? His gaze flickered as he stared at Chang Yi's dragon body, a dangerous color flashing in his eyes, causing Chang Yi to feel an inexplicable chill invade his entire body. Your dragon tendon. Perhaps it can be used to make a nice magic weapon. Chang Yi's body shivered, and the killing machine appeared. I'm going to break you into pieces. Roar! The huge dragon body attacked in the dome of the sky. Its rushing force was enough to collapse a large mountain, and it was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Its power was extraordinary. Wang Qingyuan's flames were not affected by the torrential rain and were still burning. He stretched out his palm and maneuvered the mixed sky aya to fly out, quickly unfolding and weaving a heavenly net in the vast sky, as endless flames rose and rolled up fiery tornadoes in all directions. At the same time, the wind fire will under his feet exploded with amazing flames, carrying Wang Qingyuan as well as Neja's Dharma body to rush high into the sky. After transforming into a dragon, Chang Yi could use rain, thunder and lightning, all as his own weapons, and when he let out a long dragon's roar, he could also inflict notable sound waves and spiritual attacks. Even though the body was huge, it was flexible enough. One man, one dragon. In this fierce battle between heaven and earth, when hiding in the dark clouds, one could only see a flame shining through the dome of the sky, and the heavenly might shaken out during the fight was enough to impact some low-level professionals alive and die. Hiss. This mythic battle caused everyone present to have their scalps numb and couldn't help but suck in cold air. Is this the level of the Huashan Martial Arts Association? Sure, it's not a fairy fight. The scene was just shocking to the core. The Chang'e who had transformed into a dragon was already enough to turn one's perception of this world upside down. The appearance of Wang Qingyuan, however, had caused this subversion to be super doubled and completely slammed by the aura of myth. In the midst of the battle, the figures of the two sides were rolling around in the sky, taking off in the clouds, so fast that the eyes were unable to catch their figures at all. All that could be seen was the constant shockwaves and the blazing bright flames. However, at the moment, Chang'e, however, became more and more alarmed the more he fought. He had thought that after he transformed into a true dragon, it would be a devastating situation and he would easily be able to kill him on the spot. But now, not only did he fail to defeat it, he gradually even became a bit powerless to resist it. That mixed sky eye seemed to have an independent consciousness, constantly chasing behind him, making him have to defend himself. At the same time, the Qianquan circle that was thrown from Wang Qingyuan's hands was also ridiculously fast, and his dragon body felt that it had already suffered a considerable amount of damage after just being rubbed against it. Especially Wang Qingyuan, and that Lotus Dharma body. Obviously in the uninterrupted output of damage, but there is not a trace of atrophy, but more and more courageous, that is filled with the must kill the demonic Qi eyes, so that Chang'e at this moment really feel a strong sense of fear. Oops. Boom. Just for a moment, Chang'e was so exhausted that he accidentally lost his concentration. Wang Qingyuan saw his chance and drew up at great speed, falling down violently from high above the sky and stabbing Chang'e's dragon body with a single shot. In the next second, like a meteorite falling, it crashed to the ground. The ring cracked like a spider web, and then sank violently, rolling up thick smoke, and flames bursting out in it. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Chapter 53, Helping Chung Yuan Slay the Dragon. Boom! The firelight exploded, forming a huge pillar of fire, stabbing through the dark cloud-shrouded sky, as if opening a corner of the heavenly palace. Wang Qingyuan struck in a flash of lightning, seeing Chang'e's moment of disorientation and striking with a thunderous force. This shot directly stabbed him in the waist. Chang'e's liver and gallbladder cracked, the burning sensation spread all over his body, the pain was unbearable, and he let out a dragon's roar, and was stabbed above the ground by the fire-tipped gun, struggling violently like a loach. Everyone in the stands couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat when they saw this scene. This series of battles happened really fast. Some people didn't even react to anything before they saw a beam of fire falling from the high sky, and by the time their vision cleared, Chang'e had already been plunged to the ground. The shock that Chang'e transforming into a dragon brought to them could be said to be incomparably huge, and even before that, they had coincidentally defaulted to the fact that Wang Qingyuan's next situation would be miserable. But what I didn't expect was, even if he became a true dragon, like a mythological powerhouse, turning clouds and rain between heaven and earth, after a fierce battle, he was actually no match for Wang Qingyuan. Does that make sense? Li Jiang and Zhou Dashi and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions completely unmanageable, and each of their eyes were whiter than a cow's. Guan Derong kept smoking his pipe, shocked and watching the reaction of the old Chang family immortal. At this moment, the old Chang family immortal was trembling, her eyes were already full of anger, and with a slight force, she pinched the armrests of the chair into pieces. As the first descendant of the Chang family to transform into a dragon in thousands of years, Chang'e could be said to be highly favored by the entire clan. No matter what he did, he would receive unreserved support, even the so-called evil deeds. All this time, how had he ever suffered such aggravation, being teased as if he were a loach? This son has an evil heart, simply excessive. One of the teachers who had previously argued with him over the seriously injured student but had been ignored laughed. Elder Immortal Chang, the match isn't over yet, there's no need to be so angry, right? Another female teacher sneered, Old Immortal, don't worry, your grandson clearly looks like he still has quite a bit of strength left, look, how happy he is bouncing right now. Get out! The old Chang family immortal was in a very bad mood, and a terrifying aura was released, suppressing the sneering few people who had retreated and no longer dared to speak out in ridicule. It was because this old thing was a madman who never considered the consequences when doing things. However, his move had clearly aroused the ire of the crowd, and many powerful people had closed in and confronted him. The atmosphere was tense, causing the rest of the audience to feel uneasy and anticipate that something big might be about to happen. Seeing this, however, he just snorted coldly and sat back down again. I'll put my words here, if anything happens to my grandson, I'll never let that kid go. Li Zheng's face darkened, but did not say anything, but went to the corner place, quietly calling to shake people, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Guan Derong was ironically on Wang Qingyuan's side, so he made no secret of his hostility towards the old Chang family immortal. As long as the latter dared to make a move, he would definitely be the first to strike to kill the thief. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chang Yi struggled violently, and the haphazardly slapping dragon's tail smashed the surrounding area, blood dripping out and being washed away by the heavy rain. He tried to manipulate the thunder rolling in the clouds to attack, but the standing fire-tipped gun was like a lightning rod. No matter how much he drove it, the thunder and lightning didn't dare to come close to the slightest bit. This made him wonder about life. Were Wang Qingyuan and Thunderbolt related? Click. Wang Qingyuan stepped on top of Chang Yi's dragon head with one foot, gazing into his copper bell eyes with a teasing look on his face as he let out a demonic whisper. Little seafood, I got you. Chang Yi's scalp tingled as a bad emotion surged into his heart. The fear in his eyes at this moment was not hidden in the slightest. He was truly afraid. But self-recognition and pride still prevailed, and the sense of fear and humiliation converted into a powerful outburst, causing him to let out another earth-shattering hiss. Roar! The power that broke through the limit allowed him to break free from the control of the fire-tip spear and refly into the sky to drill into the clouds, ready to fight another battle to save the day. However, Wang Qingyuan was no longer willing to continue the battle. From the moment Nez's third prince Dharma body appeared, the reality that he would fail was already doomed. Now, the winners and losers have been decided. Mixed Sky Aya. Swish swish swish. The mixed Sky Aya once again intertwined the heavenly net, and with the speed of lightning, it entangled Chang Yi's dragon claws before breaking away in different directions and fixing them in the sky. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake a single bit. Qiankuan Circle. The golden shaking circle was thrown out, random thoughts enlarging and then shrinking, lassoing the dragon's body. Even struggling became a luxury. Nez's magic weapons are so powerful and limitless that when placed in the story of Journey to the West, but whenever a demon steals one of them, it can become one of the 991 difficulties. At this time it was a bit of a big deal to use it to fight a true dragon that hadn't even grown its hair yet. Intense fear arose, and for the first time, the unrelenting Chang Yi experienced the fear of the weak. This time, he went from being the lawless abuser to the one who was at the mercy of the others. The 180-degree reversal caused him to feel immense pain and struggle internally. But he was faced with the face that was cloudy and demonic under the flickering thunder. The desire for survival eventually overcame the boredom of pride. Wang Qingyuan is too scary. If he doesn't give in again, he is really daring to kill himself. I recognize. Put. Wang Qingyuan's eyes and hands were quick, and his fire-tipped spear instantly stabbed through Chang Yi's throat, making it impossible for him to say the word admit defeat. It wasn't that he was cruel, it was something that Chang Yi had done to other players in sparring matches as well. At this moment, there was unprecedented despair in Chang Yi's eyes. Wang Qingyuan grinned like a sunny and cheerful big boy. I told you, I'm going to skin your dragon and whip your dragon's tendons. No. Chang Yi couldn't make any sound. All of the spectators' faces were so pale that even as mere spectators, they deeply felt the sense of despair. Wang Qingyuan. Where did this absolute ruthless person come out from? He is so decisive and vicious. Simply chilling. The Gui Tiger demon who was previously defeated by a great defeat saw this scene, and no longer dared to pretend to be a bully, and honestly looked like a house cat. Fortunately, he did not annoy this killing god. Outside. This son is deceiving people too much. I'm going to pull him out and lynch him. The old Chang family immortal could no longer sit still, tearing open the space with his bare hands, wanting to force his way into it and save his precious grandson. However, the other powerhouses would never sit back and do nothing, and they all stepped forward to block his path. Off. The old immortal of the Chang clan slapped out a black palm that had the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and once he was hit, he would surely die from serious injuries on the spot. A bloody figure appeared, with gnarled muscles that contained explosive power, and the muscles on his back resembled the face of a weeping ghost. The great virtuous Confucian sage, the violent-blooded martial artist, Guan Delong. Chang Lao Xiener, he hasn't said he admits defeat, the match hasn't ended yet. What are you trying to do by tearing open the space? Are you going to break the rules of the Huashan martial arts competition? Guan Delong's voice was full of masculinity, even his breath was incomparably scorching, and in his muscular form, his entire body emitted white vapor. That was the blood gas that evaporated from the blood. How else do you want him to say he admits defeat when you know he can't speak? Li Zheng dodged forward in a flash and directly showed his cards. Your damn grandson has done all the good things and bad things. If he doesn't die, heaven and earth will not be allowed. All the consequences of today will be borne by me, Li Zheng. If you want to save someone, then you have to step over my body first. Old immortal, you think I don't dare? The Chang clan's old immortal child lashed out as a black-striped python silhouette appeared, its enormity comparable to that of a true dragon, releasing a terrifying pressure. Li Zheng was physically stunned, silently took a step back and greeted the crowd. Everyone, I'm not one to begrudge credit, so let's all join hands and work together to cut down the scourge. The reason why he dared to act in such a high-profile manner was because he had evidence that Chang Yi had collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country, not to mention slaying the dragon. Even if he were to drive out the whole country, no one would dare to say anything that wasn't true. Guan Durong mouth pipe, fierce inhalation, strong over the lungs, the powerful breath of physical strength against it. Help Cheng Yuan slay the dragon. Chapter 54, Drawing the Dragon's Tendon. The accident happened so fast that many people were still in a state of dumbfounded watching the show, and the strongest people on the viewing platform were already fighting. The head of the Huashan Martial Arts Fighting Association's vigilante instantly exploded, rushing out to help save the nearby spectators from the repercussions. Among them are also internship-clear college students who signed the contract in confusion. If something goes wrong, they cannot afford to pay. The battle started instantly, and all the strongest people surrounded the Chang family's old immortal in a brainstorm, venting the grievances that had been in their hearts. The scene was a mess. The ring. Wang Qingyuan's killing intent rose. The grudge between himself and Chang Yi was not because of the matter of helping Ma Qingqing to relieve himself. Rather, before they had even exchanged blows, the other party had already shown their killing intent. And from the mouth of the seriously injured senior, he had wanted to kill himself in the martial arts competition. Then this beam had to be formed. What's more, Neza, as the first person who only kills but doesn't cross over, and with his already fierce and brutal habits, naturally doesn't have any reason to let him go. Put. Wang Qingyuan pierced through his body with a spear, then his arm plunged in, seeking out a thick dragon tendon. Pull. The wind and fire will erupted with flames, creating a high-frequency momentum, and the dragon tendon that was difficult to pull out was yanked halfway out alive. Pain. It hurt so much. The intense pain caused Chang Yi's eyes to burst and his veins to burst, almost spurting out blood. The body bound by the mixed sky damask could not stop shaking. Such pain hit his soul directly, almost causing him to faint on the spot, but in the constant burning of the flames, it kept his soul in a state of exuberance. As long as they don't die, they have to keep enduring such inhuman pain. Such a scene caused all the spectators who were still paying attention to this side of the battle to get chills down their spines, sucking in cold air, and profoundly feeling a terrifying pain that could be experienced even by visualization alone. But even so, there was no pity in their eyes. Even if it was placed in the first chapter of a post-apocalyptic novel, the stupid bird Holy Mother who was killed by the male protagonist's explosion, I'm afraid that I can't bring up any emotion of pity at this moment. Because what Chang Yi had been doing all along was not even close to enough to atone for his sins compared to the pain he had endured. Smoke it. Smoke his dragon's tendon. Wang Qingyuan is mighty. Damn Chang Yi, my aunt's cousin, who had just finished cultural college and was about to enter the marriage hall with her fiancé, was targeted by this and abused alive and died. A vicious bastard. Last winter, I personally saw him freeze several construction workers alive in the freezing snow. The reason was just a few drops of cement accidentally spilled during the construction process. He is a natural-born disaster as he is a bully in the school, injuring teachers and classmates at every turn, burning, killing and pillaging, and is a natural-born disaster. The number of housekeepers and nannies he has killed is countless, and everyone calls Chang Yi's mansion a cannibalistic hell. Chang Yi, even in the online platform, openly said that he wanted to feed on children, but no one knows whether he did it or not. But if he dares to have such horrible thoughts, how different is he from a vicious ghost? Chang Yi's sin is so heinous that he donates stomach healthy and eliminating tablets to the country of the Black State under the pretense of charitable purposes. As we all know, the people of the Black State can't afford to eat it all. Chang Yi sprinkled itching powder on the armless old man's back. His crime is punishable by death. Chang Yi pours red meat into the bowl of the monk who is making money. Chang Yi tipped off the Hiroshima organization and got Jiraiya killed. Chang Yi's death is not enough. Anyone who dares to touch Wang Qingyuan will step over my corpse. The people were so indignant that they wanted to eat their flesh and sleep in their skins. What had seemed to be a brutal abuse had now become an uncontested act of justice. Wang Qingyuan's strength was immense, ripping the tough dragon tendon out 50 meters and finally pulling it out alive. It was like a long whip, flowing with blood and flickering with a faint divine light. Chang Yi's body was devoid of the dragon tendons, and all of a sudden, he went limp, like a dead fish, his eyes devoid of any expression, lingering and completely desperate. All the crusaders stopped their voices at this moment, staring blankly at the myth-like image of Nezha drawing the dragon's tendons, their souls trembling deeply. Asterisk. Really plucked. Zhang Hao wailed. The others were even more dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming, sighing that the world was so crazy and unreal. You have obtained dragon tendon. His body was excellent refining material, it couldn't be wasted, it had to be all in the bag. But before that, his soul mark must be erased. Samadhi. A wisp of divine fire emerged from Wang Qingyuan's fingertips, sweeping with a thick majesty, as if it was able to burn through this heaven and earth, and even this space was distorted and shaken. Grandson. The old Chang family immortal was hysterical, looking at the completely paralyzed Chang Yi with rage and despair. His python body was solid, exceeding the thickness of a stone pillar and comparable in length to a building, and at this moment, it was releasing a destructive momentum, like a wild python heavenly disaster. Little. I'm going to make you beg for life and beg for death. Tear away. The Chang clan's old immortal's breath exploded for a split second, shaking back the crowds that surrounded him and tearing open an opening to burrow into the ring space. All of them screamed that it was bad and rushed after them. If he was such a powerful existence, even if Wang Qingyuan's strength was heaven-defying, I was afraid that he would be instantly killed in seconds, with no room for resistance. In the ring space, the already gloomy heaven and earth were even more stormy at this moment. The void shattered open like a mirror, and a giant black python strongly appeared from it, glaring with golden vertical pupils as if it was a giant beast of the end times. The intensity of the killing intent that erupted was so strong that it even made many people unable to withstand it, vomiting and instantly turning pale. An immortal level existence was simply too terrifying. Sinful animal, don't hurt my grandson, or else I will rub your soul alive. Wang Qingyuan just glanced at him, looming unafraid, but instead, his battle intent was even greater, and no one could reverse the end of his desire to kill Chang Yi, even if thousands of mountains pressed down on his head. Boom! Samadhi true fire drilled in from the dragon's head, and eroded Chang Yi's soul instantly, without any resistance. In the process of extracting the dragon's south tendons in the square, he had already broken his Taoist heart, and now his body is dead, which is a kind of liberation for him instead. The mixed sky eye was withdrawn, and Wang Qingyuan skewered his dragon god alive with his fire-tipped spear, holding it aloft before the gazes of the crowd. The Chang family's old immortal instantly went mad at the sight. The huge python fiercely attacked, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and this area of space was trembling violently, about to face collapse. Everyone was shocked, as if they had already seen the tragic end of Wang Qingyuan being smashed into flesh alive. Boom boom boom. The python's attack came to a halt, and the resulting force caused the earth to cave in, mountains to crumble, and space to shatter open, rolling up a storm hundreds of meters high. Sekiyuki blushed miserably. Zhang Hao Jiangyu and the others covered their mouths. Charlotte's legs went weak and she sat down delicately on the floor. The others were even more desperate. This world-destroying might, even if there were 10 more Wang Qingyuan would not be able to withstand it. Time seems to stand still in this moment. However, Russell, just as the dust was about to dissipate into nothingness with the pouring rain, a raging flame erupted in the dust. In an instant, an incomparably huge fire lotus was formed, encompassing heaven and earth. P.S. Another chapter later. Chapter 55, 3 heads and 8 arms. The god of slaying descended. The fire lotus emerged, the heat wave was monstrous, and the raging of the firelight was almost capable of annihilating heaven and earth and devouring all life. Everyone thought that Wang Qingyuan would surely die. But this sudden stirring of a wave of fire rekindled their hopes and at the same time overwhelmed them with shock. How did Wang Qingyuan block this blow? Everyone's gazes shot off in unison, holding their breath, wanting to thoroughly see exactly what had just happened in a split second. What? The old Chang family immortal was seared with pain from this heat wave, as if it was a direct damage to the soul. At the same time the blow, instead of hitting solidly, seemed to be warded off. But is it really possible? With the overwhelming level difference, there was no reason for him not to die. Unless there was a power similar to rules in his career system. Against the might of the fire lotus, the giant python wanted to crush it alive into mush, but it was never able to sink an inch further. The energy of the confrontation was just too strong. The rustling sound carried the mixed sky damask in all directions, covering the sky and then turning back sharply. Wang Qingyuan's samadhi true fire erupted in a blowout on the soles of his feet, hardening his body and piercing a hole of fire through the python's body. At this very moment, a holy and solemn lotus flower bloomed in the heavenly dome, emitting an aura that nourished heaven and earth, and all the treasures of the world would be completely dimmed under this precious light. Amidst the precious light of the lotus flower, a figure stood proudly, wielding a fire-tipped spear in his hand, straddling his body as the mixed sky aya blossomed around him. Then he folded his hands and sat down on the lotus platform. A magnificent golden light erupted. The next second, in the midst of everyone's skeptical gaze, an incomprehensible and magical and heaven-defying scene appeared. Only to see that the precious light dispersed, Wang Qingyuan, in the midst of the raging flames, his left and right sides actually steeply gave birth to 2 heads, with 6 arms spreading out on both sides of them. Wang Qingyuan was armed with the fire-tipped lance, the twin swords of Yin and Yang, the demon-slaying sword, the demon-subduing pestle, the Qiankuan circle, the mixed sky aya, and the 9 dragons' divine flame shield. 3 heads, 6 eyes, 8 arms, mouth-spitting green clouds, Qiankuan Shuozuo, God's might. Wherever he looks, there are ants. In this state of Dharma body, his divinity completely overpowered his devilishness, like a truly great god descending, raising his hands and throwing his feet as if he was able to destroy everything. The whole place exploded instantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do I see? Brothers, am I bleary-eyed from too many deer? How many heads is this? How many arms is this? Can someone help me count them? My god, 3 heads and 8 arms. Is Wang Qingyuan still human? Is he a god or a devil? It's awesome. How can you say that? In my eyes, Wang Qingyuan is now a true god. All the people who witnessed this situation had every cell in their body boiling and their brains rumbling. Don't say that a living, breathing person is born with 3 heads and 8 arms in front of him. It was that having swiped through countless horrifying copies all this time, not a single evil sneak had such a shocking evolution. It's a dream. Old ancestor has become a god. Guan Shu wailed. The others froze in place, completely petrified, gazing up at the godlike figure, their hearts rumbling and beating. Even the old immortal of the Chang family's voice couldn't stop trembling a bit, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Wang Qingyuan danced his fire-tipped spear and abruptly opened his eyes, flashing a stern essence as the lotus treasure light blossomed behind him. Fierce god. Demon snake. Trying to kill me, you're not worthy yet. The wind fire wheel of samadhi fire erupted under his feet, propelling Wang Qingyuan to swipe a fiery light in the air, as if he was splitting the world into two. Naja's Dharma body and treasures, which were known as the mobile arsenal of heaven, struck out with a brilliant heavenly power that shook even the earth. Guan Derong and the others' blood boiled with fervor, their whole bodies surging with power as they joined the battlefield and fought against the Chang clan's group of snake immortals. Under the scene that is like a battle between gods and demons, all students have to stay away, fearing that they will be affected by such a level of battle, not to mention participating, or being impacted by the aftermath. I am afraid that they will be seriously injured on the spot. Geez, what the hell is going on here? Didn't say there was a link like this. I'm going home. However, what the crowd did not expect was that one wave had not yet subsided and another wave had arisen. A group of figures wearing black robes appeared from the foot of Mount Hua and arrived in the middle of the battlefield. They exuded a disturbing aura of decay, evil, chaos, and depravity. These people ignored the center of the battle and turned their attention to a black dog in the crowd of onlookers. Make it quick and catch the big Tengu. Remember, it may only be captured alive. If it is wounded or maimed, then you will commit harakiri. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? What level of battle is this? I'm afraid such an intense melee will alarm the whole country. It's simply spectacular. Boy, that boa constrictor I can understand. That three-headed, eight-armed thing that's now battling with it, what is it? Impossible, you must be blind. Ah, it really is 3 heads and 8 arms. The Church of the 10,000 Ghosts mixed with a few Sakura Nation people were heading straight towards Kuro, wanting to capture the so-called Otengu, as they called it, alive. They passed through the crowd without a care in the world, casually wounding several people with the intention of capturing them alive. Xiao He reflexively dodged, and then fled in the direction of the battlefield, in the direction of where Wang Qingyuan was. In the face of such a situation, the already confused crowd's heads were even more like a muddle, unable to understand any mind. It all happened so suddenly. And when Zhang Hao and the others saw this, their eyes widened in anger. These rats from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, how dare they show up on top of Mount Hua in such a grand manner? Are those vigilantes eaters? Maybe they raided too fast. If there wasn't chaos here, what ungrateful person would dare to break into Mount Hua? Lazy talk is good for listening. As long as they are from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, they should all be killed, not one of them will be left behind. Do it! Some people who had stayed out of the fray also joined the melee. For a while, the top of Mount Hua was rumbling with explosions. As for Stygian Frost, he sat in his original position and seemed to have no desire to make a move, just staring at the black dog that was being chased. A puzzled look appeared on the bright and colorful face. Strange, how did Tsunade turn black? Then, as if waking up, she covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Ha! Was that me talking just now? The battle came to a fever pitch. Wang Qingyuan incarnated in the state of 3 heads and 8 arms, his strength was elevated to a height that was far beyond his level, and with the various types of strong and absolute magic treasures in his hands, he could exert the superb combat power of destroying mountains and rivers and breaking the sea. The cloudy sky was dyed a fiery red, as if there were rolling flames burning in it. At this moment, Guan Derong as well as Li Zhang and other powerhouses above LV 80 level all took the initiative to go forward to surround the Chang family's old immortal, raising their hands and feet with the might of destroying the city, hitting the shockwaves that rumbled like the sound of the great Tao permeating the area. The snake immortals of the Chang clan attacked and killed one after another, wanting to cut down Wang Qingyuan, the sinful animal, on the spot. Yet they were simply not strong enough. Wang Qingyuan rushed to kill the enemy, his 3 heads and 8 arms showing their divine power. His fire-tipped gun pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man who bore the brunt of the attack, and the flames ejected from the tip of the gun penetrated straight into the heavens. Immediately, the Qiankuan circle smashed the head of a beautiful woman, and her headless body fell to its death from the high sky on the spot. The twin yin-yang swords chopped in quick succession, and 2 Chang family juniors had their heads chopped off by him, still dead as they rolled to the ground. Wang Qingyuan was like a demon god in disguise, bathed in blood on the spot, but the precious light of the lotus flower always blossomed, making his entire body pure and spotless. Looking at the teenager who was so crazy about killing, 2 words rose in everyone's heart without a doubt. Slaying God. Chapter 56, Sun-Swallowing Divine Monarch, Roaring Dog. Wang Qingyuan transformed into a god of killing, toppling the Neza Dharma body to kill in all directions, and the Chang family's group of descendants were all killed without a single piece of armor left. It was as if the one fighting at the moment was not him, but the Lotus Dharma body behind him, whose power was mind-blowingly incomprehensible. The female immortals of the Hu family lost their colors and did not participate from the beginning to the end. At the same time, they were also glad that they had not shown their closeness to the Chang family before. If not, he himself would only be unable to escape being hunted down. Chang Lao, save me. Don't you come over here. Please let me go. I slipped and didn't even touch you. Ah, devil, I'll fight you. Wang Qingyuan only kill not cross, regardless of good or evil, as long as the intention of their own hands of people, a kill through, never tolerate. Under the three-headed, eight-armed Dharma body, he had become the supreme combatant in this battlefield, sweeping away all obstacles. Even though the Chang family's old immortal was powerful, she could not be surrounded by so many people, letting out angry curses while struggling to cope with the skills of all the powerful people. Now, Wang Qingyuan stepped on his wind fire wheel and drew up to the sky, looking down at the fierce melee below, drawing off Chang's dragon tendon and beheading him. He had a premonition that the scene would develop toward an uncontrollable trend, but he did not expect it to be so drastic. Moreover, the Church of All Ghosts and Sakura dogs were actually involved. But their goal. Woof woof. Woof. Woof woof woof. Xiao Hei jumped up and down in the chase of the crowd of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, his slender body incomparably flexible, frequently dodging grabs. However, listening to its voice, it was obviously extremely panicked as well, running towards the spot where Wang Qingyuan was, frantically begging for help. Wang Qingyuan narrowed his eyes as his killing intent erupted, and as the flames rose, he shot towards the crowd. Whether it's to save a classmate or for the animosity of the Church of All Ghosts is irrelevant at this point, because he's on a killing spree. Many magic weapons and wind and fire wheels swept by, and in just one look, a dozen people were chopped off and burned to ashes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This killing god is on to us. To withdraw or not to withdraw. Baka. Don't retreat. Don't you want the mother goddess womb anymore? Capture the great Tengu, fulfill our agreement, and don't retreat a step even if they all die. Aw darn it. Most of the crowd of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts were unable to take a single blow, and it was only after they had been decimated in large swathes that a mountain of flesh with a tall figure fended off Wang Qingyuan's attack. But it was only a mere resistance, and then the moment his breath erupted, the bizarre mountain of flesh on his body was melted by the heat, and blood and flesh fluttered and fell. Asterisk 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 off. Wang Qingyuan circled back in the air. The wind and fire wheels cut off his head, and his headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud, the cut side of his neck still burning with flames and no sound. The crowd of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, however, were no vegetarians, and in a few seconds' gap, they swooped in from all sides, grabbing Blackie and preparing to bolt. I was about to come to the rescue. Wang Qingyuan, however, saw Xiao Hei's gaze, which had never left his body from the beginning to the end. His soul was steeped in. It was as if an indescribable familiarity had emerged. Blackie. With a movement of Wang Qingyuan's palm, the transformation pill transformed into a stream of light and flew straight into the dog's mouth, and the medicinal power instantly dissolved and flowed into every cell of the body. Originally still struggling violently, Xiao Hei stopped moving, his eyes were wide, and his two legs stomped. Immediately afterward, incomparably fierce demonic chi mixed with the breath of the gods appeared from its body, and then violently erupted, and the huge aura shocked the crowd of 10,000 Ghosts Church back away from the crowd alive. What's going on? How did this dog's energy become so huge? What did it just eat? A power pill? Ah, this dog almost stomped me to death. At least 2 bones are broken. The others were completely baffled. Instead, a few of the Sakura nation were excited. What a powerful demonic aura. This is the great demon of my Sakura country, the great Tengu. Let it return to the 100 demon spectrum. This matter cannot be delayed any further. Waste. You're all losers. Catch it for me. However, at this moment, Xiao Hei no longer kept a low profile, and the medicinal power of the transformation pill was integrated into its limbs and bones, causing its aura to leap to the level of a great demon. Woof! Letting out a long whistling sound, it popped up from the crowd and leapt hundreds of meters high. The demonic aura filled the entire battlefield, drawing sideways glances from the crowd. Ah, Blackie! Charlotte exclaimed. Umat Babuda, could it be that little Black has obtained a chance against the heavens? Wang Qingyuan gave it the transformation pill. Good guy, what an atmosphere. Even if that thing was sold for $1 billion, there would be a huge rush. Swallow the transformation pill. Xiao Hei did not take the form of a person as imagined, but after the demonic chi soared, the figure became fluttering, as if it was not a solid entity. Between the action wandering as ink, as if conceptualized generally, the entire body appears more dynamic. God is no longer a mortal child on earth. Following which, the black fur on its body faded away as much as it could and was colored with a layer of snow white, turning it from a black dog into a slender white dog. What? The crowd was shocked. A few people from the Sakura kingdom were even more dumbfounded, their eyes completely losing their luster. Wasn't their great Tengu black? How could it be white? What the hell did that god of kill just feed? We're still the great Tengu. However, the moment Wang Qingyuan saw that slender white dog, like ink crossing the sky, he was instantly stunned, and an extremely familiar mythological image jumped into his mind. Let him ghost out swallowing the sun god. Snarling dog? Ding! Sun swallowing god roaring dog returns to its position. You have obtained a strand of the residual thought of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuing Yangjian from Jiankou. When you reach LV 60, you can summon the Erlang Xian Shangzhenjun Dharma body to descend. Against all odds. It's really a snarling dog. Wang Qingyuan keenly observed that this time, the hints about the roaring dog were not about obtaining as well as Dharma body. Rather, it's homing in. From the body of Xiao He, he felt a strong and pure demonic chi and divine power, not like a fake. This is really the original authentic, fake one-for-one snarling dog honcho. Wang Qingyuan's breathing stuttered. An outrageous but reasonable idea appeared, as if to give him some sort of direction. Little Black, enraged after the chase he had just been on, flashed from the sky with a speed comparable to that of a hanged man, tearing up between the Church of 10,000 Ghosts and the Sakura dogs, his teeth razor-sharp and extremely fast. Although Roaring Dog is Yang Jian's little follower, its battle record should not be underestimated. It has bitten Sun Wukong's thigh, and it has also bitten Zhao Gongming, the first master of the Interceptor sect, and assisted Erlangshan in killing the nine-headed worm. At this time, facing such a group of curmudgeons, naturally destroying them was generally effortless. Wang Qingyuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and no longer paid attention to this side of the battle. Instead, he looked towards the fierce battle between the crowd of powerful people and the old Chang family immortal. Delayed, this old thing is really strong and outrageous. It seems that it needs to take some more effort. And right at this moment, Bao Yuao, who had always been lying on the ground without moving, suddenly saw his eyes light up and shouted in a loud voice. Great job! Phew! Tired me out. The mech is finally rubbing. Chapter 57, Mecha Ambush, Cyber Subdues Demons. P.S. The Big Brother Lightly Spray, reference to the game's Mecha Bodhisattva and Mecha Officer General Head. When Bao Yuao, as if relieved, held out a technological Rubik's Cube, many people's attention was attracted to it, feeling a powerful force brought about by technology. You finally rubbed it in. Is this a mech? Where is it? Where is it? Why don't I see anything? I think it's hidden in that Rubik's Cube. Woohoo, hurry up and try driving it. The few students in the monster class had some expectations, and it was also the first time they had seen Bao Yuao hand rubbing a mecha. Previously, they had always thought that he was a relative of the principal and had simply been shoved in to mix experience. Bao Yuao looked back at the crowd with a serious face and said, I don't know how to drive. He said, my level is too low, I can only spell out the mech, but I can't control it myself. Ah this. Then what the hell are you doing rubbing it all together? But, Bao Yuao's words changed. With open access, others can maneuver. The crowd sniffed. Then his gaze slowly turned to the three-headed figure. Wang Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then slowly approached the technological magic cube, and suddenly felt an extremely suitable and very powerful force. As if it was tailor-made for himself. The power of the official general's head in the soul world actually shook slightly. Fengdu Technology, Geocache Mecha, you deserve it. Brother Qingyuan, you take the controls. Gazong Mecha. Wang Qingyuan almost thought that he had heard wrongly. The Gazong King's Buddhist teachings are boundless. It is not wrong for him to know. This kid actually knows Fengdu. In the midst of his thoughts, the moment his fingertips then touched the technological tesseract, it quickly began to disintegrate, releasing an azure light of energy. Boom! As if being pulled, Wang Qingyuan's Neza body dissipated, and then the green and red ghost aura erupted, and the two generals of enhancement and loss appeared, treading on the 7 stars, and lined up in front of the formation, as the ghosts and deities of the open road. Wang Qingyuan only felt like he was fusing with the technological tesseract, as if he was getting bigger like the law of the heavens and the earth, and his perspective was rapidly elevated, and the height of the mech had already exceeded that of a skyscraper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So spectacular. The huge commotion drew everyone's attention, and no one knew what was happening. Only a mecha was seen rising up from the ground, as if it was supporting both heaven and earth. And the ghostly energy of the head of the official general also exploded, waving the torture instrument at the head of the formation of magic weapons, rising up dense mist, appearing mysterious and incomparable. 3 pillars of incense are inserted into the head of the sun, opening up the sky and dispersing the fog to reveal the yin and yang. He drinks evil spirits with his flowery face and fangs, and shakes the 8 directions with his astral steps. Clad in battle armor to block ghosts and demons, holding a talismanic blade in his hand to cut down demons. The sky is clear, the moon is bright, and the head of the official general, my Buddha is merciful, the king of earth. Rumble. Under the strong might of the 2 generals who had increased and lost their power to open the way, the Jizo King mech appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Due to Bao Yuao's mechanic profession, it was not forged through mortal iron and bronze. Rather, it was cobbled together through the modules he had in his career space and put in a key energy core before it could be rubbed together into a complete mech. Rather than a technological mecha, it was more like a machine art version of the law of the heavens. Wang Qingyuan was in the technological magic cube, the Jizo King mecha, and there was no such thing as a cockpit in modern technology, but rather a link between consciousness and soul. He became one with the mech, not sharing anything. Everything moved with his mind, without any obstruction. But the energy required was too much, even for a chakra monster like Wang Qingyuan. He was somewhat confused for a moment. The head of the earth-hidden king mech is in the clouds, can only vaguely see a little, and extremely untrue, as if covered with a layer of mysterious veil. Mortals cannot peek at its true appearance. However, that solemn body vibrated with the sound of the great Tao Brahma, and the Buddha's might filled the entire space, rumbling. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and the shock was no less than the scene where Wang Qingyuan had previously transformed into 3 heads and 8 arms. Oh damn, my god. Look at this, dear friends. Look at this amazing Mecha Buddha. Lutzizer's eyes lit up in amazement and even his accent changed to that of a graceful priest. Charlotte looked up into the sky and nearly sat on her, but as a whole. Sun Xiaoxia let out a whoop, then looked at the bald man next to her. 3 burials Dahue, this is your Buddhist bodhisattva, isn't it? Is there really an organic armor bodhisattva? The 3 burials rarely put away their sullen faces and folded their hands in respect. Buddhas have no appearance. Mecha bodhisattvas are also bodhisattvas, and as long as there is a Buddha in the heart, everything is a Buddha. Sun Xiaoxia seemed to understand, only knowing that the Mecha Jizo in front of him, which was controlled by Wang Qingyuan, had only 2 simple words written on its face. Invincible. The body follows the mind. Wang Qingyuan's mind could manipulate all the movements of the Mecha Geocache without any obstacles, so he decided to fight quickly. Otherwise even he could not withstand such a huge supply of energy. What? Chang family old immortal at the moment feel the sky has collapsed, originally surrounded by the crowd has been a bit unable to cope with, but also want to find an opportunity to leave, choose a day to avenge the great. However, the moment this Mecha Bodhisattva appeared, he felt a strong sense of oppression. The 2 great ghost kings glared deathly, releasing the might of the fierce ghosts. Even if it wasn't the real Earth Store, just having its form and a single Buddhist law as thin as a silk thread, was enough to kill him 1,000 times. This was pure suppression, and even if one had 10,000 means, it would be difficult to utilize them at this moment. In front of the Earth Store King's wisp of Buddhism, there was no difference between him and a loach. Boom! Wang Qingyuan Buddha palm fell, compassionate lowered eyebrows, the air was stirred up by this horrible power flames, like the annihilation of the world suddenly fell, the great Tao Brahma rumbled. Back, back, back. Guan Delong and the others dispersed in a flurry, fearing that they would be affected by the power. After such a fierce battle, the old Chang family immortal was also at the end of his strength, and could no longer make any waves, and now he was resisting, only missing an attack that could determine the victory or defeat. And apparently the time is now. Trap the demon snake. He can't get away. Go! Send him to the Western Rudra. The old Chang family immortal was terrified, the threat of death swept through his body, but he had no power to resist in this Buddha's might, and was completely deterred. It was no longer the same soul power, no longer something that rank could shackle. No! No! Boom! Buddha palm fell, the earth roared, the top of manhwa crumbled into pieces, as if everything was going to be annihilated in it, the dust rolled up 10,000 feet high, obscuring everything visible. The only one was the geocache Mecha. Flashing with the light of technology, as well as the golden Buddha's might, and the Buddha's light shone through the vault of the sky, and the sun set on the golden mountain, and it was reflected in each other's eyes. Dead! Dead! The old Chang family immortal has been suppressed by the Bodhisattva. Ah, we won! We have finally removed this scourge. Heaven has eyes. Wang Qingyuan is awesome. Mecha Jizo is awesome. Oh my god. I can't believe we did something so unbelievable together. Phew, I'm exhausted, we're awesome. Wang Qingyuan is only going to shake the nation this time. Do you think he will get the attention of the dragon head of Yanxia? I'm not sure, I've been alive for 30 years and I still don't even know what our Yanxia's dragon head looks like, or even what his name is. Anyway, whatever. We won. All the people cheered loudly, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the Buddha's light, even if the sun had already set, day and night. Still under this light, like a long night bright light. Chapter 58 Dragon Emperor's Holy Decree. A new journey. All the dust had settled, and the Huashan martial arts competition had completely come to a close. Before it started, no one could have predicted that it would end like this. It was practically no different from the great battle of the Demon Clan. Many people were still in a state of confusion until the moment it ended. Many leaders who caught wind of the situation hurried up the mountain to clean up the mess and at the same time learn about the situation here. The other side. The 2 silhouettes stood outside the battlefield, gazing at the post-battle mess with different emotions. Wicked Jade was clad in a trench coat, her body was proud, her long life-threatening legs were matched with high heels, and the slight folds of the stockings at the nest of her legs were eye-catching, and her temperament was incomparably pure desire. Wang Qingyuan is really perverted to the extreme. Unsurprisingly, he really killed the people of the Chang family, and that also includes that old immortal. Can only say that it is not worthy of him? Wicked Jade had a cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a different color, but he always felt that this was too big a deal. The ancient-style girl next to her, with her small hands behind her back, bright and colorful, her big eyes fluttering, said, "Even Jizo has come out. Even though it's just a rubbed-out fake prop, there's more or less some strength in it. After all, the Pathfinder Demon God is the genuine article." Wicked Jade looked at the young girl next to her, becoming more and more unreadable, inexplicably having a deep sense of scorn. "Who the hell are you now, Underfrost?" Hades Frost seemed to understand and rolled his eyes. "I don't know, maybe Queen, maybe Nine, maybe something else. I could be anyone." Starting to say something that others couldn't understand again. Evil Jade sighed, then asked, "Does the Dragon Emperor know about this big thing that happened?" The Dragon Emperor in her mouth was one of the heads that ruled Yanxia after the end of the Age of Gods, and almost no one had ever seen his true appearance, and even fewer had ever heard of his name. Only know that he is the important existence of this Yanxia can be based on the world, only hand to cover the sky, ruling the whole 9 states. Dragon Emperor, said Hades Frost. Of course he knows everything, but he can't change any of this, because this is the law of the Great Tao's operation, and you and I are just a pawn in it, and we can only follow the well-established route. After a pause, she added, when the ancestor of the Chang family learns of what happened here, he will surely set off a scourge, and the next few months of Yanxia will not be peaceful. Does Wang Qingyuan need to hide for a while? Evil Jade asked. No one can kill him, he doesn't need to hide, but it's also true that he doesn't need to be within the Yanxia realm for the time being, as most of the gods' main bodies are outside. Hades Frost's eyes flowed, and she glanced at the imperial sister beside her again. The same goes for you. The Dragon Emperor has given you the opportunity to advance to LV 100 level, but in correspondence with that, you have to return to Sakura country as soon as possible. Hearing this, Wicked Jade was stunned and asked in some confusion, and the reason? He's going to find Su Fu. Wicked Jade was silent. A week soon passed. Regarding the battle of the Huashan Martial Arts Fighting Association, it was not open to the public and was tightly concealed. After all, this matter was too big. But in the circle of high-ranking professionals, this was no longer a secret. Whether it was Chang'e getting his tendons and skin removed, or the old Chang clan immortal getting slapped to death, even the ancient ghosts and gods of Yanxia appeared in the mortal world through the descent of the Dharma body. Everyone realized at the same time, the gears of the history of the myth of Yanxia has been pried at this moment, perhaps in the near future, will be reappearing on Earth. For the next while, Wang Qingyuan all returned to his normal life as before. Every day, besides going to school, he was going to complete some ghost-killing section tasks, which was very boring. The influence of the Huashan martial arts competition was evident, and amongst the circle of powerful people, Wang Qingyuan's name had been thoroughly branded. It had even been listed as number 1 on the assassination list by the Church of 10,000 Ghosts. But this influence is not able to completely pass on to everyone in Yanxia. After all, this is not just something that can be done by simply letting them know, but it is necessary to form a complete belief system, and even the emergence of incense in temples. It's a long process. Another close to 20 days passed. Wang Qingyuan no longer goes to school because no teacher can teach him. He now just hangs on to his school registration and then waits for his diploma to arrive. As for the side of the ghost-killing section, Wang Qingyuan formed his own squad, and the 3 burials, as well as Lu Zai's and others, joined the squad and registered their names. And the name of the squad is Purple Heaven Palace. During this period, he made a trip back to his old home, Yushin Village, which was still like a paradise, undisturbed and even as if it didn't exist. Even if someone came here by mistake, when they left, they would quickly forget this place. Although this was strange, he wasn't sure what the problem was, so he simply stopped thinking about it. From his mother, Jiang Shulan, and other relatives, he inquired a little about his father's youthful past, whose image was similar to that of the folkloric Fangshi, a passionate but mysterious downtrodden Taoist priest. One day, many years ago, he stumbled into the village of Yushin and settled here. There was little useful information, and the order flag never responded much, so after enjoying a few days of living off the grid, he returned to the city once again. Also, little Erin is still getting beat up every day and crying for her brother to take her away. On this day, Li Zhang was honored to be promoted as the president of Tianlong University and joyfully approached Wang Qingyuan, telling him how he had raised his eyebrows these days and made the old people and children of the main school fly all over the place. After saying enough, he suddenly remembered the business and pulled out a black and gold-colored scroll. Headmaster, this is... Wang Qingyuan felt a hegemonic imperial aura on this scroll, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 years of history. Within the lines on it, there seemed to be a true dragon's might spewing out. Li Zhang was serious and solemn. This is the Dragon Emperor's holy decree for you. Imperial Edict. Wang Qingyuan tried to open it, but there was no response, so he looked up curiously and asked, Headmaster, do you know what the Dragon Emperor looks like? What's his name? Li Zhang shook his head. It's unclear, not many people have seen it. But it's only known that he's a Tongtian powerhouse, whose rank and strength are not at a height that you and I can imagine. Since it's so powerful, why can't you give me the holy decree in your dream? Quietly bellyaching, Wang Qingyuan put the holy decree away and then asked, What did the Dragon Emperor say? I'm also just conveying to you, said Li Zhang. He already knows about you being able to summon a divine Dharma body and has shown you a path. You can pack up your things in the next few days, and then head to Yanxia's foreign country, a place called Dragon City Old Earth, where there might be something you want. Longcheng Old Soil. Wang Qingyuan muttered, seeming to have heard of such a place in the World Encyclopedia. In addition to the Yanxia country, the Silver Eagle Alliance, Sakura country, the Hairy Bear country, the Sela country, and so on, more than 60% of the area of the planet Earth are nearly no land, or the land of demons and monsters. The existence of large areas of land were not in the so-called order-keeping camps, but were controlled in the hands of various strong and absolute ghosts and gods and great demons. Under the official shelter of the country, people lived in peace and happiness, singing and dancing. But once they stepped into the masterless realm, they would immediately become the target of evil spirits, and it would be difficult to choose whether to live or die. That's why, except for professional exploration squads, as well as hunters, no one would easily set foot in the dangerous places of the outside world. In the outside world, there are exploration teams, hunter squads, and a unique trading system, as well as camps on all sides that wander into danger. For example, the Church of 10,000 Ghosts is headquartered in the realm of the Masterless. Li Zhang said, however, no matter where you go, strength always comes first, and everyone only respects the strong. The medallion of the Hall of Missions is global and more or less privileged when it comes to the Masterless realm, and everyone generally recognizes that kind of thing. With that, Li Zhang asked, what rank is your medal now? Shiratama. The White Jade rank was 2 segments higher than the Sovereign, and if you upgraded further, it would be Star, Pseudozune, Earth Supreme, Heaven Supreme. Li Zhang suddenly coughed violently, cough cough cough. By you, well, not bad not bad, it seems like you've been working pretty hard all along. He was currently only a Grand Master, 1 level lower than Wang Qingyuan. After all, he had become a Vice Principal at the age of 30, and he had managed to put aside even his own rank, let alone his medal rank. It was really a bit of laziness. Headmaster, going to the old land of the Dragon City, is that considered a mission given to me by the Dragon Emperor? Wang Qingyuan asked. Li Zhang nodded, then said, there are some things that you may only know one thing, but not the other. The land of Dragon City Old Land is 30,000 miles across, rich in materials and history, but it was actually once the land of my Yanxia kingdom. Oh, this Wang Qingyuan really did not expect. Then what does the Dragon Emperor want me to do? It can't be for me to reclaim the old land, right? Ha! Why are you so smart? Asterisk 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 asterisk? That's true, isn't it? Principal, are you sure I can handle this? Didn't I give you holy orders? Li Zhang explained, the Dragon Emperor's true words have the power of the Son of Heaven. When a merchant ship traveling on the sea encounters a sea demon making waves, the holy decree is issued and all demons retreat. Its heavenly might is not something you and I can imagine. Don't ever take holy orders for granted. Wang Qingyuan stared, so ruthless? Who's as ruthless as you? Li Zhang muttered, then said, but the Dragon Emperor surely won't let you work for nothing. I've put the things I gave you here, so get ready and move this week, I'm leaving. Li Zhang didn't say any more and flashed away. What he left on the table was an antique locket, which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. Just a slight sniff made the cells of his entire body cheer. It's good stuff. Opening the locket, it was really a pill with a golden shell, the size of a pigeon's egg, and a strong medicinal fragrance. Even the sleeping white fine dog Xiaohei was attracted up. Just as he wanted to inquire about what this thing was, his eyes were suddenly drawn to the 2 tall-hatted ghostly figures, one black and one white, in the box. It says, Shibian, Fan Wushu. P.S. To the transition chapter, writing a little slower, Big Brother to bear a little, after the plot still maintained the high combustion setting, the small author heavy Kaodao. Chapter 59, Black and White Uncanny. Masterless Realm. Xia Bian, Fan Wao Sui? The 7 Masters and the 8 Masters. The Black and White Irregulars. Wang Qingyuan froze. Among the Hells, they are known as the 8 Masters. The first and second Masters are the civil and military magistrates, being Chuizhu and Zhongkue, who are kind-hearted and upright. The third and fourth Masters are Ox-heads and Horsefaces, responsible for capturing the escaped ghosts and evil spirits, very powerful, and not some small card up the mic. The fifth and sixth Masters are the Golden Shackles and Silver Locks, specializing in taking in the souls of great traitors and evil people. Legend has it that the soul of Xiangyu, the king of Western Chu, was hooked away by these 2. As for the 7 Masters and 8 Masters, they are the Black and White Irregulars in the box, Xiabian and Fan Wushang. Their main duties are to apprehend ghosts, reward the good and punish the bad. The Black and White Irregulars, also known as the Uncanny Ghosts, are one of the 10 marshals of Fengdu. They are very powerful. Wang Qingyuan was immediately ecstatic, not realizing that there was actually this kind of treasure in the box. This was because he clearly felt an incomparably dense and pure ghostly aura on these 2 stone-carved ghostly figures. Ding! You have obtained the original sculpture of Black and White. Black Impermanence. Return to your place. White Erratic. Return to your place. The system's beep sounded, and the black and white ghostly aura instantly filled the room, with 2 clusters of energy roaming above, blowing gusts of ghastly wind, and eerie laughter coming out. The temperature plummeted dozens of degrees, and a thick layer of frost even formed on the windows. Gradually, these 2 masses of ghostly chi condensed into 2 figures. The 7th Master White Impermanence, tall and thin, pale, mouth long tongue, dressed in plain sarong, the official hat is written on the sea the birth of wealth. 8th Master Black Impermanence, ferocious face, body white and strong, dressed in plain black clothes, the official hat is written on the world peace. Returning again. Seeing these 2 true bodies appear, even Wang Qingyuan subconsciously had his heart shaken and felt a great pressure. But soon, the black and white invincible bodies returned to the origin sculpture, perhaps because they now had no incense temples, so they could only temporarily reside here. But regardless, one seems to have been able to use their powers, and that's all that matters. As for the elixir, Wang Qingyuan pinched at his fingertips and surveyed it for a few moments, then directly threw it into his mouth. The medicinal power instantly dissolved, the sense of fresh fragrance penetrated through the whole body, and the tiredness that had been accumulating all along was swept away. Nothing else seems to have changed. After lifting the clothes and looking at them, there was no so-called marrow cleansing and the appearance of a pile of foul-smelling black mud. Even more so, there was no sudden change in appearance, or certain parts of the body becoming hard and large, such as muscles. Couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, then checking the personal information panel that hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared in front of him. Host, Wang Qingyuan. Occupation, Theater Shinto. Rank, LV. 58. Deity/Demons, White Crane Child, Official General Show, Zhongkui, Guanyu, Fa High, Neza 3 Princes, Black and White Irregulars. Skill/Spells, Big Dipper 7 Star Steps, 3 Steps to Zan, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon, 3 Heads and 8 Arms, Samadhi Fire, Transit of Soldiers. Weapons/Magical Weapons, 3-Stranded Fork, Fire Sign, Zhongkui Sword, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Fire Pointed Gun, Mixed Heavily Aya, Shin Koan Circle, Twin Swords of Yin and Yang. Props/Trusts, Lotus Flower of Neza's 3 Princes, a Wisp of Yang Jian's Divine Thoughts, Sculpture of the Origin of the Irregulars. Special ability, others can accomplish remote Dharma descent by means of tokens given by you. White Crane Child, Official General's Head, 3 Pillars of Clear Incense. Zhongkui Chewing Ghosts. Naja, Lotus Flower. Guanyu, Spring and Autumn. Phi Hai, Buddha's Name. Yang Jian, Transfer Order. Black and White, Ghosts. The system panel became more and more fleshed out as Wang Qingyuan was able to summon more and more ghosts and gods as well as historical figures, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long before it would be like a heavenly book. However, more skill was not better, whether it was spells or divine weapons, naturally, more was better, and this was also the root of his ability to gain a foothold. However, Wang Qingyuan soon found an important point in it. Level LV. 58 now. Obviously, he had only upgraded to LV. 48 yesterday. How could he suddenly turn around in a flash? Wang Qingyuan was suddenly stunned and looked towards the small box that was already empty. Could it be that the potency of the elixir had directly raised me a full 10 levels? With just 2 more levels, you can summon the descent of the Dharma body of Erlang Haiyan Shangzhenjuan of Gujianku. I can't believe there's such a good thing. Go through fire and water, Ah Huang. The harvest this time was tremendous, making Wang Qingyuan feel quite comfortable and in a good mood. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to this trip to the old earth of Dragon City. The world outside the official asylum, he has long wanted to go to see some, and there is a dragon emperor said the things needed, now is a trip well. 2 days later, Wang Qingyuan loaded everything into the system space and traveled lightly. As early as the day before, he had bid farewell to the crowd in droves, taking only Blackie with him on the road. The crowd of the new squad still needed to continue to work hard on upgrading at the school, their qualifications were all top-notch, and with the dedicated training from Tianlong University, they would definitely progress rapidly. As for Wicked Jade's side, the 2 of them just had a phone call, and then they were nearly completely disconnected, with the other party only leaving a message. I'm going to Sakura country, when the time is right later, you can meet me at the Kamiyo clan of the Gosen family, I'll be waiting for you. Wang Qingyuan let out a long breath, stood in the skyscraper, once again overlooking the bustling city, and then stepped on the wind and fire wheels and headed towards the city gate, not waiting for the security guards behind him to yell out the no-flying order. Wind and fire wheel speed, and Jingwei City is a coastal city, from the border is very close, there are special procedures, unimpeded step out of the Yanxia territory. After crossing the vast and boundless sea, the boundless desert appeared in front of us, and as far as the eye could see, it was all desolate and desolate, withered vines and faint crows, compared to the hot summer city, it was 2 worlds altogether. Is this the masterless realm? The barren desert was a different kind of spectacular, giving him a sense of relief that a fish had entered the water and was no longer bound. Gradually deeper and deeper into the desert, miasma is very heavy, and there is a demonic fog filled, and from time to time you can see some rankless little ghosts scurrying around, curiously looking at this human teenager. Such a state of existence made Wang Qingyuan feel quite rare. According to the location shown on the map, it would take roughly 3 days of footwork to reach the old soil of Dragon City. However, Wang Qingyuan was not in a hurry, he wanted to slow down and explore this untouched zone first. Halfway through the trip, Wang Qingyuan was hungry and wanted to open meat. At this time, a yellow-striped python drilled out from underneath the desert's feet and opened its huge mouth, seemingly wanting to swallow Xiaohei in one bite. But Xiaohei's demonic aura filled the room and instantly stunned it, and in turn, it was swallowed in one bite. Placing the other end of the bite off in front of him, the nerves were not dead, they were alive and well. You eat it, it's poisonous. Wang Qingyuan stuck his hands in his pockets and gazed far away, when he suddenly felt a large amount of sand and dust curling up at the end of his sight. Several jeeps were speeding up and were chasing a group of wild boar demons. Wang Qingyuan didn't want to be nosy, but the pig demon's speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye it was already not far away, so he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Blackie! Woof! Xiaohei's figure is like ink, showing his sharp teeth, demonic chi filled the air, lunging toward the pig demon, instantly biting through its hard outer skin. Chapter 60, The Eagle King. The boar demon was unbeatable and instantly killed under the tearing bite of the sun-swallowing godly monarch Little Black, sweeping across the landscape. On the other side, the crowd in the jeep saw the situation on this side from a distance and were not surprised. Ha! Why are there people in the desert? Ah, our pig demon is going to be cut off. Drive fast, any slower and it'll all be someone else's. What a ferocious dog. This aura is already comparable to a great demon. There's a young man next to him. I think he's the owner of this dog. Is he a beast master? To be able to control a great demonic creature at such a young age, this kid seems to have some strength. Stop gossiping and catch the pig demon. Don't you guys want to make money? Come on. 10 or so people jumped down from the jeep and went towards the hordes of pig demons to kill them. They were very decisive, blood on the throat, experienced enough in hunting, all of them were veterans. In just 7 or 8 minutes, hundreds of pig demons all perished, lying all over the place, their flowing blood quickly being drawn out by the vast desert. Who dash? Exhausted. A large-breasted woman in a tactical undershirt wiped off her fragrant sweat, then greeted. Go get the supply wagon and carry all these pigs up here and sell them directly to King Eagle's men. Several of his men have started to carry the pig. The large-breasted woman's gaze turned away to the young Imperial Beastmaster, then walked briskly away, accompanied by 2 men. Awesome! Junior! One of them, a big, burly uncle, spoke in a loud voice at the bottom. Hello guys! Wang Qingyuan greeted politely. Little brother's strength is not bad, he killed so many pig demons in just a while. The large-breasted woman looked to be 27 or 18, but her appearance was on the mature side, and even in her dry clothes, she had a faint air of a young woman. She had a noticeable scar on her chin, but it didn't take away from the fact that she was very eye-catching. My name is In Yang, I'm the leader of Kaishui District, king of fighting profession. These 2 are my partners, Zarin and Pippenfly. Wang Qingyuan. Pai Pengfei thin eyes and sharp mouth, looks very shrewd look, but gives the first feeling is not annoying. He pointed at the pig demons around him that were bitten to death by Little Black and asked, Little old brother, can you resell these pig demons you hunted to us? What do you guys want these for? The pig demon's corpse was useless to Wang Qingyuan, but he still wanted to learn more about the situation as much as possible. You don't know? Oh, it looks like you should have just come out from the order-keeping country. Pai Pengfei explained, we're going to sell these pig demons to the Eagle King's men, this is their food source. Eagle King? Anyang said, it's the great demonic creatures that rule this entire area called Eagle Ridge, and we are the hunters. We survive under the rule of the Eagle King, hunting the flood of plagued pig demons in exchange for resources to survive. Surviving the rule of the great demon. Wang Qingyuan felt quite rare and had the interest of wanting to deepen his understanding, then nodded his head and said, yes, thanks then. Anyang asked, elder brother Qingyuan, what did you come to this vast desert for? Looking at you, you don't look like you're wanted. It couldn't be some son of a worldly family who ran out to practice, right? Just ordinary college students who want to see the outside world a little. Wang Qingyuan said, the world out there can be brutal, but you're lucky to have run into us. Anyang was half convinced, but didn't care about it and said with a smile. Zarin hugged his bladder and agreed, that's right. If you'd accidentally stumbled into the guys from the Kanrai district, not only would they not have paid you, they would have taken everything you had and killed you, including this dog. Wang Qingyuan nodded. It seemed that as long as there were people, there was a Jianghu. No matter where one went, the rule of the weak and the strong would not change. What's this dog's name? It's so special, is it your imperial beast? Anyang wanted to get on and pet it, but Xiao Hei avoided and didn't allow it. Blackie. Xiao Hei? But it's a white dog. Hello Blackie. Anyang seems to love animals. But Blackie was disgusted by her enthusiasm, and seemed to disdain the cute name. It still preferred its other overbearing name. Anyang said, elder brother Qingyuan, if you don't have a place to go for the time being, you can choose to come back to Kaishui district with us, where there's enough food and lodging. Of course. Provided that you trust us. Zilong said, the desert is fine during the day, but at night there will be a large number of ghosts. I advise you to go back with us, lest you be targeted by the ghosts at that time. Pai Pengfei added with a cheeky smile, but let's say in advance, if you enjoy the resources of Kai Water District, then we can't pay for this pig demon. But you can come to our place to eat for free. Haha, how about that? If you're not interested, we'll settle the money. And we won't leave you here alone, we can give you a ride along the way to a populated area. Anyang was generous and spoke without any inflection. Wang Qingyuan pretended to think for a moment, then laughed, I can go to Kai Water District with you guys without any money. Provided that you guys also trust me. A few people smiled at each other and didn't say anything else. Agreed upon. Wang Qingyuan followed the caravan back, ready to inquire a little about the general state of the masterless realm. From the conversation, I learned that the forces of the masterless realm were very scattered. Even though they were ruled, they were merely each divided into a territory. And, these territories often changed hands. This is because the leaders are constantly struggling with each other, plundering each other's resources and competing for land. Broken down, there are no less than dozens of large and small plots. The Eagle King base they were in was relatively large and strong enough to live in relative comfort. These people scattered in the masterless realm contained people from many countries, but this place was closer to Yanxia, so there were also more Yanxia people. There are many reasons why one would choose to survive here, the more common of which is that one is a wanted man in the country and can no longer live the life of an ordinary person. At sunset and dusk, the caravan has reached the edge of the desert, and large and small gathering places can already be vaguely seen. Wang Qingyuan asked, "Everyone, let me ask one last question. Who is the leader of Dragon City's old land? What is the situation over there?" Hearing this, the few people who were good at talking were rare and quiet, with different expressions and even some hidden scorn. "Zarin, why do you ask? I read about it in the World Encyclopedia and wanted to check it out. I suggest you don't go." And Yang said with a gloomy face, "That place is a pure ghost nest, and there is even an army of ghosts, as well as a vicious dragon corpse that has survived for thousands of years. Kai Water District, a peaceful area, probably has close to 100 people, equivalent to a small village. But they live in tents." The crowd was not curious about the appearance of new faces, as this happens from time to time. After all, there are diversified ways to make money. "You'll stay in this tent, we'll be nearby, so you can greet us anytime if something happens," An Yang said. "Our people here aren't as vicious as in other regions, they're all very easygoing, just put your mind at ease." Pai Pengfei left behind some steaming food. After a few people left, Wang Qingyuan sat down and exhaled, and began to think. The information he got from them was all very basic, but it was better than trying to figure it out for himself. He decided to stay here for a day or two before moving on. "All right." Zarin lifted the curtain of the tent and said, "Remember not to come out at night, there will be ghosts appearing, very dangerous." "Okay." Wang Qingyuan simply ate a little something and began to wander around the settlement, chatting casually with the people coming and going until late at night before returning to his tent. The wind whistled and the temperature was low at night in the unseen realm. Odd sounds abounded, indistinguishable from the lowing of beasts or the howling of ghosts. By the latter part of the morning, gradually, the energy with its magnetic fluctuations intensified, causing the lights in the tent to flicker and flicker. Wang Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils changed to vertical pupils, and the face of General Damage flashed by. "There's a ghost." He ignored Zarin's admonition and instead poked his head out of the tent to ascertain the situation, as the sounds of a fight were already coming from outside. Under the demonic moonlight, the figures of An Yang and the others were tossing and turning, and a large number of ghostly creatures were exchanging blows with very sharp movements. Ta-da-da-da, the sound of sprinting came from the rear. "Newbie, keep your head back or it's dangerous." A cold voice came out, only to see a woman with glasses and a twisted braid coming with her sword drawn. Two sword lights chopped out, and several ghosts were instantly reduced to pieces. "Za!" gave Wang Qingyuan a quiet comment. The woman with the twisted braids said, "This happens here every night, no need to panic, just hide in peace." Wang Qingyuan didn't want to meddle in the matter and intended to stay out of it, returning to his tent to sleep. However, as the ghost's aura grew stronger, the scene gradually became more chaotic, and even screams had been heard coming from other tents, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Zarin's angry curses could be heard in the distance. "Grass! How come there are so many ghosts tonight? Didn't the ghost tide just pass?" Another voice said, "It must be that group of people in Kanlai district who deliberately lured the ghosts to our side. Damn shameless. I must kill them all. Don't go crazy first, purge all these ghosts and protect the supplies." Anyan's voice remained calm. Although all of them were professionals, there were both strong and weak, and the incoming ghosts were generally above LV 50 level, making them even more difficult to deal with when there were more of them. The battle was getting more and more intense, and besides the ghostly creatures, another group of professionals seemed to have appeared, with killing sounds that shook the heavens, frantically capturing all the survival materials here. Wang Qingyuan was a little annoyed by the noise and planned to bring Little Black and leave quietly so as not to get into unnecessary trouble. But just then, a horrible ghostly creature with a pale face, as if it had bathed in sulfuric acid, lifted the curtain of the tent, spitting out gray mist and releasing bloodthirsty red light from its eyes. An Yang, who was in the middle of the battle outside, felt bad when he saw this and was alarmed. "That's Wang Qingyuan's tent. The new guy? Crap, this is a LV 60 level big ghost. He's too unlucky. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's over." Several people were trapped in the midst of the melee, and there was no room for more rescuing, but they could only accept this reality. After all, in this kind of dangerous zone, it was not uncommon for people to die. However, the next second, the big white ghost did not break into it, but instead stiffened outside the tent for a long time. With that, a bellowing cry came from the tent. "Get out! Put!" A big foot from the fierce kick out, the so-called big ghost body on the spot burst into pieces of flesh, followed by a green figure appeared from it, releasing a more terrifying atmosphere than the Ghost King. P.S. I'm stuck on the text, I'm sorry for the slow update, I'm continuing to write. The transition plot may be a bit silly dads bear with me. Chapter 61 Erlang's Golden Body. Golden Eagle. General Damage's Dharma body appeared, his face painted, and his raging ghostly aura instantly overshadowed all the ghosts present. What's going on? A LV 60 level ghostly creature actually shattered on the spot? Anyang and the others were shocked at the sight and had no idea what was happening. The girl with the twisted braids even jumped with her eyebrows, sensing a powerful force coming out from it, making her heart feel like a drum. With that, Wang Qingyuan walked out of the tent, followed by a fierce demonic Dharma body with a green face and fangs, holding a steel fork, releasing a strong majesty. What a strong ghostly aura! What kind of monster is that? Anyang's breath hitched. Zalone and the others directly stared with wide eyes. The battle was already very scorching, and now it felt like the sky had collapsed. How could another ghostly creature appear in the middle of the tent, and its aura was so powerful that it didn't seem to be the same kind of thing as these crooked ones at all? That's that new guy from earlier? The twisted girl recognized him. Ha! Zixia, are you sure? Isn't he a royal beast master? Zixia nodded. After all, she had only just met. Even if she was masked with a mysterious face, she could still recognize it. Anyang and the others were petrified in place. They were just bringing back unfamiliar faces as they had done in the past, and slowly developing them into a member of their own camp through sugar-coated bombs. No more than that, you can make a little bit of money providing food and lodging. After all, that's where close to a third of the hundreds of people in this Kyushu district came from. But who knew that this time, he would lead back a fierce ghost? Zixia looked deeply at a few people. Are you the ones who introduced the ghost into the village? However, Wang Qingyuan did not go on a killing spree as they had wildly imagined, but instead calmly looked around at the situation. His main body did not move, and the Dharma body of General Damage killed in all directions with a steel fork in his hand, destroying all the ghostly creatures that pounced on him as if they were chopping up melons and cutting up vegetables, forming a no-entry zone. The amazing combat power and battle system dazzled everyone present. It also attracted the crowd of professional hunters from the other camp. Wang Qingyuan still did not intend to get involved in the storm, so he took the initiative and said, I'm just a passerby, the fight between you guys has nothing to do with me, I'm leaving. When he was about to leave in a big way, the leader of the group put his long sword in front of him and said in a cold voice, Brat, where do you want to go? What do you think we're here for? If you don't leave something behind, none of you will be able to leave. Facing that pair of fierce faces, Wang Qingyuan gave him a sidelong glance. This domineering look caused the former to be startled and said angrily, Do you want to die? Wang Qingyuan's voice became steeply cold. Then in that case, you can go to hell. Swish poof. A cold light flashed, and the Dharma body of General Loss behind Wang Qingyuan dissipated. In its place was Guan Yu's martial spirit. The green dragon crescent moon blade decapitated the head with a fierce chop, stroking his beard with one hand, elegant but not overbearing. Asterisk. Zarin burst out. Ilua go, what happened? Not. Konglai district chief, so dead. Dead? The originally chaotic situation was instantly silent at this moment, and everyone froze and twisted their heads. How did they not think that the teenager who brought back this teenager looked flat and harmless? How to strike would be so decisive, and the strength is ridiculously strong. The person he had just beheaded was a LV 64 level powerhouse, and to think that it only took one strike to cut him down. Was that possible? At this moment, the people from the other camp were directly dumbfounded. This was only a raid not more than 10 minutes ago, and the boss died? They had prepared for a whole week for this day's battle, and now this pervert came out of nowhere and cut their dream of annexing Kaishui district? However, he didn't care about what the crowd thought. After all, he was just a passerby who had just been forced to kill back. Wait, don't go yet. The twisted woman's eyes rolled as she hit on some sort of idea and hurriedly called out to the ruthless teenager who was ready to leave. Wang Qingyuan turned his head and said, I have no intention of getting involved in what is going on between you two, so if there is nothing important I will leave. I beg you, help us hunt the Eagle King. Zixia exclaimed. We are secretly raising a team of strong men to get rid of the Eagle King's control, if you are interested. Wang Qingyuan narrowed his eyes and asked, what does it have to do with me if you want to rebel and resist? The Eagle King has many treasures that we can share. Like what? Gold, silver, jewelry, rare herbs. Not interested, go away. There's a golden body in the ancient temple above the Eagle Ridge, that could be a nameless deity that the Eagle King has enshrined, and it might have unexpected chances. Zixia knew that he was stepping into the masterless realm for the first time. There are roughly only 4 kinds of people who come here, as deduced from experience. Wanted in an order-keeping country and forced to come here, an official questing party, college students or the children of a family out for training, exploring the unknown and seeking opportunity. Wang Qingyuan was alone and had no feelings for money, so neither of the first 2 items obviously fit. And since it's mostly out to practice and explore, the odds are that it will be attracted to some potential opportunity. In the history of professionals, there are not a few people who have changed their destiny against the heavens due to unique chances, and they are all strong in the world today. Almost everyone thinks they have a vocation and is willing to take a big gamble. A golden body? A nameless deity? Wang Qingyuan stopped in his tracks. Seeing that he was really moved, Zisha didn't want to let go of such a strong and powerful combatant, so she said, most of the hunting teams we gather are for freedom and money, so if things work out then, the golden body can be given to you. I want all of them. Wang Qingyuan still did not agree to this request. He did not want to get involved in any troublesome things, and turned away without hesitation. Looking at his departing back, Anyang and the others were still confused, and Zisha had a lost look on her face. Regarding the golden body of the so-called nameless deity, Wang Qingyuan was actually still quite concerned, so he sought out the direction where the demonic aura was the most vigorous. He stepped on the wind and fire wheel to speed up, and roaring dog Xiaohei's strength was limited, but he was able to do so while traveling in the clouds. Until a mountain range that towered above the clouds, Wang Qingyuan through the clouds vaguely saw a temple-like palace, and from afar, he was able to see that in the middle of the grand hall, a golden body stood out. As his vision drew closer, he distinctly saw a familiar figure. This golden figure is in human form, clad in precious armor, wearing a precious crown on his head, and is handsome. In his hand he held a three-pointed, two-bladed sword, beside him was a slender black dog, and on his right arm was a golden eagle. 3 eyes. Erlang Xian Shang Jinjuan Yang Jian. Wang Qingyuan breathed sharply for a moment. Good boy. Real did not expect to make such an unexpected discovery. The roaring dog beside him seemed to be a bit agitated and barked loudly, not only just at Yang Jian's golden body, but also at the golden eagle. Wang Qingyuan's mind flashed a bold idea. This will not be. No, it is mostly a pouncing sky eagle. Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, has 2 divine pets at his side, one of which is the popularly known roaring dog, and the other is the puffing eagle, whose strength is even higher than that of roaring dog and has been following Yang Jian for a longer time. If this is really the case, then the harvest of this trip is really not small. Fortunately, I came to take an extra look. Ding! The host has not yet reached LV 60, unable to summon Erlang Xian Shang Jinjuan Yang Jian, unable to return the puffing eagle to its original position for the time being. Wang Qingyuan pinched his chin, rather helpless about it. But he was not in a hurry. The priority was still to find a way to level up as soon as possible and use the Dragon Emperor's holy decree out. The task in hand gave an inexplicable sense of unfreedom. In that case, another day. Boom! The flames of the wind and fire wheel turned, carrying him quickly away from this place. And at this moment, in the temple hall, a great eagle demon opened its sharp eyes, and its powerful aura filled the air, causing the demonic henchmen in the hall to be startled, and all of them prostrated themselves on top of the ground. The eagle lifted its wings and flew out of the temple, its eyes looking into the distance. Why do I seem to smell a dog? Chapter 62. Do good and be safe. Doing evil will not be forgiven. Please welcome the black and white irregulars. 3 days later, Wang Qingyuan finally arrived at the Dragon City Old Earth. As Anyang and the others had said, the ghostly aura here was heavy, but it wasn't as vicious as what they had seen in the past. Instead it was more peaceful. And as he looked above the sky dome to see the scene below, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Above the huge mountain range, the beacon tower on the city wall, winding like a giant dragon flying, climbing above the sheer green mountains, spectacular. And there is one such structure. Kyoto Prefecture, called the Great Wall of China. Above the wall, a large number of figures were carrying and dragging boulders. They were sweating like rain, and their hey-ha booster sounds were endless as they desperately built this beacon dragon. As you can see, all of these people are souls, with not much consciousness left, just building this great wall day and night, but never able to finish it. Day after day, mechanically doing the same thing. The speaker was a woman in a Taoist robe, which was wide and didn't fit very well. She was called Tao Yen, at LV 66 level, Spirit Body Master, with the ability to go out of body with her soul and inflict physical plus soul double damage on her enemies. The woman, as well as the other 3, were the teammates responsible for receiving Wang Qingyuan, and had been stationed here for 2 years previously, so they already knew the situation quite well. Their mission all along had been to integrate into the old earth of Dragon City as much as possible, to become one of these thousands of ghosts, to find out from them where the so-called bugs were, and to make the intention of the people of the old earth work again. The Dragon Emperor passes on the claim that, as long as they were able to remember some important past, they would immediately and willingly offer up their 30,000 miles of territory. But as for what exactly they should be made to remember, it was truly unknown. Unfortunately, there was no progress during this year and there was a lot of fighting and shortage of supplies, so it made their patience much worse, while there was a strong sense of frustration. One of the youths shot a glance at Wang Qingyuan and exclaimed sadly, "Are you really sent by the Dragon Emperor? Little brother, are you 20 years old? Yo Dragon Emperor, this is not wanting us to go back at all." A withered old man with tattered clothes and a rotund back was relatively calm, and simply reached out to inquire. "Young man, bring a drink? Bring it on." Bartering is popular in the masterless realm, and the common currency is gold and sword music. Because the Silver Eagle Alliance is so poorly policed, the continents are self-contained and nearly divided, and have a very tolerant attitude towards criminals. So the knife music can easily form a circulation without much hindrance. Of course, cigarettes and alcohol are harder currency, and in some cases work better than gold. So before traveling in order for everything to go smoothly, Wang Qingyuan stuffed a lot in the system space. The city lord's mansion pays the bill, so of course it has to be stuffed to the brim. Life saved. Thanks. Seeing the wine, the old man's eyes lit up, obviously looking like he was about to die, but at the moment he seemed to be completely alive again. The last woman was heroic and pretty. She was clad in light armor, with 4 lances behind her back, and a red damask tied around her waist, adding to the woman's heroism. Compared to Lucy after the pitbull she encountered in the tournament, this woman was obviously a bit more composed and did not have an impetuous aura. She just looked worried and preoccupied. The youth was named Lu Shifu, with a thick face and heavy eyebrows, quite heroic, and a stout figure that looked as if it had the shadow of a certain flying general on it. The woman's name was Meng Lan, and several people called the hunchbacked old man Uncle Wine. Tao Yan asked, "Junior brother Qing Yuan, the Dragon Emperor asked you to come. Did you bring anything with you?" "Bring the holy decree." Wang Qingyuan took out the black and gold scroll, but it still could not be opened, as if it was blocked by some kind of power. Seeing this, several people sighed slightly. It seemed that certain prerequisites still needed to be reached before the holy decree could be opened. Meng Lan said, "The old land of Dragon City is a large area, and with the Great Wall and the heavenly moat, the ancient sky-towering gully, in the area of the Masterless Realm, it is an important stronghold that most of the forces want to get. That's why almost every once in a while, great demons and ghosts, and even human organizations would come to attack Dragon City, but they were never able to take it down." Wang Qingyuan was puzzled. Aren't all the souls in the city building the Great Wall? Could it be that they will also rise up to fight? Meng Lan shook his head. There are 300,000 phantom armor soldiers in the city, and there is a defending general who can be called a peerless warrior and is strong. Without a strong team, it is absolutely impossible to take this place. I see. Wang Qingyuan briefly understood the situation here, his eyes looking towards the group of long-gone souls, pondering slightly. There's no telling what the effect of hooking all those souls will be. By the way, according to this time, hasn't the Huashan martial arts competition already started? Lu Shifu suddenly thought. It's over. Wang Qingyuan said. It's all over. LV Shifu was in pain. Damn it, it was all delayed by this side of things. I couldn't even make it back to watch my sister's match. Meng Lan was also a bit curious and asked, "You should be in college as well, right? Which university? Did you participate in the Huashan martial arts tournament?" "I'm at Tenri University, and I also participated shallowly for a little while." "Tianlong University It's the same university as my sister." Lu Shifu said, "My sister's name is Lucy I. Do you recognize her? She was the first one to be beaten down by me." Wang Qingyuan said, "She is a sophomore sister, her strength is very powerful, and we have also fought together." "Haha, there's no need for hard boasting. How my sister is doing, when my brother's heart knows best. The battle techniques passed down from my LV clan's family, she's still only practicing the skin, far from touching the true core ability." Lu Shifu laughed out loud. Meng Lan said, "A small ranking is also great, after all, it's the battle of the celestial pride, it's awesome to be able to participate." Uncle Wine gulped down the entire bottle, glowing, he burped and asked, "How's that kid from the Chang family in the northeast? Has he transformed into a dragon? If he succeeded in transforming the dragon, he will definitely win the first place in the Huashan martial arts competition this time around without much controversy." "It worked." Wang Qingyuan nodded, then his words changed, "But he's dead." "Dead?" Uncle Wine was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he was killed? It was the one who was killed alive during the match. The Chang family's old immortal also died, surrounded and killed by the great virtue Confucian sage as well as Principal Li Jiang and the others. The atmosphere was instantly quiet and the old man's drinking came to an abrupt halt. What on earth has happened? It's only been a year or so, and such an explosive event has occurred within Yanxia? Boom boom boom. Before they could continue to ask questions, beyond the city of Dragon City's old earth, a soldier's ghost surfaced, and wariness filled the air. The soldiers were clad in armor and fierce, emitting earth-shattering roars that covered the sky outside the city like an army of ghosts. They were fully loaded and appeared to be preparing to defend the city. What happened? Wang Qingyuan was puzzled. It's the Ape Demon army from Ape Demon Mountain. They want to take over this land. Meng Lan said. Not only, said Uncle Wine, there is also the Night Fork Ghost Army, which is the only ghostly army that has been molded in a 1,000-mile radius of the Masterless Realm. They actually rushed together. Lu Shifu frowned. Tao Yan's face sank slightly, and she said with some concern, "It's a bit difficult if the people from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts come as well. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for these Psi-armored soldiers to hold out. The old land of Dragon City cannot fall into the hands of others. I want to join the battle immediately." Without hesitation, Meng Lan ran directly towards the battlefield. "Hey, wait. This girl." Uncle Wine sighed. "Mon Lan's patience is really getting worse. It can't be helped, after all, her old ancestor is still in the army." Lu Shifu pulled out a long stick, looked at the teenager and said, "Old brother, all in all, the situation is like this. The ghosts in the city were once the ancient people of Yanxia, they can't die, and the old land of Dragon City can't be taken away from them. For more than a year, we've been fighting these guys almost all the time. Since the Dragon Emperor asked you to come, there must be some method, so think about it again. After saying that, the remaining few people also headed towards the middle of the battlefield. Wang Qingyuan stood in place, somewhat stunned as he looked down at the ghostly armor soldiers below. They were dressed in military uniforms and cow-painted armor, and their attire and equipment were highly distinctive and extremely recognizable to him. It was clearly as if the Qin army had been drilled out of the pit of terracotta warriors. Gallant old Qin, we will go to the national disaster together, and there will be no truce until the blood runs dry. Accompanied by the plucked roar of a burly general at the head of the formation, all the Phantom Soul generals shouted in unison, their fury rushing to the heavens as they charged madly towards the enemy army. The military flag with the word Qin written on it, as well as the military flag with the word Meng, were raised high from the army, shaking violently in the wind and sand, and the vicissitudes of history came to the surface with a heavy feeling. Qin army, Meng Tian, Wang Qingyuan's head exploded. By this time the Great War had begun. The ape demon creature was 5 meters tall, and its battle strength was furious, killing back and forth among the ghosts of the Qin army, the sound of hammering on its chest roaring like a drum. On the other side of the Night Fork Ghost army holding weapons, each with a horrifying face, randomly placed in the middle of the metropolis, is a scourge that can set off no small turmoil. A few people made light of the situation and quickly blended into the melee. Tao Yan held a duster with a soul body floating away behind her as she killed the army of Night Fork ghosts. Her profession did significantly more damage to the ghosts. LV Shifu iron stick in hand, invincible, domineering floating, hanging an evil smile to fight with the ape devil, the battle strength is very not bad. Uncle Wine staggered and struck out the Buddhist mastery drunken dream Luohan fist, and the airy explosion of his fists and feet was unceasing. Meng Lan had already rushed into the head of the formation, using his chi to control his spear, forming a strangling momentum around him. Wherever he passed blood splattered and ghost heads rolled. All 4 of them were ranked around LV 70, and were already amongst the ranks of the true masters. But they obviously couldn't take care of every position in the face of such a chaotic battle. At this moment, the sculpture origin in Wang Qingyuan's system space was shaking slightly, and the black and white impermanence seemed to have been tugged at its intention. It was targeting the group of brats and nightmares. In that case, I'll step in. Do good and you will be safe, do evil and you will not be forgiven. Hold the sickle hook and arrest the ghosts. Hell is empty, the devil is on earth. Please invite the 10 marshals. Black and white. P.S. 2 back-to-back, both 3,000 a chapter. Chapter 63, The Transit of the Underworld. Boom boom boom. Black and white ghost chi suddenly erupted, the sky and earth changed color, boundless darkness struck, and the temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees. The 2 breaths rose eerily, pulling up behind Wang Qingyuan, false and real, releasing an incomparably eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine and made one's guts run cold. Compared to the head of the official generals, although the 2 generals of increase and loss are also ghosts, they are the kings of the ghost world. Highlighting the hegemony and might, the living people respect, the ghosts break the courage. Master Zhong Kuei is a ghost after death, but he has a great righteousness and is impartial, so as long as he is not an evildoer, he will not be afraid of Zhong Kuei. But the black and white irregulars were different. These 2 masters were purely netherworldly and would not stop until they scared the hell out of people. Whether it's the living or the dead, it's hard not to fear him. Sensing a disturbance on this side of the room, the originally intense melee drew everyone to cast their gazes, looking at the young figure in astonishment. What a strong ghostly aura, what on earth is he summoning? Lu Shifu exclaimed. What a terrifying aura, strange, why do I feel my soul suddenly tremble? Sigh, I must have drunk too much. Uncle Wine burped. Black and white stern ghosts. Could it be, soul hookers? Tao Yan's pupils shrunk. She as a Taoist priest, also more or less from the mouth of the master heard some unrecorded Jichi strange and weird news, but she all just thought it was a story. To scare the children but did not expect that nowadays it will actually come to reality. Monlan's pupils shook and froze for a few seconds before plunging into the melee once again. At this point, the ghost chi behind Wang Qingyuan had condensed into 2 9-meter dharma bodies. The white erratic face was pale, his mouth spat out a long tongue, he held a wailing rod, and let out a shrill laugh that was grim to the bone. Black Impermanence had a black face and wide body, with a vicious breath, holding a hook and soul rope in his hand, coldly gazing at the Night Fork ghost army. A terrifying sense of oppression swept out, while giving all of them a vestigial feeling of death. What exactly were the origins of these 2 terrifying ghostly dharma bodies? Fight! Wang Qingyuan shot violently into the army of Night Fork ghosts as if he were a fierce ghost descending. After connecting with the consciousness of the black and white impermanence, he perceived that these Night Fork ghosts, all of which are the guarding little ghosts in the netherworld, are also responsible for the execution of punishment, pushing the great traitors and evils into the frying pan, plucking out the heart and gutting the intestines, etc. Which is basically what they are doing. White Impermanence's wailing rod, capable of whipping souls and spirits, painfully beating nightmares, 10,000 ghosts were terrified, as if they had seen their natural enemies. The black impermanent soul hooking rope was thrown towards the sky, weaving a net of netherworldly iron, and the sharp hooks would pierce through the Night Stalker's body, packing it all in within a breath. These night crawlers may have been employees of hell, but now they are being recycled just as they happen to be. Immediately, an even more majestic red ghostly aura appeared, and Zhong Kuei's Dharma body emerged from the middle position of the black and white irregulars, opening a huge mouth of the abyss, and the horrifying suction swallowed the entire Night Fork ghost army into his stomach and threw it back to the hellish world. In just an instant, most of the ferocious Night Fork ghost army disappeared without the ability to fight again. What? Lu Shifu was instantly dumbfounded. The army of ghosts that they had been struggling to fend off and had even suffered losses were so unbeatable in front of Wang Qingyuan as well as those three ghost god Dharma bodies. What's this if not open-ended? Just outrageous. Tao Yen couldn't help but mutter. Ding! Hell's Underworld plus 3,000. The system voice sounded. Wang Qingyuan was overjoyed in his heart. But he quickly came back to his senses and continued to increase his energy output, devouring the nightmare ghosts to his heart's content and re-strengthening the ranks of the Hellmouth. The crowd couldn't help but be confused in place. Such a scene is really appalling. A vicious Night Fork, even as fried beans were devoured by the red-clothed fierce ghosts, the whole time, even a trace of resistance is not, or, simply do not want to resist. The ape demon demonic creature feels this boundless ghost gas, and is also trembling. But this time they have the Ape King to follow, and they will not stop until they break the Dragon City. Roar! The battlefield's frenzied state is furthered, while one thing leads to another. Just as Tao Yen was worried about, when the war came together on this side, there were soon people forcibly intervening, intending to fish in troubled waters. On the other side, the dozens of teams from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts watched the battle over here grimly. Our strongholds have been destroyed by those nasty guys, a few more, and the Cyclone Ghost King is very angry. If we can take the old land of Dragon City, we think we will be rewarded by the Ghost King, and promotion to cadre is the nail in the coffin. The unprecedented chaos of the battle over here should be the best opportunity, we can't miss it again. Throw a round of red and white crash fury over there first, and when they fight to a standstill, we'll take the opportunity to reap the benefits. A thick white mist swept over the battlefield, and the sound of the oboe, a mixture of joyful and sad tones, created confusion in the spirit. The procession for the wedding of the underworld bounced in, and the wailing procession in straw raincoats and hats appeared carrying coffins, and it was eerie in the extreme, and the heart shook with uneasiness. This is the red and white crash fury? Damn it, those damned guys have really come too. Tao Yen frowned. It was not the first time they had encountered the people of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts in the Masterless Realm, and they had more or less suffered losses from this ferocious formation before. Although they wouldn't be injured by it with the level of a few people, they were very difficult to deal with, and it would take quite a while to break them. This is really a bit hard to do now. However, Wang Qingyuan also noticed the chaos in the aura. Upon seeing the red and white crash break appear, his gaze abruptly went cold. The last time he encountered this formation, he did not say that he was considered to be at a disadvantage, but he really had a headache for a long time. Now that he has seen it again, a nameless fire has risen. Despicable tactics, do you think I'm still the same as before? Wow. With a wave of Wang Qingyuan's big hand, infinite ghost chi swept away, instantly devouring and covering the red and white crashing ghost chi, and replacing it with a formation of fierce ghosts that made people feel like falling into an abyss, and was even more terrifying. Transit of the underworld. Guru 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 guru. The space tore open and a huge vortex appeared, while the battlefield earth looked like it had turned into a swamp and was loose and collapsed. Accompanied by gusts of low roars from the ghostly creatures, a pair of dry arms stretched out from the ground, and then shakily crawled to the ground. In the middle of space, 3-meter miserable white skinny and tall ghosts appeared in groups, floating one step at a time, with frost infesting wherever they passed. The headless carriage at the back glowed with an eerie green light. What followed was the sound of hissing and roaring, and the Night Fork ghosts that had previously been devoured by Zhong Kuei all transformed into Yin soldiers, holding up their forks, ring swords, and chains, and returned to the battlefield, their ghostly auras spreading out across the sky like hell descending upon them. Before the red and white crashing demons that were about to strike had even fully begun, they were surrounded by a large number of Yin soldiers in transit, and their ghostly auras formed an absolute suppression. One of the miserable white stern ghosts, cloaked in a white mourning cap, slowly approached the ghost bride's wedding sedan chair, and its withered and boneless arm reached into it and pinched out the trembling ghost bride. The latter let out a mournful scream, and immediately turned into a wisp of ghost to be chewed and swallowed. And the coffin board of the ghost groom was kicked away by the Night Fork ghost, piercing its body with a long steel forked sword and lifting it up high, death on death. The district red and white crash break, in front of the transit of the Yin soldiers have no strength to speak of, casually singled out a big ghost, will not put it in the eyes. What? What the hell is all this? The red and white crash fury is the #1 fury of all time, how could it be so unbearable? In a flash, Wang Qingyuan's figure had already flashed close, bringing with him two majorine marshals, one black and one white, with murderous intent surging in their gazes as they raised the weeping stick in their hands. Die! The man in charge stared blankly, frozen in place, his head smashed on the spot like a watermelon. A heavily made-up woman next to her was so dumbfounded by the suddenness of the situation that she didn't even know when this guy came over. Don't! Wang Qingyuan's voice was icy cold. Don't worry, none of you will escape. Black impermanence threw out the underworld iron net, caging dozens of mole crickets of the Church of 10,000 Ghosts together, and white impermanence wailing stick was in full force, smashing their bodies into pieces and dispersing them along with their souls. The scene was incomparably bloody and brutal. As time passed, dozens of surrounding organizational forces were attracted to the fierce battle, holding an almost common thought. But they didn't make a move. At the moment, just by staring straight at the chaos in the battlefield, the fire of battle had been mostly extinguished. The ferocious Dragon City Qin army, the black and white stern ghosts that killed in all directions, and the extremely bizarre Sunderingine soldiers, all of them were not existences that they were afraid of. What is that teenager? A strong person sent by the Yanxia kingdom? It doesn't look like he's just under 20 years old. How can he strike so ferociously? It's too scary. He's practically a god of killing. Although the Church of 10,000 Ghosts is hateful, to be beaten to a pulp by that miserable white stern ghost is also too cruel. Big brother, are we still going? Go yourself. Didn't you see the fierce ghosts all over the place? They want to reclaim the old land of Dragon City, which is a sovereignty that the Yanxia kingdom swore long ago. It's not that easy. If it was just these 300,000 armored soldiers, Dragon City would have long since been overrun by a coalition of nearby forces. The only reason it's still standing after all these years is because there's still a dragon corpse inside the city. Then if that's the case, why don't you send a 100-level powerhouse to recover it? Or, wouldn't it be better for the Dragon Emperor himself to come down? Such a strong person as the Dragon Emperor, most likely not in existence of this era, must have its hidden reasons. The battle entered into a state of white heat, and with Wang Qingyuan joining in, the pace was already in control. However, at this moment, the Qin army's spectral soldiers' battle spirit rose, and after repelling the ape demon, they turned their target to the Transitine soldiers. They have no consciousness and will only be loyal to the brand of their souls, guarding the rivers and mountains and expelling all foreign enemies. The general suspected to be Monty raised his long sword high. Generals, do you dare to follow me into a deadly battle with the enemy? Willing to go to war with the general. Willing to go to war with the general. The Qin army was loud and clear. All generals obey. I'd rather die than bury my corpse in the yellow sands, and I'd rather guard the mountains and rivers than enter the city. Those who violate my Qin territory, kill, 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 kill. The high-pitched shouts of murder were so loud that almost even the mountains and rivers were shaking with military might as a result. Such a scene, even Wang Qingyuan could not stop some movement. And at this time, inside the old Earth City, an ancient dragon whistle came out, and the earth trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred. That's a dragon corpse. As far as everyone's eyes could see, they could only see an incomparably huge dragon corpse, appearing from the middle of the crumbling mountain range, emitting a pressure that made heaven and earth avoid retreating, and a domineering dragon chi sweeping through the 8 directions, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to break apart. And this dragon power swept through the place. The terrible power actually does not distinguish between enemy and self. In an instant will be tens of thousands of ghost Qin army annihilation. The storm stirs its 100 feet. Just as everyone was shocked by the current situation, the black and gold holy decree in Wang Qingyuan's system space suddenly shook. There's a reaction? Taking the holy decree out, a round of exuberant golden light erupted. The words of the Tao Emperor were transformed into golden light floating in the void. In the underworld, it was like the sound of the great Tao abruptly sounded in his head, causing Wang Qingyuan to immediately freeze in place. I am the ancestral dragon Ing Zhang. Borrow your torso. Chapter 64, Ancestral Dragon Ing Zhang. Slaying the Dragon Corpse. The huge dragon corpse exuded a strong evil aura, and its power was so strong that it was by no means comparable to a miscellaneous dragon of Chinese level. The moment it appeared, it caused the hearts of everyone present to beat wildly, as if they were suppressed by their souls. Even those armored soldiers of the Qin army that had pure battle intent were now covered with a layer of evil black aura, killing intent rushing to the sky, transforming into humanoid beasts. Asterisk. This dragon corpse has gone crazy. It has appeared only a handful of times, and I didn't expect it to come back to life this time. The old land of Dragon City is its territory. How can it not live when threatened? Wow. That means that once we destroy this dragon corpse, we can occupy this place. If it can be done, you can try. That's better. I think a tent is fine. The crowd was like a great enemy, knowing how terrifying this dragon corpse really was. Once it went completely berserk, none of the creatures present would survive. The difference in levels is not simply tens of levels, but hundreds of levels across. These bastards, knowing that there are dragon corpses guarding them, how dare they repeatedly come to violate the law? Meng Lan looked at the evil Qin generals, and his gaze was full of worry. The remnant of the will to defend the city, at this moment, has obviously been transformed into a willless machine that kills everything because of the appearance of the dragon corpse. Her eyes were cold and stern, and she looked at the dragon corpse with hatred. She could not accept that her ancestors who were loyal to Qin were manipulated in such a way. Lu Shifu as well as Uncle Wine retreated, unwilling to engage the ghosts of the Qin army. The dragon corpse hovered and roared, ingesting the dead souls of the soldiers and letting out a furious jia laughter that darkened heaven and earth like a post-apocalyptic beast. Great Qin is dead. Those who violate my territory, kill. Everyone's hearts trembled violently, not daring to clash with it. This was an existence that could not be won no matter what. Retreat quickly. As soon as we leave the territorial boundaries of Dragon City, the dragon corpses will go back. No one can reclaim the old land of Dragon City unless a god comes down, but that's obviously impossible. Who cares, we're just here to watch the fun, don't get caught in the wave. Go! As the crowd retreated in panic, Tao Yan and the others were shocked to see another figure that was motionless and was standing under the city wall. Yell bad. Wang Qingyuan. Hurry up. Are you kid crazy? Go. And yet. Here and now. Wang Qingyuan stood in place as if he had been struck by lightning, the voice from earlier still echoing in his mind. Who? Dragon Emperor? Ing Zheng. He wondered if he was hallucinating. 30,000 miles of the old soil of the Dragon City is the old land of Qin in ancient times, and the existence of this matter has already made him feel quite shocked. But even if it kills him, it is absolutely unexpected. Thousands of years ago, the sure Huang Yingzheng who was going to lay down a great territory for Qin and finally succeed in unifying Yanxia, that charming old ancestor, would appear in this way. The Dragon Emperor sovereign of today's Yanxia is actually the first Emperor Ing Zheng. Wang Qingyuan felt a true dragon circling in his soul consciousness, as if he had been pulled back 1,000 years ago. In the next second, his eyes abruptly opened, and golden rays of light stormed out. The look of doubt dissipated and was replaced by the clarity of knowing everything. The wordless holy decree flickered with light and gradually flew into the air, and as it unfolded, the sound of a dragon's whistle came out, and the dragon's might shook. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The retreating crowd couldn't help but stop in their tracks, feeling the incomparably pure imperial Dao dragon chi. A sense of pressure from their ancestors filled their entire body, causing every cell of their body to tremble and tingle. That's the Dragon Emperor's holy decree. The Dragon Emperor's holy decree is open. All eyes turned in unison. Only to see this ancestral dragon breath appeared the moment the dragon corpse evil gas was quickly suppressed. Huge body steeply stunned, obviously showed the color of fear, as if encountered a natural enemy. But soon, the dragon corpse once again crazy, seems to want to fight for his life. The evil black gas rapid outbursts, the appearance of vicious and hideous, just like no trace of a dragon sacred. It was clearly a dragon-like beast. Those who violate my borders will be killed without pardon. The dragon corpse stirred a black whirlwind around its body, like a dragon sucking in water, stirring the sky into chaos, and then its eyes went scarlet and crazy, opening its bloody mouth to attack and kill towards the place where Wang Qingyuan was. Seeing this, the hearts of all the people instantly raised to their throats, and some have even begun to mourn for him. Such a ferocious attack, not to mention this teenager, even if a 100-level powerhouse was here, he would be smashed into flesh in an instant. Tao Yan averted her gaze, unable to bear to see the cruel scene that followed. Lu Shifu shook his head sadly. Uncle Wine let out a long sigh. Manran covered his mouth in horror. At this moment, Wang Qingyuan's death seems to be a foregone conclusion, and it is difficult for the gods to change. But Wang Qingyuan, who is in the center of the storm, is still standing, with an upright posture, and his calm and stable breath is quietly changing. You said, whose territory is this? In a split second. In the void, a domineering voice that was the only one that could be heard resounded through the old soil of Dragon City, shaking the mountains and rivers, and sending chi through the sky. Wang Qingyuan completely surrendered his body and welcomed the arrival of the ancestral dragon Ing Zhang. Boom boom boom. The imperial Dao dragon chi that could be described as terrifying welled up behind him and spewed out sky-high energy, circling and twisting, condensing into a gold and a black five-clawed true dragon. The two dragons swam the dome of the sky and descended, intersecting as the dragon's throne, pulling visions between their spitting breaths, unlike the supreme beings that truly existed in this world. Immediately thereafter, a supreme being wearing a metaphysical dragon robe, a crown of 12 tassels, and a tai sword at his waist descended into the world in the form of a dragon soul. The world stood still for a moment. Poof, poof 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 poof. The people present reflexively wanted to look at that supreme's true face. But simply before he had time to raise his head, an unquestionable overbearing force swept over him, and his body knocked heavily to the ground uncontrollably, and he could not raise his head for a single point even by exerting all his strength. The body can't move. How is this possible? It's so hard. I feel like I'm going to lose my breath. I feel like my soul is trembling and my blood is inexplicably boiling. My God, what kind of majestic power is this? Aha! Anyone who was present fell to their knees uncontrollably. The air of disdain seemed to fill the entire space, making their faces pale, bean-sized beads of sweat as if they were soaking their entire body, and their pupils were trembling violently. This was an overbearing power that they had never felt before in their lives. Even if the strongest person present tried his best, he could only superficially see the tiny corner of the basilica-colored dragon robe, and then was once again mercilessly suppressed by the majesty of the emperor, and couldn't even move a finger again. Roar! At the moment of facing this emperor dragon soul, the evil aura of that dragon corpse instantly evaporated, as if it had been drained of all its bones, and withered in an instant. The dragon corpse went limp and prostrated itself at Ing Zhang's feet, emitting low cries as if begging for mercy. However, Ing Zhang's hand was already gripping the Taya sword, which was sheathed with heavenly might. After a long time, he slowly spat out his voice and asked in a tone that was not to be questioned. You hold the dragon corpse of Duke Fusu hostage with the intention of plotting 1,000 years of my great Qin, and even manipulate Meng Qing and hundreds of thousands of Qin people to build the Great Wall for you. Zhao Gao, do you know your crime? Boom! The ancestral dragon's mighty pressure erupted, that dragon corpse's whole body trembled, and the dragon's head was already buried in the body, completely without any room for resistance. The sword light that cuts the sky and destroys the earth flashed, and the head of the dragon corpse was abruptly chopped off, completely severing its vitality. With that, two spirits rose from it, one of them dressed in eunuch garb, still in the kneeling position, trembling. The other man was a fluttering gentleman, with a dignified air and the warmth of a modest and benevolent man. Seeing these two ghosts, Wang Qingyuan has long been ready. Zhongkuei Dharma body appeared to tear it into the hellspace. The breeze whisked, the dragon corpse immediately turned into a sky of broken pieces. Guilty Minister Meng Tian, bow to your majesty. After the control of the dragon corpse was lifted, the ghosts of the Qin generals fell to their knees in unison and called out hail to the mountain. They couldn't see Ing Zhang's face, but they recognized the unique aura of the emperor. After wasting thousands of years here, they finally saw the earthly emperor again, and all of them prostrated themselves on the ground, howling and whimpering. Ing Zhang's voice came out leisurely. Meng Chang, you've done well, you've guarded the last glory of Great Qin. Go in peace. The space of hell opened up, and hundreds of thousands of Qin troops were sucked into it, bowing 3 times to bid farewell to his majesty. The clouds opened up and the fog dispersed, a beam of light pierced through the clouds and shot straight to the earth, and the old land of Dragon City, filled with the ghosts of Great Qin, returned to peace. Ing Zhang's dragon spirit leaves, leaving a deep sigh, as the endless rays of light fall away. And then, the wordless holy decree on the dome of the sky, the golden font flowing and engraved, released a boundless imperial voice. Recover the mountains and rivers for 30,000 miles. From now on, I want there to be only one voice in this world, and that is the voice of Great Qin. Chapter 65 Battle of the Great Demons. The Third Eye. First Emperor Ing Zhang's jade words of the Son of Heaven were transmitted. Recover the mountains and rivers for 30,000 miles. In the meantime, the corps of professionals stationed in the middle of the masterless realm, as well as those who were fully loaded and ready to go within the Yanxia country, couldn't help but have their entire bodies shaken with excitement. The old Dragon City soil is recovered. That dragon corpse was decapitated? Great, we have another not-so-small city in the lordless realm. I thought I would have to waste many more years before I could wait for this day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. I heard that the Dragon Emperor has sent a teenager, who has awakened his profession for less than a year, to go this time. Perhaps he is the key to being able to successfully recover this time. Anyway, no matter what, we have to rush to the old Dragon City land with all due haste. Ah, Commander, don't we want our things? Dragon City has been taken. What are these rags? According to the Dragon Emperor's order, enter the Dragon City with all due haste. From today onwards, we are also natives of the lordless realm. A large group marched towards the old Dragon City soil. The elimination of the threat within the city would surely attract the covetousness of many organizations. At this moment, they must immediately enter the city and establish a defense line. The real war of defending the city had just begun for them. Wang Qingyuan's mission is over. When Ing Zhang borrowed his body and appeared, he already knew about the situation here. His heart was nothing but shocked, and it was even extremely subversive. Ing Zhang didn't die. And it spans 1,000 years, yet it is still the lord of this great unity of Yanxia. Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan. When Ing Zhang's dragon soul dispersed, and the overbearing dragon might that had left everyone prostrate and defenseless dissipated, everyone was almost deflated, their hearts beating wildly. That pressure is not intentionally active emanation, but is born with the general. With the dragon soul raised, his hands and feet appeared. Every word and action have the ability to reach heaven and earth. They profoundly realized the dreadfulness of the truly mighty. Qingyuan, are you okay? Monran rushed to ask. You're still alive. Great. I thought you were going to be killed by that dragon corpse. Luckily, the Dragon Emperor's holy decree opened at the critical moment. Tao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, her heart still shaking. Tian just now that appeared is really the Dragon Emperor. Uncle Wine was completely sober, his drunkenness was gone, and his hands were trembling as he held the bottle. He had lived for 60 years. It was still the first time that he had directly faced the Dragon Emperor, and although he had not even been able to see a single corner of the dragon's robe throughout the entire process, the breath of the Son of Heaven had really made him intimidated by it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragon Emperor. You kid actually knows the Dragon Emperor. Lu Shifu's reaction was the greatest, his eyes were round, his breathing was rapid, and even his body was trembling. Then, as if he had opened up some memory, he threw the stick away and actually knelt down instantly. Shifu drifted half a life, only hate not meet the bright master. Gong, if you do not give up, I would like to worship as a righteous father. Here we go again. Meng Lan held her forehead and pushed Wang Qingyuan away, ignoring this guy. Tao Yan's face was contemptuous. Playing up your Lu family's traditional artistic ability again, how many righteous fathers have you worshipped? Lu Shifu did not blush and said, inheriting the legacy of my family ancestor, I have nothing to be ashamed of. At this time, a song should ring out under the mountain of the father's death. Wang Qingyuan pretended not to hear anything. Being worshipped as a righteous father by Lu Bu's descendant was surely a high-risk status that he couldn't afford. About an hour later, a large number of people arrived at high speed and entered the old land of Dragon City, setting up the banner of the word yen on top of the city. The more and more organizations that gathered saw the big flag standing up. They also put away their mischief and didn't dare to compete. A few moments later, the two of them, Tao Yan and Lu Shifu, went to complete the mission handover with them and reported their respective mission information. They were not strangers to each other, having socialized a few times over the course of the year and solving some of each other's dilemmas. And after learning the general course of recovering the lost land, all the generals were shocked by the Dragon Emperor's personal descent, and at the same time, they were impressed by the key teenager in this. The middle-aged man in beast armor at the head took the initiative to come forward. Junior, you are the first merit of this battle. I, Luo Zhenkai, on behalf of the entire 100 Beasts army, express my highest respect to you. The opponent's chi and blood boiled and his body temperature burned, so he should be in a similar combat profession as Quan DeLong. Captain Luo, you're too kind. Ha ha ha. Not at all, this is a real gaijin. Luo Zhenkai laughed out loud, then asked, Junior, can you tell me your name? I'm going to write a mission report later, and I need to explain the details. Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan. Luo Zhenkai felt that the name was a bit familiar. However, the female vice general on the side exclaimed in shock and immediately covered her mouth, her face full of shock. OMG, so you're Wang Qingyuan. At the sound, Tao Yan and the others looked at her, wondering why her reaction was so big. The female vice general said, oh, since you guys haven't been back to the Yanxia country, so you don't know. I'll tell you, he's not an ordinary character. He's in full swing nowadays. Not only did he overwhelm the entire field at the top of manhwa, winning the first place in the manhwa martial arts competition, he even beheaded Chang Yi and the old Chang family immortal with his own hands, and is now known as the #1 heavenly pride of the younger generation of the Yanxia kingdom. The atmosphere was inexplicably silent for a moment. What? You're #1 in the martial arts competition? Lu Shifu was about to kneel again. I'll go, you even beheaded the Chang family's dragon seed. Even the old immortal was slapped to death. The other few people were even staring at Wang Qingyuan with a look of looking at a monster, no longer knowing what shock was, only knowing that this teenager in front of them was far more than what it looked like. 100 times more perverted. Wang Qingyuan gave a sarcastic smile and did not explain, but naturally climbed into conversation with the crowd. Everyone treated him with quite a bit of respect and didn't despise him because he was still young. Until a long time later. Only then did he bid farewell to the crowd, intending to rejoin the Eagle Ridge above the Masterless Realm. Now that he's LV 61, he's going to put the puffing eagle back in its place. Blackie, let's go. Woof. Above the Eagle Ridge, clouds and mountains swirled around, and a fierce wind swept in. The mountain was flooded with demons, attacking and killing with a large group of hunters, and the smell of blood was thick and the aura of death filled the air. The ranks of the Kai Water District have united many hunters in a protest against the rule of the Eagle King, intending to turn their backs and regain control of their freedom, never again to be held hostage by a demonic creature. However, the situation at the moment is not good. Although they had gathered many hunter warriors, the Eagle Ridge was treacherous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the demons were all very powerful, making it difficult to decide a winner in a short period of time. Most importantly, the crowd's active resistance might end up doing the grafting for other demonic forces. After a night of bitter fighting, the winged tiger great demon, who was already eyeing the Eagle Ridge, as well as the demon-eyed snake woman, had also gotten in on the action. At this time, it was a multi-party melee, and as the initiating party, they had instead become a companion, not knowing how to act. Damn it! How did the winged tiger and demon-eyed snake woman's side get the news so quickly? A man said angrily. It's us who were in too much of a hurry. If we had built up some more strength, launching the raid would have gone a bit smoother, and we wouldn't have dragged it out until now. It can't be helped, our plan has gone viral, and if we don't make a move and the Eagle King notices, the end will only be more tragic. Things have come to this, there's no turning back. We can only go one way, Zixia said through gritted teeth. Damn it! The Eagle King is harsh, the winged tiger is brutal, and the demon-eyed snake woman is even more perverted. None of these great demons are good, we won't end up well no matter which side we land on. Then fight them! The crowd repumped their energy and continued their attack towards the demon swarm. And on top of the mountain, the battle of the demon kings was breaking out. A ferocious one-eyed tiger with wings on its back, as the supremacy of the 100 beasts, the tiger whistled in the mountains and forests, bringing an incomparably strong pressure that made all the beasts subjugate. On the other side of the naked upper body, Joybeans covered by green scales, the fiery female demon with a human head and snake body, let out an evil shrill laugh. The people and demonic creatures that attacked her were petrified, and with a flick of her plump snake tail, she shattered them all. No typo, afraid of being harmonized. And the one that the two great demons were besieging was the Lord of the Eagle Ridge, the Eagle King. The Eagle King has golden eyes and silver wings, copper claws and iron beak. The golden eyes are no less than the eyes of 1,000 miles, and the silver wings are only weaker than the golden-winged roc, very good at fighting, and the speed and strength are both superior. Only, under the siege of these two great demons, even the Eagle King had some difficulty to fight, and at this point, he was already injured, and even one side of his wing was petrified, making it difficult to lift his wings. The Eagle King looked at these two guys who took advantage of the demon's power, and his sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that one's strength had regressed, how could one be forced into a dangerous situation by a small demon of this level? If the dog finds out, won't it be a disgrace? Eagle King, gird your loins, voluntarily give up your mountain and then bow down and beg for mercy. We might still be able to spare your life. The winged tiger let out a shocking low roar. Cluck 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 tiger, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with it? Don't forget that it pecked out one of your eyes 10 years ago. The demon-eyed snake woman twisted her waist and moved through the demonic objects that were shattered into stone. Hee hee, thanks for remembering so clearly. The winged tiger glanced at it coldly, then asked, Eagle King, it's time to make a decision. Will you refuse to surrender and die under my mouth, or will you bow down and be my slave from now on? The Eagle King's breath surged upwards, its innate arrogance not allowing it to bow down to any opponent, unless the one it faced was its former master. One-eyed cat, you can die, with a defeated man like you. You're not worthy of making me bow down. Sorry, I don't mean any harm. And you, disgusting stone woman, don't you know you're disgusting looking? The pig demon I ate yesterday was better looking than you. I'm sorry, forgive me if I just talk so straight. Its refusal was expected, but the Eagle King's venomous tongue would be a little bit of a defense breaker no matter how many times he had heard it. The winged tiger's face instantly grimaced, and the snake woman gritted her teeth as her anger rose. Damn you lower-headed eagle, I'll turn you to stone. Kill. The three great demon kings once again fought furiously. The wind and clouds stirred, and strong impacts constantly erupted from the top of the Eagle Ridge, causing all the creatures below the mountain to tremble in fear. And at this point, the nameless deity enshrined in the Eagle Ridge temple actually trembled slightly, imperceptible golden light floating about, seemingly sensing something. In the next second, the golden body's third eye abruptly opened. P.S. 2 more for the night, thanks to all the great readers. Chapter 66, True Lord Qingyuan Myriad Path. Descent. The battle of the Demon King was so intense that ordinary demonic creatures could not intervene at all. The wind generated during the battle could easily shatter stubborn rocks, shaking the ground and making the mountains and forests roar. The hunter team had already killed from the bottom of the mountain, and they were not weak and outnumbered. At this time, they were hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. The Eagle King's eyes were sharp, so how could he not discover their trail? But he was currently being entangled by two great demons, and could not spare his hands to clear this side. Its wings were petrified and its movements were restricted, and it could not be lifted for a while. Under the siege of the two demon kings, it gradually became somewhat difficult to fight. The winged tiger struck a surprise blow, its abdomen was scratched with several hideous wounds, and the snake woman's demonic eyes flashed, petrifying its right paw again. The situation is critical, the Eagle King is going to lose this time. The man hidden in the shadows said. The battle between demon kings is too terrifying, it's simply not something we can interfere with. Oomph, when they fight to the end, that's when we'll strike. The time is quickly approaching, so get ready. Ah! The Eagle King has been hit, victory is assured. Just as the crowd was building up their momentum, the Eagle King was finally unable to defeat the two demon kings, and was sent flying heavily into the middle of the temple, crashing into the top of the worn-out pillars. Damn! These two are too sinister. The Eagle King was already quite injured, and subconsciously wanted to get up and fight again, but the intense pain made it clear that it could no longer continue. He finally declined, quietly looking at those two guys with smug smiles, and couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness rise in his heart. Once upon a time, he himself was also a top-tier demon who had crossed the three realms together with his master, and such weak existences as them were not known to be exterminated by tens of thousands of people. And now the myth is no more, the eagle has fallen. What will eventually be ushered in will be such a downfall. Ugh! The Eagle King sighed deeply, and its taut body softened. At the last moment, it wanted to take a good rest, and it didn't want to continue to waste time waiting. The years were too long and difficult. It quietly looked at its master's golden body. Its heart was sad, wanting to reach out its wings to touch. It really wanted to see its master again, and go back to the days when they used to crisscross the three realms together. Ah, Seeing that the Eagle King had completely lost the will to fight, the winged tiger and the demon-eyed snake woman sneered. Brother Tiger, it has already been completely defeated by us, but only a guy with a powerful mouth, also presumed to compete with us? Devil-eyed snake woman said, Brother Tiger, its backbone is too hard, it can't be kept, it's better to kill it directly. The winged tiger's eyes showed killing intent. Fine, let me end its life. Roar! The tiger let out a roar, and with a revival of its wings, it flew up high with that large fierce tiger body, and then it spun around, wanting to build up its strength to charge and kill, resulting in the Eagle King's life. The latter, in despair, closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But, just as the winged tiger wanted to attack, on the other side of the distant side, there suddenly came a wolf bark. Ha! Before he could twist his head in doubt, he only saw a white thin dog stepping on the clouds and mist, his body spreading out like an ink painting, his figure steeply becoming huge, transforming into a great ink beast demon. What? Cut it out. The roaring dog opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the winged tiger's muscle-filled neck. The muscle as hard as steel was as weak as a sponge in its mouth, easily piercing through and viciously tearing off a piece of tiger meat. The sudden scene of the white dog biting the tiger was almost fixed in front of the eyes of the crowd, and each of them was dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. Instead, Anyang subconsciously blurted out, Blackie? The small black demonic aura in midair violently exploded, different from the initial form like ordinary, but extremely vicious, with a great demonic pressure aura impacted out. Anyang's body shook, and she instantly turned pale with fear. Although she hadn't heard anything, a disgruntled voice seemed to flash through her mind. Damn it! Call me the sun-swallowing god. Plop! Anyang sat down on the ground at once, with a look of fear on his face, unable to believe that Xiao Hei's strength could be so powerful. However, since it appeared, then Wang Qingyuan. At this very moment, the Eagle King, who had completely lost all hope of survival, felt an incomparably familiar aura, and then slowly opened his eyes. At the sight of the ink-thin dog that was tearing the winged tiger great demon apart, its eagle eyes went from dull to bright surprise all of a sudden. Boy, did I read that right. Is that a dog? Next, the golden body of the Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun behind him began to shake, emitting dazzling and solemn golden light, accompanied by clicking sounds, and dense cracks actually appeared. The entire temple began to shake. The crowd in the shadows were instantly shocked when they saw such a state of affairs. This nameless deity was indeed something fishy. Could it be that a god is really going to appear? Seeing this, the Eagle King's heart stopped suddenly, and then his whole body trembled, as if he had truly felt some kind of heaven and earth rules, as well as the existence that he was familiar with and thought about day and night. Buzz! The golden body erupted with light and then shattered with a bang, and the endless thunder and lightning made a crackling sound, connecting each piece of the shattered golden body, and then reassembled into a real body in the golden light. And then among the light, a handsome figure appeared from it, and a familiar Dharma body rose behind it, releasing an incomparably pure and intense heavenly god's might. Puffing eagle, still not in position? The puffing eagle's body shook violently. Wang Qingyuan had created a connection with this golden body early on, perhaps because of the incense feed from the puffing eagle, so there was some incense power in this golden body. And so when the intention is to connect, the Dharma body can be brought down in this way. Greetings, true Lord Qingyuan Miao Dao, the true Lord of Erlang Haiyan Shang of Gujianku. Yang Jian's Dharma body descends. Boom! Wang Qingyuan's aura was released abruptly, and with that, his appearance changed completely. Yang Jian's Dharma body is plump and handsome, with ears hanging over his shoulders, and he has the appearance of a teenager. His head is crowned with the three mountains crown and his body is clad in silver armor. He wears gold boots with dragon socks, and a jade belt with 8 treasures. He carries a crescent moon slingshot at his waist and a 3-pointed 2-bladed spear. A living, breathing Dala heavenly god who could shock the 3 realms with his face value alone. And the moment the third eye opened at the center of his brow, an aura of boundless might swept out, blasting out a golden light. Asterisk 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 the golden body has really come back to life. Heavens! Is that golden body actually really a god? My mom! What a handsome god, simply handsome miserable me. What a terrifying pressure, an aura that has never been felt before. I feel like my entire body can't stop shaking. Isn't that Wang Qingyuan? Is that him enshrined in that golden body, or is that Dharma body behind him? The situation seems to be reversing. When Wang Qingyuan appeared with the Yang Jian Dharma body, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The winged tiger was bitten by the snarling dog to the point that it could not do anything, and could not even fight back, and its blood soared wildly, completely doubting the tiger's life. I can't even beat a dog myself. And the smile on the devil-eyed snake demon's face was completely stiff, straight in place, seemingly somewhat at a loss for words. Even if they hadn't yet exchanged blows, their strong instincts were telling themselves that this Dharma body that had suddenly appeared in front of them was an existence that was by no means possible to defeat. Lord, man, you really came back? Puff the Skyhawk froze, thinking he was dreaming. It had already forgotten when it woke up from this realm. It only knew that when it opened its eyes, Erlangshan and Roaring Dog were gone, and its own demonic power was nowhere near as strong as it once was. After how many springs, summers, autumns and winters, it can only build its golden body here and offer it day by day, expecting to see its master again one day. And when the moment actually happened, it was utterly and completely dumbfounded. Wang Qingyuan lowered his eyebrows and looked at this loyal and unquestioning great demon with mixed feelings in his heart. However, the expression still maintained the majesty of a heavenly war god, without the slightest movement, and the voice did not carry the slightest emotion. Pounce on the skyhawk. I am. Since you've seen my Dharma body, why don't you quickly return to your position? Chapter 67 The Scorn of the God of Heaven. Ding! The puffing eagle returns to its position. Wang Qingyuan's mind was connected to it, so he could take it into the system space at any time, and could heal it through his own power. The heavenly eye on its forehead released divine light, repairing the puffing eagle's injuries, and the petrified parts were easily lifted. After returning to its position, not only was it in peak condition, it even regained some of its great demon strength. Thank you, Master. Puff the Skyhawk was thrilled. After saying that, it lifted its wings and flew to roll up 100 feet of dragon scrolls, heading towards the winged tiger that had already been torn to half-death, but was still struggling, and its copper claws directly removed its wings. Dog, I'm coming. Woof. Ha, silly dog, why can't you talk yet? Seeing such a scene, the demon-eyed snake woman had been scared silly, gulping down her saliva and looking at the solemn and domineering Dharma body in front of her in horror. If it had known beforehand that the background of the sky-pouncing eagle was so hard, even if it had been given 10,000 guts, it would not have dared to be so arrogant. At the moment, the heart that was beating violently out of fear could not be controlled, but it knew in its heart, whether it did or did not do it, it could not escape death. In that case, let's fight to the death. The devil-eye snake woman's eyes flickered with green light, and she used all her strength to petrify him, even if it was only for a moment. She could still buy time to escape. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment. Wang Qingyuan's feet gently stepped, Thunder Shadow Shua moved, and in an instant, he moved to 100 meters away in front of it, carrying the three-pointed two-edged sword, and glancing back sideways. What kind of a look is that? It's God's scorn. The devil-eye snake woman's breath hitched as the threat of death rushed straight to her head. Buzz boom. I wanted to open my mouth to beg for forgiveness, but that true Lord Dharma body waved its divine weapon and slashed out a shocking blade light. In an instant, it chopped through the snake woman's body, and even the remaining power did not diminish, and even the 10,000 miles of clouds were divided to the end of the sky dome, as if they had become two worlds. Under the shocking might, almost all targets were annihilated and ceased to exist. When the people hiding in the dark saw such a scene, their scalps went numb and they directly forgot to even breathe. So strong, is this the strength of Erlang Shun? Wang Qingyuan felt the incomparably pure power within his body, reveling in this intense sense of the solemnity of the heavenly god. Neza's third prince was certainly strong, but demonic in nature, even more so than divine. When his Dharma body appeared, the will of the fierce god would always give him an urge to fire and a strong conviction lingered. Neza, boring, I want to see blood flowing. However, compared to Neza, the god of evil, the aura of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan is restrained, calm, and powerful in every sense of the word. It is the strong divinity of a true god of justice, incomparably pure and superior. The two are different, but not good or bad. And the power of the gods must be used sympathetically in a particular scenario. The winged tiger was tenacious in life, but under the siege of the roaring dog and the sky-pouncing eagle, there was no way it could have any comeback. Its neck was bitten off and its heart was pierced through by the sharp beak, and it fell to the ground with a loud crash. When the two great demons of the masterless realm here were killed, the pattern would have to be reset again. The eyes of Anyang and Zixia and the others shook, not daring to breathe out loud for fear that Wang Qingyuan would kill them all on a whim as well. After all, under the gaze of those eyes, they felt that they were no different from ants and couldn't see any of the emotions that came with being a human being. This was more terrifying than any vicious great demon as well as harmful ghosts. And there is also the extremely important point. The great Eagle King demon that they had long been afraid of, and even dared not resist, was actually just one of his pets. How powerful is he then? However, Wang Qingyuan wouldn't even care how they thought, much less be curious about what they would do next. With the two great demons dead and the sky-pouncing eagle leaving with them, the rest of the world could be left to their own devices. Just as he wanted to turn around and leave, Zixia spoke out. Wait. Wang Qingyuan turned back. Zixia and Anyang's group of people appeared, their gazes cast in unison, their hearts apprehensive. What is it? Please, give us, show us a way to live. Zixia's eyes were red, her desire for life was intense, she didn't want to become a slave to a great demon or ghost again. The others also knelt down at the sight of this, with a sincere attitude, knowing full well that the man in front of them must have a way to do this, and that this might be the only hope they could grasp. Looking at the incomparably expectant gazes of the crowd, Wang Qingyuan's expression remained unchanged and he only asked lightly, "You want to kill my eagle? And who are you to dare show me a way to live?" Everyone froze in silence, even if they wanted to say that they had no choice but to do so because they were pressured by the great demon. But no matter what, this was indeed the truth. However, Wang Qingyuan is not a person who does not know what is right, he still knows some of the hidden information, but deterrence should always be there, otherwise I am afraid that their greed is difficult to curb. What's more, he does have some use for these people. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qingyuan retrieved Yang Jian's Dharma body, and the majesty of the god dissipated, transforming back into a harmless teenager, which alleviated much of their pressure. I can show you a way to live, and you will move at once to the old land of Dragon City. A man looks up in horror and, but isn't there an army of hundreds of thousands of fierce ghosts and a dragon corpse sleeping there? We'll surely die if we go there, big brother. Wang Qingyuan faintly said. Just a short while ago, the holy decree of the Dragon Emperor of Yanxia descended and has reclaimed 30,000 miles of the old Dragon City land. What? The crowd all froze in place, their heads shaken by the shocking situation. Zixia even had a skeptical look on her face. This was a shocker. Wang Qingyuan continued, you can go there, find a general named Luo Zhengkai, say my name, and I'm sure he'll take you in. Only. The words turned to a kind smile. I want you to help mold a few golden bodies, and then worship them day after day, with a constant flow of incense. And spread the myths in the realm of the unmastered according to my wishes, and help me collect the power of faith. It was only after hanging around in the masterless realm for a long time again that Wang Qingyuan finally decided to rush back to Jingwei City. The time he came out this time wasn't that long, but it made him feel as if a month or two had passed. After all, everything that had happened lately had been so exciting. Until now, when I thought about it, I was still vaguely mentally shaken. The harvest from this trip was tremendous. Not only did he succeed in summoning Erlangshan's Dharma body, but he also harvested a powerful puffing eagle with great battle power, and also felt the battle power bonus from the so-called power of faith, from which it was clear that there might be other more uses. On the road, from the mouth of the heaven-pouncing eagle, it was learned that 1,000 years of age ago, a battle of the gods seemed to have taken place, but how it was initiated, and how it ended, was no longer remembered. The memories all seemed to have been erased by some force. All it remembers is the state it was in when it woke up, panicked, bewildered, and has been wandering to this day before finally tentatively finding a home. This excited it so much that it kept teasing Blackie along the way. The hawks and dogs who were supposed to meet after a long time were brotherly and friendly at first, and before the day was out they were fighting. Finally, several days later, Wang Qingyuan returned to the prosperous Jingwei City and breathed in the familiar smell of the air. He decided to give himself a few days off and do some research about the power of faith to gain as much insight as possible into its critical role. And while walking through the downtown neighborhood, his eyes were quickly drawn to a huge field. In the huge open-air venue, two demonic creatures were fiercely sparring with each other, emitting wild roars that made the hearts of all the spectators present surge and their blood boil. The fighting platform. Gee, that seems interesting. Blackie, Puffy Sky, let's go over and take a look. Chapter 68, Roaring Dog, Tear It Up. Imperial Beast Master Guild, Demon Fighting Arena. A large crowd gathered, and there was a great deal of noise and shouting. Go on, peeps, tear it up. Wasteland Wolf. Oh ho, this is so exciting. This is so much better than a blackboxing match. That's for sure. The battle between beasts and demons is the most primitive killing. It's just getting high as hell. The golden ape is just too strong. It's already won 10 matches in a row, right? After all, its owner is a LV 69 level Imperial Beast Master, and with the strength of the race, sweeping through this group of crooked people is inevitable. Asterisk. With just 3 more wins, the Imperial Beastmaster of the Capital Palace is going to win the qualification to establish a guild with us. Damn it! The Imperial Beastmasters of the Capital Prefecture are so arrogant that they have come to Jingwei City to wreak havoc. Imperial Beastmasters of Jingwei City, fight for your honor. Quickly give me KAM to flip them over. In every city, there were all kinds of guilds. More than 70% of the nation's live tournaments were promoted by the major guilds, forming a scale and earning astronomical amounts of tickets and advertising fees. The demon fighting battle introduced by the Imperial Beastmaster Guild was the most lucrative of them all, and there was no one of them. Its heat was even higher than some official tournaments. Some ambitious Beastmaster guilds were not satisfied with just being rooted in the city they belonged to at the moment, so they split their ranks and expanded to other places in order to grow bigger and bigger. However, according to the rules, if people from outside the city wanted to establish a guild across the city, they had to get the consent of the local city lord. Or, take the initiative to challenge the local guilds, and if you win, you will be able to gain a foothold in the area and force a share of the local indigenous guilds. Quite the kicker. At this very moment, the Capital Mansion Imperial Beastmaster Guild, then came several people to kick off, and the favored beasts were powerful and had an unstoppable trend. Boom! The golden ape punched through the stomach of the murderous bear, blood and internal organs sprayed out, and the large body fell to the ground with a bang, dying on the spot. A young girl who was a royal beast master suffered a backlash and fell to the ground with a cry, her pitiful appearance causing the many spectators to wail as if they were playing chicken. On the other hand, the golden ape's owner, Zhou Yang, the imperial beast master of the capital mansion, laughed out loud. Little sister, my golden giant ape is a born fighting race, with infinite strength and a berserk skill with the highest battle power bonus. Losing to me, you are not wronged. A woman beside Zhou Yang was surrounded by a group of rabbit demons, jumping up and down with scarlet eyes, each holding sharp blades in their hands. She said with a smile, "Brother Yang is right, losing to him is not an injustice for you guys. Once again, let me introduce you. This is the junior cadre of the Capital City House Imperial Beast Guild, Zhou Yang, LV. 69 level Imperial Beast Master, participant of the Season 10 Battle of the Beast Kings competition. He was also an outstanding undergraduate of the country's premier school, Tianlong University." A young boy on the audience stage asked in confusion, "Mommy, what does flunk out mean?" I guess I just didn't graduate successfully. But it's Sky Dragon University, so just getting in would be awesome. Zhou Yang let out a light laugh. XAN, there is no need to mention the past splendor. I have now used my absolute strength to tell the crowd that the Imperial Beast Guild of the Capital Mansion will be strongly stationed here. Who? The Golden Ape comprehended his will and beat his chest, letting out a wild roar. The expressions of the people from the Jingwei Imperial Beast Guild were incredibly ugly. They were already having trouble dealing with just one Zhou Yang. This time, there was even a LV 73 ranked powerhouse that came along with them. It was an existence that they absolutely could not defeat. The Beastmaster, a rare profession without a doubt, had a very slow upgrading speed in the early stages and was very costly. As a result, there weren't too many of them in the entire city of Jingwei. The dignified ones of the younger generation had been pretty much defeated just now, and if they lost 2 more matches, they would have no chance at all. The old men in the guild were furious, but they couldn't lower themselves down and become the laughingstock of the public. But now the situation was already very urgent. If they really let the Imperial Beastmasters of the Capital Mansion succeed in gaining a foothold, in the future, their living space would only be very difficult. What to do? We've had too few Imperial Beastmaster seeds in the past few years. If it were 2 years ago, how could this brat dare to be so arrogant? Alas, the young generation's talent is withering, and being oppressed is an inevitable result. The gap is simply too great. Several guild elders sighed helplessly. The youth who had already been defeated once before rose up angrily. "I'll do it. Let me fight again." "You can't fight anymore. And Xing, you're already injured, you can't keep fighting." The other man pulled him back with a deadly grip. It's all because our favored beasts are too weak, I'm sorry." A short-haired girl cried in aggravation. "Even brother and Xing and sister Li Jing were defeated, how can we possibly be opponents? Their morale is low and they really don't seem to be able to come back." At this point in time, Wang Qingyuan bought a ticket to enter and took in the situation here, but there were no waves in his heart. It was just that regarding the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, he did have some ideas that he wanted to reach out to. He wanted to gain a great deal of exposure for the Roaring Dogs and the Puffing Eagles, for the sake of the Roaring Dogs and the Puffing Eagles. To make a confirmation, visibility, whether it can be converted into the so-called power of faith. And to do that, battle fame is an essential process. The Imperial Beastmasters Guild is the easiest way to do that. "What? Do you have no one left to fight?" Zhou Yang arrogantly surrounded the crowd and smiled smugly, as if he was proud of his position as a genius. But then, just as he was about to open his mouth to speak again, a young figure appeared in everyone's line of sight at some unknown time. "I am also a royal beast master of Siriati City, may I be your opponent?" Hearing his voice first, the pupils of the crowd suddenly contracted, and their gazes reached. Wang Qingyuan was followed by a slender white dog, and the golden pale eagle shrunk in size and stood on his right arm, its eyes releasing a sharp edge. His appearance caused the crowd to freeze, not even reacting to when exactly he appeared there. Only some of the strongest observers of the battle noticed some strange movements, and one by one, they revealed unexpected gazes. He's not a professional of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. So fast, I actually realized his trail afterward. What a young lad, the aura seems good. The participants present could not help but stare at the situation, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion, not recognizing this unfamiliar face at all. The people of the guild also looked at each other, recalling in their minds if there was such a person. But it has to be said, this teenager who was holding the dog Optimus Prime, really had some inexplicable temperament in his body, so that at the first glance, people did not dare to underestimate it. Zhou Yang paused, then said, "As long as you can represent the Imperial Beast Guild of Jingwei City in the battle, then I have no problem with it." Naturally, Wang Qingyuan didn't even bother to ask what the others thought at all. They had already been beaten by this golden ape without a trace of temper, and it was redundant to ask anything. "Fine, then." Zhou Yang's gaze snapped, then he issued a command, LV 69 level, Golden Ape, charge over and settle the battle quickly. LV 61. Wang Qingyuan reached out and pointed, Roaring Dog, tear it apart. Woof. The battle was imminent. Many hadn't even reacted to what was going on before an unfamiliar face barged in and launched a challenge. Moreover, its pet beasts were still a dog plus an eagle. Although the Royal Beast Masters had 1,000 different pet beasts, such a race really didn't allow the crowd to raise too much interest, or even look at it too favorably. After all, the Golden Ape's power is as strong as the naked eye can see. Having killed several demonic beasts in consecutive bursts, it is by no means possible that he will be killed by a dog. Ow! The field. Deafening howls of pain resounded, causing everyone to suddenly wake up. When the line of sight became clear, he only saw that the thin white dog had instantly inked up to become huge, just like a giant beast. With extreme ferocity, he bit into the golden ape's shoulder, then violently tore off an arm, spitting out a mouthful of fury blood mist. At this moment, the entire room was instantly silent. P.S. Sorry for the slow update, big guy. The rest of the night shift. Chapter 69 or seconds. While the crowd was still sizing up the teenager, the favored beasts of both sides had already engaged in a fierce battle. In just a single glance, the golden ape's punch failed to hit and was easily dodged by the nimble roaring dog, which then transformed into a ferocious beast that ripped off its shoulder with a single bite, blood spurting out. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. What just happened in an instant? Why did the golden ape's arm disappear all of a sudden? Ripped it off in one bite. Is this a ING dog? How can it be so fierce? A brief silence was followed by a raging, high-pitched confusion from the audience. The scene had happened far too suddenly. The roaring dog's strength was immense and its teeth were incredibly sharp. Not to mention a mere golden ape that wasn't strong enough to be a great demon. Thinking back then, even if it was the copper-skinned and iron bones of Sun Dishang, it could bite out 2 bloody holes out. The golden ape collapsed heavily on the ground, his fists flailing wildly, his feet pedaling bicycle-like stomping hard, his face showing fear, obviously completely disorganized. But such a haphazard defense couldn't stop roaring dog's attack at all. Phew! It directly transformed into a white stream of light, flashing at the top of the golden ape's head, biting into its robust neck, connecting the tendons with the bones, and once again ripping it off hard. The golden ape with its head and body separated died on the spot, its body completely softening. What? How is this possible? My golden ape just died. The smile on the face of Zhou Yang, who was still confident, hadn't dissipated yet. His own powerful favored beast had already been blasted to death by this dog of unknown origin? Blanche, does that make sense? There was a sudden, smothering pain in his chest as the death of his favored beast caused him to suffer a backlash. Damn! What race of dog is this? He staggered back 2 steps and was assisted by Xin, whose expression was also full of disbelief. The golden ape, who was obviously still in great power in the first few rounds, was killed in such a devastating manner. In the Capital Palace Imperial Beastmaster team, a handsome young man opened his eyes, and while his eyes were unexpected, they also flickered with a dangerous color. On the other hand, on the side of Psycheo City's team, each one of them was dumbstruck, shocked by this strange but powerful teenage Imperial Beastmaster. So strong. The golden ape is actually powerless to fight back. What an awesome dog. What race is this? I want to have one too. What the hell is this teenager? The several strong members of the Imperial Beast Guild on the stands were also stunned, their eyes flickering with a strange color. This teenager's strength seemed far more powerful than it seemed. When did Siriitii City have such an excellent Imperial Beastmaster? Although Roaring Dog's strength was far from being comparable to the peak, it was not something that an ordinary demonic creature could touch. Damn it, my golden ape fought for several rounds in a row. It must have lost a lot of chi and was in a state of recklessness. That's why it was killed in seconds by this dog's happenstance. Zhou Yang's words were true, but as a royal beast master, how could he not be aware of the state of his favored beasts? It was just that he wanted to get some face back as much as possible. The roaring dog leapt back and stood behind Wang Qingyuan. Its ink-like power was as if it was burning like a flame, with a majesty far different from that of a demonic creature. A dog, an eagle and a man, a scene like a painting, causing one's heart to palpitate. Anyone else want to come up and challenge? Wang Qingyuan smiled in a harmless manner and calmly swept his eyes at the other royal beast master. I challenge. A spiritual guy tattooed with a heavenly eye took the initiative to answer the battle, and with a wave of his arm, he released a huge hippopotamus-favored beast. Poo-poo-poo, the hippo's flexible tail was like a propeller, flinging a reply. Humph, LV. 69 level, iron-armored hippo. A mere dog can be stomped into mush with a single kick. Roaring Dog showed his teeth in fears, his eyes flashed with essence, and then his figure's ink-like shape was even more gorgeous, and even became somewhat illusory. It has a unique sneaking ability that can dramatically increase its speed and is intangible. Known as the #1 sneaking technique in the 3 realms. Sound of escaping laughter. The iron-armored hippo charged, and the moment it came into contact with the roaring dog, its body passed straight through it, as if it had hit a cloud of smoke. The latter turned sharply in the air and opened his mouth, his sharp dog teeth biting on top of the iron armor, sparks erupting and sounds buzzing. Aha! How dare you bite my favored beast? The iron armor on its body is indestructible as I spent a lot of money to build it. Ah, chipped your dog teeth. Before the spirit boy could be complacent for a few seconds, along with a crunching sound, the iron armor on the hippopotamus-favored beast was pierced through by the dog's teeth, bursting open on the spot. Without the iron armor defense, the hippopotamus-spoiled beast's defense is not even as good as the golden ape. Was Roaring Dog with perverted strength to tear to the manipulation, and then violently force, actually will be born life to tear into 2 sections. The scene is bloody incomparable. The mental boy's face was instantly ironic. Such an impactful image caused all the spectators present to completely boil over, dopamine secreting rapidly. What they wanted to see Was this kind of exciting scene of blood and flesh flying around? Yes. Good boy. What a fierce dog, even the iron-armored hippo couldn't withstand the power of its bite. Our Jingwei city even hides such a heaven-defying imperial beast master. Why didn't we let him fight earlier, causing me to be apprehensive for half a day? These imperial beast masters of the capital mansion are stupid. In just 3 to 5 minutes, they've already folded 2 favored beasts. That's not a small loss. They're favored beasts, from the simplest feeding, to the provision of various pills, as well as the creation of special equipment. At least $10 million of funds would be spent in a year. The pattern is small. $10 million a year is considered to be a civilian imperial beast master. The real big shots all start with a small goal. That's natural, otherwise why do you think there are so few imperial beast masters? Awakened can afford it, but can't afford to play. One can never afford such a huge investment without relying on the guild's cultivation. The Seiko Imperial Beast Guild. The crowd froze in disbelief. Horrible, again, seconds. And Xing completely calmed down. Looking at the teenage figure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. How was this dog even more handsome than his own snow wolf favored beast? Outrageous. Li Jing's mouth was slightly open, and while she was shocked, a stone in her heart quietly fell to the ground. Without this person going into battle, the living space of the Jingwei Imperial Beast Guild would definitely suffer a great squeeze, adding to the woes of a family that was already not so well off. Sister Jing, do you recognize this handsome guy? The young girl who had previously been blown away by the golden ape's punch from her favored beast had stars sparkling in both her eyes. Li Jing shook her head. I don't know. I guess it's highly likely that he's a roadie. She paused and said, go tell the chairman that if he can repel the Imperial Beast Guild of the Capital Palace, he will immediately prepare a thank you gift for him. Okay, how much to prepare? At least a small target. Li Jing said, no, prepare one more and see if we can pull him into our guild then. It's very important for our development. The defeated Sky-Eye Boy returned lost and no longer dared to say a single big word. There was a certain connection between the will of the Imperial Beastmaster and his pet beast, and when the iron-armored hippo was killed, he also manifested a ferocious demon in his consciousness, as if it could eat him alive. Ugh, that's horrible. The last battle. If Wang Qingyuan continued to win, then their plan to move into Jingwei City would have to be declared a failure. At this moment, several people's gazes shifted to the rear. A handsome, gentle-looking youth who always inexplicably gave off a shadowy aura slowly stood up. Level LV 75, Fu Family Fu Tianqi. Friend, I've come to fight you. P.S. 2 in a row. Chapter 70 The Eye of the Root Cause, Open. The Fu Family. Fu Tianqi. When this name appeared, the hearts of everyone present tightened. Because the name of the Fu family of the Kyoto prefecture could be said to be as familiar to them as thunder. This was without a doubt a giant family, controlling the daily livelihood of countless people. Not only was the family business huge, but it also possessed an unimaginable base of professionals. His descendants are amazing and talented, and Fu Tianqi was one of them. Wang Qingyuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something nasty from the other party's body. Pounce on the skyhawk. The sky-fluttering eagle that received the order lifted its wings and flew, steeply changing into a huge golden eagle in the air, able to roll out strong winds when waving its wings, with copper claws and iron beaks. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble with fear. Two-headed fire lion. Roar! Wild roars overlapped and shook the demon fighting arena as a large, flaming fire lion with 2 heads appeared, displaying the majesty of a king. It's a double-headed fire lion. Fu Tianqi lost to Scow in the tournament last time. I didn't expect to pull out something like this time. Wealthy feeding this kind of big demon pet beast, I'm afraid it's more than 200 or 300 million a year. What is the status of the Fu family? What's 200 or 300 million dollars to them? Also, there's no area up and down the country that they don't dabble in. The money would have been made none long ago. I remember that this fire lion was captured by a strong Fu clan member 2 years ago, and I didn't expect that it would be given to him as a favored beast. Is it possible that it was for him that he was captured? When the twin-headed fire lion appeared, the entire room felt a considerable amount of pressure, while incomparably looking forward to the next battle, one's heart surging. However, Li Jing couldn't help but worry, not wanting such a chivalrous young man to be harmed because of their weakness. It's absolutely unbearable. Little brother, the twin-headed fire lion is too strong and has a certain burning power to the soul. It is a very powerful great demon. If you find it difficult to defeat, abstain immediately and never fight for your life. Li Jing shouted. That's right. Things will develop like this all because of our weakness. Even if we can't stop them in the end, I, and Xing, am still grateful from the bottom of my heart. In response to their reminder, Wang Qingyuan turned back and didn't say anything, only slightly lowering his eyebrows as a way of reassuring a few people. Seeing that calm demeanor, the crowd quieted down, admiring his unperturbed mind. The heart is secretly fueled. At this moment, an eagle and a lion confronted each other on the field, their fierce auras rushed skyward, and the aura of a great demon permeated the entire field, causing everyone to subconsciously gulp their saliva. Next, the fire lion roared and roared, flames erupted, and the ground it ran through would burst into flames for a long time. The puffing eagle's wings vibrated, and the astral wind formed a tornado, dispersing the blazing fire, and then it impacted as if it were a steel drill. With a loud boom, the aura of the great demon erupted violently, and the power of fire and wind quickly fused, rising up in their midst in a stormy tornado of fire. The storm that was formed almost toppled everything around it, and even a small girl with a thin body type was sent flying on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So intense, this is the real battle of the great demons. It's too wonderful. It's true that it must still be the battles between Imperial Beast Masters that are the most exciting. The blood is boiling. I even want to go up and fight them. Just you? Stop it, big brother. Go back and replace your family's oxen. Plow 2 acres of land cool on the line. The strength of the twin-headed fire lion is known to all. And what is the origin of this Song-ying? It's actually able to compete with it. Compared to that Song-ying's condition, I'm more concerned about what the identity of that teenager is, only so young to be able to manipulate such a great demon. I'm sure he must also be backed by a huge family. This generation of professionals is truly full of talents. The dual-headed fire lion continuously erupted with firepower, almost turning the entire demon fighting stage into an inferno of fire. In addition to its own powerful abilities, its physical body was also incredibly strong. The sky-pouncing eagle repeatedly attacked furiously, scratching off a few pieces of flesh and blood from its body, but it was as if it had been lightly injured, still able to fight with all its might. Now, Fu Tianqi's face was a bit ugly, and the color of danger in his gaze grew even more, even surfacing a touch of killing intent. He didn't expect that an existence as talented as himself would fight such a nameless player evenly. No, was it really evenly matched? Although the double-headed fire lion always maintained the strongest firepower, it had already been injured in many places, and white bones were even seen in its abdomen. While the sky-pouncing eagle was getting more and more courageous, only waiting for a fatal moment. Fu Tianqi was a little unable to accept that someone could surpass his own talent on the field of the Imperial Beast Master. It was even more unacceptable that there were other people's favored beasts that were more powerful than their own. If that was the case, he feared that he would never be able to surpass the brother who had made him jealous for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, his killing intent couldn't help but spread out. Wang Qingyuan had some playfulness on his face as he quietly watched Fu Tianqi's expression change. Just by observing him, he was able to determine that the other party was radical and lawless, malicious about everything. Compare that to Chang Yi, and maybe there's been more. It's the same thing. The great demon is in the midst of a fierce battle. Wang Qingyuan and Fu Tianqi looked at each other across the sea of fire, and even if they didn't say a word, they could still gain some insight into each other's emotions. Fate STH. Fu Tianqi's gaze turned cold and stern, and he softly read out, "Die." Next, the twin-headed fire lion looked like it had suddenly received some sort of instruction, and the target of the kill was shifted from the puffing eagle to the teenager over there in one go. Roar! At the cost of sacrificing half of its head, it broke away from the attack of the sky-pouncing eagle, then let out a roar and pounced towards Wang Qingyuan. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked. Not good. This fire lion has gone crazy. He tried to kill that young Imperial Beast Master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not speaking martial virtues. How could the Fu family produce such a scum who doesn't speak of martial virtues? You keep your voice down. If the Fu family hears you, you don't want to live. This kid is going down. The audience on stage could really see it. It was well known that beast masters could only control beasts and were not good at fighting. Although they share some attribute values, they are still no different from battle scum when compared to a proper combat profession. If one was pounced upon by such a large demon, one would only become a pile of broken meat on the spot. The crowd of royal beast masters under the field had the hindsight to react when the fire lion was already close to the teenager's eyes, and the shock went straight to their heads. Shameless. Oops. Help. It's too late. However, Wang Qingyuan, who was facing the blazing fire lion at the moment, did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face, but only looked at Fu Tianqi on the other side playfully, revealing a cold smile. You already have a way to die. Love the quote from Erlang Xian Shang Jinjuan Yang Jian, roots of the eye, open. Wang Qingyuan chi surged upward and exploded, and the third eye on his forehead opened, shooting out infinite pressure, and instantly Xuanhe Golden Light made a great deal of noise. The ferocious fire lion was swept by a wave of divine power at the moment, the whole body flames abruptly extinguished, not much different from ordinary male lions, eyes clear, by the breath of the gods on the spot rushed dumbfounded. Pust! The three-pointed two-edged sword pierced through the fire lion's body. Silence in the room. Wang Qingyuan sidled out his gaze from beside the dead through fire lion and looked kindly at Fu Tianqi who had moved his mind. Fu Tianqi's body was shaken, and it felt like he had instantly fallen into an endless abyss. Chapter 71 is simply insane. The room was silent. Looking at the double-headed fire lion that was picked to death by a knife, a horrified expression appeared on his face, as if he had seen something that was by no means possible. Twin-headed fire lion. Dead. Such a ferocious demonic creature would be killed by a teenager in a single strike, and killed so easily. Could it be that, not only did he possess a superb talent and beast royalty, he also possessed a strong personal combat ability? How is it possible to have a double bloom of Imperial Beasts and personal combat power? The entire audience, the Imperial Beast masters from both sides, as well as a few strong people from the guild. At this moment, they all couldn't help but doubt their lives. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I must have too many dear. Cold sweat broke out all over Zhou Yang's body, suddenly feeling that his golden ape's death wasn't that unjust. The bad thing is, young Fu's favored beast was killed, it's bound to be infuriated. If this kid doesn't have any power behind him, I'm afraid he's just going to be finished. The Imperial Beast Masters of the Capital Mansion all knew Fu Tianqi's character quite well, and they all subconsciously took 2 steps back. If it wasn't for the fact that they could get more benefits from being on the same team as him, they wouldn't be willing to hold the feet of a childish and violent young master. But with the current situation, this arrogant guy was mostly ruined. Fu Xiao would not let him go. Their hearts began to silently mourn. Sister Jing, he killed Fu Tianqi's favored beast. I'm afraid he's caused a big trouble, right? The young girl inquired worriedly from the side. Li Jing's face was grave, obviously not anticipating this situation either, and she felt a great headache all of a sudden. Fu Tianqi's level of domineering is no less than Chang Yi of the Chang family, messing with him. Even we probably won't be too easy to quell. Another youth was quite scornful of him. Aning said with a frown. The demon fighting arena has a complete record of the entire process. The death of the Fire Lion was entirely Fu Tianqi's own doing. There's no one else to blame. Nowadays, even though our Jingwei Imperial Beasts Guild has fallen out of favor, we have conclusive evidence in our hands, so if we want to bail out a person, we should still be able to do it. But, for him, can we really go so far as to offend Fu Tianqi, or even the Fu family? The youth was a bit weak, and Xing glared at him, useless thing. If we were really scornful of him, we wouldn't have to fight a single battle long ago, we'd just give up the guild and send it to him. The man resentfully dared not say more. At this moment, and Xing and Li Jing, as well as a group of powerful people looked at the figure standing proudly as if it was flickering with the light of hope. The same thought rose in his mind. If he could be brought to his side and poured in a large amount of resources, perhaps, the Jingwei Imperial Beast Guild would be able to return to its former glory. But before that, the teenager had to be saved. Yet in the very next second, something unexpected happened to them again. Only to see Wang Qingyuan throw the twin-headed Fire Lion aside as if he was flinging garbage. The 3-pointed two-edged sword was not a mortal object and would not be stained by mortal blood, and it still shone with a stern and intimidating cold light. Wang Qingyuan's eyes stared at Fu Tianqi without any expression, like an emotionless executor. This look, for a moment looked at his bones cold. Since childhood, no one had ever dared to scare him like this, which made him fearful and at the same time, rise out of anger. Damn, how dare you! Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Wang Qingyuan had already approached with his sword. The killing machine spread out, and when he met the eyes that were as deep as black holes, the aura that could be described as terrifying poured into his entire body, causing every cell of Fu Tianqi to emit a shrill cry for help. His pupils shrank. This maniac, he really wants to kill himself. Doesn't he know who I am? Dang! Just as the 3-pointed two-edged blade was about to fall, a figure suddenly flashed in, putting in his best efforts to parry all the attacks, sparks flying everywhere. However, Yang Jian's divine weapon was strong and was transformed into a 3-headed jiao. Even if Wang Qingyuan had not summoned his Dharma body and the divine power he exerted was limited, it was by no means something an ordinary powerhouse could withstand. After just 2 breaths of persistence, the opponent's weapon was broken into pieces, and a hideous wound was opened up in his chest by a slight graze. What a strong weapon! Thumping backward a few steps to stabilize his stance, the visitor was an old man with white temples, wearing a green long shirt, quite a bit of the meaning of a senior elder. It was just that he was seriously injured in the first encounter, making him look extremely wretched at the moment. He was in shock, marveling at the teenager's strong strength while at the same time, he actually did lay down the law. Junior, you killed my young master's favored beast, but you still want to kill? It's too much. The old man was a guard of the Fu family, specializing in protecting his safety. Wang Qingyuan didn't bother to explain, because since the other party asked such words, it meant that they didn't want to be reasonable at all. However, upon hearing this, the audience on the field inexplicably blocked a fire and shouted in a mountainous manner. Let your mother's dog fart, it was clearly your favored beasts that suddenly went crazy and tried to hurt people first. That's right. If it wasn't for this little brother's strength, if someone else had come, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. Others are afraid of your Fu family, but I'm not. Don't think I don't know that it's not the first time Fu Tianqi's favored beasts have hurt people. Whether it's the favored beast suddenly going crazy, or whether he did it intentionally, I won't say it, but everyone's heart is clear. The strongest person from the Imperial Beast Guild also came forward to speak. It's too overbearing for the Fu family to indiscriminately try to throw a hatchet at our people, isn't it? Even if you're the top family of the capital mansion, you can't be lawless here, and if you hurt our important members, you have to give a statement before you do so. Seeing the crowd's righteous indignation and almost unanimous accusation against Fu Tianqi, that old man's face was suddenly ugly. The tone of voice was also much more relaxed. Young Master Tianqi in no way had the intention to actively injure anyone, it was the fire lion itself that was out of control. Such a situation is something that all of you as Imperial Beastmasters will have encountered on occasion, I'm sure, he said, but no matter what, this may indeed be our negligence. Little friend, violence is not a solution to the problem. If you feel aggrieved, you can make a condition and we will give you some compensation. Compensation? Wang Qingyuan let out a light laugh, clearly realizing the mistake, but his words still revealed the arrogance of a superior. If it was anyone else, he might have already seen the light at this point, but he wouldn't. After all, the other party had moved to kill himself. He wasn't going to let someone like that become a potential threat. Compensation. That's certainly good. You mention it, how much do you want for it? Wang Qingyuan shook his head. It's not the money. So what do you want? Take his life. Boom. Wang Qingyuan flew out like a cannonball, his body almost turning into a stream of light. In the old man's line of sight, he was able to react with his speed, but his aura was too shocking and he struck out without being told, causing him to directly freeze for an instant. And it was that moment of daze that was enough to kill him. Pust. Without anyone in the room reacting, the old man's head flew up several meters high and blood sprayed Fu Tianqi's face. The latter's scalp tingled as the aura of death reared its ugly head, causing him to breed a great deal of fear towards this domineering and insane teenager. Grass. How can anyone be so crazy? The others were also shocked by his crazy behavior, really just not giving a damn about living. What kind of background does he have that he would dare to act in such a domineering manner? This Fu Tianqi has run into a tough opponent. With a slash to understand the guarding old man, Wang Qingyuan turned to launch a pursuit attack on Fu Tianqi, intending to pierce his body alive. The reason why he was so unforgiving, apart from the fact that the latter harbored murderous intentions towards himself and carried out the assassination, he also had some hidden conditions regarding the Fu family. Brother, help me. Fearful, Fu Tianqi shouted out the backstage that he was relying on. And immediately, a piece of jade in front of him suddenly burst open, forming a spatial vortex that forcefully sucked him in. The speed was so fast that Wang Qingyuan's knife only chopped off his arm and landed on the ground in a raw state. Spatial abilities. Trying to run? Wang Qingyuan wanted to use his divine power to tear open the space and bring things to a complete end. But then, a familiar voice came from the distance. Don't chase. Old ancestor Cheng Yuan. Don't pursue. As far as the eye could see, a muscular old man was speeding up, his broken voice attracting the attention of the crowd. Guan Derong had rushed here without stopping when he learned that Wang Chengyuan had returned to Jingwei City. At least he was the spokesperson of his own ancestor, how could he not come to take the initiative to greet him? However, after noticing the situation over here, he was directly dumbfounded. How come he was fighting with the Fu family, and it looked as if he was going to decimate them? It would be too much trouble if they did kill them. Elder Guan? Wang Qingyuan was a bit puzzled and put away the three-pointed two-edged blade. Qingyuan, what happened? Why are you here? Some trivia. Trivia. I believe you a ghost. Guan Derong actually does not care too much about what happened, because there is no need for any reason at such a time. The Fu family is too powerful, it's nothing to die a guard, but if I die a core descendant, I'm just a little too good to be true. Guan Derong sighed, then quietly said, find an opportunity to secretly get killed later, they can't do anything to us without evidence. That Fu Tianqi isn't a good thing anyway. The two men smiled at each other. In that case, let's give Elder Guan a face. Everyone recognized this great virtue Confucian sage at a glance and were surprised. They hadn't expected that they had all alarmed such a figure. And the weird thing is, how do the two of them look like they know each other and are familiar with each other? A few of the guild's strongest players rushed off the field. Deputy Chief Guan. Guan Derong nodded, Old Su, Rong Meizi, this is quite a mess today. It's not small, said Old Su, sweating, but it's also true that the Fu family's brat has gone too far, failing to fight demons and wanting to turn to murder. Fang Rong said, luckily, this teenager's strength is heaven-defying, or else I'm afraid that he really would have been killed on the spot. There's still this? Guan Derong's face went cold, the Fu family's people are really getting bold, why didn't they stab him to death just now? Su Koan and Fang Rong let out a sarcastic smile and turned their gaze back to the teenager next to them, taking the initiative to show their goodwill. Junior, don't worry, although the Fu family is overbearing, our guild has more or less some face. As long as the statement is made to fully protect you, no one will do nothing about nothing. That's right, regarding this matter, you can rest assured though. Fang Rong laughed, by the way, are you the Imperial Beast Master of our Jingwei City? Why have I never seen you before? Guan Delong was a bit puzzled at his words. A Royal Beast Master? Who said he's a Royal Beast Master? Chapter 72 High-Ranked Copy, Opening. Not a Beast Master? The crowd looked at each other as if they had heard something unbelievable. Not a Royal Beast Master. To be able to manipulate two favored beasts this ferocious? And swept away several fierce beasts? Isn't that cursing? Wang Qingyuan laughed, although I'm not a Royal Beastmaster by profession, my two partners are more loyal and reliable than the so-called contract. It's Su Kuan froze for a moment and sighed. There really is someone outside of the human race, to have such a powerful great demon follow around without relying on a contract. Truly unseen in my life. Fang Rong sighed. It's really too bad. Originally I was thinking that if you were a beast swordsman, you could still join amongst our guild. They were a little lost. If you're not a royal beast master, you can't join? Wang Qingyuan said with a smirk. The two froze, not understanding what he meant. I intend to let the roaring dog and the heaven-pouncing eagle make some name for themselves. Even if I'm not a royal beastmaster, I should still be able to participate in the Royal Beastmaster Guild's various demon fights, right? Hearing this, their eyes lit up, of course. In that case, we can leave a contact first. Wang Qingyuan said, I'll send you the promotional words about these two partners of mine later. No problem. Su Kuo and Fang Rong and the two of them were naturally happy to do so, even if Wang Qingyuan wasn't really joining the guild, as long as he could carry their name and make a name for himself. Then what he would gain in the future would be very considerable. After all, what most Imperial Beastmasters sought was not the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, but money, status, and popularity. They are more like a bunch of theatergoers who like to be exposed in front of the TV cameras and enjoy the feeling of being in front of the stars than professionals who are truly seeking power. At this time, the Fu family home. Fu Tianqi passed through the spatial vortex and landed in the room in a sorry state. He slammed heavily into the floor, his eyes filled with murderous intent, bloodshot and frantic. Kill! Kill! I'm going to gather the strongest members of my family immediately and kill that bastard. Who do you want to kill? At this time, a young man in a suit with a slight resemblance to him walked up, and although there was a smile on his face, there was inexplicably a great pressure. Brother! When Fu Tianqi saw Fu Ming, his voice softened at once as well, and only then did he notice that his entire body had been soaked through with sweat. He had been frightened by Wang Qingyuan. Fu Ming looked at him. Nonsense, last time when you manipulated the pet beasts to kill the Lin family's people, you were already disciplined, or I wiped your ass for you. How dare you do so again this time? Brother, I can guarantee that this guy doesn't have much of a backstage. The District Jingwei Imperial Beast Guild doesn't have any say at all. If you send me someone from the Church of 10,000 Ghosts, I'll be sure to. Snap. With a crisp sound, Fu Tianqi's face had an additional fiery palm print. Lifting his head, he was confronted with a face that was so cold that it made him feel scornful. At home, don't mention those 4 words. Fu Ming's tone carried the oppression of a superior. The latter covered his face and didn't dare to say any more, hiding his hatred in the bottom of his heart. Fu Ming looked at him with contempt and coldly grunted, Kill him? Do you know what kind of person he is? Chang Yi died in his hands, do you know that? What? Chang Yi was killed by him. Fu Tianqi's heart chilled. Fu Ming lightly hummed and said, Before you do anything in the future, think about whether the consequences can be borne. Already 20 years old, do you still want to continue to be childish? If it weren't for the fact that my father entrusted me with taking care of you on his deathbed, I would have let you live on the streets and go snatch food from dogs. Fu Tianqi was silent. Fu Ming walked over to a hearse and opened the covering to reveal a black and white effigy of a man, with a coffin resting beside it. There was no food or fruit on the offering table, but rather a strange jar, covered by yellow ancient paper with painted symbols. Opening one of them, white ghosts appeared from it, seemingly trying to escape. But then, the coffin board shook violently, and the yin qi dispersed in all directions, sucking the ghosts into them and gradually quieting them down. Fu Ming took incense, and an imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. Oh my foolish brother, father will soon be resurrected. This is a critical time, you must not cause me any more trouble. Father, he's coming back? Fu Tianqi said in surprise. Yes, as long as father is successfully resurrected, our Fu family will truly become a veritable #1 family. At that time, no one will be able to block our path. The District God Generation family, the District Wang Qingyuan, and the patricide, Fu Yu, all must die. The ghostly aura flowing around Fu Ming's body. On the other hand, after finalizing the matter of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, Wang Qingyuan then went straight back to Tianlong University. After the last battle at Huashan, the monster class became famous, and Li Zhang was honored to be promoted to principal. However, instead of choosing to return to the capital mansion, he stayed in Jingwei City and turned it into the Tianlong General School. But it's also just a name change, and a balancing of resources. Not much else has changed. They didn't get to see the monster class for the first 3 days because in addition to completing the school mission, they also had to carry out the mission of the Purple Heaven Palace squad, and they have to train intensely in order to improve their strength. After the 3 burial monks' iron crotch kung fu was perfected, he was not satisfied with being confined to it, and happened to know Zhang Dahua, a member of Longting City, so he humbly worshipped his master and learned the flying big drill with him. Lu's eyes had crisscrossed the black market of firearms in Jingwei City, building a number of special weapons and collecting a number of minions along the way. After meeting with Wang Qingyuan, he began to inquire about the details of the activities of the swimming god, and he wanted to try to see if there was something to be done about swimming Jesus. Charlotte was still living like an aristocrat, clearly looking disgusted, but still always pestering him to talk. She glanced dissatisfiedly at Wang Qingyuan, who was sending a message, and frowned. Hey, what vixen are you talking to? Friend. Friend? Show me the cell phone. Wang Qingyuan automatically ignored it, put his cell phone away, and said with a smile. I'm relieved to see you guys are in good spirits. I have to go out for a bit, so I'll treat you all to a get-together in a couple days. Wait a minute, my tea just got brewed. Sorry, next time I'll drink. Charlotte stormed out. You asshole. Don't even think about drinking the tea I make ever again. Receiving Guan Yu's message, Wang Qingyuan quickly arrived at the Guan family home. He came here for no other reason than because Guan Delong wanted to invite him to confer about the next copy. As strong as they were at this level, the chances of going down to a copy were already few and far between, as there were simply too many trivial matters to let go of. And the evil spirits in the replica are so high level and powerful that you need to move forward in a group if possible to avoid casualties. Compared to lower-ranked professionals, the mortality rate of an existence of their height was instead very low, even close to none. After all, no matter who died, it was no small loss. Qing Yuan is here. Brother Qing Yuan. Lao Zu. Wang Qingyuan greeted several people. Guan Yu's strength had obviously become much stronger, having formed a layer of martial true qi, thinking that it must be the spring and autumn blade technique that had come to fruition. After all, previously, Wang Qingyuan had taught her hand-to-hand for quite a while. As for Sekisaku, he still looked smart. Then, his gaze turned to the other four in the room, and they surveyed the young man with interest. You're that dragon-slaying junior who made a big splash at the Huashan martial arts competition, right? You're really a showstopper. An old man with double swords at his waist had thin eyes and big ears, his arms were over his knees, and he was quite righteous. Ha, old Lu, you weren't there at that time, that scene. It was simply thrilling, so I can't even forget it now. The man with a majestic body, exuberant hair, and monster-like looks grinned greatly as he walked over and slapped Wang Qingyuan's back. At the time of the Huashan martial arts tournament, this person also participated in the battle that besieged the Chang family's old immortal, and was the head of the ancient Zheng family. Then it seems, the old man with two swords is most likely after Emperor Zhao Lai of Han. I didn't realize that they had come together again in this way. If that's the case, then I'm really interested. Young man, I am very optimistic about your performance. Lu Bu Sob said. Guan Derong took his pipe and introduced, our Lu Guanzhang's three families. You've heard quite a bit already, so I won't over-introduce them to you. These two young men are about the same age as you, just 2 or 3 years older. You can have a good exchange between yourselves. They are members of the 100 Clans Empty Island, and in the future, you'll have plenty of chances to fight side by side. The 100 Clans of Empty Island. Wang Qingyuan had recently heard this name from Li Zhang's mouth. The so-called 100 Clans Empty Island was a naturally formed huge island situated in the center of the Masterless Realm. The vicinity of the Empty Island is rich in materials and has incredibly pure energy ores, and countless relics of the gods. The overabundance of resources in it has led to constant battles between the major powers, all wanting to claim it for themselves, but it is clear that without absolutely overwhelming war power, this is not going to lead to any results. That's why the countries signed a sharing treaty. Age under 30 years old, LV. 100 level below the professional, can enter it. And strong people are not allowed to intervene. The main fight is life and death. The island was populated by young and powerful people from almost all countries, who, by virtue of their strength, each occupied a side, enjoying a large amount of resources for upgrading, as well as the opportunities that might arise. The reason why Li Zhang brought it up was because he also wanted to send Wang Qingyuan into the 100 Races Empty Island shortly afterward to add to Yan Xia's team. At that moment, the youth wearing battle armor and carrying a double sword with a resolute face stepped forward and said, Hello old brother Qing Yuan, my name is Dynasty Lima, both of us are surnamed Wang, maybe we were still in the same family hundreds of years ago. Good scolding. Wang Qingyuan smiled and shook hands with him, the name is very spiritual. Ha. The pretty woman with long hair and wearing a white tank top, black leather strappy skirt and black thigh socks said, I'm Zhang Feiying, nice to meet you, we'll take good care of you in the future if you come to the 100 Clans Empty Island as well. After a brief acquaintance, Guan Derong then said, there is still a process to understand each other, so we won't waste time here. Immediately I will open the space, the copy is very difficult. When that time comes, all of you will help each other and make sure that there won't be any casualties. Wang Qingyuan nodded slightly, his expression serious. Although he had already experienced many strong battles, this was the first time he had participated in such a high-level copy. In the next second, space ripped. High-ranking copy, open. Chapter 73, Corpse God Mountain. Monkey Stone Statue. Copy name, Corpse God Mountain. Level, LV. 70 LV. 99. Difficulty increased by 30% if entry of a professional outside the specified level is detected. 1,000 years ago, the creation of the Four Saints immortal clan of the righteous heavenly master, lifting the whole clan's strength to ascend to the upper world, but because of the lack of cultivation, fell on top of the 8th heavenly thunder, the physical body was destroyed, the clan fell. After his death, he was buried in the land of the Thunder Pool, enduring the baptism of thunder day after day, and ascending on the day of his death. Mission 1, Kill the 4 Saints. Mission 2, Stop the Celestial Master from carrying the 9th Thunderbolt. The world in front of him spun wildly, and then gradually cleared. When he opened his eyes, he had already appeared in the middle of the copy world. 30% difficulty. This is indeed a troublesome situation. Lu Bu Sob said. Who cares, no matter what kind of demon or evil spirit it is, let me poke 10,000 transparent holes first. Zhang family member Zhang Xiuhua said. This trip to Corpse God Mountain is so that I can successfully advance to LV 100 level, so I'd like to thank you all in advance. Guan Delong arched his hand and said. If, because of our assistance, the Yanxia Kingdom is able to add another 100-level powerhouse, it would be a great honor for us, so don't be so polite, Elder Guan. Dynasty Lima was very good at talking and had a supreme confidence. Zhang Feiying nodded his head in agreement. Guan Delong sipped his pipe and said, Our group of old guys are hindered by the positions in the city, the upgrade speed is far less than you young people, nowadays it's just very difficult to get a few copies together, you two have traveled thousands of miles to return to the country, I am deeply grateful. After this replica is over, I have a group of people in Jingwei City who can accompany you to the 100 Clans Empty Island. Zhang Feiying joyfully said, It would be great if that's the case, our Yanxia members aren't in a good position on the Empty Island, it's a time when we're very short of manpower. Wang Qingyuan didn't show much. All he cared about was what kind of divine relics remained on the Empty Island. Qingyuan old brother, don't be nervous, battles with too big of a level difference can be fought by us, you only came over then to see the condition of the strongest copy before 100 levels, or to mentally prepare for the future. Thank you, Dynasty Lima. Wang Qingyuan wasn't nervous because his strength today was enough to deal with most dangerous situations. Not only does he have the magical body to restrain ghosts and demons, but he also has an almost complete mastery of Nez's divine weapons and spells. Although he failed to obtain Erlangshan's Law of Heaven and Earth, divine ability, and the Heaven Opening Axe, divine weapon. However, a copy under 100 levels should not pose much of a threat to him, methinks. The Corpse God Mountain was jagged and rocky, with broken cliffs everywhere, dense mountain forests, and clouds. The sky rolled over a few thunderbolts from time to time. Click! A flash of lightning shone through the copy and the world seemed to brighten for a moment. Guan Durong said, The Heavenly Master has already begun to cross the first thunder tribulation, let's speed up and finish the copy. Not long after, while passing through a swampy area, the ground suddenly wriggled, and a large number of horrible-looking ghost corpses were immediately drilled out. Extreme Ghost Corpse. Level, LV. 70 LV. 75. Skills, phallic ingestion, hallucination, death dragging. Dynasty Lima said, I've swiped this copy once before, and it's very tough even on normal difficulty. As much as possible, don't smell the poisonous mist spewing out of the ghost corpses' mouths, which can create deadly hallucinations. If you get pickpocketed in the body, make sure to clean it off quickly or you'll be dragged underneath the swamp by them quickly. A few people nodded slightly and began to clean up the ghostly corpses. The ghost corpses were not of a high level and were very weak to them, and Dynasty Lima's tip was clearly meant to take care of Wang Qingyuan. Guan Derong's chi and blood were so strong that he didn't need to make a move, just by the power of his chi and blood, he was able to scorch him, and he could be called a human-shaped furnace. Lu Busab and Zhang Xiuhua also took the martial arts route and were strong, moving through the corpses like nobody's business. Dynasty Lima and Zhang Feiying were similarly not weak, releasing their skills at will to clear out large swaths. Since this group of ghost corpses were the basic evil spirits of this copy, there was no so-called boss experience bonus, and after killing them, they were even far less experienced than the previous LV 68 Augur, which wasn't enough of a hassle. Thus, Wang Qingyuan's multiple ghost chi around his body released its pressure, forming a terrifying field that made most of the ghost corpses not dare to approach. Even if a few bold ones ventured out of the ground to tug at his pant leg and drag him, they would be kicked to death on the spot. There is a great deal of water in the ranks of evil spirits. Under the same level, professionals have many skills, equipment, props, as well as combat experience on the lead, naturally showing a crushing trend. When faced with a copy of Evil Sneak, you can basically fight across a level number of 10-15. Except for boss level of course. Feeling Wang Qingyuan's ghostly aura emanating from him, several people had sideways glances, expressing great novelty. I heard that junior brother Qing Yuan's occupational ability is summoning gods. For the Yanxia Kingdom, this is undoubtedly a national treasure. Zhang Feiying said. Indeed, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, the myth of our Yanxia exists with great controversy, and even I once thought the same way. However, as you advance in rank and come into contact with higher and higher levels, you will realize that the Yanxia also has a glorious past, but it is just that the truth is hazy due to something. Dynasty Lima said. Wang Qingyuan transformed his Dharma body at will, killing different ghost corpses, his Dharma body killing in all directions, while he himself asked curiously, Are there any unknown mythological secrets on the empty island? There are probably many. Dynasty Lima rode serious. We seriously suspect that the location of the 100 Races empty island, perhaps once was a huge copy, from the many information among the able to know, there are traces of the gods had a great war there. Zhang Feiying said, in the last 2 years, visions have appeared frequently in the Empty Island, and the Silver Eagle Alliance, as well as the Sela Kingdom, have each searched for traces of the departed gods from it. And just last month, we also accidentally obtained a stone statue of a divine monkey. A stone statue of a divine monkey. Wang Qingyuan reflexively remembered a figure, so he hurriedly asked, what does that idol look like? Where is it now? Zhang Feiying recalled, it's just a rather pretty monkey with a stick in its hand, a very imposing shape. The people of the three kingdoms said that it was their monkey god Hanuman, and had repeatedly come to ask for it many times. Wang Qingyuan's face did not change, but waves had already risen inside. Although Zhang Feiying's description was simple, it was enough to prove that this monkey was mostly not Hanuman, as Hanuman's image could not be described as good-looking. Regarding all the monkey gods, even the many mountain spirits and ghosts, the only one who can be described as beautiful is the Monkey King, the great sage of Qi-Tian. Did you give it? Wang Qingyuan asked. No, the people of the three kingdoms are rude, we don't want to give. Zhang Feiying shook his head, unless they can come up with something we need in exchange. Junior brother Qing Yuan, what's wrong with this monkey god? Wang Qingyuan said, I, Yanxia, also have a monkey god, which is very different from their Hanuman. A few people were slightly stunned. In order to make them understand the importance of the matter, he then briefly described the various battles about Sun Wukong. Ah, there's even such an existence. Really, there are even monkeys among the gods of Yanxia? The crowd was quite surprised to hear these things, not realizing that a monkey could also be a Yanxia god. The snarling dog woofed, indicating that everyone here was trash. Then if that's the case, we mustn't give it to the Sands, said Dynasty Lima. Don't worry, the divine monkey stone statue is still in our territory, so you can check it out directly when you arrive at the Empty Island. Wang Qingyuan nodded, his heart surging with anticipation for the future trip to the Empty Island. If that divine monkey was really the great sage of Qi-Tian, then after the system acted and caused his Dharma body to descend, the three major antipodes of the heavenly court, he himself would really be considered to have gathered all of them. Not long after, the crowd quickly passed through the corpses and soon met the first copy boss, the Spider Corpse Great Sage. LV. 89 level boss. On top of that, there were all sorts of large and small demonic creatures, the number of which was already comparable to that of a medium-sized evil spirit frenzy, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. The crowd was surrounded in unison. Dynasty Lima said, everyone, this LV. 89 level is already the lowest leveled one amongst all the bosses. Is it better for us to make a joint effort to kill it, or should we let Qing Yuan try to challenge it first? Before waiting for a few people to respond, Wang Qingyuan stepped out with one foot, and with both of his fingers together as sword fingers, his breath steeply erupted upwards. A great god Dharma body appeared behind it, releasing an incomparably thick majesty and stirring up powerful storms. All of you, stand back, this boss, I'll kill it alone. P.S. Readers' dads, from tomorrow onwards to change to the evening 2-3 chapters in a row, guaranteed 6,000 words, kneeling thank you. The rest of the chapters will be posted at night. Recently there are really too many things, sorry dads. Chapter 74 Explosively Killing the Spider Corpse Great Sage. Mountain Catching Whip. Wang Qingyuan stood out first, and his will to fight rose, and Erlangshan Yang Jian's Dharma body appeared along with him, with divine might and courage, exuding the supreme majesty of the first god of war in the heavenly court. When this Dharma body appeared, the crowd was shocked, clearly feeling a strong sense of oppression. This aura has nothing to do with rank. As long as one was still in the mortal sequence, even if one's rank reached LV 1000, one would likewise feel this sense of divine majesty and indifference. It was a distance that could almost never be crossed between mortals and gods. The aura of this Dharma body is quite a bit purer than the previous 3-headed, 8-armed Dharma body. Guan Durong subconsciously took a deep breath, and was on the verge of losing count of how many Dharma bodies he had seen from Wang Qingyuan. Although each of them is incredibly powerful, especially Neza, who previously showed his ferocity in the martial arts competition. But in terms of spiritual oppression, it was still this war god Dharma body that caused him to feel even more pressure. Even as powerful as he was, he subconsciously felt as small as a mole cricket the moment Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, appeared. Lu Zhang glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in their respective eyes. Dynasty Lima and Zhang Feiying's mouths were slightly open, and their eyes flashed with a look of great surprise. War! With Guan Delong's first outburst, the crowd all headed in all directions, leaving the Spider Corpse sage to the lowest-ranked teenager. The battle was fought. Roaring peace? Woof! The snarling dog's divine pattern flashed as it transformed into a giant beast of ink and water to pounce and bite. The sky-pouncing eagle lifted its wings into the astral wind, decapitating the crowd of ghostly corpses and clearing a wide path. Good fellow, so outrageous. Even his favored beasts have such strength. Zhang Feiying held the special Sandhawk double guns, repeatedly jumping horizontally in the midst of the ghost corpse's siege while continuously striking out in conjunction with the tide daggers, with a dexterous stance that was excellent in both long and short-range battles. PFFFFFFFFF. The Spider Corpse Great Sage spat out several purple spider webs, the sharpness of which instantly cut the blocking ghost corpses into countless segments, and with unabated power, it attacked towards the teenager. With a flip of his palm, Wang Qingyuan's golden bow and silver bullets, he continuously shot out several divine power-enhanced silver arrows in a violent manner, dispersing all of the boss's attacks and bursting them into fragments in the sky. Immediately afterward, the three-pointed two-bladed sword flipped and rotated in the air, emitting a buzzing sound and stabbing straight into the monster's hard body. The Spider Corpse Great Sage had amazing defense and was extremely resilient, so even Guan Delong's violent fists would have a hard time breaking his defense with a single blow. However, the divine weapon in the hands of Yang Jian's incarnation is by no means extraordinary, forged from divine iron in the heavenly realm, and there are also legends that it was incarnated from the three-headed scaly dragon. An instant burst of divine power pierced through its shell without any hindrance. Ah-ha-ha! The Spider Corpse Great Sage let out a shrill cry, forming a strong disturbing sound wave that seemed to be able to shock people's minds. However, Wan Qingyuan in this state was immune to all negative effects and regarded the sound waves as nothing. Kicking out a foot in the air, the latter flew out as if it was a cannonball, smashing heavily on top of the ground, and an appalling deep pit appeared. Holy, this kid LV. 61 level beating LV. 89 level, how is it the same as beating a grandson? His level is fake, right? Zhang Xiuhua's eyes widened and she couldn't help but burst out. If you have understood his resume, it is clear that he is so all the way to fight up over the level, it is simply perverted. Guan Delong said. The profession of summoning the gods. Lunat Sobbing said, the similar profession in the West, it seems that it can be as exaggerated as this to cross the level of the challenge, almost since the moment of awakening the profession, it is born for the purpose of crossing the level of the challenge and existed. Casually decapitating several large ghost corpses, he turned back and asked aloud, Chalima. On the 100 Clans Empty Island, is there a god summoning profession similar to this? There are. Most of their professions are called divine vessel, and as the name suggests, they become divine vessels themselves, and when the divine enters their bodies, they briefly lose control of themselves until their bodies can't take it anymore, or the battle is over. Dynasty Lima thought for a moment and said, however, the difference is actually still very big, they all have to make more or less preparations before summoning them. Sacrifices are indispensable, at the same time, the gods are reluctant to leave after they go down, and they seem to be very much retained in this world. This also often causes some unnecessary distress to the summoner. It's also the first time I've seen a situation like old brother Qing Yuan's two-handed, call and response situation. Zhang Feiying also found it very strange, according to them, it's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. This doesn't seem to be very appropriate when placed on Qing Yuan's body. Wang Qingyuan also heard their conversation in the middle of the battle. To describe it as coming when called is a bit disrespectful to the ghosts and gods themselves. Even if this is true, it is not as simple as it appears. First of all, what descends is not the original body, but the Dharma body, and although it possesses some of the habits and character of the original body, in the end it is not a complete descent. Moreover, through the summoning battles that had been going on, he also clearly felt that the aura of the divine Dharma body was becoming more solid and dense, and gradually sprouting more will. Even in the empty orifices, there was a hidden desire to fight to descend into battle first. At this moment, the White Crane Child, Officer General Shou, and Neza, could not wait to tear the monster in front of them to shreds, and their killing auras had been unstoppably released. From this speculation, the gods themselves are now in the situation, there seems to be some unspeakable problems. Perhaps through frequent battles, the divine Dharma body would be able to retrieve some of the memories and abilities that should have been present in the past. After a fierce battle, the Spider Corpse Great Sage realized that he was undefeated and felt a deep fear of this overpowered teenager. It used all its strength to release its spider web, almost turning this huge space into a spider's lair, and its 8 legs quickly plowed the ground, wanting to dig a hole in the ground to escape. Want to go? Wang Qingyuan's gaze flinched before he slashed out several slashes of blade-like to cut it to pieces. Puffing Eagle saw the right time, speedy impact, copper claw force through the back of the spider, ripped it out of the hole hard. Open! Wang Qingyuan's sword finger against the eye of the sky, and the incomparably powerful divine force blasted out a golden beam from it, instantly piercing through the heart of the Spider Corpse Great Sage, who let out a wail on the spot and crashed to the ground, completely dead. Slaying the Spider Corpse Great Sage didn't waste much time, almost synchronizing with the others to settle their respective stalls. It's over here too? What a strong kid! Lu Bu sobbed. Pervert! Zhang Xiuhua's eyes rolled and she asked in a low voice, Old Guan, does Qing Yuan have a girlfriend? Guan Delong saw through his dirty thoughts at a glance. Old Zhang, you die of this heart, even my granddaughter hasn't dared to move this heart yet. Zhang Xiuhua glanced at him, her face full of disgust, this old dang really didn't want Billion. Boom! Rumble! A few more consecutive heavenly thunderbolts exploded, the righteous heavenly master had already survived 4 consecutive thunderbolts, and the atmosphere of the entire Corpse God Mountain had become much more depressing again, making one's heart feel as if they were weighing down a large stone. It seems like we have to speed up. The uncertainty of a difficulty level copy is just too much. Boom boom boom. However, right at this moment, the ground shook, and the surrounding mountains, large and small, as if they had suddenly come to life, began to move quickly, and seemed to be gradually forming an encircling life-killing array, whose orientation affected the life-killing chi between heaven and earth. Dynasty Lima exclaimed, "It's the mountain spirit great sage! Everyone, quickly mobilize your abilities to destroy these small mountain ranges, don't let them gather into a ferocious formation." Wang Qingyuan squinted his eyes, feeling the ferocious killing opportunity brought about by the great mountain shift. Even if the formation was completed, although it wouldn't be able to trap them, it would most likely delay them for a lot of time, while allowing the righteous heavenly master to buy time for the thunder tribulation. If it was before this, it might have required brute force to break it. But now, Wang Qingyuan put away the three-pointed two-edged sword before pulling out a bundle of jade bamboo whips. Snap! With a sharp jerk in the air, the great mountain shifted in the opposite direction with a roar. Catch the mountain whip! Smoke me! Chapter 75, Dangshan catching the sun. Sun swallowing godly monarch. The few people who were about to make a move were drawn to attention by the sudden situation. All of these great mountains had some sort of power applied to them, and destroying them by brute force was not as simple as one might think. However, Wang Qingyuan flew high above the ground, holding a whip in his hand and continuously striking the incoming mountains. The peak power of the mountain-catching whip could drive all the great mountains in the world, and the power of a single strike could open up mountains and shatter rocks, breaking the sky and the earth. And at this moment, it was just the right time to use it to interfere with the Mountain Essence Great Sage's killing formation. What? Wang Qingyuan actually has this kind of heaven-defying prop? Who did this kid rob? How come there are more treasures in his hands than an old thing like me? If that's the case, that Mountain Essence Great Sage is considered ruined, losing its drive to the Great Mountain. It can't turn any waves at all. Quickly, find the mountain spirit and slaughter it. A few people took advantage of Wang Qingyuan's drive through the mountains to catch up with the water, and quickly locked onto the Mountain Essence Great Sage's hiding place in the vast area, and soon discovered its trail. Guan Derong's chi and blood erupted as he transformed into a meatball impact, and a large mountain collapsed under one punch. The rest of the group followed suit with their output, and the shockwaves generated by the force produced violent vibrations. But then, another ferocious aura appeared, a great sun shining brightly, releasing rolling waves of fire. The Heavenly Tao panel quickly popped up with information pertaining to it. Scorched Sun Great Sage. The two bosses come out in unison. Another one? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in anger. Because the difficulty of the copy has become higher, the frequency of boss appearances has accelerated. But for us, it's a good opportunity to speed up the passage. Dynasty Lima was fearless. Split out two to deal with it. Lu didn't sob. Snap. Wang Qingyuan carried the mountain, driving it with his mountain-catching whip, and said loudly, "No need to help, you guys find out the mountain spirit, and I'll kill the scorching sun great sage." Yes. Then it's all yours. Good boy. The people were not pretentious people. Since he dared to pack his bags like this, it meant that he had absolute strength. Hesitation could affect the direction of the battle. What is needed in times of crisis is trust and decisiveness. Swallow the sun goddess. Eat it. The roaring dog has heaven and earth hidden in its belly, and besides, the so-called sun at this moment is even more of an illusion in the copy, and it is not enough to be feared. At this point in time, pouncing eagle astral wind to open the way, Wang Qingyuan dried mountain whip violently flung, two big mountains closed in, was violently chopped by him, unstoppable. The scorching sun great sage drew steeply up, a fire-bathing bird, releasing heat that, although high, could not be compared to the true sun. He carried the mountain to catch the sun, and the roaring dog ran at a furious speed, stepping on Wang Qingyuan's shoulder and leaping violently, instantly becoming countless times larger in size and opening its bloody mouth. The sky darkened steeply. The scorched sun great sage was devoured in one bite. On the other side, the battle was particularly fierce, with the so-called Mountain Essence Great Sage being chased and pounded by several people in a sorry state. Before Wang Qingyuan had even met one of the so-called four saints, he had already been surrounded and beaten to death by the crowd, drinking his hatred on the spot. Looking at the mountains and forests swirling with wild smoke, he put away the mountain-catching whip. This guy is kind of dead weighted by me. It's pathetic. Descending from the sky, the roaring dog and the puffing eagle returned to their sides, and the heavenly might of the Qingyuan myriad Dao Dharma body emphasized the supreme majesty of the Erlang True Lord. Lima. It's ridiculously strong. Dynasty Lima was stunned with hindsight before reacting. In a short period of time, Wang Qingyuan had crossed the line to kill two saints on his own, and had assisted the crowd in destroying one of the saints. This was equivalent to the fact that with his own strength, he was also strong enough to cut down three major bosses in a row. Although they all probably possessed such battle power, it wasn't a simple matter to do it as easily as he did. Not only was his Dharma body strong, but he had all sorts of heaven-defying props, or divine weapons. As for professionals like them, they all had to collect weapon refining materials on their own and pay tons of money and effort to create a weapon to their liking. Just like the Dynasty Lima hands of the double knife, he ran all over the river north and south to collect the red essence of the meteorite iron, and high price to find a famous artist to build, before and after spending no less than 100 million. However, compared to the prop weapon in Wang Qingyuan's hands, it seemed no different from two pieces of scrap iron. Brother Qingyuan, where did you get these weapons from? Introduce them to me. Divine. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Dynasty Lima clasped his fists, indicating that he couldn't afford to mess with them. He felt that his twin swords were also quite good, and that they were at least comfortable to use. Junior brother Qingyuan, that's awesome. With a combatant like you joining us, our Yanxia camp will surely rise again in the empty islands. Jiang Feiying was a little excited. Wang Qingyuan's performance was too surprising, and it even made her see the hope for the rise of Yanxia's camp. The previously predetermined candidate was Chang Yi of the Chang clan, but he's dead now. Dynasty Lima laughed, but obviously, brother Qingyuan is the better candidate. That Chang Yi is too arrogant. I don't like it very much. I hate it too. Ginger Feiying looked disgusted. After settling this place, the crowd picked up speed and headed towards where the thunder pool was. Each of them is very powerful in single combat and knows how to fight side by side without their own little minds. Guandarong sighed. He did not expect that he would one day be able to lie down and win a wave. Feeling the experience value that was becoming more and more fulfilling, he could not help but be a little excited. After breaking through the LV 100 level, he would be equivalent to regaining his life, so how could he not be excited? About an hour later, the crowd found the last of the four saints, the four phases great sage, in a dimly lit plain. This monster looked like it had been put together haphazardly, with a tiger's back, a lion's head, eagle's wings, and a dragon's claws. It was the four phases. The strength it possessed far exceeded that of the previous three lung mists. However, a large group of them struck at the same time, sparing the existence of a difficulty level boss and not the final boss. They were soon beaten back and the ground shook. This time, Guandarong and the others were the main force, wrestling with the four phases great sage, while Jiang Feiying was in the long-range output, and Wang Qingyuan cleaned up the hordes of evil spirits around him. Please. Black and white. Terrifying black and white ghost chi was unleashed, and the two majorine marshals of hell came with their soldiers, completely turning the already dimly lit zone into a hellish scene. White Impermanence's mouth spat out a red tongue, and his wailing rod pummeled through the evil spirits, beating them to the point of screaming in agony. Black Impermanence threw out the iron net, forcing some of the available evil spirits among them to be collected into the hell to fill the number of soldiers. After a few battles, the number of soldiers Wang Qingyuan had at his disposal had reached nearly 10,000, equivalent to a huge army that could easily take down a city. Cut it out. Right at this moment, Wang Qingyuan suddenly felt his own chi rise, ushering in a huge breakthrough as his strength rose once again to a high level. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to LV 70. Congratulations! You have obtained the heaven-opening axe of the true lord of Qingyuan myriad paths Erlangshan. Congratulations! You have obtained the four generals of the devil's family protector god Dharma body. When your level reaches LV 100, you can open the mythic heavenly court sequence and obtain a heavenly soldier. P.S. Big guys, chapters will be posted uniformly at night starting tomorrow so you can read all the updates for the day at once. Also Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 76, Complete Thunder Tribulation. Battle. A heavenly soldier? Wang Qingyuan was a bit surprised, but he didn't feel that the reward for a future heavenly soldier was stingy. On the contrary, this was generous enough. After all, from the system's explanation, the heavenly soldier acquired was not a dharma body or soul body, but a genuine existence. One must know that the 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court were actually ranked among the immortal talismans, and were not mundane. They were all from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, possessing great strength and even crowning the world. Some even possessed the power of merit and virtue, and were born with their own visions, overruling the party. After he eventually died and turned into an undead, he was ordered by the heavenly court to become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. To put it simply, a single heavenly soldier could manage to be a force to be reckoned with, and to suppress everyone here horizontally without even much pressure. Before becoming a heavenly soldier, they were already masters of the world. If we can gather 100,000 heavenly soldiers, dominating the entire globe is probably no longer a dream. Wang Qingyuan just thought about it in this way and inexplicably felt some anticipation for the heavenly soldier army. However, at present, it was still necessary to kill the evil spirits as soon as possible to pass the copy and gain a large amount of experience value. At this point, the 4 phases great sage had already been beaten back by the crowd, and even if he was as strong as he was, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many supreme powerhouses. He soon became a strong and powerful man, and was forced into a desperate situation by Guandarong and Dynasty Lima, killing him on the spot. This 4-phase great sage is more powerful than the remaining 3, and it's amazing that he's wasted so much effort. Zhang Xiuhua wiped her sweat. Although the whole field was a crushing force, it wasn't without a little danger, and just now he was almost injured due to carelessness. Difficult copies of this class are never easy to injure, and extra care must be taken. Lu Busab looked at the 2 terrifying ghosts that surrounded Wang Qingyuan's body and inexplicably felt a little lean to the bone. It was reasonable to say that a strong person such as him wouldn't feel fear towards a professional whose rank was so much lower than his own. but the black and white ghosts, but let him produce a sense of powerlessness. Against life without resistance subconsciously want to stay away, even flee far away. Boom! 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 A few flashes of lightning flashed, and the crowd secretly thought something was bad. The time they have wasted here seems to be a bit too much. The righteous heavenly master might be about to cross the lightning tribulation. For a true immortal ascended person, the calamity is a long thing, as little as a few days, as many as a few months. And in the copy world, the concept of time is greatly reduced, so it is highly likely that the situation of a rapid calamity completion will occur. Every second counts. After a quick trek of nearly 100 miles, the group finally reached the end of the replica. What came into view was a huge thunder pool, with thunder rolling in the lake, releasing an extremely explosive energy that made people not dare to approach. There are a large number of fierce beasts ambling around, greedily drawing on the power in the thunder and lightning to strengthen their own bodies, and their strength has even infinitely approached the four saints. And the main thing is that their numbers are just too many. This is troublesome. The Heavenly Master already has the last two lightning tribulations left. If we let him successfully cross them, our situation might be very dangerous. Dynasty Lima said. It's too late to think about it too much. Let's clean up these beasts first. Zhang Feiying's unhesitating strike startled the ambush group of monsters, and a melee broke out. Wang Qingyuan, however, was staring into that thunder pool, feeling a strong force coalescing into shape. He is not going to be afraid of that. With many gods in the body, it could already be said that they were very familiar with the heavenly might of thunder and lightning, and even among Erlang Shen's divine spells, there was a powerful skill called the Five Thunders technique. Suddenly he thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, Elder Guan, are the rewards given by righteous celestial masters different for different degrees of thunder tribulation? Guan Durong responded loudly as a raven-sitting plane crushed the boar beast to death. The higher the layer of thunder tribulation he passes through, the more generous the rewards and experience will be. My current level is LV 99, and I can only successfully advance to LV 100 if I kill the full-bodied boss. But the stakes are so high that it's perfectly adequate for us to do this. A moment of silence. Wang Qingyuan said, then in that case, let's wait for him to cross all the lightning tribulations and appear in his full form before we kill him. In that case it won't be a wasted trip. Hearing these words, the few people in the battle turned around, wanting to confirm if he was serious. However, after seeing the battle intent, greed for experience value, and incomparably strong confidence in Wang Qingyuan's eyes, he could not help but feel his heart sink. This kid is actually serious. Ka-ching! 5 thick thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit the bottom of the lake. The power of such a degree of heavenly thunder was already terrifying, splitting a large range of fierce beasts to death in a matter of moments, and the resulting heavenly might made the crowd's hearts tremble with fear. Even the always bold Zhang Xiuhua couldn't help but feel a little jolt of heart at this moment. Isn't that a little too risky? But, since we've made a trip and are one step away from LV 100, isn't it a bit of a pity to leave with regrets? Dynasty Lima's guts weren't small. While the crowd cleared the besieging beasts, they also began to think seriously. Guan Delong asked seriously after struggling for a long time. Qingyuan, how sure are you? 10%. The scene was briefly quiet. As Wang Qingyuan's words fell, his boldness and almost arrogant confidence caused the crowd to freeze. Looking at the young figure, each mouth opened slightly, as if emitting some kind of fascinating color. At such a wavering moment, they were in dire need of an existence that could finalize the situation with a single blow and completely take the situation in hand with its momentum. Even if the 10% certainty that Wang Qingyuan said exists in their hearts, they even feel that it is too outrageous. But at the moment, they no longer hesitate. Then wait for him to cross all the thunder tribulations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 it and be done with it. I agree. The crowd's chi surged, as an old comrade Lu Guanzhang 3 people, at this moment also cannot stop boiling blood. As if they had recovered the state of their youth when they were newborn and dared to fight. If this battle is successful, I, Guan Delong, will be heavily grateful to all of you. Guan Delong was moved. We're all old friends, that's too much to say. Zhang Xiuhua said, this can't help but bring back the feeling I had when I was young. Dry. Lu Bu sobbing said, 70 is the right age to make a break for it. It is the right time to support the Han dynasty. Dynasty Lima and Zhang Feiying were also on fire, exploding with an unprecedented sense of excitement. War. Boom. Right at this moment, the last heavenly thunder landed, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed drastically, and a horrible black fog swept across the entire field, bringing an incomparably thick sense of uneasiness, instantly turning this place into a purgatory-like zone. Under this heavenly thunder, all the fierce beasts were shaken into ashes alive, and were simply unable to withstand such a strong heavenly might. The crowd was under a lot of pressure, but there was an unspeakable raging battle intent, and they even couldn't wait to fight with the boss. At this very moment, Wang Qingyuan's sword fingers stood in front of his chest, and he steeply opened his eyes, which were full of divinity and devilishness, and blasted out golden divine light. The great god of the 3 altars of the sea, Neza Heavenly Father. The Dharma body descends. 3 heads and 8 arms. P.S. Sorry dads, the day after tomorrow the little author to get engaged, these 2 days there are a lot of odds and ends, and so busy after this bod must be more updates to make up for it, dads must not abandon the book of 555,555. Chapter 77, The Guerrilla Battle. The breath exploded. The raging flames condensed into a fire lotus in the air and violently bloomed out, releasing high temperatures that instantly dyed the entire copy space red. The scorching heat vaporized the thunder pool, and even the heavenly might of the thunder could not even fight against it. Follows. Wang Qingyuan summoned Nez's third prince Dharma body to descend and directly appeared in the form of a three-headed, eight-armed avatar, the visual impact of which was completely drawn out. He held all kinds of divine weapons and stood in the middle of the sky, proudly looking down on all beings without a trace of human emotion. It was as if it was made to destroy and kill. That's Wang Qingyuan. Lu doesn't sob and breaks defense on the spot. His scalp exploded at that moment just now, thinking that a righteous heavenly master who had passed through the complete heavenly tribulation had appeared, scaring him so much that he almost flew into retreat. Guan Durong and Zhang Xiuhua had previously seen Wang Qingyuan had used this Dharma form to kill in the Huashan martial arts tournament. Now that I see it again, my heart still can't stop shaking. This. Zhang Feiying's puffy chest trembled, subconsciously covering her mouth, looking at the three-headed and eight-armed Neza Dharma body on the dome of the sky, and was completely stunned. Even if it is a strong person with a great demon bloodline in the empty island, the form that can be displayed is far from the shock of such two people in front of them. Elder brother Qing Yuan has stabbed the den of the immortals. Dynasty Lima's eyes went straight. In addition to the fire lotus Dharma body, the divine weapons held by each arm exuded an incomprehensible divinity. A height that even the best forging masters in this world, forging with the best materials, could not reach in their entire lives. Because this was simply not a weapon that could exist in the mundane world. Just as the crowd was horrified. 9 thunder tribulations, I've crossed 9 thunder tribulations. I've become Master Dao, I've made it. Ha 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 ha. Hysterical shouts resounded throughout the replica space. The lake water that was almost vaporized by the fire lotus, mixed with ferocious arcs of electricity rolled up, and a figure appeared from it, releasing an incomparably powerful and oppressive aura. Its body was thin, like a dry corpse, wearing a tattered grey Taoist robe, with lightning arcs flickering around its body, and the aura of a ghostly corpse was incomparably strong. The hearts of everyone present sank, clearly feeling the immense pressure brought about by the final boss. However, they were all strong men who had fought hundreds of battles and faced their inner scruples head-on, but they did not become fearful because of it. At this moment, the crowd's battle spirit was rising, and they couldn't wait to have a good fight in one of the strongest replicas under LV 100 level. For Sacred Sect Heavenly Masters, LV 99, there is nothing else among the words in the Tendo panel. One of the reasons why high-level copies are difficult is because many of the bosses will not display information about their abilities. It needs to be known in advance through professionals going forward, even at unimaginable cost, to know its ability and prepare in advance to find a way to deal with it. The 4 Holy Celestial Masters' ability that they had collected, on the other hand, was able to utilize the skills of several bosses that had been slain. And with his body as a ghost corpse, he couldn't perceive any pain, and when he fought, he would always be at his peak, not to be underestimated. At the same time, having crossed the 9 heavenly thunderbolts, he had already gained the equivalent of the Tao, and could invoke the power of lightning, his killing power rising by more than 1 step, even infinitely approaching a 100-level powerhouse. A group of mortals with fishy carapaces, how dare you disturb Master Dao's great plan of ascension? If I don't obliterate you all, it will be difficult for my thoughts to reach heaven and earth. Give me death. Boom! The 4 Holy Celestial Masters' corpse chi surged upwards, attacking ferociously like cannonballs, and in a flash, they arrived in front of one of them. With a dang sound, he knocked back Dynasty Lima, who had both swords against his chest, dozens of meters just by the strength of his physical body, and even the hands holding the swords were trembling. Hiss! So strong! Seeing this, the crowd cackled. The final battle was fought in a matter of moments, with several figures working closely together. The wind and clouds stirred between heaven and earth, and the ferocious aura broke through the clouds. Even in the face of a siege, the 4 Holy Celestial Masters still used their strong and overwhelming battle power to suppress several people alive. Wang Qingyuan, who had yet to make a move, narrowed his eyes, flashing with a dangerous essence as the fire-tipped spear in his hand rotated and the lotus seal blossomed behind him. More than fierce? Then let's see who's the real fierce god. Boom! The flames of the wind and fire will erupted under his feet, sweeping a flame across the sky as if dividing space. In an instant, Wang Qingyuan had already killed close to him, and his fire-tipped spear stabbed out like a dragon and snake. The 4 sacred celestial masters sensed such firepower and flung their Taoist robes as a large mountain attacked, which was shattered by Guan Durong and Zhang Xiuhua's joint efforts. Spinning around, he shot out a spider web to fend off Zhang Feiying's hot weapon attack, and the searing heat wrapped around his thigh as he kicked towards Lu Bu weeping. But Wang Qingyuan, with 3 heads and 9 eyes, would not have any dead ends in the battle, as the windfire will furiously spewed out fiery flames, and the roundhouse kick was so powerful that it swept it out hundreds of meters away and crashed through the mountain. Unaware of the pain, the four sacred celestial masters made a comeback, continuously striking out the four phases of the Black Tiger, the Fire Lion, the Sanyang, and the Jialong, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth in general. As it comes, so it goes. Confucian Sage Burial Fist. Moonflower Thunder Blade Slash. The power of 1,000 elephants. Double-stranded sword formation. The crowd had struck out, and each of them hardened the power of one phase, forming a stalemate. Wang Qingyuan saw the opportunity, mixed sky eye spread into a heavenly net, like a swimming dragon flying in space, followed by the windfire will kicked out in high-speed rotation, as if it were two hidden weapons. Yin and Yang double swords with the fire-tipped gun and the tricky angle of force. The power is extraordinary, even the four holy heavenly masters do not dare to resist, hurriedly retreat dozens of steps. However, the mixed sky eye had already attacked at great speed and quickly wrapped around one of his arms. What is this thing? How can it have such pure divine power? How dare any of you possess the weapons of the gods? This can't be right. Realizing that they could not get out of the entanglement of the mixed sky eye, the four holy celestial masters tore off their arms and ran towards the other side. Don't let him get away. Guandalong roared, blocking one side with his robust body, his chi and blood like a sea, forming a massive wall of chi and blood. Others have also blocked its way, completely trapped in the heavenly net of the mixed sky eye. Under this intensive attack, he has nowhere to escape. However, the corners of the mouth of the four holy celestial masters, who should have fallen into a desperate situation, were hooked into a mocking smile. Want to trap and kill me? Think Master Dao is a vegetarian? Poof! The already withered body dried up as far as the eye could see, completely turning into a dry corpse with no vitality. Wang Qingyuan's eyes were able to see that his true essence quickly flew away and redug into a shell at the thunder pool. The fire-tipped spear chopped through the air, cutting off a section of his soul's true essence, but it didn't completely wear it out. Ha ha ha! The Taoist master has survived 9 heavenly thunderbolts in the thunder pool, and has also left behind 9 empty shells, so as long as my soul doesn't perish, I'll have 9 chances to escape from death. Just by your group of mole crickets, do you think you can kill an ascended master? Simply dreaming. Hearing this, the faces of all the people were extremely ugly, and the pressure suddenly increased. Such a fiery attack was greatly depleting their physical strength. If he really had 9 lives as he said, even if he wasn't killed, I'm afraid that he would die of exhaustion alive. But that being said, Wang Qingyuan's chop just now, however, caused the 4 Saint Celestial Masters to suffer unrecoverable trauma. His gaze was dead center on the unruly figure, and there was clearly scorn in his eyes. The red tasseled lance was not only uncommonly powerful, but the flames it released were also extremely lethal to the soul. If we let it touch a few more times, even just rubbing the edge, I am afraid the consequences will be very serious. Wang Qingyuan took back the wind fire wheel and the mixed sky eye and quietly gazed at the 4 holy heavenly masters, not having any grave expression, still being as unsaddened as ever, flowing with pure divinity and devilishness. The 4 sacred celestial masters' gazes were icy cold as they asked in a deep voice, "Kid, where exactly did you get all these divine treasures from? Did you steal a divine tomb or not?" Wang Qingyuan sneered. "Is it possible that this one behind me is God?" At those words, the former's body stagnated for a moment, and then his killing intent intensified, causing the temperature of this space to plummet by many degrees. "Is that so? But in the eyes of Master Dao, you seem to be no different from a devil. Yellowmouth child, you don't know the heights of heaven, how dare you speak so boldly in front of the true God? I will completely suppress you here in the name of the heavenly God." Boom boom boom. The corpse chi of the 4 Saint Celestial Masters erupted as purple-black energy swept through the sky. The raging baleful energy gathered rapidly, without a single bit of ascension power at all, clearly a devilish heavenly master who had gone astray, and dared to be so contrary to the Big Dipper. At this moment, the 4 sacred celestial masters profoundly knew that with Wang Qingyuan's presence, he would definitely not be able to achieve 9 escapes by replacing his body through his soul. The precious spear and sword that could decimate souls, as well as the Samadhi true flame, could be said to be heaven's means of attacking him, making him not dare to disregard them. Instead of being killed by a blunt blade, it would be better to utilize the Thunderjack carapace altogether and go all out to fight in its strongest form. He didn't believe that these guys would be a match for him. Aha! The 4 Saint Celestial Masters' aura continued to rise, absorbing all of the Thunderjack carcasses at the bottom of the lake and strengthening his body. In just a few short breaths, he was on the verge of breaking through the highest boundary of the replica, and was about to become a key existence capable of temporarily upgrading the replica. What a terrifying aura! How can he be so fast when he's refined all of his carapace? No good, stop him. Come on out. Sensing this pressure, the crowd didn't dare to give in any longer and launched their fastest skills to intercept. However, the 4 sacred celestial masters' refining speed was too fast, and there was a trace of heavenly thunder power in his body, which helped him complete this series of evolutions quickly. His skinny body began to grow new black flesh and blood, his blood flow accelerated, blood vessels bulged all over his body, and his figure skyrocketed to 3 meters tall. The whole face was densely packed with spider-like eyes, with wings on the back and 8 arms breaking through the flesh. In a short period of time, his appearance changed dramatically, where there is still an image of a Taoist man. Obviously a horrible beast. It's over, he's LV. 100. PS, 2 in a row. Chapter 78, The Long Sky is 10,000 miles, swinging to see the mountains and rivers. Open. LV. 100. At this critical juncture of the scorching battle, the four saintly celestial masters had unexpectedly broken the limitations of the replica and crossed the heavenly rift, advancing to the rank of LV. 100. Among the world of professionals, one of the most important divisions of abilities was divided by 100 levels. All below the 100th level are ants. Those who reach the 100th level gain a lifespan of at least 30 years and possess superlative combat power far beyond what they once had, no longer measurable in the dimensions of mortals. Even Guandarong, who now has LV. 99 level and is one step away from 100 levels. After truly crossing over to that realm, one could hang the current self at will. The difference of one level is a world of difference, but compared to the real gods, it is only the first glimpse of the door. But even so, it has become an existence that they are difficult to defeat. This seems like we really don't have a chance. Now, Zhang Xiuhuai's thick eyebrows beat wildly, and his heart beat a drum. The strength of a 100-level boss is no joke, we're really in a critical situation. Lu Buzui and the others gulped furiously, already feeling no small amount of scorn for it. Guandarong felt this pure power of 100 levels, and his old eyes were filled with fascination, but at the same time, they were also heavy. The four holy celestial masters stood in front of his body like a big mountain, making him a little breathless, and his unwillingness also surged up. The distance from LV. 90 to LV. 100, I don't know how many years he has wasted. If he misses this opportunity, if he wants to impact again, he will not know when. Does it really have to stop there? In the midst of the quiet atmosphere of scorn and gravity that pervaded the only Wang Qingyuan, who still maintained an inhuman calmness, did not change his face when Tarzan collapsed in front of him. Not to mention, a mere devil Dao heavenly master who had first glimpsed the immortal Dao could not make him feel any sense of uneasiness at all. That sentiment is certainly an insult to the gods. GGG. The four holy celestial masters let out Jejia laughter, eerie, and looked at the still bland Wang Qingyuan with killing intent flowing. Master Dao, I have been cultivating for 1,000 years, and now I have finally attained immortality. The world I see today is fundamentally different from the world you see. In my eyes, your weakness is no different than that of a mole cricket. Kid, you should hate yourself for not being able to pierce my soul with a single shot just now. If not, you might actually have a chance of winning. But alas now, your chances of survival have become completely nil. The crowd was silent, only looking at the 100-level boss with incomparable vigilance, ready to deal with its fatal blow at any time. The heartbeat was so violent that it was about to pop out of his throat. A few moments later, Wang Qingyuan lowered the fire-tip gun, the lotus flames around his body dissipated, and he returned to his original state. Feeling that intimidating divine and demonic power dissipate, the smile on the four holy celestial masters' faces grew even wider before transforming into a laugh that looked up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. What? Seeing Master Dao's immortal body form, are you too scared to continue the fight? However, Wang Qingyuan just shook his head. No. I just think you're, well, ridiculous. The four holy celestial masters' laughter came to an abrupt end, staring grimly at the teenager's body. The others also turned back and looked at Wang Qingyuan. In an uncertain manner, does he still have any powerful cards? What did you say, kid? A mere devil's way heavenly master who also presumes to ascend to immortality and enter the Tao? Isn't that laughable? Shasta. Wang Qingyuan's aura erupted once again, sweeping the 8 directions with an astonishing aura, and behind him, a golden Dharma body rose, releasing a rich and pure heavenly god's majesty. Qingyuan Mo Du. Epiphany. Welling. The Dharma body of Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, appeared in a form that far exceeded the previous one, and the Dharma body was almost solidified, just like a real heavenly god descending to the earth, scornfully looking down on everything in the world. The roaring dog and the puffing eagle sensed their master's Dharma body and transformed into ink and water behemoths as well as golden eagles standing on both sides to help the heavenly might. Wang Qingyuan waved the 3-pointed two-edged sword in his hand, the eye of heaven opened in front of his forehead, and the heavenly god's pressure shook the heavens and the earth. The voice rang out like a great bell. You don't practice and see me as a frog in a well, looking up to see the moon. If you cultivate and see me as a mayfly, you will see the green sky. Demon Road, suffer death. What? Everyone present, including the four holy celestial masters, was dumbstruck by the sheer divine power. Even if Wang Qingyuan's rank was the lowest, the sense of oppression it brought was the purest they had ever seen. It was a sense of powerless despair that comes from mortals who have been given a glimpse of the true God. Damn it, who the hell are you? The four sacred celestial masters rushed to fend off and battled with Wang Qingyuan, and the power that was shaken up instantly toppled several large mountains, inverted the rivers and lakes, and the sun and moon rotated. His physical body was incomparably strong and he was able to use skills that resembled divine powers, and his strength even exceeded that of a LV. 100 level professional. But strangely enough, obviously with such a difference in rank, he even quickly fell into a disadvantage in this fierce battle, and even had a tendency to be unable to fight. Damn it! Is this a real god? How is this possible? Wang Qingyuan danced the three-pointed two-edged blade, the golden divine power flowed, and there were constantly golden rays of light like ripples vibrating. Meteor catching the moon. Wind scroll. Broken clouds. Dang it. Degree of fog through the clouds. Fly and sprinkle the stars. Wang Qingyuan became more and more courageous as he fought, forming a tight and seamless cooperation with the roaring dog puffing eagle, and the divine spells came out in unison, beating the four holy heavenly masters back. Although the latter's fleshly body is powerful, Erlang Shenyang Jian is a saint of fleshly body, and he is not afraid of the sword and axe. Even if he is attacked, his fleshly body will only burst out fierce sparks, and he cannot even cause a single point of damage. See ghosts? Hell no! The four sacred celestial master had already panicked a bit. He really couldn't see how he couldn't even defeat ALV 70-leveled teenager even though he had clearly attained immortality. Could this level be a fake? In a panic, he struck the four phases of the virtual shadow with an amazing momentum, and behind him it was as if four giant beasts were attacking, and its power was enough to collapse several mountains. The roaring dog turned into a white stream of light and pounced, and the puffing eagle's astral wind swept up. Wang Qingyuan steeply drew up to the sky, his divine power surging and flashing in front of his forehead. The sky is long. Swing to see the mountains and rivers. Open. Boom. The golden light of the heavens I was great, bursting out a ferocious light, like an aurora borealis sweeping, blasting the large area to oblivion in an instant, with countless broken mountains and rocks being rolled toward the high heavens before annihilating into powder in such bursting power. Even the water that stirred up the lake was tinted the golden color of the gods. Guan Durong and the others witnessed this amazing battle, and 1,000 words were ultimately reduced to these two simple words. Is this Wang Qingyuan still a human being? It's simply the pervert of perverts. Even if the strength he displayed was equal to LV 99 Guan Delong, or even suppressed, they were still able to talk themselves into reluctantly accepting it. But now, Wang Qingyuan, with a heavenly god Dharma body, continuously used powerful divine spells to beat the LV 100 level boss as if it was a falling dog. Not only was it powerless to fight back, but it had even become difficult to fight back, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Simply. Dynasty Lima was the first to react, his eyes glowing, his heart had never been so hot and excited. With old brother Qing Yuan's heaven-defying combat prowess, we'll really be able to decimate a 100-level powerhouse. Steam erupted from Guan Delong's two nostrils, and his muscles surged once again. Stop gawking and help Cheng Yuan. The remaining three also hurriedly dispelled their scorn and joined the battle. Strike! Kill the four holy celestial masters. The crowd rolled in, intent on putting up a complete fight to determine the final winner. Wang Qingyuan felt like he had never been in such a good state before. He held a golden bow and silver bullets, forming a powerful battle formation that blocked the retreat of the four sacred celestial masters. The Erlang god Yang Jian's three-pointed and two-bladed sword was constantly waved, and his divine power vibrated, making him undefendable. In just a few rounds of exchanges, the latter's hardened body was shattered as if it was a joke. The four holy celestial masters were hysterical and fearful, letting out loud roars of rage. No! This is impossible! How could I be decapitated by a bunch of you mole crickets after thousands of years of time and finally attaining immortality? I don't believe it. I'm not happy. At this moment, Guan Durong and the others all exerted their power, coupled with Wang Qingyuan's heavenly eyes blast. Within a few breaths, the bodies of the four holy celestial masters could no longer withstand such an attack, and exploded in an unwilling roar, completely perishing. Ding! You have cleared the Corpse God Mountain, difficult level copy. You have obtained. You have obtained. The dust has settled and the battle is over. In everyone's heavenly Dao panel, the hint of passing the level. Until this moment, their brains were still dumbfounded, and they couldn't even believe that this was the truth. Slaying a 100-level powerhouse. This is just too much of a heaven-defying battle record. It was enough to make them glorious for a lifetime because of it. Guan Durong froze for a long time, then burst into happy old tears and danced around. Ha ha ha. 100 levels up. Old me, I'm finally level 100. Lu Bubu sobbed and froze in place for a long time. Zhang Feiying placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart that was beating furiously. Dynasty Lima froze, too strong. Just too strong. If we have elder brother Qing Yuan join the empty island Yanxia camp, then we will rise by leaps and bounds to become the empty island overlord. Heavens, just thinking about it, I'm simply thrilled to death. Zhang Xiuhua stood still for a long time before popping out a sentence. We're awesome. Wang Qingyuan was still standing in the sky. He didn't care about the reward for clearing the copy, because no matter what it was nowhere near as good as a god's magic weapon. The only thing I care about is the large amount of experience value brought about by the level crossing decimation. On this trip to Corpse God Mountain, he jumped from LV 61 to LV 85. Although killing a 100-level powerhouse was an incomparably exciting thing to do, in the state where the Erlang god Yang Jian's Dharma body descended, he was always ancient and unperturbed. There is only the undifferentiated contempt of the gods for the ants. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the figure standing proudly. At this moment, Wang Qingyuan, it's the real gods. P.S. Thank you for all the righteous father's blessings. Will not reply to thank you. Tomorrow is the right day. The update will still be after 10 o'clock in the evening. The little author cowed out to thank. Hope you can also find a good man in the new year. Chapter 79, Traveling to the 100 Clans Empty Island. On this trip to the Corpse God Mountain replica, the harvest of the crowd could be said to be enormous. Guan Delong ascended to level LV 100 as expected, taking the first step in crossing over from the mundane to the transcendent. For professionals who want to go beyond the ordinary, LV 100 level is just the beginning. Yet it was such a starting point that was enough to keep more than 90% of professionals out of reach for the rest of their lives. The results of such a battle are undoubtedly very impressive. And in the midst of this battle, Wang Qingyuan's power reached the point of lifting heavy weights. The gods were infinitely powerful, transcending the boundaries of hierarchy and doing battles that were simply impossible for mortals to do. After leaving the replica, the news of Guan Delong's 100 levels spread amongst the powerhouses of the neighboring cities, expressing their immense shock. They were all more or less clear that even if he was not far from 100 levels, it would take at least a few months or even a few years to take the final step. This is because it is not simply a matter of accumulating experience to completion in order to reach this critical level. The shackle of 100 levels was like a rubber full of elasticity, just slowly pouring in. Even if one's life was exhausted, one could not smoothly break through. One had to obtain a large amount of experience value for breaking through this boundary at one time to be able to reach the other side smoothly. With the birth of a 100-level powerhouse, the status of Jingwei City had risen, and Guan Delong had never been as excited as he was. After the battle, there was a big feast and the whole city reveled. However, although Wang Qingyuan was the key presence in this battle, he did not throw his head in the ring. In addition to the fact that he didn't really like this kind of occasion, he had gradually realized that trying to bring back the history of the gods by exporting his influence was rather the least efficient way to do so, using the Yanxia country as a starting point. The vast majority of people are deluded and are more inclined to believe what other countries say, and instead are inexplicably full of questions about their own country. Choosing to start reviving history in a hot summer country is clearly a laborious exercise. Only when Wang Qingyuan took the power of the gods and went to the international stage, exporting this culture with strength and allowing the world to completely recognize the existence of this cultural heritage, could he be considered to have truly taken an important step. So, the 100 Races Empty Island, he had to go. Through exchanges with Dynasty Lima and Zhang Feiying, he learned that there were a total of 21 people who had traveled to the Empty Island this time, all of whom were elite professionals selected from all over the world. And among other things, the ones who followed Wang Qingyuan, there were the 3 burial monks, Lu Zai's, and Charlotte. Bao Yuhao's level was too low, and he still needed to continue practicing and upgrading in school to increase the speed and strength of his hand-rubbed mech. Sun Xiaoxiao planned to follow the guild to the unmastered realm for an adventure, looking for important materials to make new poisons. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time Wang Qingyuan also had some exchanges with the local Royal Beastmaster Guild. During New Year's Eve, they will be launching a demon fighting program, ready to compete with Silly Bird Spring Fling and capture national ratings. Both Roaring Dogs and Puffing Eagles have completed their enrollment and will begin a massive advertising campaign to build momentum for their operations shortly. He likewise didn't want to miss such an opportunity, so he would return to the middle of Jingwei City on time at that time. A trip to the 100 Nations Empty Island was soon on the agenda. The crowd would have to turn over many space spells and take 7 days before they could successfully reach the Empty Island, a distance that could be said to be very far away. Each space spell spanned a distance comparable to the size of several large cities. On the road, the triple-buried monk wore an old sweatshirt, washed white, with only some pilling in the crotch area, and it looked like it had been stitched up a couple of times. He came over to Dynasty Lima, folded his arms, and inquired if the other wanted to practice iron crotch kung fu. Lu Zai prayed devoutly, while constantly simulating the feasibility of a Jesus procession, as if he really wanted to accomplish this. Charlotte crossed her long legs and elegantly sipped her fragrant afternoon tea. But from time to time, he had to find Wang Qingyuan to say a few words. At this time, she looked at the other female member, Zhang Feiying, and asked suspiciously, Sister Feiying, among the empty islands, are there any members of the Caitlin family? Caitlin, pondered Zhang Feiying, there must be. After all, the empty island is all-encompassing, equivalent to a small country, and as long as there are organizations with heads of state, they will all send people there. After a moment, she remembered something and asked, Will and Sevilla, do you recognize them? They have fiery red hair like you, and are also members of the Caitlin family of the Silverhawk Alliance. That's it. Charlotte's expression was a little strained, and she didn't seem to feel much joy at hearing the name of someone familiar. Instead, they were despondent. Wang Qingyuan, who was meditating and practicing on the side, accurately captured her emotions. Although he had never really interacted with her in depth, he had more or less heard about some things. To summarize, Charlotte's mixed blood, and the fact that her father had changed her last name to join the Caitlin family was not well received by the others. Not only does she not enjoy much family power, but she is even seen as the one who is superfluous to the existence of. That's it. Charlotte stopped talking. Zhang Feiying also had the sense not to ask any more questions. Time is like a fast horse. After several twists and turns, the crowd finally arrived at the mysterious 100 Clans Hollow Island on a clear midday. As they stepped onto the edge of the empty island realm, the sight that unfolded before them caused the crowd to be quite shocked. The sun is high in the sky, the sea is endless, the water is sparkling, and it seems to emit a different kind of atmosphere. The dreamy whale bellowed and leapt 100 meters from the bottom of the sea, and as it rejoined the sea, its massive body stirred up huge waves and rainbows rose abruptly. Countless seagulls swept by, flying swallows sprawled across, far different from the unusual creatures of the demonic creatures, but also to add a touch of mystery to this area. A unique realm that doesn't exist in this world. What a spectacular place! Exclaimed Charlotte, unable to hold back a gasp. This is only a corner of this place, and when placed in the ancient times, it was also an existence that could be called a heavenly paradise. This is also the reason why, while various countries wanted to fight over this place, today, they establish rules to enjoy it together. Dynasty Lima said. I feel like just breathing the air here is able to boost my experience value, said Lu's Eyes as he squatted down and took a sip of seawater, which was unexpectedly not salty, but rather very sweet. Zhang Feiying said, this is also true. Above the empty island, every drop of water, every mouthful of food, and even every ray of light has its own unique energy embedded in it, which can subconsciously change ourselves, and improving our experience is even just one of the insignificant things. Amitabha Buddha, there could be such a heavenly paradise in this world. The three burial monk looked at Lu's Eyes. In a place like this, your idea of swimming in Jesus will definitely be realized. Where did Wang Qingyuan go? At this moment, Wang Qingyuan was standing on the coastline, calmly gazing at the vast ocean, his thoughts wandering. He clearly sensed that there was a very chaotic, but distinct, flow of divine power in the space of the empty island. The power of the divine Dharma body within his empty shell was vibrating slightly. It seemed to sense a certain familiar presence. Empty island? Without a doubt, this is the best place for divine revelation in my mind. Chapter 80, Where is the stone monkey statue? The landmass of Empty Island is large, again requiring multiple teleports. 2.5 days later, the group arrived in the middle of a super city, and looking down from above the high tower of teleportation, the splendor was far beyond that of an ordinary zone. This is where the professionals live, a peaceful area where fighting is not allowed. Dynasty Lima said, our land is in a seaward position, the other teams are all ready, let's take the cable car there together. It wasn't long before the crowd managed to reach the ground. Along with them, there were also talented and powerful people from various cities that were going to spend some time here together. Wow, the air is so fresh here. A girl in a fighting outfit breathes deeply, her full chest heaving. I've heard that there are countless powerful people in the empty island, and my greatsword is already hungry and thirsty. The middle-two warrior had a big bladder and a thick voice. I shall be in the jungle yo-yo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this here too? Whose ancient-style boyfriend hurry up and claim it. It's so beautiful, I suddenly have the urge to live here for the rest of my life. The 21 new members gathered, sizing each other up, and being fairly polite and friendly with each other. They represented the genius fighting force of Yanxia country, and they all knew each other by heart, and were about to carry the face of the country. Infighting was without a doubt the most humiliating move. Hello there. Hello everyone, I'm Kai Kai, a trainee with 2.5 years of practice hours, nice to meet you all. In the Beast King profession, anyone who wants to have a man-to-man fight can feel free to come to me. Wang Qingyuan and the others kept a low profile for the time being, standing in the corner area and familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. The territory of the members of Yanxia was almost identical to the inherent impression of the outside world. Green brick houses, ancient pavilions, red lanterns, pasted couplets, a festive atmosphere. Zhang Feiying said, because the geniuses from various countries gathered together, the area that was divided out had to be somewhat recognizable, so this style was naturally chosen, but it's actually not bad. As the crowd familiarized themselves with each other, a group of people appeared from within, seemingly to greet them. A greasy man said, everyone, welcome to the 100 Clans Empty Island, I am one of the cadres of the Yanxia region, Pangwang, LV. 89 Shadow Assassin. Our party is here to give you all a warm welcome. Beside him, a youth with long, straggly hair, looking a bit like a deer in the headlights, said a breathless welcome, with a vaguely unsettling aura flowing through him. On the other side, the flirtatious woman with a diminutive figure, large breasts, and a wasp waist, and long, full, slender legs, let out a chirpy laugh. Hello everyone, I'm Hu, mayor of the 5 Immortals Hu family. Everyone who's new here, if there's any questions you don't understand, you can always come to me. The appearance of a few people immediately caused the crowd to be astonished beyond measure. Wow, it's actually Big Brother Pangwang, the runner-up of the last Huashan martial arts competition. Pan Guan, a god among the shadow assassin professions. His sneaking technique is out of this world. He's obviously standing right in front of my eyes, but his breath is very erratic, as if he's going to disappear at any moment. So scary. It's fortunate that he's one of our Yenxia. If such a person was an opponent, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know how he died. Who's that scary-looking guy? It seems to be a professional whose occupation is divine vessel. I've seen him summoning terrifying creatures for battle, and he's a good fighter in overlevel challenges. Good lord, so it's a perverted profession. Humayer is indeed born with a charming bone, and the women of the Fox Fairy family are indeed each and every one of them a perfect beauty on earth. Tisk, just by looking at it, I already feel that my belly is starting to get hot. This body. Just ask which man can hold on to it? I've decided. I'm going to take advantage of the darkness of the moon and win to sneak off to discuss a few $100 million of big business with Humayer. Hee, if you're not afraid to die though, you can go. Don't look at Humayer's Thai behavior, but it said that she's still a chick now. Ah, really? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Those who were able to gain a foothold in the empty island were all more or less famous in the past, and being recognized was not a strange thing. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, with Pangwang leading the way, the people chose their living location and waited until the next day to be exposed to combat missions. As he walked around, Pangwang scanned the circle of the members, then suddenly asked with some confusion, didn't they say that the 5 immortals Chang family has a genius who has transformed into a dragon? Why didn't he come this time? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Humayer was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that something has happened? A few moments later, one of them said, Brother Pang, Shangyi is dead. The eyes of the uninformed few people twitched, and they obviously looked a little surprised. They had long heard about Changyi's great name. Humayer had even met him once, and although his character was a bit worse, it had to be said that he who was able to transform a dragon out of the mortal world must have a very straight path in the future of martial arts. It would be hard for anyone to be his rival in the same era. Soon, the more good people explained this situation, so that the eyes of the crowd after listening to it suddenly lit up, until finally the eyes, all together fell on the corner of the calm young man. Wang Qingyuan did not hide from the eyes of the crowd and only nodded slightly. If it had been in the past, he might have explained it a little and treated the matter as a very bright battle record, enjoying the shock and appreciation of the crowd. But now, the district Chang'e, to him, was no longer even worthy of being a decent opponent. With the power of the gods added to himself, he was bound to be an invincible existence in the same realm, and there was no need to question this point anymore. Even to the point of saying that in a state of full fire, the only ones who could arm wrestle with him would be the 100-level powerhouses who had crossed the mortal first shackle. So this kind of battle is obviously nothing these days. Not bad, this brother really does have a transcendent aura on his body. This is now a great addition to our Yenxia camp. Congratulations! Pangwang enthusiastically stepped forward and prioritized a well-located residence for Wang Qingyuan, expressing his intention of wanting to make friends. That fellow Chang'e. Humph, it's good to be dead. If he lives, sooner or later, he'll disrupt the balance of the 5 immortals. Thinking so, Humayer smiled slightly at Wang Qingyuan and threw out a wink, but it wasn't temptation, it was just her unique way of greeting. What a nasty woman, muttered Charlotte in an aside. Master 3 Burials folded his hands and said righteously, I want her to help me cultivate. Lu's eyes was not close to women and didn't react much. The gazes of the crowd were focused on Wang Qingyuan, and some of those who had only heard of him but not seen him were filled with immense curiosity about him. Some people wanted to talk to him but they were also a bit coy. After all, people with great strength, especially a guy like him who dared to cause trouble, would all have more or less eccentric tempers. However, there were also people who dared to go forward and take the initiative to make friends, finding that Wang Qingyuan was unexpectedly good at talking and very polite. It made a big impression on the crowd. Fate STH. Wang Qingyuan turned his gaze to Pangwang before asking, Brother Pang, I want to ask a question. Some time ago, the stone monkey statue you found, is it still here? Chapter 81, Sans Provocation, Battle to Begin. Upon hearing this, Pangwang and the others' faces instantly became a bit more subtle, not particularly pretty. Seeing this, Dynasty Lima seemed to have thought of something and asked with a frown. The people of the 3 kingdoms, coming to rob things? Pangwang pondered for a long time, then nodded. A few days ago, Bahali of the 3 kingdoms raided our empty island warehouse with a small team and forcibly snatched the stone monkey statue. Snatched? Wang Qingyuan's eyes narrowed. Dynasty Lima froze. Robbed? How dare they of the 3 kingdoms? Pangwang waved his hand. They were outnumbered and were determined to get the stone monkey statue. Our men sent out some of them and made them suffer a bit. Still, that stone statue really isn't very important to us, and it's always a ticking time bomb to keep it in the warehouse. After all, our current enemy isn't San. All myth and legend loot obtained on the empty island cannot be put into personal space and can only exist in the empty island warehouse. The reason for this state of affairs is also very simple. It is to stimulate the camp's sense of combat, with looting as the main method of growth. Private fights, which are not allowed in order-keeping cities, are commonplace here, and even tussles are a daily occurrence, often progressing to 2 or even multiple party group battles. Even the air was filled with nervous hostility. Dynasty Lima and Zhang Feiying and the others turned their gazes to the teenager who still had a calm face, but whose aura had clearly changed slightly. Pang Guang and the others were a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with that stone monkey statue?" A moment later, Wang Qingyuan raised his head and asked, "Brother Pang, when are we going to rob San's stuff too?" The people present were shocked to hear this. This kid just entered the empty island Yanxia camp not even half an hour ago, and he's already planning to start a group battle? Where did this battle demon come from? Pang Guang sweated. This junior brother Qing Yuan, actually. Our recent situation isn't too good. The attack by the Agua country isn't really important at the moment. This revenge will definitely be avenged later. Hu Meier said, "What is more of a headache for us right now is instead the Sakura country and the Stick country joining forces to make things difficult." Pang Guang looked grave. "They have reached a unanimous union with the Silver Eagle Alliance to suppress our space of action, and right now, it is a very troublesome thing for our members to even try to explore the empty realm." Speaking here, he suddenly remembered these new members and realizing that his words might affect morale, he added, "But please don't worry, everyone, our big brother, Shintaorao, and big sister, Condensation, are LV 99 and LV 98 level powerhouses respectively. Now with you geniuses joining us, our overall strength is by no means weaker than any camp. In a matter of days, we'll revitalize and fight for everything that belongs to us. Yes. Asterisk 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 these dogs into the down with the all damned Silver Eagle Alliance." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Their own camp was being oppressed, they felt furious, their blood boiling, and they could not wait to throw themselves into a great battle. Wang Qingyuan was not anxious about the matter of the three kingdoms. If that stone monkey idol was really the Qi Tian de Shang Sun Mukong that he knew so well, then even if the people of the three kingdoms used all their means, they would not be able to utilize it for a single minute. Of course, the opposite is also true. So for now, it's more important to familiarize yourself with the intelligence over here. But just as the people were about to part and head to their respective residences, a man stumbled in. "Brother Huge, that group of from Agway is here again." "What? Again?" Although Pang Guang is somewhat of a Mr. Nice guy, but being provoked like this over and over again, he can't stop his anger from surfacing. Hu Meier's body glowed with white fluorescence around her and asked, "What to do? To fight or not to fight?" On Wang Qingyuan's side, on the other hand, he hooked a smile. "I was thinking of choosing a day to talk about it, but since it was sent to my door, it seems a bit too much of a loss of face not to have a fight." The crowd, with their sidelong glances, agreed with his remarks and were already poised to go. It seemed that the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Pang Guang clenched his fists, and even his voice rose a few notches. "The Silver Eagle Alliance is suppressing us, and even San is coming along for the ride. Then fight." This voice made all the members arrive at the new zone like chicken blood, and they desperately wanted to fight to prove themselves. At this point in time, the members of Agua had arrived at the territory of Yanxia's camp, and a robust man with a large beard at the head of them let out a curry-flavored laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Bajori was dressed in gold and silver, decorated in a wide range of colors, and had a certain aristocratic air about him. The group of San behind them shook their heads, but they could also tell that they were all a group of powerful warriors, and even the female professionals, they all had a burgeoning battle spirit. If placed anywhere else, their oppression would be enough to crush many powerful organizations. But now, the members of Yanxia were rising in anger and had no favorable impression of San in the first place. They wanted to fight, so naturally they begged for it. "Pang Guang, I've heard that your Yanxia country has another batch of members." "What? Were you killed by the Silver Eagle Alliance, so you filled in another batch of cannon fodder? Ha 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 ha. The ancient Oriental Kingdom, which is nothing but a lot of people, is simply a joke. It's nothing more than bugs brushing experience for us. With the current division of power, you don't have any room to turn around anymore. Everyone, a few days ago we were able to snatch a lot of good things from under your noses. And today, we once again come in a big way to carry out provocations. How about it? Find it hard to breathe in anger." A female warrior with dark skin and a nice body that showed her waistline had a playful look on her face. "Hu Meier, fighting is not allowed here, go out and practice with me?" Hu Meier coldly said, "Afraid of you?" San, a 3-meter strong man, also came out to challenge. "Pang Guang, last time, I let you win me by a fluke, today I'm going to make you play through completely. War, war, war." Sangua's aura was pressing, wanting to make the Yanxiagua's crowd completely lose face and even suppress all of them. In such an atmosphere, the anger of the crowd had reached a critical point, and there was no solution other than a battle. So there was a flurry of movement towards the open space where the fight could take place. For a time, both sides were at cross swords. The atmosphere had reached freezing point, and was about to set off a bloody storm. The people who were moving around in the empty realm also noticed the situation over here and watched the action, all with their own thoughts. The Yanxia camp is going to be in bad luck again. When talents wither, they are only subject to being bullied and humiliated, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. Beiholi is powerful and a natural fighting genius, and there are no capable fighters in the Yanxia camp, except for a few. They seem to have a lot of new people coming in, so I wonder if anyone will be able to catch my eye. Oh, here it is then, a good show. Chapter 82 The Gold Content of the First Heavenly Pride. People from both sides gathered in the empty boundary zone. There were many conflicts in the past, and now that they are confronting each other here, there is no need for more words to be exchanged. New hatred and old hatred put together, so a group battle to retrieve the field previously lost. Fight! With a shout, both sides immediately battled together in a chaotic scene. The environment as well as the architecture of the empty island is more specialized and can carry a high limit of power. The members amongst them were all the best under 100 levels, and could almost be said to include the top heavenly prides of all the countries. If such a number of heavenly pride battles were placed in the outside world, it would definitely be like destroying the heavens and the earth in general, and even half of the city could be devastated in an hour or so. Pang Guang exchanged blows with the manly San warrior, his figure floating, seemingly real, making it difficult to capture his aura, having already mastered the highest realm of the assassin profession. However, the opponent's defense is very amazing and has a good offensive ability. Once hit, either dead or injured. Humair looked delicate, but she was actually a melee mage, her slender thighs combined with sharp kicking skills, completely suppressing the opponent's black-skinned female warrior, and even distracting her from casting skills to charm a circle of old colorful batches. For the members of San who could if they had a hole, the charm skill was almost 100 times more effective, so it also led to Humair's very strong performance in the battle. None of the people present were weak, and when placed outside, they were all one-of-a-kind demons. However, above the demons, there are also higher demons. Take Bajori, for example. There was a lot of talk among the unrelated spectators. It looks like Beiholi isn't going to make a move. Without Shintalu and condensation to press the battlefield, I'm afraid that among them, there is no one who can fight with Beiholi yet. Pathetic, a huge ancient eastern country would be suppressed like this. Bahali was born with his own vision, born with the power of the three elephants, a warrior chosen by the gods. How could the people of the district Yenxia country possibly be able to defeat him? But in any case, it is true that there is some kind of mythological history in the country of Yenxia, and although the international community does not recognize it explicitly, its existence or non-existence is well known to everyone. Right now, we should all join forces and block their plans to try to revive the gods to avoid unnecessary trouble. They have long since lost the power to return to the heavens, and looking at the current state of affairs, it's only a matter of time before they're completely annihilated and kicked out of the empty island realm. Bajori clasped his arms to his chest and scanned the current battle from above, his hands and feet filled with condescension. In his eyes, those who could be called opponents were nothing more than the top few people from each camp. As for the rest, they're just a bunch of dirtbags. And right now, Beiholi suddenly noticed a pair of eyes staring dead at him in the midst of the chaotic battle. The line of sight passed through the crowd and finally settled on a teenager whose gaze was as deep as an abyss, clearly calm but full of menace. The battle blood in his body stirred inexplicably, and his eyes sank. It seemed to sense something different. This guy. Next. Wang Qingyuan's figure moved steeply, impacting like a chariot, his sword fingers stood in front of his chest, his breath surging around his body, first bursting out two beams of attacks with the golden bow and silver bullet, and then immediately with the three-pointed two-edged knife in his hand, chopping fiercely. Look! Someone has taken the initiative to challenge Beiholi. Unseen fresh faces, are they new members of the Yenxia camp? It's a pity that it's only the first day you set foot on the empty island, and you're going to fall straight to the sad end? Ha, you guys watch, no one's going to let him touch a hair on Beiholi's head. Just as expected. In the midst of Wang Qingyuan's charge, when he was still 30 steps away from the other party, a man and a woman rushed out from both sides, wanting to stop him midway. They were Bahari's personal men who handled all kinds of dirty work for him and were loyal lapdogs. Where did the trash come from? If you want to challenge my big brother, you'll have to step over my body. Kid, get the hell out of my way. HM. Wang Qingyuan's line of sight did not leave, not treating these two as opponents at all. Get out. He let out a fierce shout, waving the divine weapon in his hand as his divine power exploded. The strong and extreme power killed the man on the spot, and the woman was cut off at the waist, flying into the air with her upper body still full of big question marks. The two men's interception was useless, and they didn't even manage to stall for a single breath before dying on the spot. Wang Qingyuan's divine weapon had stabbed over, and Bahali's pupils contracted as he hastily resisted with his strong physical body. However, even though his fleshly body was incomparably strong, he was facing a divine weapon made of heavenly realm divine iron, and was pierced through his shoulder on the spot, leaving behind a hideous wound. What? Seeing this amazing scene, everyone in the room had their jaws dropped. This series of actions happened in a flash of lightning, and the vast majority of people didn't even manage to react to the situation over here. And as the line of sight shifted, Beiholi, known as the strongest shield, was stabbed with a single blow. The crowd looked at the teenager with ferocious power and wondered where the hell this ruthless person came out from. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What asterisk 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 asterisk? Nanny! How is this possible? Beiholi is hurt. What kind of monster is this kid? However, the battle between the two men struck and didn't give the crowd a chance to react at all. Bahali's physical strength could not be described as not powerful, such a strong strike did not cause him to suffer fatal injuries. Instead, his battle spirit boiled over, white energy erupted and condensed into a huge divine elephant behind him, emitting a deafening elephant's roar. Boy, you really have guts. Wang Qingyuan didn't have any nonsense, and his eyes floated with golden light. Hand over the stone monkey statue and I'll let you die a quick death. That stone monkey is our monkey god Hanuman, we're just taking back what's ours. Then I have nothing to say to you. Sensing the power of the opponent's divine image, Wang Qingyuan had no hesitation and directly opened fire, summoning the Erlang god Yang Jian Dharma body and battling with it. Even in the special environment of the empty island, the two men's exchanges could strike a strong air explosion sound, even making the surrounding produce shaking. The place swept by, the shockwave will be the ground cracked open, the sea water wildly avalanche 100 feet high. The divine Dharma body fought with the giant elephant, and the golden and white power partitioned into two worlds, forcibly separating those nearby. Once one stepped into the battle between them, I'm afraid that the aftershocks created would be too much to bear. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, unable to express the current shock in words. So strong. Oh my god, is this really a battle under a 100-level powerhouse? What a terrifying power. The astral winds formed by the battle between them can even break through my defense. Hurry up and stay away, we can't intervene in these two's exchange. Once we're mistakenly injured, we'll surely die. My god, is this the gold content of the young no? 1 Tianjia of Yanxia? Aha! It's so awesome, from today onwards, Wang Qingyuan is my idol. Pang Wang's entire person was also directly dumbfounded, his expression losing all management. Boy, this kid, what kind of joke is this? It actually suppressed Beiholi. Chapter 83, 4 Generals of the Devil Family. Shocking the entire scene. What? Bajori's hurt? The crowd still in the midst of the fierce battle paused for a split second, and they all cast their gazes. Tall San warrior full of incredulity. Looking at the wound on Beiholi's shoulder, he was shocked. Even if he thinks that his physical body is strong and can be called a hegemon, he has no cards to play compared to the former. Since this kid was able to break the strongest shield in one blow, it also means that he can stab him to death on the spot in a minute. It's just horrible. Humayer's small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes flashed with a strange color, as if she saw a bright future for the Yanxia camp. Boom boom boom. Pumba pumba. Wang Qingyuan's aura was astonishing, and his Dharma body constantly shifted to match his own battle. Hand over the stone statue. No way, come get it yourself if you can. Bahali shook out 2 white elephants with his 2 fists, charging left and right, but was crushed by Wang Qingyuan's flying and pulling himself up, kicking out 2 fire wheels, and then his arm was raised high, pinching out an intimidating thunder in the dome of the sky, and smashing it down in a raw manner. Obsession. 5 Thunders technique. There was a loud boom. The crowd of members from the 3 kingdoms were struck by lightning, all of them suffered varying degrees of injuries, and some were even split into charcoal on the spot. Seeing this, the crowd retreated, even the unrelated onlookers began to retreat for fear of being affected by this power. I didn't expect. The Yanxia country actually has such a young and powerful person? I admit, it was indeed me who underestimated you. Beiholi fights it out. In the empty island, although he failed to be among the top-tier powerhouses, he was still a high-level combatant in the front section, and countless powerhouses died or were injured in his hands. But I didn't expect that this was only less than 10 minutes of fighting, but I was actually beaten without any power to fight back, and was repeatedly suppressed in the wind. No matter what moves he made, he was able to react quickly and come up with a restraining force that could not be defended against. And most importantly, what the hell is going on with this Dharma body? Beiholi clearly felt an extraordinary power. It seemed somewhat like the power of the gods. Thinking of this, his scalp couldn't stop tingling a bit, while a strong killing chance erupted from his eyes. If that's true, then this guy in front of me, he must die. Ah. Bahwali's breath erupted even more fiercely. The divine elephant shadow condensed into a 30-meter-tall behemoth. A foot can cause a small earthquake in the empty island. The elephant's voice triggered a burst of wind. See its power in the end, how strong. Seeing this, several other superb powerhouses from San's camp also caught fire and stood at Beiholi's side, forming a confrontation with the powerful teenager. The scene thus entered the white heat, and both sides had reached the moment of real desperation. However, in the face of this situation, Wang Qingyuan was undaunted. Shaking people? Swarming? I'm afraid no one is better at it than myself. Wang Qingyuan pointed a bit of golden light at his fingertips and drew arcane runes in the void, and then he began to summon the guardian great god that the system had unlocked previously. Please. The 4 heavenly kings have descended. Growing heavenly king. Devil Raiching. Wendigo heavenly king. Devil gift red. Hold the heavenly king. Devil ritual C. Wide-eyed heavenly king. Devil Rishu. Boom boom boom. Shasta. On both sides of Wang Qingyuan's circumference, a large amount of divine power began to coalesce, and his incomparably huge figure covered the sky, like the rise of a giant tree in the sky, filling this battlefield. The growth heavenly king Devil Liching has a face like a living crab and a beard like a copper coin, holding a sword of green light and controlling the power of wind. Wendo heavenly king Mo Li Hong was holding the magic treasure mixed yuan umbrella, which was embellished with jewels and beads, and sewn with the words loaded with Qiankuan. Open the umbrella when the sky darkness, sun and moonlight, turn the umbrella when the world shaking. The wide-eyed heavenly king, Imoliso, held twin whips of incomparable majesty and was in charge of the greatness of Shun. The heavenly king of holders, Imolihai, held a lute with 4 strings representing earth, fire, wind and water. When the strings are plucked, wind and fire come together. The 4 generals of the devil family descended with a roar, each of them fierce and vicious, with a hideous appearance, while carrying an infinite majesty and a sense of oppression that swept across the entire arena. They were either majestic, or their fury aura rose, their gazes sweeping over everyone present, divine power and demonic aura mixing and rising, pushing the entire battlefield battle to a complete climax. Crazy. Simply insane. How on earth did these 4 terrifying existences appear? Wang Qingyuan actually summoned 4 such behemoths at the same time. What a ferocious power, this sense of oppression. Simply pulls full. The offense and defense have completely changed shape. Our side's momentum is overpowering the field. I can't believe it. Am I dreaming? Even Wang Qingyuan himself was quite shocked by the appearance of the 4 generals of the demon family. After all, such a sense of oppression was not something that an ordinary god could possess. Perhaps their individual combat power was not as good as Yang Jian and Neza, but if they fought in a group formation, then their presence was crucial. Not only can you maximize your abilities like a fish in a melee, but it also serves as an ability to grow in power and deter the herd. And that's the way it is at this point. The people of the 3 kingdoms, who had wanted to have a fierce battle, were completely skeptical when they saw such a huge thing appear, thinking that some kind of nightmare had come to reality. Leaving aside for the moment the strength of the 4 generals of this magic family, just this body type, as well as the sense of oppression brought by the majestic aura, has completely controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. As for Wang Qingyuan, he levitated in front of the 4 heavenly kings in Yang Jian's dharma body, his eyes gazed at them indifferently, and the aura of a heavenly god was released, making them feel as if they were meeting a real god. Beiholi's heart was beating wildly. He had also been in the middle of the empty island for more than 2 years, but he had never seen such an appalling scene. Wang Qingyuan did not give them a chance to speak, pointing the 3-pointed 2-edged sword forward. Crush them! Who? Devil Gift Red was the first to let out a roar, and the mixed yuan umbrella opened up, leaving heaven and earth without light. Devil Liching's green light sword swept across, chopping out sword might causing a small mountain to crumble. The storm tore apart the human wall formed by Asan on the spot, sending blood and flesh flying. Devil Lisho's double whip slammed, and the earth roared, cracking out a tens of feet gully, with several people sinking deep into it. Devil Lihai plucked his lute, and the 4 forces of wind, water, fire and earth were united, sweeping across the entire field like green and red swordlight, with the strongest killing power of all. The 4 generals of the devil family had blown 90% of San's camp to death on the spot with just a slight strike. Their strength could already be called heaven-defying. Wang Qingyuan could feel that his own energy was being siphoned off as the source of their activities in the mortal world as if a water pump had been inserted. Even he felt a little appalled. Not to mention the others. Even if it was Guan Derong who had already reached LV 100 level, I was afraid that it wouldn't take more than 3 to 5 minutes before they would be completely sucked dry. With such overwhelming power, the 3 countries of the Arakanese nation had no room for resistance. Wang Qingyuan flew forward and a divine light appeared in front of his forehead. Die! A voice as cold as a judgment rang out. Has been shocked silly Bahali no reaction, poof was decapitated on the head, was grabbed by the hair Wang Qingyuan lifted to the sky, indifferent scanning the crowd, the head will be shown to the public. The sound is like a great bell. I am the first war god of heaven, Qingyuan Myriad Path, Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan of Gujianku. Yang Jian. 84. Looting of San warehouses. Wang Qingyuan's ferocity suppressed the entire field. The appearance of the 4 generals of the demon family, instantly controlling the rhythm and killing in all directions, like pure weapons of war. The sense of oppression was even stronger than the summoner itself. No matter what the kingdom, the understanding of mighty must have something about the greatness of big, like the vast magical powers of the gods of the hot summer, the law of the heavens and the earth. The existence of a huge body size can through visual impact, unlimitedly elevate the fighting spirit and confidence of the members of their own side. At the same time, it also really has the strong power of a man who can't be stopped. The battle was reversed in an instant as Wang Qingyuan exterminated all the incoming San members, leaving no one behind. At this moment, the whole room is dead silent. Everyone stood straight in place, looking at the heaven-defying scene in front of them that was like a myth descending, and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Then a sharp pop broke the silence. Ah! Beiholi is dead. I can't believe it. Wang Qingyuan completely annihilated more than 30 people from the 3 kingdoms, and not a single one of them survived. Qingyuan Myriad Path. Haiyan Shangzhenjuan. Could this be the name of the Dharma body behind him? Could that be a god? No, To be able to have such great power, it must be a god without a doubt. What a solemn scene. My Yanxia camp actually had such a time to raise its eyebrows. This girl is really going to cry out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What have you done? This is not too good. What a powerful battle, Dynasty Lima. Where did you dig up this treasure from? My goodness. After so many years, has a strong person capable of saving the day finally appeared in our Yanxia camp again? Damn San. How dare they repeatedly provoke us? They're eating their own. What should we do in this situation now? Killing Baholi would be the equivalent of a full-scale declaration of war between us and the Three Kingdoms. With the Silver Eagle Alliance pressurizing us in the past, and now we've provoked San, we've already got enemies on our backs. Doesn't matter. We're in a bad enough situation, and we're not afraid to keep it bad, and whoever tries to eat our territory will have to chip a few of their teeth, too. Brother Pang. Brother Shin isn't here, you command us. This. Pang Guang woke up from his shock and looked at Wang Qingyuan's figure, somewhat uncertain. Now this can be said to be too big a deal. But I have to say, it's just too damn relieving. Even he, who had always been a man of peace, couldn't help but get a little excited at this point, wanting to continue the fight again. But he, as a man of some prestige at the moment, could not be swept away by his emotions. He was responsible for the well-being of these compatriots. The battle was fought, and apparently enough was enough. After he took a deep breath and calmed down a bit, he looked up at Wang Qingyuan and was about to open his mouth when Wang Qingyuan slowly turned his head, his gaze still cold, and inquired, Brother Pang, why don't you take advantage of the situation and grab their stuff as well? Pang Wang's entire body shook. Pursuit? People are dead. What's the point of pursuing? His words, however, did cause a not-so-small reaction from the crowd, and after first being staggered, fierce sounds erupted. Right. Don't stop. Keep fighting. We haven't recovered the face we lost. The battle can't stop. Before the rest of the San camp reacts, let's invade the empty island warehouse and go on a looting spree. Bull asterisk 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 robbery. Our stone monkeys were robbed. What's the point of us getting something back with interest? Brother Qing Yuan has the right idea. Everyone follow me in charge. Attack San's warehouse. Aha! Kill. Looking at the members of Yanxia who were almost crazy in their emotions, the onlookers from the surrounding countries couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. The Yanxia people seemed to be calm and kind, but thousands of years of experience had taught them that the Yanxia people possessed a warlike and belligerent bloodline, and once their fighting spirit was aroused, they would rise like a lion and be unstoppable. Even by karma, this group of Yanxia people are crazy. They won't even stop after killing so many people from San. It's already completely torn up, and since it's going to be torn up, it's going to be torn up completely. The Yanxia camp is already at the end of its rope. Could it be that because of the arrival of a single person, it will rise to splendor again? No, it can't be. The Silver Eagle Alliance will never allow this to happen. No more looking, no more looking. I'm going to hurry up and deliver this message back. This guy called Wang Qingyuan must be specifically targeted. In the meantime, San Camp, empty island warehouse, guarded by maybe 20 men. The barefoot uncle at the head of the group, named Kamori, has won last year before he loses his stay in the empty island and returns to the middle of the city. The energy on the empty island is so pure that I can improve with every breath, and the fact that I'm about to leave this place still makes me feel a little sad, said a young man next to him who had been new not long ago. Uncle Kamori, there's no need to be too sentimental. I've heard from the old people that the competition in the empty islands is huge and the level of danger is even higher than that of the masterless realm, and it's already not easy for you to have survived the killing spree of geniuses and demons. Kamori nodded. Indeed, over the years, I have seen the fall of too many heavenly prides, who were held up as superior in their own countries, and when they come here, they may be reduced to weaklings, or even mole crickets. I've been here long enough, and it's time for me to go back. With the existence of blood like Baholi, we, the Three Kingdoms, are enough to hold a certain amount of say on this island of great strife. At the mention of Baholi, several of the newcomers couldn't help but have respect floating in their eyes, all of them mesmerized by his strength and wanting to become truly powerful warriors like that. I've heard that there's another batch of newcomers from the Yanxia Kingdom. Baholi has already brought some people to pick a fight. It's simply laughable that the same populous country has a vast difference in battle power from us. On my way out, if I can handily kill a few people from the Yanxia or Silver Eagle Alliance, I'll be considered to have had enough. I'm only afraid that this time, Brother Baholi will crush their newcomer and completely raise his head. A woman said proudly. Knock, 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 knock. As they were chatting, the crowd suddenly felt the slightest dust on the ground vibrate quietly, as if something huge was approaching. They all looked towards the front, incomparably puzzled. The warehouses of each camp are important core areas, and once you choose to invade the neighborhood, it's no different than a formal declaration of war. The strong prey on the weak for no reason, but the San consider themselves among the strongest, and do not set up too many defenses here, because no one would be foolish enough to dare challenge them. But, the lowly of the Three Kingdoms, your grandfathers from Yanxia country are here. All suffer death. Hand over your things. Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense with them, kill them all, leave no one behind. It must be done thoroughly, don't give them a chance to breathe, clean and hygienic, brothers. Beiholi is dead, so tie your hands and stop resisting unnecessarily. Kill. Chapter 85 Great Sage Statue. What? Bajori is dead. When the people of the three kingdoms heard this, their faces were filled with disbelief. The power of Beiholi was well known, and although the Yanxia country had a few strong men, they were all trapped by certain conditions right now. Otherwise the three kingdoms wouldn't have dared to repeatedly provoke them with such intensity. Without those two guys, who among them would be a match for Beiholi? But the next second, black smoke clouds swept across the sky looked like it was sealed up, the sun and the moon had no light, it was like the end of the world had come. Vaguely able to be seen, several incomparably huge bodies were striding majestically and incomparably towards this side, spitting out green clouds and releasing majestic power. It's alert! The Yanxia kingdom has invaded the warehouse. Ah, how dare these losers of theirs. Ah! Before the man's words could be uttered, he was wiped out by a sudden flash of an illusory figure that wiped out his neck, letting out a whistling sound from his windpipe as blood flowed out of his mouth, and he died on the spot. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the assassin Pangguang from the Yanxia kingdom. Everyone be careful. Pfft, another head rolled off. Not all of the people in the A.S.S. were drunks, they just didn't react immediately to the surprise attack. At this time, they all also activated their occupational skills, preparing to battle the Yanxia country's crowd and drag them until the reinforcements arrived. But for a split second, clanging, a three-stranded fork broke through the air and stabbed strongly like a meteor, instantly piercing a bloody hole through the body of the young man who was a good talker and nailing him to the wall. Kitch! The guy called Kamori was in a rage and shouted in grief. Then he exploded with hatred and rushed into the raging Yanxia camp, but before he could fight for a few rounds, he was stabbed through the body by several people with long spears, then lifted high and smashed heavily on the ground. Even if he died, he couldn't imagine that the Yanxia camp, which had always held back, would actually come surging wildly like mad today. Obviously there is less than a year to go. One can leave this place and go back to the three kingdoms to make trouble. His eyes were filled with resignation and quickly dimmed. The situation at this point no longer even required Wang Qingyuan to make a move. The crowd's long pent-up anger erupted at this moment, unstoppable, not to mention the district San. Even if the gods come down, they will also vent this anger. What's more, there were also the four generals of the devil family who were slaying the four directions and displaying their infinite divine and demonic majesty. Wang Qingyuan walked through the chaotic crowd and arrived at the door of the warehouse. At this moment, a young San girl with a red mole dotting her forehead was shivering and looking at him, holding a sharp curved blade in her hand and gulping furiously. Even if the Wang Qingyuan at that moment did not display his divine dharma body, the other party could clearly sense that this was a powerful existence that he was far from being able to deal with. Get out of the way. Wang Qingyuan is not addicted to killing, human life is still quite precious in his eyes. If the other party is sensible, he does not mind leaving a fresh life. But the young girl, though she was already scared to death, stared him dead in the face as a warrior. Damned Yanxia people, our strong men of the three kingdoms will not let you go. Pang! With a sweep of his fist, Wang Qingyuan blew her head off on the spot, and her headless body fell to the ground with a loud bang. He suddenly remembered that the compatriots of the Yanxia country had also more or less died in their hands. How can they be cheap like this? At least on this empty island, it was better to kill innocents indiscriminately than to show any mercy. In that case, all die for me. Wang Qingyuan kicked out the wind and fire while flying in the field. As long as they are touched, the whole body bones broken, either is the flame-burning body, burned into ashes on the spot. Even if they were all so-called geniuses. But in his eyes, they were already no different from ants. The devil! This guy is the devil! Hiss! That's scary. One of the warehouses in Agri is going to be ransacked. This guy is really ruthless in his actions. It seems that because of his existence, this empty island is going to become lively again. Now! The crowd from the Yanxia kingdom had already strangled all the San guards and forced through the warehouse's protective shield, rushing inside in a brainwave to start looting. All of them can only move one or two pieces since they can't be included in your personal space. Boy, I didn't expect San to be so rich. The warehouse is full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Gold, silver, and jewelry are the most useless. Prioritize moving something else. There are many picture books here with living creatures that should be good. Take that. I found a fresh female lizard carcass with a nice big hole under the tail. What did they do to this lizard? Inhumane. Damn, what's that slimy stuff? How did San get so dirty that he even packs poop in the warehouse? What poop? It's clearly their daily diet. Don't waste it. Take it away too. You eat? No, I don't eat it. I've got two steel-haired pigs in my room. They're supposed to like this kind of stuff. Quickly, take all the useful ones before their reinforcements come. We don't need to fight again for a while. Ha, brother Qingyuan is mighty. All the brothers are great too. This breath is so smooth for me. This is what happens when you mess with us. Wang Qingyuan didn't take anything, but followed his deep senses and found the stone monkey statue he was thinking about. In the middle of a dimly lit corner, The stone monkey is clad in battle armor, with its feet on auspicious clouds and an iron rod in its hand, its eyes gleaming with life, just like a god of war. His heart fluttered. Then the corners of his mouth widened into an arc. This, sure enough, it's my Yanxia's god. Qi Tian De Sheng, Sun Wukong. Pang Guang quickly came over and looked at the stone monkey statue and asked in confusion. Elder brother Qing Yuan, if you like it, let's move this stone statue together. Wang Qingyuan shook his head, then stretched out his hand, and the system space was instructed to quickly take it in. Pang Guang immediately stared at the props in the middle of the empty island. Isn't it not possible to income personal space in various ways? Wang Qingyuan said, this is not a prop, much less the Hanuman of the three kingdoms, but our own monkey god of the Yanxia kingdom. Hearing this, the crowd froze slightly, even if this kind of thing is too unfamiliar to them, but from his mouth, the credibility is very high. There really is a god in the heat of summer. They have witnessed it. After putting the stone statue into the space, Wang Qingyuan's system quickly got access to the feedback. You have obtained the Great Sage of Qi Tian Sun Wukong statue. You can summon the Great Sage of Qi Tian Sun Wukong Dharma body to descend through the power of the statue. Wang Qingyuan silently clenched his fists, and an unimpeded feeling of exhilaration spread throughout his body. I didn't expect that on the first day I came to the 100 Races empty island, I would actually have such a huge harvest. So much for the three great rebels of the heavenly court were then completely gathered. Chapter 86, The Great War will begin. Cool. Returning to Yanxia's camp, the crowd couldn't help but let out an unrestrained shout. All this time, they had all been repressed for far too long. In fact, according to the overall strength of the camp, Yanxia is not weaker than San. Really reckless battle may not be who loses and who wins. But in front, there was the Silver Eagle Alliance suppressing it, and in the back, there were a bunch of lapdog mini-national camps acting as vicious dogs. This was what caused Yanxia and the others to never be able to be distracted, and could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. But today, because of the arrival of a group of newcomers, they not only recovered their ground, but even gave San a hard defeat. Such a sense of permeability is not to say how strong it is. It is not an exaggeration to say that one can have clear thoughts and prolong one's life. However, the men were generally calm and not completely swept off their feet. Having just gone through 2 battles, it was inevitable that the other camps would think that the battle force was empty and then take advantage of the situation. Also, the ones guarding the warehouse were not San's main force, and it was not impossible to immediately prepare the men to launch a counterattack. So the more times like this, the more you have to be incredibly vigilant to do so. Pang Guang said, don't get complacent yet, brothers, before they can react. Hurry up and transfer the contents of the other 2 warehouses to this side. We can't afford to scatter our battle force because of this. One of them said, Brother Pang, it will take at least an hour to transfer all of them. Can we make it in time? Humayer said, then shift selectively. Money is useless. When it's not enough we can still rob it. Take care of those irreplaceable things first. Understood. The crowd began to move, while those left behind began to get high to recover their battle strength, preparing for a new round of fighting that might happen later. Their gazes gleamed, and their battle intent didn't diminish in the slightest, and there was even a hint that they were expecting them to come quickly. Too many people have been trying to stomp on the Yanxia camp. Today got a respite, must be high profile through the way of fighting, tell the group of wild dogs. From now on, the attack and defense are easy to type. Sakura camp. Nani. Beiholi is dead. Killed by the guys from the Yanxia camp? A short man with a hygienic beard was filled with surprise and dropped the wooden sword he had been training with in his hand. Are those guys from Yanxia crazy? Aren't they afraid of completely pissing off San and then drawing a concerted siege from us at the same time? The youth who reported the news said, a group of newcomers have come to their camp, and a few of them are particularly strong, with a guy named Wang Qingyuan being the most powerful, and Bahali. Bahali is the one who decapitated him alone. Chopped alone. A dangerous aura flashed in Okasaka Nikawa's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, what's the reaction on the side of the stick country? Park de Shuang is already gathering his squad to take advantage of the chaos to strike at the Yanxia kingdom, and they're waiting for Okasaka-kun to make a move over there as well. Okasaka Hinagawa stroked his beard. This is indeed a good time. After a battle they must have lost some strength. The San won't swallow this breath. Since this is the case, we also add a fire. Then he shouted. Aishima Guanja. Sakurajima Hatsuyuki. Hi. Swish swish. 2 ninjas in tights appeared. They were extremely well built, while carrying a stern murderous aura with a snake-like, yet highly uniformed and seductive aura. Bring a group of ninja squads to assist San, and make sure that the Yanxia camp is completely pinned down. Hi. One female ninja disappeared in an instant, while the other made a seal and disappeared into the ground. Woolly Bear Nation. A group of armed fighters were gathered in the middle of the room. Hot weapons were spread all over the floor, from handguns to weapons of mass destruction, all of which had been specially made. They were extraordinarily keen on these equipments and in turn did not pay much attention to their own cultivation. They were also quickly informed about the situation on the empty island and expressed their shock. However, the position of the Woolly Bear country was more complicated. Although they did not have a good relationship with the Silver Eagle Alliance and other countries, they did not really want to enter into an alliance with Yanxia, so as not to be attacked by the enemy on their backs and dragged into the quagmire. However, the Yanxia country is looking to turn the tide. Help or not to help has become a topic for discussion. After a long silence, the little chieftain named Ivanov pondered for a long time and finally came up with an answer. Help. But, can't be the first to help. I'm going to go there myself later to assess the current Yanxia camp to see if it's worth helping. If that kid called Wang Qingyuan is really incredibly powerful, then we'll immediately strike against the Silver Eagle Alliance and those few lapdogs, and we can also take the opportunity to reach an alliance. This time, we're going to have a snowfall. Silver Eagle Alliance. A man in a suit, sitting on a red chair, raising his hands and feet with the air of an aristocrat, was now saying with a playful smile on his face, has the Yanxia camp finally pressed on? But this is good, just let them make a scene. After squeezing the grievances for so long, if it explodes today, I think it will output a lot of grievances. With Cherry Blossom and Stick going to fight, it's better for us to just stay put, so as not to become their main target and lose manpower for nothing. He shook the goblet in his hand, bright red and sticky, not with red wine but with human blood. The man's appearance had an anticlimactic charm, his eyes were like rubies, and as he drank the blood from the cup, he looked even more demonic, even his teeth became sharp. Oh, Wang Qingyuan, I wonder what your blood tastes like? At this very moment, the Yanxia camp was already ready for battle, waiting for the strong enemies from various countries to come. Everyone's eyes were firm and resolute, and the aura they emitted almost formed a field, and the battle intent could be felt from a distance of more than 10 miles. As expected, dozens of members of the Agri National Camp were the first to arrive. The person at the head was hairy and wore sunglasses, looking pretentious and non-mainstream, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed very powerful, causing people to feel the pressure. Above all, not many human features could be felt on his body, and his skin seemed to be filled with cold. He was called Zachary, one of the 4 strongest men in the San camp. He is actually an android, with every organ in his body, and indeed every pore, capable of being used as a powerful weapon, and is particularly adept at group combat. And with that, teams from the Sakura country and the Stick country had also arrived, and there were many other camps watching, ready to take some benefits from the upcoming melee. The law of survival here is just like that. To get what you need, taking by force is the most basic truth. There is no such thing as Jianghu morality to speak of. Hiss. This is really a big deal. How many years has it been since we've seen a scene like this? The multinational camps are mixing up. Today, I'm afraid there must be one side that will suffer heavy losses. My pores are a little open. I didn't realize these guys from the Yanxia camp were so ballsy. I'm with Yanxia. Damn San, drunkenly strengthening the exhaust of my newly bought sports car. This grudge is irreconcilable. The Silver Eagle Alliance hegemony pattern that has remained unchanged for many years, I wonder if it will change from this moment onward? Chapter 87, Exploding and Killing Sakura Ninjas. Zachary looked around from side to side, unable to read his expression. But the other San were already very angry, cursing at the crowd in the Yanxia camp, and even grabbing a handful of cow dung and throwing it. Although the Yanxia crowd was bursting with wariness, they couldn't stop being a little nervous in the face of such a situation. Fighting one against many hundreds, one wrong step could be the end of everything. But now, they no longer wanted to endure any longer. Even if they were to die in battle here, they would never be suppressed by these bastards. Things have come to a point where meaningless conversations are no longer needed. Above the empty realm, the wind was as noisy as a sword. The many parties gathered together were bound to stir up a deadly battle. Hiss, what if I'm a little nervous all of a sudden? Things have come to a head, there is no way back, swear to die. I'm the opposite of you, I'm shaking with excitement instead. See that little ninja from the Sakura country? That son of a has sneak attacked me before. This time I will behead her. Leave that karate martial artist from the Stick country to me. I'm going to rip him in half alive down the middle. Everyone pick your respective targets, but don't go deep into enemy lines. We are outnumbered and must work closely together. Pang Guang's figure fluttered, his presence already near zero, having long since selected a target ready to launch an assassination. The crowd then subconsciously turned their attention to a young man. Wang Qingyuan pondered for a long time and said in a low voice, there's no need to wait any longer, strike first. War. Put. Pang Guang's assassination method was a bug, and with the level suppression, it was almost a sure hit and a sure death, and very few people were able to react to it. The moment the words fell, the head of one of the trickier, battle formation masters, flew up and smashed to the ground like a leather ball. Asaba! How dare you strike at us first, all of you! Kill all these wolf cubs! The battle was imminent. Even the air boundary, which was as solid as a rock, inevitably shook and the wind and clouds changed. Is that teenager Wang Qingyuan? It doesn't look like it's a high rank. I think the person who passed on the message added fuel to the fire. Let's see me finish him off with one move. A ninja using a concealed weapon throws a bitungu. As a result, there was a dang sound, a bald man drilled out of the crowd, and the bitterness stabbed his crotch, but issued a sound of iron and gold. I'll send you to meet Buddha in the western heaven. De Wei Tianlong. The three-burial monk appeared too suddenly, and a slap shattered his sternum, collapsing it instantly. With a machine gun in his left hand and a short knife in his right, Lu's eyes charged through the crowd, far and wide, more like a murderous demon than a priest. Charlotte pulled her bow and arrow, and the crystal angel floated behind her body moving as if she were dancing gracefully. At this moment, Wang Qingyuan first shifted his gaze to the two female ninjas. Meeting those eyes that had no temperature to speak of, the two men's hearts subconsciously sank, feeling an inexplicable pressure. This guy really can't have any underestimation. Aishima Guanzi made a quick seal in her hand and a fire dragon erupted from her mouth. Fire transportation, fire dragon inferno strike. Kaito big blast. The combination of wind and fire allowed the two ninjutsu to exert a 1+1 effect, as the fiercely fierce dragon of fire swirled around as if it carried a high temperature capable of devouring everything. Playing with fire? Wang Qingyuan snorted coldly and similarly spewed out a ball of flame in his mouth, which was so much hotter that even the air made a distorted sound. Samadhi fire. Boom! The samsara fire quickly annihilated the so-called ninjutsu and attacked with ferocity. Aishima Guanzi's pupils shrunk, and she immediately performed the evasion technique, hiding into the shadows on the ground. And the ninjas who had not dodged were tainted by the flames and were burned to ashes in an instant, with even their souls no longer intact. Sakurato Hatsuyuki's heart jumped, clearly felt the power of this real fire is strong, hurried to use with its counterpart of the water escape to resist. Suetun Dragon Waterfall. Hundreds of feet of waves lifted up, flooding the entire field, and several water dragons appeared from it, emitting a deafening roar. Sculpture. Wang Qingyuan's fire-tipped spear swept across, the flames forcibly separating the water flow, and then his feet erupted in flames, rushing straight into the sky, appearing in front of the former in an instant. So fast. Sakurato Hatsuyuki didn't react at all, then she felt a burning sensation coming from her abdomen, and when she looked down, she had actually been pierced through her body. Wanting to cast a substitution technique to escape, but her soul was burned by the terrifying flames, she couldn't even cast it, and a sense of despair immediately surged out of her eyes. How is this possible? He himself was not even a match for him? Die! Wang Qingyuan turned in the air and kicked him from the sky to the bottom, where he was bitten by the pouncing roaring dog and swallowed into his stomach. In the next second, the sky-flapping eagle attacked strongly from the air, like a fighter jet speeding down. The eagle's eyes quickly captured the enemies sent in the crowd, and the copper claws pierced through the shadows on the ground, piercing through the shoulder of the female ninja who had disappeared into the shadows, dripping with blood, and violently ripping her out, lifting her up to the sky above in a raw manner. Aha! Yeah no! Wang Qingyuan stepped on the hard bow and the silver bullet shot out violently, exploding the head of the living target, Aishima Guanzi, and the power of the bow and arrow did not diminish in the slightest until it pierced through the dome of the sky. Without these two, the rest of the ninjas were nothing more than dirt, chased down and fled in panic by the great and powerful Mitsuru and the others. As for the stick country is even more unbearable, the so-called karate master in the joke is no different, after performing a series of kicking techniques like a sudden rip crotch, revealing a split second after the break, was Lu's eyes two heavy punch smashed skull cracked and deformed, red and white things spewed out of the ears, the force can be said to be cruel to the extreme. Everyone looked on in awe. Groove. Why are these guys so fierce? All of them are good at melee combat. Although melee powerhouses are suspected of being reckless, they are really useful in actual combat, especially those that rely on skills for power. Melee professions are simply their nightmare. Let's not talk about anything else. What exactly is that Wang Qingyuan's profession? Not only does he have both long-distance and short-distance abilities, but he can even control two great demonic pet beasts at the same time? Could it be an all-round profession? Is that really possible? Without a single shortcoming, wouldn't it be almost as good as a god? That's it, he hasn't used his true strength yet. If you wait for him to summon his Dharma body to fight, you'll know what it means to be truly powerful. Damn, the world countries make every effort, all want a Yanxia's mythological history completely crushed to death. Things to the present day, after all, to lose their efforts? Yanxia's history is too long, the only country that has been passed down for thousands of years. How could it be possible that no gods have ever existed? Such words as there are no gods in the East, you guys believe it, but I definitely don't. It doesn't really matter whether you believe it or not, what matters is that after all these years, they really can't come up with any evidence to prove. What about now? This Wang Qingyuan, he and God, is there any difference? Chapter 88, The District's Beauty, How Dare You Confuse Me? Everyone is silent. The ferocity of the Yanxia kingdom scared everyone. The battle had only just begun for just a quarter of an hour, and already dozens of people had lost their lives, and their deaths were incomparably tragic. Obviously, when placed in their respective countries, they would be treated as geniuses and gain respect from all walks of life. On top of this empty island, facing the demon of demons, they were no different from ants. Several camps that came to besiege, Sakura Nation went down at the fastest speed, dozens of ninjas were completely hammered, and the two female ninjas at the head of the line were even incomplete, dying a miserable death. Some camps that intend to fish in troubled waters but have not yet made a move, seeing such a scene, are glad that they did not rush to make a move. Once they are entangled by this group of crazy people, it will not be something as simple as being injured and disabled. They were really completely tearing their skin off this time, God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, completely reckless. Wang Qingyuan did not rush to use his Dharma body ability, but rather, with his existing battle power, he was similarly able to sweep through the majority of people. After all, these divine weapons were true divine props, and it was difficult to find items in the world that could match them. Feeling the pleasure brought by this kind of pure killing, the arc of his mouth grew bigger and bigger, gradually taking on a slightly perverted meaning, making the hearts of many people who wanted to charge up hairy and subconsciously retreating. This guy is really too brutal. If he dies in his hands, he can't even leave a whole body. When did Yanxia Kingdom have such a ruthless person? Seeing that Wang Qingyuan had gone crazy and was unstoppable, the momentum of the enemies was greatly affected, and there was almost a tendency for the troops to fall. The crowd of a woman with large and majestic breasts and a slender waist sprinted forward, and the double guns in her hands shot love bullets, as if hypnotizing Qing's charming breath filled the air, not distinguishing between enemy and self, and in a moment the men were mesmerized and seemed to be immersed in the dream of adolescence. The woman's face wore a smug smile. She already had a beautiful face and was full of fatal temptation to men. Combined with the casting of the confusion skill, she was certain that she could make any man fall under her skirt. Aha, little brother, can you put down the weapon in your hand first? My sister is so scared. The woman's beautiful eyes hide tears, not to mention men, even women cannot help but see a soft heart. Great, it's Love Hunt Witch. We're saved. The sky sees the sky. Even if I'm not hit by her skills, I'm starting to get a swirling feeling inside. Suck it, greedy. If I could sleep with her, it would be worth it even if it killed me. Just so you guys know, I rarely use the phrase cool looking to describe someone, and apparently she is. Even if Wang Qingyuan is more powerful, so what? The woman barrier is a difficult barrier that no man can break through. While he's lost his concentration, let's surround him together and take his life. It had to be said that the woman whose profession was Love Hunt Witch did have two skills. In addition to her having gorgeous looks herself, the skills can be of great use. Even San Burial, who was a monk, was a bit dazed for a moment, uncontrollably breaking his fast in his mind. A long knife was handed to him with a murderous intent. The woman's face wore a winning smile. The source of the strife was about to be quelled by her. Yet the next moment, Wang Qingyuan raised his head violently, the third eye on his forehead flashed with golden light, and his eyes were cold without a trace of emotion, not even the slightest bit of worldly desires. The woman was momentarily stunned. A mere beauty, how dare you confuse me? Die! Wang Qingyuan shattered her weapon with a punch, and then he whirled around and a large hand probed out, clamping down on her wonderful face in a deadly grip. Before the latter could react, he slammed towards the building next to him, his entire head embedded in it, struggling for a moment before his voice broke. The tri-tip two-bladed sword in his hand swept out rays of divine power, cutting down the enemies that surrounded him without any procrastination. Holy! The Love Hunt Witch's skill didn't even take effect. Is this guy still a man? How can he sit on his hands and even lay such a heavy hand on such an earthly beauty? That's impossible. The Love Hunt Witch's skill is difficult to unlock even for a paladin's purification. What makes him unaffected? A waste. What a waste. What a ferocious guy. Doesn't he have any weaknesses at all? Damn it, what kind of opponent are we facing? Wang Qingyuan's heart did not waver. With the power of a god in his body, as well as the eye of the root, he was able to penetrate through all the emptiness in this world and was immune to all negative influences. The so-called beauty, under the perspective of his current state, was like a pile of red-powdered skeletons, no different from a dung bag filled with salacious feces. Although the human body was a heavenly paradise for cultivation, to an existence that had already become a god and a saint, it really stank. In front of him, the district's beauty was undoubtedly the most useless fighting ability. Soon, Wang Qingyuan rushed out a bloody path, but not a single leaf touched his body, and his clothes didn't even appear wrinkled. The difference in strength was too great, and such a melee was already no different from killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. His gaze turned to the few strong men of the three kingdoms, his eyes narrowing slightly as he released his killing intent. Such a gesture caused many people to feel fear and subconsciously take a step backwards. Only the android Zachary, without any avoidance, locked eyes with Wang Qingyuan. Ta-da-da-da-da. In a moment, Zachary's extended his arm and the barrel of his submachine gun appeared in his sleeve, sweeping in this direction. Wang Qingyuan Yang Jian's Dharma body appeared, and his fleshly body that had become a saint was not afraid at all, and bullets hitting his body would even emit the sound of gold and iron and burst into flames. He rushed into the enemy line and killed them all. Zachary increased the frequency of his attacks, and behind him appeared special warheads that exploded with a bang, fire rising to the sky in a small mushroom cloud. But Wang Qingyuan was surprisingly hard, breaking out of the fog and fighting the steel-bodied Zachary. The latter's entire body is covered with a variety of weapons, including guns, shells, chainsaws, and many other items. Although they were all seemingly of little use, the materials were specially developed to be no less lethal than a professional's skills, and even granted him superb maneuverability. The weakness of the opponent was obviously a core, but it would keep shifting with the battle. Even if Wang Qingyuan pierced through his body, as long as he didn't injure the core, he would be able to keep drawing energy to repair himself, and his recovery was amazing, with unlimited bullets, and a few rounds of battle, discarded cartridges piled up into a small mountain. Surprisingly, there is still this kind of interesting profession. It seems that if you want to cut you down, you have to destroy you in a flash. Zachary let out a soft, electric laugh. Hee hee, if you think that I can become one of the 4 great masters of the sand camp with just this kind of strength, then you're really mistaken. Oh roar? What other undercards do you have? By all means take them out and try. The corner of Wang Qingyuan's mouth twitched. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity if you were accidentally killed by me later, but your bottom card hasn't been released yet? Chapter 89 Hanuman, the Monkey God. Do you know, at the core of my transformation, what it is? Zachary pulled back his leather jacket and dozens of self-destructing drones flew out like flocks of birds. However, it was then squeezed as much as it could by Wang Qingyuan packing it with the mixed sky-aya, and the huge damage was no different from a rotten egg. Be fast, I don't have time to bowl asterisk with you. With a loud bang, Zachary's head was smashed in half, revealing sophisticated technological components, but it was soon back as good as new. Hoo. Moreover, his body suddenly released suction, sucking in endless energy to grow his body, his size instantly skyrocketed, and he began to reorganize like a transformer. The crowd clearly felt that his aura was rising rapidly, and there was an aura that was different from unusual power released, as if it was not a power that existed in this world. Wang Qingyuan is quite familiar with this feeling. It seems to be related to divine power. Ha. Zachary's laughter went from low to shrill as fluff grew on his steel body, quickly covering his entire body, and in no time at all he actually took on the appearance of a cyborg monkey. At this moment, the mechanical monkey that Zachary had transformed into had a face like a ruby, golden fur, and an oddly long tail. With 4 faces and 8 arms at the same time, it looked like a strange beast, but with a hint of divinity. This is... Wang Qingyuan quickly associated it with a divine monkey in Indian mythology. Ha. That's right, within my energy core, I have fused a wisp of the monkey god Hanuman's intention. Even though it's just a wisp of intent, it's completely enough to deal with you guys. The other Sans saw this and retreated, because by this point, there was no room for them to intervene. The rest of the crowd could not help but feel a chill in their backs when they saw this 4-faced god monkey, remembering the past when they fought Zachary and were blasted and hammered by this mechanical form in the past. The strength of both sides was already comparable, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. However, in actual combat, once the power of a god appeared, even if it was just a faint trace, it was able to instantly turn the tide of battle, pulling the entire battle to heights that did not belong to the original. And apparently, they are about to face this dilemma again. Zachary's being cheeky again, he's going to use the power of the god monkey. It feels like his aura is a lot stronger than before. Could it be that the stone monkey divine elephant that he snatched away earlier has enhanced his abilities for him? You're stupid, that stone monkey was obviously snatched back by the Yanxia camp again, are you blind? I just came over not knowing what happened earlier. Yanxia Kingdom snatched it back again. Don't tell me it's for the stone monkey that both of them fought like this, right? It's not all about that, but it's certainly a key trigger. Yanxia, this group of lunatics, that stone monkey is clearly a god of the 3 kingdoms, what's the use of them grabbing it? If they make good use of this thing, they might even be able to exchange it for a reliable ally. I really don't know what they were thinking. Sans' character is well known, and allies are out of the question. But that stone monkey, it does offer a relatively brief peace. Alas, the Yanxia camp is indeed confused this time. But it's a good thing that pervert Wang Qingyuan appeared. His strength is so heaven-defying that he almost single-handedly challenged the 2 camps all by himself, and it seems as if his strength isn't in the same dimension as ours at all. But no matter what, with the appearance of the remnant power of monkey god Hanuman, even if Wang Qingyuan is as strong as he is, I'm afraid he'll have to suffer. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment. But look at this Hanuman's mechanical god monkey. Wang Qingyuan's eyes, however, did not have the slightest change, and even felt a little amused. Hanuman is undoubtedly considered to be a sand deity of some strength and substance, and is representative. But at the moment, it was merely a wisp of residual thoughts, and could not play any effective role in the development of the entire battle situation. At least in Wang Qingyuan's eyes, there were no cards to speak of. Wang Qingyuan, you hand over Hanuman's divine monkey stone statue, I can let you get out of the empty island alive. If not, do you really want a stone statue? Wang Qingyuan let out a light laugh. Then the light of his palm floated, and the stone monkey idol appeared in front of the crowd. Zachary's eyes became eager all of a sudden as well. The stone statue you asked for, are you sure it's this one? Give me the stone statue. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this divine monkey, subconsciously matched with Hanuman, but through the image to judge, and inexplicably some muttering. Although there are some similarities, but always feel that there is something wrong. This stone statue is filled with divinity, Buddha nature, and magic, and has a mystery and majesty that is different from that of ordinary gods. In contrast, Hanuman, the monkey god, is more animalistic, with a slight sense of solemnity as a god. Can't really say what's wrong with. There was a long silence. Wang Qingyuan said, this stone statue is, indeed, a divine monkey without mistake. And yet it is not Hanuman, the monkey god of Agri. What? Zachary's gaze became icy cold, and a wave of fire surged up from Agua. This bold fellow, even in front of so many people, said that this divine monkey stone statue didn't have the slightest relationship with them. An angry woman behind her couldn't help but shout, if it's not our divine monkey Hanuman, can it be that it's still the divine monkey of your Yanxia kingdom? Wang Qingyuan laughed, of course. This is the divine monkey of our Yanxia kingdom. The whole scene is quiet. What nonsense is this guy talking about? How can it be so shameless to rob the source of the gods on the spot? Is he not afraid of being punished by heaven? A youth from the stick country pointed at Wang Qingyuan. This. He said, all my words we actually have divine monkeys in the kingdom of the stick. The crowd ignored the statements of the members of the stick, their shamelessness was there for all to see, even the Sakura country, which was an ally, would not believe their bull ********. Hearing Wang Qingyuan's instructions, Zachary's killing intent grew thicker and thicker. Brat, you've really lived long enough to blaspheme the gods of the three kingdoms. Whether it's blasphemy or not is still especially unknown, but what you need to understand is that even after borrowing the power of the monkey god, you are still far from being a match for me. Wang Qingyuan's words were full of conceit, yet no one would doubt the truthfulness of his words. Because all along, the power he had displayed was simply too powerful, so strong that it repeatedly broke through the boundaries of their imagination, and was a completely solid pervert. The Yang Jian Dharma body was put away, and all the divine power in his body was dissipated. Wang Qingyuan calmly gazed at everyone present, knowing that this was a rare opportunity to show. The initial step in the revival of the gods of Yanxia was to be taken when the Dharma body of this stone monkey idol appeared as a powerful springboard to world fame. In the next second, Wang Qingyuan's palm rested on top of the stone statue of the Monkey King, and energy surged in crazily. Zachary, thank me, because next, I'm going to make you completely dead. Ka Chow. A crack appeared steeply in the stone statue. Chapter 90 Flower Fruit Chi Tian Shang. Descent. Anum. Breaking or snapping. When the faint cracking sound of the stone monkey idol appeared, the originally noisy and chaotic battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at the stone statue with wide eyes, not daring to blink. Zachary didn't even dare to take a breath as an inexplicable emotion rose up. Ever since he had seized this stone statue, he had spent almost every day trying to figure out how to get the power of the divine monkey from it. Just a hint of Hanuman's power made him one of the top powerhouses on Hollow Island. If he could get some more, his strength would definitely see a surge. He would even be able to lead the sand camp and hold more say on the island. However, these days, he had used almost everything he had, but he had never been able to make the slightest movement. But at this moment, under Wang Qingyuan's prodding, the stone statue actually reacted. When he then recalled what Wang Qingyuan had just said, he immediately had a bad feeling, but then he thought that it was never possible. The crowd from the Yanxia kingdom breathed heavily, already associating something, their eyes lit up and their heartbeats became irregular. Could it be that? Right here, they were about to witness the revival of a Yanxia deity. What a shock such a possibility was to them could be imagined. No, that's never going to happen, Zachary called out. Wang Qingyuan, however, revealed a disdainful expression as he poured all of his own power into the idol. As the energy grew more and more, the great sage stone statue's cracking became more and more intense, from just a tiny crack at the beginning, to from head to toe. A faint golden light emerges. Next moment, the light was great. Wang Qingyuan's figure drew up and quickly rushed up to the sky, golden light flashed around him, thunder rolled, and there was a boundless majesty that swept across the entire scene. The waterfall cave and the mountain of flowers and fruits. The great sage of Chi Tian, the Monkey King. Dharma body descending. A bellowing cry. The great sage stone statue instantly exploded into pieces, but it didn't scatter towards the surroundings. Instead, under the guidance of the golden light, it flew as much as it could towards the teenager's body in midair. There were countless broken rocks that coalesced around his body and gradually surrounded him, eventually becoming an irregular piece of smooth and stubborn stone. This cohesive stone was not a dead thing, but instead was like a heart, emitting some kind of divine energy, with an aura that nourished all things. Boom! The stubborn stone exploded and Wang Qingyuan's figure appeared, while there was also a golden Dharma body rising behind it, a godlike and demonic aura bursting out. Zip, 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 zip. Amidst the surges of thunder, everyone completely saw the face of this Dharma body, wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown on his head and locks of golden armor. Feet on lotus root silk footsteps and cloud shoes, hands holding ruby weapons. At this moment, Yanxia's most representative monkey god, the great sage of Chi Tian, Sun Wukong, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A pair of fiery eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everyone present. Asterisk. Divine monkey Dharma body. Who? The great sage of Chi Tian, Sun Wukong. This is the name of a divine monkey. Is he our god of Yanxia? What a powerful aura. I feel as if I'm standing on top of a golden wave of energy. What a mighty monkey god. It's not even the same species as that unlucky looking Hanuman from Agri. Chi Tian de Shang. This name is simply heaven blowing. Aha, we actually witnessed the emergence of the Yanxia gods. Wang Qingyuan is mighty. Everyone in Yanxia's camp was excited. One by one, they shouted out, such a scene, even if it killed them, they would never be able to think of it. For them, this was a true scene of the descent of a god from nothing. It meant a lot to every Yanxia person. The people of the three countries went straight to madness. What? That god monkey is not Hanuman. There really is a monkey god in Yanxia kingdom. Damn it. I can't accept this result. A blindfold. This must be a blindfold. Some have even begun to deceive themselves. This also includes Zachary. His body trembled, his face full of incredulity, but soon the icy cold killing intent grew stronger, causing his sharp teeth to grind, itching to tear this fellow in front of him apart immediately. Playing God. Definitely playing God. Hanuman is the strongest monkey god in the world. Don't think that by pulling out this kind of trick, you can make others recognize the myth of Yanxia. Without strength, everything is futile. I'm going to tear you apart right now. As if stimulated, Zachary's monkey goddess, gigantic body attacked. In addition to Hanuman's divine power boost, his armoring ability has been vastly improved, almost rivaling the top killers on the battlefield. However, in the eyes of Wang Qingyuan, who had already descended in the great sage Dharma body at this moment, there was no difference between the other party and a tactless beast. In the face of such a violent onslaught, Wang Qingyuan unhurriedly took out the Rui weapon from his ear, while the great sage Dharma body had already lifted the iron rod up and slammed it down. Boom! The clash of forces set off a shockwave that sent several people who were very close to each other flying on the spot, managing to stop their forms. Groove. What the hell power? Is this still a fight between humans? They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Such a strong impact. If they were to accidentally take a hit, they would surely die on the spot without a burial place. It's just horrible. What? Zachary did not expect Wang Qingyuan to withstand such an onslaught so easily, and then all sorts of hot weapons appeared and attacked in unison. Guns and shells were fired, and the high-speed rotating circular saws cut directly into the great sage's body, making hideous wounds. Ha 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 ha. What Yanxia's monkey god? It's no match for me at all. Zachary laughed maniacally, but then his laughter came to an abrupt end. Only because the figure that was about to be sawed apart by himself dissipated like a wisp of smoke in the next second. Where did it go? Before he could respond, someone yelled from below. Zachary! He's on top of you. At this moment, Wang Qingyuan carried his weapon and sat cross-legged on top of the head of the mechanical monkey god, scratched his chin and laughed. You can't even see through your grandpa's son's blindfold, and you presume to oppose me? Watch the fight. With a resounding dang, the weapon shattered his mechanical body straight open, the energy condensed into parts shattering all over the place, even Hanuman's face knocked halfway down. However, Zachary's recovery speed was amazing, and he was soon as good as new, but such a drastic repair was a very alarming drain on his own energy. If he had to come back so many times, he would have to be sucked dry. What a powerful attack. It has to be a quick battle, or I'm bound to lose. Zachary is on fire and intends to fight to the death. A variety of powerful weapons, almost making him a strengthened version of the 3000 to kill you, with every weapon imaginable. But the most important ability was that a wisp of Hanuman, the monkey god's residual thought, exerted its power at this time, and even floated with green light, condensing into an illusory Dharma body behind him. Wang Qingyuan narrowed his eyes and threw his weapon into the sky. Rui weapon. Big. Chapter 91 Rui's weapon. The appearance of Hanuman's Dharma body also put a lot of pressure on the people present. Although it was only a wisp of residual thoughts, it was still a solid power of the gods, not an existence that mortals could touch. The great sage Dharma bodies behind Wang Qingyuan were the same, and from the second they appeared, their shocking emotions never stopped. The battle of the gods. Even in a compressed version, it was enough to shock people. Having witnessed, or even participated in, such a battle was enough for them to blow their entire lives. At this very moment, Zachary was on fire, while cooperating with the monkey god Hanuman on all sides and hands, and launched an attack on Wang Qingyuan. Thermal weapons are filled with violent energy, and Dharma bodies possess powers that can affect heaven and earth. His figure skyrocketed once again, already equivalent to a mechanical version of the heavenly law, with the same indescribable sense of oppression. Wang Qingyuan, die for me! Croon! Wang Qingyuan pointed to the air-rotating and whistling iron rod, above the Rui weapon, weighing 13,500 pounds. Words, such as being peeled off the gold dust in general, the words flashing golden light, releasing infinite power. Big, big, bigger, get bigger. Under the synchronized verbal commands of Wang Qingyuan and the great sage Dharma body, the Rui weapon thickened and grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the thickness of an arm, to the thickness of a bucket, until its size has been large enough to be able to poke through the dome of the sky, like a pillar of the world, displayed in front of the crowd. Ha! Open! Holy! It's a stab in the dark. Such a huge divine weapon, without a single pause under Wang Qingyuan's urging, suddenly attacked with a destructive momentum. Feeling such a powerful threat, Zachary only felt his liver and guts trembling, but in such a situation, he could no longer make any stops. He didn't believe that he couldn't resist a mere iron rod. Boom! The moment the giganticized Rui weapon touched Zachary's body, an explosion swept 10,000 feet into the air, even forming a mushroom cloud. Fortunately, the crowd had grown mindful beforehand, unfolding their defense skills in advance, and there were defensive spell formations quickly constructed by battle formation masters. If not, this momentary impact alone would be enough to seriously injure them, or even vaporize them in the explosion, leaving their corpses intact. What a horrible power. Don't want to die, hurry up and drink me some recovery medicine, the shield won't hold up. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Are we really the existence jointly known as Heaven's Pride? I want to go home. I admit I'm scared, I'm a coward alright, big deal, I'll silver scream twice, can you get me out of this fight in a hurry? Which one of them won? Amidst the rolling smoke, Wang Qingyuan's Rui weapon was in full force, and Zachary's so-called mechanical body was like dirt, disintegrating in the instant of contact. The defense he was so proud of simply couldn't withstand the attack of the divine weapons, and was watching in despair as his body was shattering. Hanuman, the monkey god, glowed green and seemed to still want to exert his power as a god, speaking curry-flavored words that were unintelligible. Instead, the great sage Dharma body grunted softly and, "What kind of little hairy god dares to mess with your grandpa, son? Tai." The great sage Dharma body was ruthless and raised his weapon to slam it, not to mention who was stronger or weaker than the full strength of the two great divine monkeys. But under such a comparison of divine integrity, Hanuman could not take a single advantage at all. Smashed into illusion by the great sage's head, it twisted for a moment before dissipating with a bang. The wisp of residual thought was nowhere to be seen, no longer able to provide Zachary with a divine power boost. Zachary's heart was broken, his strongest dependence gone, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. His eyes were glazed over, his demeanor was insane, and he no longer hissed with the pretense of the robot he had pretended to be earlier. Wang Qingyuan, I'll kill you. How dare you break up my Hanuman divine remnants? If I die today, you will not want to live for nothing. He's completely mad. Approaching quickly towards where Wang Qingyuan was, the energy core blossomed with bursts of light. Blatant self-immolation. Under the intense fire, everyone stared blankly at the center of the battlefield that was like an apocalypse. The impact of the energy was too powerful, and some of the professionals who didn't get sheltered by the defense were instantly turned into ashes. Not to mention them, even if a 100-level powerhouse was standing here, they simply wouldn't dare to resist such terrifying damage. Zachary blew himself up. His strongest ability was blown up by Wang Qingyuan. No one else would be able to accept it. There is no difference between being alive and being dead anymore. Oops. Wang Qingyuan is at the center of the explosion. I'm afraid such a power will only be difficult for him to withstand. The people of the three kingdoms are just crazy. He's going to disgust us even after he's dead. His heart is execrable. Qingyuan, don't die, don't die. The fire from the explosion shot up to the sky, burning the sky dome into red, as if a heavenly disaster had descended, causing one's heart to beat wildly, and the water of the great river even tumbled violently as a result. Everyone was quiet, trying to see through the rolling smoke. It's been a long time coming. Under an explosion of such power, even a 100-level powerhouse would be injured, let alone. Some people from Yin Xiao's camp couldn't even help but grieve. With the explosion at close range, they couldn't imagine how on earth Wang Qingyuan could have survived. I'm afraid it's only been blown into nothingness. Phew! Just as the crowd was rambling, the wind in it changed abruptly, and a figure flung his cloak and emerged from it in the clouds, carrying a weapon and gazing calmly down below. Qi Tian Great Sage Sun Wukong's Dharma body was still standing, unaffected by anything, filled with an untamed and unruly aura, as if he hadn't put this battle in his eyes from the beginning to the end. Wang Qingyuan felt amused in his heart. Sun Wukong and the Supreme Lord's 8 trigrams furnace refining for a long time have not been able to refine the district explosion and how to break the defense of his hard body? Blow yourself up? You'll only make your own death more ugly. But it had to be said that Zachary still had some strength in him, or at least it had been considered quite strong for the entirety of the empty island. It's just a shame that he needs the real substitute for a divine Dharma body. Seeing that divine monkey's figure standing proudly in the sky, everyone couldn't help but exclaim and shout in shock. Not dead. Wang Qingyuan is not dead. Not only did he not die, he was even unharmed. How is this possible? Heavens, could it be that he has some kind of heaven-defying defense ability? It's even hardened to carry through this terrifying blast impact. Zachary is dead. Our crisis is over for now. We won. Ha 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 ha. So what if the Sakura, Stick, and Sand camps come together to commit a crime? We have Wang Qingyuan alone, and that's enough to bloodwash all of you. Qi Tian de Sage Sun Wukong, that's our Yin Xiao's god. We, Yin Xia, also have true gods in existence. He must be. All the time. Chapter 92, The Storm is Coming. Wang Qingyuan became famous in one battle and completely made a name for himself in Empty Island. This time, almost all of the country's camps knew that on Yanxia country's side, there was an extremely ruthless person. Not only was his personal strength incomparably strong, he was even able to summon a divine Dharma body to fight. In just half a day, everything that happened was enough to digest for a long time. The Sakura camp, the Stick camp, and the Sand camp, on the other hand, had clearly become jokes in this battle, and their losses were enormous. All parties were shocked by the news. The Yanxia camp had never been weak, it was only the unique relationship between the countries that caused it to be targeted in the empty island. If any other national camp suffered from such targeting, it wouldn't take more than a few months for them to be completely cleared out of empty island. The people of the Yanxia country, however, managed to hold out until this point, and in this time of crisis, added members with incomparably perverted strength, so that many of the camps that had once fallen through the cracks felt emboldened, fearing that they would be liquidated in the future. However, this is a matter in which the Inferno camp did shallowly state their respective suggestions. Conservatives believe that it is not advisable to liquidate the past behavior of the smaller camps too much, and instead, they should enter into an alliance with them, expanding the coalition in such a way as to achieve a balance with the opposing forces. The radicals, on the other hand, say that past sufferings should not be forgotten, and that even if they are faced with a pack of wolves and are destined to pay the price in blood, they must not bow down and make friends with them, and must be liquidated to the end. Wang Qingyuan is an absolute radical. It wasn't because he didn't possess a calm mind, and he believed that the overall power of the Yanxia camp today was not weak. They have the power to liquidate everything. A shadowy youth stated that. Absolutely no reconciliation. Our main fight is, a favor can go unrewarded, but a grudge is something that must be avenged. In the midst of such a topic discussion, the will of the crowd had already favored Wang Qingyuan's will. Instead, the gold content of Pang Guang's words was decreasing. Pang Guang himself, however, was not displeased, but rather felt relieved, for he had a standard self-judgment of himself. He is aware that he is not suited to lead a team, as his character is not decisive enough and he is not afraid to take risks. Except of course in a solo fight, as an assassin he is not weak to almost anyone. So at this time, with Wang Qingyuan topping the front, he felt even more relaxed. No matter where they were, it was believed that strength was honored. As professionals, they felt this very deeply and were willing to accept the reality. Dynasty Lima said, things have come to such a pass that it is no longer possible to end it peacefully. But within a short period of time, they shouldn't come looking for trouble either. Jiang Feiying said indistinctly, the large copy of Empty Island is going to open. An eight-bearded man said, so that's how it is, now all camps are actively preparing for a big battle in the middle of the replica. A copy of Empty Island. Wang Qingyuan slightly inquired and understood the message. A duplicate is regularly opened on top of the Empty Island, and each member can enter it 3 times per month, either alone or in a group. Every 3 months, a large-scale replica will be opened, in which relics of the gods, powerful props and high experience values will appear probabilistically. And now, with the large-scale replica about to open, all camps are preparing their forces to avoid casualties, a rare period of peace. For the Yanxia kingdom to kill each other regardless like this was something that was almost unlikely to happen for the other camps. And the trigger for this was the stone monkey idol. But judging from the results, it was indeed very worthwhile to start a battle for something with such power. The gods were simply too precious to any nation. It's less than a week until the large-scale replica opens, so all of you have recently been gearing up to be at your best for the battle, which is sure to be a tough one. Pang Wang said, we have too many opponents, none of the camps are willing to ally with us, we have to rely on ourselves for everything. Who may our side? All in all, avoid battles for a few days, and while recovering yourself, keep your own cards, otherwise being targeted is a very troublesome thing. The crowd couldn't help but fall silent, and realizing the seriousness of the problem, they all couldn't help but tense up. In the midst of the copy world, it was all highly likely that they would encounter a situation where they were surrounded on all sides. After a long time, Wang Qingyuan thought of something and suddenly stood up, his arm waved on the table, and all of the system props appeared. These include the incense of asking for directions, lotus petals, zhongkue chewing ghosts, statues of ghosts and gods, and the hair of the great sage. Distributing them one by one, everyone received the appropriate summoning props and then raised their heads to look blankly at Wang Qingyuan. Charlotte, who was the only one who had used a similar ability, looked up at him with a pair of beautiful eyes blinking. Wang Qingyuan explained, take your respective props, and once you encounter a dangerous situation, shout my name, and as long as the props successfully complete the seance, I'll be able to come to support and rescue as fast as I can. But, there may be a slight price to pay, a very small one. The gods couldn't work for nothing, they always had to collect some power of faith, besides it wasn't harmful to them, it was a win-win situation. Hearing this, everyone opened their mouths slightly, overwhelmed with shock at this ability of his. Support rescue whenever and wherever. Wouldn't that be a super sick bonding ability? Some professionals whose strength was not very strong held the props in their hands with their eyes shining brightly, and a big stone in their hearts quietly fell to the ground. As for the so-called price, they didn't care. What could be more important than a life? Wang Qingyuan's strength was obvious to all, and could not be described by the word pervert. That's no different than a god descending from the heavens. The crowd didn't have a single doubt about his words and carefully put the props away, feeling immense anticipation for the large-scale replica in a few days. After being silent for so long, they had to put up a fight, to clearly tell the other camps that Yanxia would not suffer any more losses. Returning to his residence, Wang Qingyuan finally got some time to rest. After a series of days of bouncing around, plus a few battles, you won't feel tired, but you'll be a little weary. Thinking back on the scenery along the way, Wang Qingyuan would occasionally feel a bit dazed until now, when he was finally going to be initially exposed to the truth of the god's legacy. It made his mind wander. He looked at the ceiling and let out a long breath, his eyes regaining their determination. Gotta give all a little, Yensha God shocker. The next few days are peaceful, but dark. Although a battle had not yet been fought, the atmosphere was growing more and more anxious, and almost everyone was on the verge of catharsis, just waiting for a chaotic tussle. Lit. Storm clouds approach. Chapter 93, The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountain. In the middle of a few days, Wang Qingyuan walked and strolled around, constantly honing his sense of fitness with the gods while teasing the dogs and playing with the eagles. It was as if the normally serious honor students, when the time came for the upcoming test, instead let go and play to their heart's content. Everything is under control. As for the others, they were very nervous and excited at the same time, waiting for the large copy to descend. 3 funeral monks. Luohan golden body has been armed to the eyes, the whole person is a copper sore, all kinds of blades plus body are unharmed, everywhere looking for people to practice against, manifesting the golden body of divine power. But then after being bitten through the thigh by a snarling dog, he was completely honest and never casually pretended again. Louis Tsc Chuck's progress wasn't too bad either, as he corralled a number of fairly friendly friends from abroad, and finally made the initial realization of Turing Jesus, wandering around with a fake headgear. There was also a group of horsemen who smoked and bounced around at every turn. Under the guidance of Wang Qingyuan, on the contrary, it is quite decent, and it makes people think that the national essence has been stolen by others 1-to-1 replica. Old Yerba Buzzer. Lu's eyes led a group of crooked people who were yelling and screaming to spread the gospel of the Lord to everyone and having a good time. But it's clear that miracles don't come. A young man stood in the doorway, cupping his chin in a know-it-all brotherly manner, and said, "Surely you won't get the gospel from heaven by doing this. First of all, this disguise of old yellers is not right, for his palms are holed, and 2 nails are still missing to nail them down." Put. Charlotte snickered in a cuckoo. Wang Qingyuan pulled the curtains closed, feeling a little amused, but quickly calmed down and began to adjust his own abilities. He took stock of where he was today through the system panel. For the category of ghosts, the White Crane Child, the head of the official general, the Zhongkue, and the Black and White Irregulars all have their powerful means, as well as their crushing suppression. But whenever you encounter a ghostly creature in a replica, that opponent's end is bound to be disastrous, with no room to fight back. Against demons, although the Fa High Zen Master is slightly worse, but the strength is also there, not to mention that there is also a demon-fighting professional Sanmyukon pocket. As for the 3 major antipodes of the Heavenly Court, there is no need to say anything more. There is no ability to target anything in particular, it is just purely powerful, crushing everything with strength, without any reason. The 4 generals of the magic family are suitable for summoning during group battles, and in terms of pulling out the team's momentum, even the 3 major antagonists are even a step behind. On top of that, there were also Qin Phantom soldiers in his system space, all of which could be deployed and summoned, a not-so-small force to be reckoned with. All in all, Wang Qingyuan currently possessed the most comprehensive ability to deal with any situation and gain the appropriate advantage. Although he was currently only LV 71, he was not the least bit weak when facing a 100-level powerhouse. Even though he hadn't yet been able to encounter the other members of the top combatants in the empty island, he nevertheless knew very well in his heart that he was already one of the top existences in this zone. Time flies. The large copy is on schedule. After the empty island shook for a while, above the empty realm, a mega teleportation vortex appeared, which could be accessed by connecting to the idea. Everyone, almost all camps are eyeing us. For the Yanxia Kingdom, for the camps, you are all irreplaceable treasures, the future of the country. Protect yourself, everything is based on your own life, even if it's wretched, even if it's shameless. As long as you face the enemy, even if you use all means, you must live and tear them apart. Pang Guang mobilized and pumped up, saying these words from the bottom of his heart. The world of the professional is cruel, and one cannot manage to walk the path of light forever. The path of the lowly and the lowly, like a wild dog, is also a necessary journey. The means don't matter as long as you can win, only the winner can write history and hold the right and wrong words. Wang Qingyuan highly agrees with this. After the crowd cheered each other on, each thought connected to the teleportation space, entering the large copy, ready to open the bloody battle to kill. And as for the camps of other countries, among the many plans, one was silently added in their minds. We must kill this scourge, Wang Qingyuan. They all know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. As long as Wang Qingyuan lived, it would be potentially doomed for the countries behind them. His strength would seriously disrupt the balance of power in the empty islands. In time, it will even upset the global balance. Yanxia is powerful enough, they can't have the gods again. The sky spun, the world was dark, and soon it was light again. Wang Qingyuan had arrived in the middle of the large replica and observed the surrounding terrain. At the moment, he was on top of a large mountain, with a green sky and clouds, but talk about an earthly paradise. Because the mountain range was somewhat bare, with little area of vegetation and black clouds, it gave one a sense of unease. Most importantly, the air is filled with the smell of blood mixed with the smell of organs, which seems to be a mix of old and new, and should result in a mass killing situation from time to time. The air was filled with a fury that was almost capable of affecting one's mental condition. Very evil place. Wang Qingyuan used the 72 changes, divine ability and transformed into a cicada, flying around in the middle of this great mountain. Soon, at the bottom of the mountain, a group of odd-looking creatures were wandering about, walking with light steps, while each was dragging a batch of limbs in their hands, blood stretching all the way down. All of these were at the level of great demon, and had even reached the state of semi-transformation. It's worthy of being an empty island. A great demon that can cause trouble and reign supreme in the outside world is surprisingly just a small monster in this kind of copy. Wang Qingyuan couldn't help but start to look forward to what kind of powerful existence the boss in a large replica was. Scorpion Spirit, LV. Sex Divine. Skills, Sting, Speed Chase, Scorpion Swing. Wolf Demon, LV. 71. Skills, Misty Split, Bloodthirsty Muscle, Flash Surprise. Little Cyclone, LV. 75. Skills, Whirlwind Impact, Yellow Sand Tornado, Transportation. Wang Qingyuan looked at this group of demonic creatures and felt quite rare. One of them even had some déjà vu. These demons appeared in groups, so there must be a demon king in existence that commanded a party, and most of them were even at the boss level. Soon, he approached with his wings flapping, stopping near the rather fetching scorpion banshee, and undid his transformation, letting out a bellowing cry. Demon, watch the fight. With a blow to the head, the scorpion spirit was knocked into mush, and immediately the Rui weapon in his hand was flung around, looping back like a great windmill, swiftly killing several demons without leaving any room for them to resist. Now that he was powerful and had the great sage Dharma body to support him, it was almost effortless to kill a demonic creature of this level. After pocketing the experience value, Wang Qingyuan transformed into the form of a small whirlwind, took its items and walked towards the deep mountains, humming under his breath. The king has called me to patrol the mountain. Chapter 94. With the help of his transformation ability, Wang Qingyuan traveled recklessly through the mountains. He bumped into a few small demons along the way, but the experience value they could provide was too small for him to bother fighting and killing them. Unless some ungrateful mountain spirit comes near. Within a short time, a couple of bell-ringing demons quickly approached and started talking to themselves. Our lion's Camel Ridge has a bunch of ungrateful fellows again, and now that the three great kings are in seclusion, this burden of decapitating the living has fallen on our heads again. I've already set up a frying pan at the entrance of the cave, just waiting for these guys to come to the door, skinning and eating meat. A catfish head laughed. I don't know which god accidentally broke the space, and every once in a while, a batch of fresh humans are sent in. The lizard woman licked her lips and couldn't wait to devour the individual raw. The smell of blood in our lion's Camel Ridge has dissipated quite a bit in recent days, and it's time to kill some people and moisturize the dirt under our feet, the mighty black bear said. As Wang Qingyuan listened to the conversation of the several demons, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. How could he not have expected that the so-called large-scale replica was the ferocious and infamous lion's Camel Ridge at the foot of the Spirit Mountain? From the previous life of the original description of the lion's Camel Ridge, the sea of corpses and blood, skulls and skeletons if the ridge, skeletons such as forests, human hair entrusted, into a sticky piece, human skin and flesh rotten as mud and dust, human tendons wrapped around a tree, dry charcoal bright as silver. The lion's Camel Ridge in front of me is a copy of the projected state, not the real journey to the West Zone, and the book describes the purgatory on Earth some gap, but also enough to reach the point of daunting. Just the baleful aura flowing in this air alone could cause some lower-ranked professions to have their spirits strongly pressurized and even be in danger of collapsing. A few of the demons cast their gazes, then rubbed their hands together and said, "A few of you, why don't you form a team and go hunt a bit of humans? It's been a long time since I've had a proper meat day." "Yes. As soon as I've added a couple handfuls of firewood, that's when we'll move." There are countless demons in the Lion's Hump Ridge. It is impossible to know each other. As long as the demons are in this mountain, they must all be companions undoubtedly. Wang Qingyuan silky smoothly joined the ranks of the demons, intending to hunt down some professionals from the opposing camp. In the mountains, an impromptu squad of a dozen or so people was exploring the surrounding area. These people didn't look too tense, instead they looked quite cozy and relaxed, secretly saying in their hearts that their luck was really good. Because among the team, there were members of the vampire familiars from the Silver Eagle Alliance, who not only had great strength, but also had near immortality. Edwin has a handsome appearance and upright figure, vampire bloodline for the already extraordinary appearance of him to add some aristocratic atmosphere, looks very kind, always with a light smile. But whoever thinks that he has a gentle character because of this is really wrong. Because all of Edwin's actions in the empty island prove that he is in fact a greedy smirker with a more twisted mental state. He walked towards a young girl in the group and gently ruffled her collar, revealing her snow-white fragrant shoulders. This young girl inexplicably felt some fear, but did not dare to resist the dependence, her delicate body trembling slightly. "Don't be afraid, I'll be quick." Edwin ambiguously pressed up against her pink neck and gently pierced it with his fangs, blood flowing down the wound and soaking the collar. Gollum Gollum. As his throat rolled and drew in more blood, the young girl's face paled to the naked eye, gradually becoming somewhat weaker. It wasn't until a long time later that he released his mouth in satisfaction and let out an unimpeded sound. Fair maiden, thank you for your hospitality. You, as you like. The young girl hurriedly activated her ability to stop the bleeding and drank a potion to restore her strength. Other people see this situation although also feel some discomfort, but will not state anything. After all, want to survive in the copy as peacefully as possible, inevitably strong people to take the flight, even if to pay some price is also worth it. A woman with a good figure teared up and said, Mr. Edwin's dining style is surprisingly elegant. Haruko's sister is only 20 years old, and the taste must be surprisingly sweet. With such a mobile blood bank, I think our trip to the replica this time will definitely be very smooth. Yes, Mr. Edwin's strength is there for all to see, we'll be fine with him. It's just a shame we're all brown and our blood doesn't taste sweet enough, or it would be quite an honor to be Lord Edwin's ration. The young girl whose blood was sucked had a grudging gaze. The one whose blood was sucked was herself, so why should all these people enjoy the benefits of being brought to lie down? But Haruko didn't bother to think about it. It was just a matter of getting some blood sucked out of her, and if she could trade this for peace of mind, it would be a solid deal. Edwin was quite taken with the compliments from the crowd, and his face was visibly excited. However, he still said, I have mixed tastes and like to taste fresh food. Later on, I would also like to ask you all, in turn, to provide me with fresh blood, so that I can also maintain my best fighting condition and better protect your safety. Hearing this, the crowd snapped, their faces becoming not particularly pretty. At this time, at the head of the hill, Wang Qingyuan as well as a few demons were secretly observing. The catfish-headed demon spat and looked at Edwin with hostility. This ugly human, how dare he taste blood before us? I will kill him first later. A leopard demon sniffs, showing an intoxicated expression. The smell of young blood chi, even from this far away I can smell the sweet scent. Later on that young girl is left for me, I'm going to eat one of them alive first. The lizard woman spat out her letter and said, my stomach is empty and I need to be a little fuller. The dark-skinned, hairy man for me. Wang Qingyuan gave it a deep look. Its chosen opponent seemed to be a bit bad, as the other party was an Asan. Several of the demons had each picked out their targets before turning their attention to the little whirlwind. Wang Qingyuan said, I'm not picking, just give me the rest. There were no people from the Yen Xiaocap among the group in front of them, and they didn't care about their lives and deaths. That'll do, guys, just do it. The black bear demon roared and stormed out like a chariot, rolling up a large amount of smoke and dust as it ran. The leopard demon was so fast that it had already appeared in front of its target as soon as the words fell, opening its bloody mouth. Ouch! Yikes! The young girl lost her color, but things happened too suddenly. It was already too late to react. All of a sudden was torn through the chest by the leopard, killed on the spot, became food in the mouth. Seeing this state of affairs, the crowd was like an enemy, and their hair stood up in sweat. Not good, there's a demon attack. Chapter 95, Killing Professionals. The speed of the leopard demon was so fast that even if the black bear monster had made a movement first, the crowd had not been able to react to its surprise attack. In just 3 strokes, the fresh young girl was mostly gnawed. The scene was bloody and cruel and daunting. Damn it! A female warrior, more stocky than a man, was enraged and raised her axe in her hand to fight. But the next moment the charging black bear monster forced her away from the battlefield and fought entangled, both having good cultivation in terms of strength. The shrewd San was in the middle of the crowd, but he didn't know that the lizard woman had already set her sights on him, skimming past the others and heading straight for him. When San saw the physically alluring lizard, there was still fear surfacing on his face. He froze for a moment, and then inexplicably surged with a wacky smile and stepped forward. Suck it, I'll subdue this demon. The lizard banshee inexplicably got some chills down her spine, and a not-so-good feeling appeared. Melee hits. Wang Qingyuan didn't watch the battle either, and directly killed towards the strongest vampire dependent in the group, holding the Rui weapon in his hand. It was clear to him at this moment that choosing to blend in amongst the ranks of the demonic creatures was the right choice. Because of the unique nature of the replica, the demonic creatures would automatically claim the enemy, seek out the closest professional, and launch an attack. Not only did this save him the trouble of not being familiar with the terrain and looking for people haphazardly, but he was also able to take the opportunity to clean up the hostile forces. If there is a member of your side, you can also step in to protect them. Save yourself a lot of trouble. Edwin is not weak. Even vampires who were only acquired had strong bodies and possessed the ability to manipulate blood. He managed to dodge Wang Qingyuan's strike as he backhanded and condensed into a blood sickle that chopped horizontally. However, Wang Qingyuan did not avoid it in the slightest and shattered it with his powerful physical body, cracked his shoulder with a stick, and then kicked him hundreds of meters, crashing heavily on top of a large mountain. Taking advantage of this gap, he made a great effort to kill 2 members of the Stick Country as well as the GA Waste Country, striking without mercy and with a ruthlessness that was even worse than that of a real demon. The other few demons were also quite shocked at the sight, not expecting this unimpressive fellow to have such strength. Fuck! How can this demon be so powerful, and why isn't there a Heaven's Path panel? Shift. If I hadn't been negligent in my defense, there's no way he would have succeeded in his sneak attack. Edwin is physically crippled and very badly injured. But the vampire's body possesses near immortality, and as long as there is blood to be sucked, it will remain in a state of near immortality. And in the midst of this brief tussle, the blood of the professionals was the best food for him to recover, so with an arrow step he stepped forward to lie on the ground and siphon the blood into his mouth. His heart pounded violently, and under the nourishment of his blood, his flesh and blood were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, interesting. It was also the first time Wang Qingyuan had seen a race like the vampire, and he felt quite novel and did not interrupt him. Edwin sucked in more and more, his chakra had already surpassed his previous state, and gradually lost his human appearance, changing towards the trend of a monster. He knew that the stick-wielding demon in front of him was exceedingly powerful and could not allow him to test the waters. He had to go all out, whether it was to kill it or escape. He could not have any reservations. In the team of professionals, a youth who was still alive was frozen with fear, looking left and right not knowing what to do. As the junior leader of the Georgia Waste State Park, he hadn't seen many heart-stopping scenes like this. Mr. Edwin, Pust. Edwin charged, his arm piercing right through his chest. In the midst of his despair and fearful gaze, he was sucked into a human stem as fast as he could, and fell to the ground like paper, withered and lifeless. Humph, lowly monkey is only worthy of becoming my sustenance. It is an honor for you to be born. As long as you are able to escape out of it and find a new blood pack again. With bulging muscles, fleshy wings on his back, and a hideous appearance, Edwin had completely taken on the appearance of a monster, more like a monster than a demon. Having sucked in a large amount of blood, he was full of confidence at this time. He didn't feel any guilt about killing his teammates. After all, from the very beginning, he had also only considered these people as his mobile blood bank and nothing else of value. Damn demons, come and fight. Boom! Edwin burst in, blood light floating around his body, forming a sharp killing move. The corner of Wang Qingyuan's mouth was turned away. He did not put him in his mind at all. His strength was far inferior to the bioroid Zachary. He only needed to use a slight means to subdue him on the spot. Dang it! Edwin's blood attacks were very intense, so fast that they were all vapors, and at the same time had a decent killing power. But the face of copper skin and iron bones of Wang Qingyuan, it seems to be a little weak. Each strike is like hitting on the impenetrable iron stone, in addition to being able to see the burst of sparks, and there is no other hit of the actual feeling. What kind of heaven-defying defense is this? Even a boss-level demonic creature would never have this kind of heaven-defying ability, right? Edwin was alarmed. Wang Qingyuan, on the other hand, felt a bit bored and was very disappointed with his performance. Son, have you had enough of the beating? It's my turn. Edwin's scalp tingled as a bad feeling came over him. However, before he could react, the iron rod had already come down, smashing his fleshy wings on the spot, along with the bloody half of his head. He was terrified, but forcibly urged his blood chi to regain his ability to fly first, and lifted his wings as if he wanted to escape. Wang Qingyuan leapt forward, and an auspicious cloud flew in to lift him up, sweeping out a cloud trail in the sky dome as he sped off in pursuit. What? Edwin gave a horrified look. This damn demon not only has unbelievable fighting strength, but actually has such a means of flight. This is still playing set. You can't get away. The Rui weapon in Wang Qingyuan's hand quickly lengthened, using the ground as a pivot point. It rotated 360 degrees and vertically smashed down, heavily smashing on top of Edwin's body. With an unstoppable destructive force, it directly shattered its body. Even though the blood and broken flesh stuck and coalesced, it was unable to recover quickly because the injury was too severe. A samadhi flame flew out and burned it completely, as if it had never appeared above this world. Too weak. Wang Qingyuan didn't feel very entertained and carried his stick to look at the scene around him. The black bear demon had extraordinary strength, and pinned the female warrior down the entire time, so I'm sure the winner will be decided soon. Panther and Catfish Head were similarly not weak, resolving their respective battles and supporting their other demon colleagues. The whole are in a state of strength crushing. The difficulty of the copy cannot be said to be high. Of course. Except for the lizard Banshee who was in a fierce battle with San, the scene is a little miserable to watch. Chapter 96, The Miserable Mother Lizard. The lizard Banshee had the upper hand at first, but seemed to be racially suppressed as the battle progressed. San's strength was strong, and he pressed him down, his face flushed, and he stood up to him in a violent action. Coupled with the fact that his own strength was quite strong, the lizard demoness let out a sound of pain and pleasure, but she was also quickly unable to resist, and without waiting for the other demons to come to her rescue, she exploded and died on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Yes, it's worth it even if I die. The sturdy San let out a hearty laugh and had his head chopped off with an axe by the victorious black bear spirit. What a tragedy. Catfish Head sighed. Silence. Well, it doesn't feel like it was in a lot of pain before it died. All in all, we finally got to taste the sweetness of man again. It's really delicious. There should be many more nearby. We need to hurry up and hunt a batch to pay tribute to the three great kings. The small raiding battle ended, and several demons turned their gazes towards Wang Qingyuan with a look of slight respect, expressing a high degree of recognition for his strength, and even the idea of climbing up to him. And Wang Qingyuan went down the slope and began to communicate with them intimately. Once the demons had resolved the immediate scene, they quickly moved towards other locations, quickly locking onto the nearest team of professionals. Many dissidents have been successfully eradicated through this method. Gradually, a dozen or so more demons gathered, forming a not-so-small group that fought the professionals back and forth, each with their own deaths and injuries. Through the communication between each other, Wang Qingyuan controlled the most words with his strength and naturally packaged himself as the newly promoted Red Man before the eyes of the three great kings of the Lion's Camel Ridge, making the demons quite appalled. At the same time, and boldly stated that any encounter with the members of the country of Yanxia must not make things difficult, and even to help. As for the reason, it is all pushed to the three great kings of the plan in the. Even amongst the demon realm, it was strength that dominated everything. Even though the words spoken by Wang Qingyuan were full of loopholes, they could not withstand repeated lulls. A demon was a demon after all, and its IQ was ultimately inferior. And so as the group of professional hunters expanded, the name of the little king of Cyclone gradually made its mark, causing many teams that had heard of the reputation to stay away from it. Of course there were also some teams of professionals who had gotten wind of the news and came sniffing around, intending to challenge the so-called Cyclone Little King in order to gain a large amount of experience value. But the results are clear. As long as a team outside of Yanxia's camp appeared, they would have no return, and were killed on the spot or suffered heavy losses by Wang Qingyuan and the demons. A certain mixed camp. His grandma. What's the deal with this copy? How can the difficulty be so outrageous? Those demons are simply fierce beyond words. If not for the space profession bigwigs in our team, we would have been chopped to pieces by them long ago. Shiba Lao Ma. What's with that monster with 3 handfuls of yellow hair? Is he really not a hidden boss? Our Hanarang Dao martial arts master from the Kingdom of the Stick has had both of his legs ripped off by him alive. It's not right, it's just so wrong. I seriously doubt that demonic creature called Little Cyclone would be able to slaughter us all. Even this kind of demonic creature is so powerful, wouldn't the boss be even tougher? Aha damn it, what's the sudden draw of the empty island copy? All the other squads had similarly reacted in the same way, and had even developed a sense of withdrawal. However, there were people who realized the situation, and every time a demon attacked, as long as there was a member of the Yanxia camp present in the group, they were able to save themselves from a massacre. Or maybe only Yanxia people won't be attacked. This was undoubtedly very strange, and caused them to feel even more resentful towards the already out-of-touch members of Yanxia as a result. So, gradually, an idea sprang up in the crowd. Since we can't beat this group of demons, let's focus on one point and slaughter the members of Yanxia. At this moment, the Yanxia team, a competent woman in combat uniform led a few people. Sister Xiong Fong. Why do I feel that something is wrong with the situation? These demonic creatures clearly have the ability to fight us evenly, but they chose to bypass us and attack other camps instead. Well, I think it's weird as hell too. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. One man said, I don't know the details of this, but it is indeed a good thing for us. The experience value gained from fighting demons is limited and requires a certain amount of blood. There is no harm in being able to avoid conflict now, surviving the copies and gaining survival experience in peace. Large replicas are different from regular replicas. The latter would force the professional to complete a certain task in order to be able to obtain the big head of experience value in it, and killing was inevitable. The former, on the other hand, is that as long as the person is still alive, even if a battle has not been fought, he or she can gain experience at regular intervals, and at the end of the replica, he or she can gain more values. That's why many professionals would choose to muddle through, focusing on staying alive and avoiding deadly conflicts. Xiong Fong said, this is indeed not bad, but the problem is that the demonic creatures repeatedly avoiding us might draw an imbalance from the members of the other camps and use it to take out their anger on us, and the scene might not be too pleasant when that happens. Upon hearing this, a youth beside him said, why, given the situation of our Yanxia camp, even without this mess, wouldn't they target us? Since we have Big Brother Qing Yuan to hold down the stage, we have the backbone to make enemies of all the other camps. The big deal is to fight to the death. I don't believe that they would dare to put their lives on the line. That's right. A cute girl raised her fists. I'm still clutching the great sage hair prop given by Brother Qing Yuan, so if I'm in danger, I'll let them taste the power. Even though she had yet to see the power of long-range substitution, the girl's eyes were filled with hope, and her eyes were full of light as she couldn't stop thinking about the divine monkey figure she had seen that day. Bearfong nodded, thinking that there was nothing wrong with what they were saying. Since how are offended, there is no need to dwell on this kind of thing. The only thing that you will face is a group attack. The Yanxia camp will never be afraid of this kind of scene. Step STH. Xiong Fong's footsteps stopped, her eyes flickered, and she said softly, there's the scent of a professional. It could be coming at us. The man said, so soon? But it's just as well, I want to loosen up. Come on. The girl was inexplicably a little flustered, subconsciously clutching the hairs in her hand, ready to call out Wang Qingyuan's name. A few moments later, along with the sharp rain of arrows, the crowd was also like an enemy, dodging towards the sides. They're coming. Cursing could be heard in the distance. Damned Yenxia people. What exactly is your relationship with the demons in the replica? All of our teams have suffered heavy losses, and you're the only one still safe and sound. Since the demons won't attack you, but we won't sit around and wait for death, even if we don't want to lose our experience, we must let all the members of Yenxia lose their lives in the copy. Kill me. P.S. Year close, things are really too much, today on Amor. And Reader's Master's Chase to here also see out. The small author of the plot is actually a little tedious out of control. The first time to write a book is really too little experience. Insufficient place kneeling Reader's Masters to tolerate. Sorry to let you down 555.